Chapter 1. I Wear Your Coat. Fengyang Prefecture, Baishan County. In early winter, Baishan was covered by a sudden heavy snowfall. The snow fell for a whole day and night, and this morning it finally cleared up. In Wowo village, at the west end of the village, there was a dilapidated, small courtyard. A girl about 18 or 19 years old, dressed in a linen coat and possessing a delicate appearance, appeared in the courtyard. She carefully cradled a steaming, broken wooden bowl with both hands, struggling to move forward with each step. Zhang, zhang, zhang. Uncle, are you up? Eat your meal early today. The girl's gentle and clear voice called out to the man inside the house. Chen Xi woke up from a pile of hay, a sharp pain making him shake his head involuntarily. After staring at the dilapidated room for a while, his gaze gradually cleared, and he recognized the situation. I have traveled through time to an unknown ancient society. Creak. Uncle, him coming in. While Chen Xi was sorting through his memories, the beautiful girl in the linen coat, with her head lowered and a shy expression, pushed open the door slightly. Uncle, the heavy snow has sealed the mountains today, so after you eat, don't wander around. Sister-in-law will go look for some food. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, a memory surged into his mind. Fan Yin, his sister-in-law, one could say she was nominally so. The reason being, his brother had gone hunting in the mountains last month and unfortunately was bitten to death by a bear. On the very first day after her marriage, before they had even consummated, her husband died, leaving her a widow. Who could she complain to? If this were the modern era, a girl her age should be carefree and happy. But now she had become a widow and had to take care of this family. Uncle, why aren't you responding? Could it be that your illness has relapsed? Seeing this, Fan Yin felt anxious, her voice involuntarily rising as she continued to ask. Chen Xi, buried in the hay, came back to his senses and looked at Fan Yin with a complex expression. Then, looking through the crack of the door behind her, he saw a vast expanse of white snow, which was quite blinding. Fan Yin held a steaming broken wooden bowl in her hands, snow reaching up to her knees. And Chen, she felt a tinge of emotion in his heart. Sister-in-law, the snow is too heavy. I should go instead. As Chen, she spoke, he crawled out of the hay pile, wanting to go to the courtyard to clear the snow. Unbeknownst to him, he was dressed only in a pair of short pants. Uncle, quickly, turn your back. Seeing Chen Xi's bare body, Fan Yan's pretty face turned crimson, and she immediately turned around, covering her face with both hands. Hearing Fan Yan's exclamation, Chen Xi quickly grabbed a handful of hay to cover himself, awkwardly scratching his head. Don't be angry, I got up too suddenly. In fact, Chen Xi had not intended to be without clothes. First, he had just traveled through time, and his mind was still in a daze. Second, his brother had passed away too suddenly, and his sister-in-law had dressed Chen Xi in his only set of linen clothes for the burial. There was a custom in the village that regardless of how poor one was in life, they had to be buried in several garments. Otherwise, they would be looked down upon in the afterlife. Uncle, eat first, don't think about anything else. You mustn't wander around today. After she finished speaking, a hint of sorrow appeared at the corner of her mouth. This was the last bit of rice in the house. The wild vegetable patch they found in the mountain valley a few days ago, she didn't know if they could find it again with the snow sealing the mountains. She placed the wooden bowl on the ground and turned to leave, but just then, she heard a creaking sound behind her. Before she could ask, she caught a glimpse of a bare figure flashing by the window. Sister-in-law, I'm going to clear the snow now. I'll eat later. Jumping out of the window, Chen Xi rubbed a handful of snow on himself, stimulating his blood circulation. With no clothes to wear, this is the only way. Chen Xi smiled helplessly. His previous self was a fool, but this body was quite strong. Although he was only in shorts, he quickly adapted to the outside temperature. Jumping into the snow pile, he remembered where to find a wooden shovel. The heavy snow had fallen for a day and night, and at this moment, the snow depth in the courtyard had reached his knees. He cupped his hands in front of his mouth, breathed out a puff of warm air, rubbed his hands together, and swung the wooden shovel to start clearing the snow. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire courtyard was cleared of snow by Chen Xi. With a creak, he pushed open the door. Chen Xi, steaming with warmth, walked into the house. Sister-in-law, I've cleaned up all the snow in the courtyard. Fan Yin, who was still at the door worried that her uncle might catch a cold, suddenly saw Chen Xi enter the house. His body, having been through the snowstorm, was emanating a faint warmth. Fan Yan's pretty face turned crimson once again. Uncle, you, quickly go inside. Chen Xi awkwardly smiled and immediately returned to the house. Fan Yin looked back at the clean courtyard, wanting to say something, but suddenly exclaimed, This, this, you did all this? Chen Xi was a bit confused by the question, who else could have done it if not him? Just as he was warming up, the snow was already cleared. Yes, sister-in-law, I just did it. After saying this, Chen Xi suddenly remembered that his previous self was a fool and wouldn't have done such work so efficiently. But the words had already been spoken, and it was too late to regret. He could only pretend to be confused. Fan Yin was left dumbfounded. When did this foolish uncle become so capable? The entire courtyard was cleared of snow in such a short time. Is this still that fool? Uncle, come a little closer. Lean in a bit and lower your head. Fan Yin lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper, extremely nervous. Don't get the wrong idea. She didn't have any improper thoughts. She just wanted to see Chen Xi's eyes to confirm whether his illness had truly recovered. Coming. Chen Xi took a step forward, coming within less than 10 centimeters of Fan Yin. Don't be so close. Hearing this, Chen Xi remained unfazed, a sly smile flashing across his lips. At this moment, in his eyes, his sister-in-law resembled a pure neighbor girl. But she, at such a young age, had taken on the responsibilities of a wife. Fan Yin quickly raised her eyes, glanced hurriedly, and then quickly lowered her head again. After a moment, feeling she hadn't seen clearly, she raised her head again, carefully examining those clear, sparkling eyes. Fan Yin confirmed again. Your foolishness is truly gone. The two were not far apart, and a fragrant scent wafted over, making Chen Xi feel restless. He pressed down his heart, awkwardly scratching his head. After I slept last night, I felt my mind was much clearer, and I understood how it worked. Fan Yin withdrew her hands and covered her small mouth. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. After a moment, she spoke with tears in her eyes and a sobbing tone. It's good that you're not foolish anymore. It's good that you're not foolish anymore. Woo woo woo. To reduce the head tax, her family sent her to the marriage procession. Fortunately, she was chosen by a hunter after all. It was a coveted profession. At that time, she was envied by many other girls for a long time. But just after marriage and before consummation, her hunter husband died. Now, she not only became a widow, but also had to take care of a foolish uncle. She initially thought of ending it all, but if she died, the foolish uncle would have no one to rely on. Her kind heart chose to take care of the foolish uncle, and the two relied on each other to survive. With no food at home and the heavy snow blocking the mountains, she still needed to go out to dig for wild vegetables. Perhaps heaven was watching. The foolish uncle's illness had actually healed, which was truly a great fortune. It's good that you're better. It's good that you're better. Uncle, don't wander around at home. Sister-in-law will go dig for wild vegetables for you to eat. Fan Yin excitedly wiped her tears and was about to go out to dig for wild vegetables. Although her uncle's illness had healed, there was already no food in the house. This year's head tax hadn't been paid, and her uncle had no clothes to wear. The foolish uncle's recovery gave this unfortunate woman the motivation to continue living. As for the wild vegetable patch they found yesterday, with the snow sealing the mountains, she didn't know if they could find it today. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I'm fine now. It's just some food. I can handle it with my strong body. There's no dragon meat in the sky and donkey meat underground. Puffed. But the meat of the robe is still fine. After saying this, without giving Fan Yin a chance to retort, he rummaged through his memories to find the hunting bow and knife left by his brother before he passed away. Before his crossing, he was well-read in barefoot medicine and the wilderness survival skills of steel-making by hand. Isn't hunting an easy task? There's a saying, how does it go? I've been here, I've witnessed, anyway, I'm pretty awesome. Uncle, no, you just recovered from your illness. Besides, I've never seen you hunt, that I've heard old people say that hunting is very dangerous. Fan Yin nervously stopped Chen Xi, her finger gently pointing to his bare, muscular chest. No clothes. You'll freeze to death if you go outside. Fan Yan's worry was evident, fearing that her recently recovered uncle might have any accidents. Chen Xi, on the other hand, smiled mysteriously, looking around. Sister-in-law, let me tell you, I was awakened by an immortal last night, and learned some real skills. Not to mention hunting. Even weaving and embroidery would be no problem. Wait for me, I'll get you a fine fur, and we can make a fur coat that only nobles can wear. Fan Yin was so surprised that her mouth opened, as if she could fit an egg in it. If what he said was true, then her future days would have hope. Could it really be like what her brother said before he passed away? Zista hunting is naturally no problem for me, but it's too cold outside. You understand, right? You definitely understand. Fan Yin was a bit confused. What did he mean by you understand? But seeing him staring intently at her coat, she was taken aback for a moment and suddenly understood Chen Xi's meaning. Oh, you. Fan Yan's face turned red this time. All the way to her ears, one small hand covered her chest. Her face flushed as she lowered her head, twisting her body to one side, too nervous to look at Chen Xi. Chen Xi also didn't reply, just gazing at Fan Yan with desire in his eyes. He was also helpless. He had given his clothes to his brother for burial, and now there was only himself and his sister-in-law left at home. And that coat on his sister-in-law. Fan Yin heard this and struggled internally for a long time. There was only this one coat at home. It was currently on her body. If he took the coat, she would be left bare. A woman staying at home without clothes, that wouldn't be appropriate. Seeing that Chen Xi wasn't responding, Fan Yin blushed and turned her body away, facing his determined gaze. The tension in her heart snapped, and she gritted her teeth and compromised. You, don't come over. When I call you later, you can turn around then. Chen Xi obediently turned his back, and behind him came a sigh, followed by a rustling sound creak. The door to the sister-in-law's room closed, and she added, "The clothes are on the wood pile." Her voice was timid, but she didn't forget to say, "You, it's okay if you don't catch anything. Just be careful. Come back early." Chapter 2. No fear of settling accounts. Chen Xi hurriedly put on his sister-in-law's coat. It was so tight. The sleeves weren't much longer than the half sleeves he wore in his previous life, and he had to kick several times to get his thick thighs into his sister-in-law's cotton trousers. They were called cotton trousers, but there wasn't any cotton in them. They were just several layers of hemp cloth sewn together. In the summer, he would take out the inner hemp lining, and it would be another set of summer clothes. He tied a few pieces of straw rope around his waist by the stove. Chen Xi's waist was thick, and the trousers could barely be pulled up, only just covering the important parts. It was all thanks to the straw ropes tying them up. Otherwise, they would fall off while running. He moved his shoulders a bit and did a few high leg lifts. Not bad. It didn't affect his movements. He picked up the hunting bow and carefully examined it. Alas, it was still too outdated, but it could still be used for now. When conditions allowed in the future, he would definitely forge a compound bow. That way, he could hunt large beasts, and those noble furs could be exchanged for a lot of money. Thinking of the situation at home, Chen Xi's mouth twitched. They were too poor. Since he was already here, if he didn't make life better, it would be a disservice to his identity as a time traveler. He slung the hunting bow over his back, tucked a few feathers and the hunting knife his brother made before he died into his waist, and shouted before pushing open the door. "Sister-in-law, I'm leaving that come back early." "Okay." Fan Yin leaned against the earthen wall, watching Chen Xi leave through the window. Her pretty face was filled with worry. From being the envious wife of a hunter to struggling to make a living with a foolish uncle, the disparity in identity and the hardships of life could only be faced by Fan Yin alone. Fortunately, heaven was kind. Her uncle had recovered from his silly illness. She didn't ask for him to be a hunter, just hoping he would return safely. Fan Yin leaned against the earthen wall, covering herself with some dry grass, softly murmuring, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. "Uncle, you must come back safely. Sister-in-law is waiting for you." As Chen Xi walked out of the courtyard, women on the village road were already sweeping snow. Seeing Chen Xi dressed this way, everyone was momentarily stunned. Then several women put down their work and began to tease him. "Hey, Xiaoxi, why are you out, still wearing a coat? Oh, this coat looks so familiar, could it be?" Several women surrounded Chen Xi, looking him up and down, with one even reaching out to touch him. "Oh, isn't this your sister-in-law's coat? Why are you wearing it? I knew it. No wonder this coat looked so familiar. It turns out to be your sister-in-law's." "Ha ha ha. You wore your sister-in-law's coat out. Isn't your sister-in-law at home naked? And you're carrying a hunting bow. Xiaoxi, if you become a hunter in the future, the government will give you 3 wives." The women giggled, surrounding Chen Xi, making him blush. In his memory, this group of women was quite nice, but they loved to gossip. After his brother's death, his sister-in-law had been raising herself alone, and they had helped her as well. With the government at war for many years, the strong men in the village were all conscripted to the front lines. Food had also been taken away, and the common people worked hard for a bite to eat. Baishan County was surrounded by mountains, and it was still somewhat better if the people could dig up some wild vegetables to stave off hunger. It was said that in the neighboring county, there were reports of cannibalism. Everyone was poor, and they had helped his sister-in-law. The warmth of human relationships could be seen. Just as Chen Xi was about to laugh it off, a sharp and mean voice came. "Chen, go back and tell your sister-in-law to return the 5 pounds of millet she borrowed from our family a few days ago." That a woman with a face full of flesh waddled over with a broom. Now that the snow is blocking the mountains, no family has any extra food. The fleshy-faced woman stood in front of Chen Xi, giving him a cold glance. With her arms crossed over her chest, she struck a proud pose. Yulan. Now that the snow is blocking the mountains, how can Chen's sister-in-law return it to you? Wait until spring. It's not like she won't return it. Chen's sister-in-law is already struggling to take care of Xiao. Do you have no sympathy? Exactly. Does your family even need more food? Do you know what situation Chen's sister-in-law is in? What are you pushing for? Seeing that the other women were pointing their fingers at her, Gulan immediately put her hands on her hips and raised her voice. "Oh, so you all are speaking up for Chen's sister-in-law, huh? Her husband is dead. It's her fate to be a widow, but she doesn't need to pay back my millet, right? She has to support a fool, and yet she still has the right? A fool who even wore his sister-in-law's coat out. Can't you see what's going on?" As soon as Gulan said this, Chen Xi felt a surge of inexplicable anger. According to his memories, Gulan had a decent attitude towards him when his brother was still alive. After her brother's death, Gulan immediately changed her demeanor. She had lent 5 pounds of millet to her sister-in-law, but she forced herself to help chop firewood for 3 days to repay the debt, which was already settled. Now, to come and ask for debt again, does she really think I'm still the gullible fool? She even slanders my relationship with my sister-in-law. This wicked woman is truly malicious. Chen Xi wanted to step forward to teach this evil woman a lesson when he was suddenly interrupted by a loud shout. "What are you all arguing about?" Wang Matzi, hearing the commotion, walked towards the crowd with a wooden shovel on his shoulder. Seeing her man arrive, Gulan felt emboldened. "Matzi, these women are bullying me, and that fool is bullying me too." Her shrill screams carried far as Gulan pointed at Chen Xi and accused him. The fool even wore his sister-in-law's coat. Who knows what shameful things he has done at home? The women felt their momentum weaken when Wang Matzi arrived, but an older woman stood up to Yulan. "Don't speak recklessly. We all know the character of Chen's sister-in-law, and she would never have anything to do with Xiao Shi." With someone defending Chen's sister-in-law, the other women began to murmur in agreement. Exactly. Chen's sister-in-law may be poor, but she would never do such a thing. If you want to talk about the millet, just mention the millet. Why bring up family matters? Besides, shall she help your family chop wood for several days? Can't you wait until spring to repay? Seeing that even her man had arrived and those women still dared to target her, Gulan became anxious. "Matzi, quickly tear their mouths apart. How dare they contradict me?" Wang Matzi seemed to understand the situation and quickly gave Gulan a look. He had indeed forced the fool to work for them, and if he continued, he would have no reason left. "You woman, didn't I say that Chen's sister-in-law has it hard? Wait until spring to repay." As Wang Matzi spoke, he gestured for Gulan to shut up. Although the villagers were poor, they still valued their reputation. With the excuse of the 5 pounds of millet, wasn't it easy for him to bully Chen's sister-in-law? Thinking of the delicate and tender Chen's sister-in-law, Wang Matzi felt a stir in his heart. Looking at his own fat wife, he felt a wave of disgust. Go, hurry back home to cook." Gulan knew she was in the wrong and couldn't be too aggressive. She glared at the women, huffed, and turned to go home. After Gulan left, Wang Matzi walked over to Chen Xi with a grin. "Xiao Shi, where are you going?" Chen Xi cast a cold glance at Wang Matzi, feeling a surge of disgust at his playful demeanor. In the months since his brother's death, he had bullied the fool's past self and even tried to harass his sister-in-law in front of him. Fortunately, his sister-in-law had managed to avoid it in time. Otherwise, who knows what this beast would have done. He kept his debt in mind. "I'm going to find some food." As soon as Wang Matzi heard that Chen Xi was going out to look for food, he quickly hatched a plan and grinned. "I just happen to know a place. The day before yesterday, I found a wild vegetable patch up the mountain, just at Xiling. You can dig some back for your sister-in-law to eat. With the heavy snow blocking the mountain, even the wild beasts aren't coming out. It's a perfect time to dig." Xiling's name pierced Chen Xi's heart. It was the very place where his brother was killed by a bear. With such heavy snow, he was actually being tricked into going there to dig for wild vegetables. Not to mention the heavy snow blocking the mountains. That patch of wild vegetables was a feeding ground for herbivores, and nearby wild beasts would be lurking there. He was trying to kill him. What a good calculation. Okay, thank you. Chen Xi knew full well what Wang Matzi was plotting, but he still pretended to be foolish and agreed. Seeing Chen Xi so obedient, Wang Matzi became even more excited. First, he would get rid of this fool, and then that delicate sister-in-law would be at his mercy. Lending her a bit of grain, he wouldn't even have to marry her and could still sleep with her. With one less head tax to pay, he could also relieve his desires. Thinking of this, Wang Matzi grinned widely. All right, go ahead. Chen Xi greeted the few women who had spoken up for him and trudged through the heavy snow into the mountains. Looking at the vast, white, snow-covered mountains, Chen Xi's expression gradually hardened. First, he needed to solve the immediate problems of food and clothing. As for settling accounts with Wang Matzi, he would take his time. Chapter 3. Hey, silly roe deer. Chen Xi trudged through the snow to the foot of the mountain and found a sunny slope to climb up. Due to the north wind blowing during the snowfall, the snow on the sunny slope was not deep, but in the dip of the mountain. It was estimated to be at least 2 meters deep. As for the wild vegetable field mentioned by Wang Matzi at Zidling, he definitely intended to go there. But it was not to dig for wild vegetables. Who could dig for them in 2 meters of snow? At least Chen Xi could not do it for now. He had previously helped his brother carry prey here, so he was quite familiar with the routes in this mountain forest. Being familiar with the routes undoubtedly saved him a lot of trouble. Otherwise, in the vast white mountains, it would be hard to tell the direction. Following the sunny slope to the mountain peak, Chen Xi breathed a few light breaths. To be honest, this body was really strong. Trudging through heavy snow from the foot of the mountain to the peak was at least 5 kilometers. He reached the top in less than half an hour. And this physical quality would definitely be at the Olympic athlete level in the future. After catching his breath, the sunlight shone on the snow, reflecting blindingly. Chen Xi raised one hand to his eyebrows, looking around to see if there were any traces of prey nearby. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, a series of loud noises came from a distance as a large area of pine trees was snapped by the heavy snow. Due to the dense pine branches, which bore the entire weight of the snow, the trunks broke off at the roots and collapsed under the snow. Oh! Seeing the pine trees broken by the snow, Chen Xi knew his luck had come. As a top wilderness survival expert, Chen Xi quickly caught the scent of prey. The area of broken pine trees must have tree holes. Otherwise, they wouldn't break so easily. Since there were tree holes, then there would be. Chen Xi's eyes lit up with a grin, and he quickly headed towards the pine forest. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Xi trudged through knee-deep snow and arrived at the pine forest. In front of him, a large number of pine trees had collapsed, and Chen Xi began to check the breakage points one by one. It didn't take long for him to find a tree hole. A pine tree thick enough for an adult to embrace had broken, and the trunk was hollow in the middle, with faint squeaking sounds coming from inside. Chen Xi quietly approached, gently peeking into the tree hole. He saw a squirrel trying to save its nest. In its little paws, it was holding a large nut. When the squirrel saw someone approaching, its small eyes widened in surprise, momentarily frozen in place. Still eating, huh? Here we come. Chen Xi chuckled, easily flicking the nut from the squirrel's paws and then grabbing the squirrel in his hand. Holding the plump little squirrel, Chen Xi's heart was filled with joy. It was still a rare red squirrel with a long, deep red tail. The deep red tail shimmered under the sunlight. This soft fur felt comparable to a mink coat in the future. When he left the house earlier, he saw other women wearing felt hats. But his sister-in-law did not have one. He remembered that she went out every day to dig for wild vegetables, and when she returned, her ears were all red from the cold. The wild vegetable porridge was always eaten by her first, and only what was left was for her. Thinking of this, Chen Xi felt a pang in his heart. Now that I have crossed over, I will not allow my sister-in-law to go hungry anymore. He silently vowed. What others have, we must have too. I will save up to make a hat for my sister-in-law. With a firm squeeze of his fingers, the squirrel died in an instant. He tucked the squirrel into the grass rope around his waist and began to collect the spoils. To be honest, this squirrel's nest had quite a bit of stock. Pine nuts, nuts, chestnuts, and some mature corn. Chen Xi used branches to weave a simple basket and packed all the loot into it. He then began to look for the next target. Half an hour passed as he searched through all the tree holes of the broken pine trees. The basket was full, and he weighed it in his hand, satisfied. It weighed about 5 to 6 pounds. Along with the 7 squirrels at his waist, it was enough for himself and his sister-in-law to have several hearty meals. Although 7 squirrels were not enough to make a hat, at least they could wrap around her ears first to prevent them from freezing. He could save up for the remaining top part later. A beautiful squirrel hat was gradually taking shape in Chen Xi's mind. He stood up and identified the direction once more, then headed down the mountain, suddenly turning west. He wanted to go west because he had already discovered animal tracks beneath his feet, pointing directly to Xideling. One reason was to try his luck. The other reason was to observe the animal tracks at Xideling and to know what animals were nearby. After spending half an hour, Chen Xi successfully reached the ridge of Xideling. Climbing up a dead tree, he looked around and found quite a few animal tracks. However, they were all traces of small animals like wild chickens and hares. It seemed there were no ferocious beasts nearby. Otherwise, those wild chickens and hares would not dare to come out. After observing for a while, Chen Xi's eyes suddenly lit up. In the distance, a patch of snow was suddenly heaved up, with an unknown animal digging for something inside. Chen Xi pulled out his hunting bow from behind and knocked an arrow onto the bowstring. Although the arrow was knocked, he did not rush to shoot. He wanted to observe what animal it was to ensure a fatal shot. Otherwise, if it didn't hit a vital spot, a wounded prey would desperately flee. In such deep snow, it would take a lot of effort to chase after it. Moreover, arrows were precious. If he couldn't catch the prey, losing an arrow stuck in an animal would be a waste. Once he solved the food and clothing issue, he would have to make his own arrows in the future. The shooting accuracy and power would be much better than now. Chen Xi was very patient. The small snow mound in the distance kept heaving up, not revealing its shape for a long time. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour later that the creature finally showed its head. Huh, what did I think it was? It turned out to be a wild hare, but this hare was larger than the average ones. It was plump all over, with 2 big ears twitching as it cautiously observed its surroundings for a while before burying its head back into the snow to dig for something. Now's the time. Chen Xi firmly locked onto the position of the hare's head, bending his bow and knocking an arrow. At this close distance, he was confident he could hit his target. The hare in his sights gradually enlarged, resembling a scope, focusing in his eyes bit by bit. Taking a deep breath and holding it, he adapted to the rhythm of his heartbeat, drawing the hunting bow to a full moon. Chen Xi squinted his eyes into a narrow line, suddenly opening them wide. Now's the time. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow slicing through the air rang out. Since Chen Xi was in the tree, the arrow had a direct trajectory, plunging straight into the snow mound where the hare was. Thud! The snow mound shook slightly and then fell silent. He hit it. Chen Xi leaped down from the tree and quickly trudged through the snow to his prey. The arrow had sunk into the snow mound, and Chen Xi pulled it out. The arrowhead had already pierced through the plump hare's skull. He got it. He withdrew the arrow and drew out the hunting knife at his waist, quickly bleeding and skinning the hare. Why do this? Because his sister-in-law's coat was small and her waist and navel were still exposed. He needed the hare skin to keep warm. Although this body had good physical quality, it shouldn't be squandered. The navel was in the front, and the kidneys were in the back. Losing either to the cold would not do. With quick and nimble hands, he removed the hare skin and placed it on his lower back, then tied it tight with grass rope. Since the hare had just died, its fur still retained warmth, providing a soothing warmth to his lower back. Chen Xi let out a comfortable long breath. The kidneys were a big deal. He had heard that in ancient times, one could have multiple wives. Whether he would need them later was another story, but his kidneys had to be strong. As for the navel in front, he would leave it to fate. If it froze, it would be a minor issue, but the kidneys could not be compromised. Looking at the hare's body, which still had a thick layer of fat around the edges, Chen Xi's heart bloomed with joy again. This was hair fat, a good thing. With hair fat, his sister-in-law's cracked little hands would have some protection. Although it couldn't compare to modern hand creams, it could still alleviate the problem. Otherwise, the cracks on sister-in-law's hands will surely get frostbite and inflammation in this harsh winter. Every time I think of sister-in-law using her cracked hands to bring me wild vegetable porridge, I feel heartbroken. Such a kind woman, born in this chaotic era, truly faces an unfair fate. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Since I am here, everything will get better. I need to change locations with a wild rabbit tucked at my waist. This spot already has the smell of wild rabbit blood, and nearby prey won't come this way. Chen Xi continued to wade through the snow, coming down from the ridge, step by step heading west towards the lower part of the ridge where the snow was shallower. Just as he reached the bottom of the ridge, Chen Xi suddenly felt that something was watching him. This was an instinct developed from years of surviving in the wild. A feeling of being targeted by prey quickly spread throughout his body. Could it be a bear? As soon as Chen Xi thought of this, his scalp tingled. His brother had died at the hands of a bear, and now it was targeting him? With his current equipment, he couldn't possibly be a match for a bear. In such deep snow, he couldn't outrun one. Gripping the hunting knife tightly, Chen Xi trembled his lips and tried to look in the direction of the danger. This glance was startling. Chen Xi was first taken aback, then broke into a smile. Ha, it's you. About 100 meters away, a roe deer was staring at Chen Xi in the snow. The silly roe deer blinked its big eyes, staring at Chen Xi without blinking. Its foolish eyes filled with curiosity. Chen Xi grinned. Hee hee, silly roe deer. Chapter 4. Where the heart is at peace is my home. Chen Xi stood there, and the silly roe deer stood there too. The two of them stared at each other for a long time, both feeling curious about the other. Chen Xi was envious of the roe deer's shiny fur, while the silly deer might have been thinking, why is this fool staring at me like that? The two silly beings continued to gaze at each other. In the end, Chen Xi lost the battle, plopping down onto the ground with a thud. It was already late morning, and he hadn't eaten the meal he had prepared for himself, leaving it for his sister-in-law instead. He knew that it was the last of the wild vegetables at home that she had used to make him a bowl of vegetable porridge. Chen Xi didn't want to eat, nor could he. Now that he was here, as a man, he should bear the heavy burdens of the family. That was what he thought, but at this moment, his stomach was growling with hunger. He took out some pine nuts from his basket and started to eat. Seeing Chen Xi sitting on the ground, the roe deer felt quite pleased with itself. It proudly lifted its head and nudged its mouth toward Chen Xi, as if to say, "Look, you didn't outsmart me." Chen Xi ignored it, chewing on the nuts in his mouth, grabbing a handful of snow to shove into his mouth along with the nuts and swallow. He knew that the silly roe deer wouldn't run away. It was the most foolish creature in the mountains, bar none. If you got up to chase it, it would run. When you couldn't chase it anymore, it would stop and watch you. You would chase again, and it would run again. You would stop, and it would stop too. It could drive you mad. Chen Xi was gathering his strength because this silly roe deer was exactly what he needed right now. He planned to use its tendons to make a hunting snare, while also hunting for game in the mountains. The fur would be used to make a blanket for his sister-in-law. As for her coat, Chen Xi didn't think much of this roe deer. His sister-in-law's coat had to be of the highest quality. Thinking of the top-quality coat, he wondered if there were any wild leopards in these mountains. Imagine his sister-in-law wearing a leopard print outfit. TSK. First, he had to deal with the silly roe deer in front of him, and the rest could wait. With a goal in mind, Chen Xi carefully observed the roe deer. Its meat could be sold for money to buy himself some clothes. He couldn't always wear his sister-in-law's coat while hunting. If he took her coat, she would be left at home waiting for him in the cold. That wouldn't he do. He pinched the thin coat he was wearing. It was only early winter, and such a thin coat wouldn't last through the long, cold winter. Chen Xi's eyes turned red. He had to put the thickest coat from the county on his sister-in-law first. Then he could address the issue of the noblewoman's fur coat. With one final effort, he swallowed the last piece of nut, and with food in his stomach, his body quickly regained its strength. Shooting arrows was out of the question. Although the silly roe deer was foolish, it had already noticed him, and he wouldn't be able to hit it with an arrow. He could only waste his arrows. With snow so deep, how could he find an arrow buried in it? A compound bow and reinforced arrows had to be prioritized. Feeling refreshed, Chen Xi swallowed the nuts and slowly stood up. The silly roe deer, seeing Chen Xi get up, quickly assumed a defensive posture. Its muscles tensed, ready to flee at any moment. Chen Xi buried all his belongings, including the branch basket, in the snow. He stuck a twig in the snow as a marker and began to stretch his arms and legs. "Come on, I heard you can run pretty well, right? What a coincidence, I'm good at running too." He slung his hunting bow over his shoulder and gripped his hunting knife. Exhaling, Chen Xi gestured towards the silly roe deer. "Let us go." With both feet pushing off, he sprang up from the snow like a cheetah. Seeing Chen Xi move, the silly roe deer also sprang up its legs kicking off the ground. Just like that, the two of them, one person and one silly roe deer, began a cross-country race in this desolate area, where the snow reached half a meter deep. If it were summer, there was no way Chen Xi could catch up to the silly roe deer. But this was early winter, and the depth of the snow was just right. What followed was a test of endurance. Chen Xi gritted his teeth. The gear he had along with his sister-in-law's coat was all on this silly roe deer. The silly roe deer was also puzzled. I'm not wearing anything either. Why are you chasing me? Your sister-in-law is bare, and so am I. Why are you chasing me? One person and one beast frolicked in this snowy mountain. Within a 5-mile radius, crows flew about, startling countless wild chickens. A few wild rabbits poked their heads out from the snowdrifts, dumbfounded as they watched the chase between the person and the beast, jumping up and down. It ran. He chased. It had no wings to fly. For a moment, the West Cliff Ridge was in chaos, bustling with activity. Half an hour later, Chen Xi, with red eyes, leaned against a small tree, gasping for breath. The silly roe deer was not in good shape either. Its exhaled breath formed a white mist. But it would run far, still curiously watching Chen Xi from a distance of about 50 meters. 9 rests had passed. Huff, huff. 9 is enough. Huff, huff. Today, I will definitely pin you down. Chen Xi panted, beads of sweat evaporating and creating mist on his forehead. His teeth were grinding audibly. Although he had already understood this creature, its stubbornness still made Chen Xi grit his teeth in anger. Damn it, this is too infuriating. Even if we perish together today, I will catch you first and give you a good beating. The silly roe deer was also not to be outdone. It thought, you have quite a bit of stamina. Although it was also panting heavily, it was not willing to back down. Looking up at Chen Xi, it seemed to say, hey, come play. Seeing the silly roe deer's attitude nearly made Chen Xi explode. I'll fight you. One person and one beast officially began a 10-round battle. If drones existed in this era, one would see 2 dark figures jumping around in the snow, dodging left and right. 2 absolute beasts. Because it was a person, there was no way to have that kind of stamina. Another half an hour passed. The silly roe deer could no longer hold on. It found a big snowdrift, used its last bit of strength to leap up, and buried its head deep in the snow. You can't see me, you can't see me. Chen Xi staggered over. Also using his last bit of strength, leaping up and delivering a solid kick to the silly roe deer's rear. Bang! The flesh on the silly roe deer's backside wobbled, but remained motionless, playing dead. Chen Xi exhaled a few heavy breaths, struggling to get up. His eyes were bloodshot, gritting his teeth in extreme anger, without a second thought. Bang! 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 He gave the silly roe deer's exposed backside a good beating. The silly roe deer buried its head in the snow, remaining completely still. You can be strong, but I can play dead. Beat. Hit harder. As long as I don't die, I'll just play dead. Chen Xi vented his anger on the silly roe deer's backside. Ugh, fury. Chen Xi hit for a full 15 minutes before finally reaching into the snowdrift, grabbing the silly roe deer's ear and lifting it up. With the other hand holding the hunting knife, he let out a puff of air. First, he needed to let some blood out. This thing was too heavy, easily weighing 60 to 70 pounds. Any bit of weight he could reduce was a win. After draining enough blood, Chen Xi lay on the snow for a quarter of an hour to regain some strength. He glanced at the sun, which was about to set. He needed to hurry back, otherwise his sister-in-law would be worried. His sister-in-law was home alone and couldn't go out to look for him. With the silly roe deer slung over his shoulder, Chen Xi returned to the spot where he had marked. He hung all the spoils on himself, checked his direction, and started heading home. Today marked his first hunting trip since arriving in this ancient society. The harvest was surprisingly good. 7 squirrels, a fat rabbit, half a basket of pine nuts, and some corn. The biggest gain was still the silly roe deer on his shoulder. A sense of accomplishment filled Chen Xi, making him beam with joy. As the sun set and the moon rose, the moonlight spilled onto the snow, and in the moonlight, one could still see the crystalline particles on the ice and snow. The stars twinkled, the silver moon and white snow painted a dreamlike scene. The most beautiful fairy tale could hardly compare to this. Breath like smoke, dispersing into the air. So beautiful. Looking at the stars and the snowy scene in front of him, Chen Xi seemed to forget his troubles. In the distance, wisps of smoke rose from a small village. and occasionally a few households with better conditions lit up flickering candle flames. Let's go home. Home. For Chen Xi, it was both distant and unfamiliar. As an orphan in his previous life, he had a vague concept of home. There was a passage in a book from his past life, "Wherever my heart finds peace." That is my hometown. But for Chen Xi, wherever there are loved ones, that is home. The worldly splendor of 1,000 lights cannot compare to the fragrance of a fire in the kitchen. He licked his lips and then smiled with intoxication. I miss the wild vegetable porridge made by my sister-in-law. Chen Xi shouldered a roe deer and carried a basket, with a string of game hanging at his waist, and walked to the village, pushing open the courtyard door and arriving in front of the house. Clearing his throat, he was about to shout, "Sister-in-law, I'm home," but he heard a sharp scream from inside the house. Don't come over, don't come over." Then a lewd male voice followed. "What are you doing naked in the house, if not trying to seduce me? Your silly little uncle is so late coming back. Just like your dead husband, probably bitten to death by a bear. Ha ha ha. As long as you give yourself to me, you won't have to pay back those 5 pounds of millet." Hearing that disgusting voice, Chen Xi felt his hair stand on end with anger. Damn it, Wang Matzi. Chapter 5. Zhang Baoquan, the Protector Bang. With a kick, Chen Xi kicked open the door. His eyes were red, and the scene before him drove him to the peak of rage. Fan Yin was cornered by Wang Matzi, trembling in fear as she hid in a haystack. The fire in the stove was still burning, and water in the pot was boiling, along with a bowl of wild vegetable porridge from the morning. It was clear that even if his sister-in-law was naked, she wanted to boil water for herself. Chen Xi originally intended to leave that bowl of porridge for her, but she hadn't eaten, waiting for him to return. How could such a virtuous and kind woman be bullied by Wang Matzi? Damn it! Are you even human? Wang Matzi was threatening Fan Yin when the door was suddenly kicked open, and he became agitated. Which bastard dared to ruin his good deed? Having been dominant in the village for so long, he wanted to see who it was today. He turned around abruptly and was stunned to see a furious Chen Xi carrying something on his shoulder. You weren't supposed to be dead from the bear bite." Chen Xi didn't waste time talking to him, grabbing the hind legs of the silly roe deer and swinging it like a sack, smashing it down hard on Wang Matzi. Bang! The hefty body of a roe deer crashed into Wang Matzi, sending both of them tumbling into the haystack. Chen Xi, do you dare to hit me? Wang Matzi, dizzy from the blow, spat out some dry grass while continuing to curse. He knew Chen Xi's temperament well. Even though he was a fool, he was the kind who was honest and simple. Who would dare to hit someone? Has the world turned upside down today? Chen Xi's eyes were bloodshot. Did you really think I was still that fool? How dare you bully my sister-in-law? Even if the king of heaven came today, it wouldn't matter. I will definitely kick you to death. At that moment, his anger had eroded his reason, and he stepped forward to stomp on Wang Matzi's groin. Isn't this the root of all evil? Today I will cripple you. Bang, bang, bang. Fan Yin was stunned when she saw Chen Xi come in and knock down Wang Matzi. Then she was shocked. Immediately, she started to frantically stomp on Wang Matzi. But then her heart tightened. Uncle, don't. But at this moment, the enraged Chen Xi couldn't hear her words. Wang Matzi was desperately covering his groin, howling in agony. Chen Xi couldn't reach his groin, so out of anger, he stomped his foot hard on Wang Matzi's belly. Bang! I'll let you bully my sister-in-law. Bang! I'll let you bully my sister-in-law. Wang Matzi was stomped into a daze, letting out terrifying cries. Uncle, please stop. Fan Yin couldn't care less and hugged Chen Xi's thigh tightly, her exposed body disregarded. Uncle, please stop or someone will die. Hearing his sister-in-law's heart-wrenching cries, Chen Xi gradually regained his senses. Seeing her naked with only some hay covering her important parts, he quickly took off his coat to cover her and asked urgently, Sister-in-law, did this beast bully you? Oh, Uncle, I hid in the haystack when I heard footsteps. Well, he didn't bully me. Once Chen Xi heard that his sister-in-law hadn't been bullied, he finally relaxed. Fan Yin still clutched Chen Xi's thigh tightly, fearing that he might angrily stomp Wang Matzi to death. If a person died and the authorities came to investigate, Uncle would definitely be executed. Even if not executed, he would be sent to the army, and many people from the village had been conscripted, with no one ever returning alive. Uncle, listen to your sister-in-law. Don't hit him. Fan Yin, with a choked voice, desperately tried to persuade Chen Xi. At this moment, Chen Xi gradually regained his calm. His previous anger almost led to a catastrophe. He pointed at Wang Matzi. "Beast, kneel and apologize to my sister-in-law. Otherwise, I will kill you today." Wang Matzi, holding his groin, felt a sharp pain below. He crawled toward the door, and seeing that Chen Xi was being persuaded by Fan Yin, he instantly gained confidence. A fool is still a fool. Do you dare to kill someone? An idea flashed in his mind, and he shouted outside. "Someone is dead. Someone is dead. The fool wants to kill someone. The fool and sister-in-law are having an affair, and I caught them wanting to kill, to silence me." As soon as these shouts went out, neighbors from the village rushed over to see what was happening. Some were holding hoes, others wooden shovels. And soon they surrounded Chen Xi's small courtyard tightly. Seeing the villagers had arrived, Wang Matzi felt even more emboldened. "Everyone come and see. The fool and sister-in-law are having an affair and want to kill someone." Villagers poured into the house and saw Chen Xi standing by the haystack with red eyes. Fan Yin was wearing a coat on her upper body, hiding in the haystack below, holding on to Chen Xi's thigh tightly. Wang Matzi trembled as he pointed at the two, constantly shouting about the uncle and sister-in-law having an affair and wanting to kill someone. Immediately, some villagers who didn't understand the situation stood up to accuse. "Chen Xi, how could you be such a bastard? That is your sister-in-law. And you, Fan Yin, you shameless woman, your man just died, and you're flirting with your brother-in-law. Ha! You have no shame. They should be arrested and reported to the authorities. Such a shameless woman should be drowned in a pig cage. Yes, this shameless woman has violated the morals and ethics." Faced with the villagers' accusations, Fan Yin hoarsely tried to explain, "No, it's not like that." Fan Yin's voice was hoarse from crying, and she immediately pointed at Wang Matzi, shouting, "It's him." Tears streamed down Fan Yin's face as she looked at the villagers with hopeful eyes, desperately explaining, "He took advantage of my uncle not being home and came in to bully me. Fortunately, my uncle returned in time, otherwise, oh." At this point, Fan Yin could no longer continue. She was already crying uncontrollably. If it weren't for Chen Xi returning in time, she would have been humiliated by Wang Matzi, with only death left to preserve her reputation. "You shameless woman, spouting nonsense. When have I, Wang Matzi, ever bullied anyone in the village? Clearly, it was you and your uncle having an affair that I caught. That fool even wanted to kill to silence me." Wang Matzi was drenched in cold sweat from Fan Yin's words. If the matter was exposed, he would truly have no good end. Although the village chief was his brother-in-law, if the matter spread, he couldn't protect himself. Wang Matzi could only run down one path, desperately framing and slandering them. "Wang Matzi, you're lying." At that moment, a few children from among the villagers squeezed out from between the adults. One slightly older child pointed at Wang Matzi with a childish voice. "Just now, I was building a snowman with Xiaoluzi and the others at the village entrance, and I saw the fool carrying a big roe deer passing by. He even had a few pretty squirrels tucked into his waist." The child's father immediately covered the child's mouth and warned sternly, "Xiaoluzi, don't talk nonsense. This is adult business, and children shouldn't interrupt." Xiaoluzi broke free from his father's hand and continued, "Dad, I'm not lying. Xiaoluzi and they can all testify. We followed the fool over, and we're hoping to get some meat to eat. Yes, Xiaoluzi is right. We wanted to eat meat, and all came together." Xiaoluzi and several children of similar age echoed in unison to testify for Xiaoluzi. After the children finished speaking, the villagers looked at each other, momentarily at a loss. If what Xiaoluzi said was true, then they had indeed wronged Chen Xi and his sister-in-law. Xiaoluzi's father again covered his mouth, trembling in fear. How could this child be so clueless? Wang Matzi's brother-in-law is the village chief. Can we afford to offend such a person? He then forced a smile and explained to Wang Matzi. Children's words shouldn't be taken seriously. Wang Matzi glared, his tone filled with threats. "You little brats, get aside. Are you asking for a beating by lying about me?" The children were frightened by Wang Matzi's fierce demeanor and immediately hid behind the adults, lowering their heads and not daring to make a sound. Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" What are you all making a fuss about? A scolding voice came from the crowd, and the villagers automatically made way. The village head, Zhang Baoquan, wearing a deerskin coat, swayed his hefty body into the room. Seeing his brother-in-law arrive, Wang Matsi, ignoring the pain in his groin, got up and moved a wooden stool over, obsequiously placing it behind Zhang Baoquan. "Please sit, brother-in-law, please sit." Zhang Baoquan shot a glance at Little Tiger's father and sat down carelessly. "Mind your child's mouth. Don't go around spreading rumors." Yes, you're right, village head. "I'll make sure to discipline this child." Little Tiger's father hurriedly kicked his child a few times, standing obediently behind Zhang Baoquan, not daring to move. Seeing his brother-in-law standing up for him, Wang Matsi felt even more confident. He quickly found a wooden bowl, carefully wiped it with his sleeve, and then scooped a bowl of hot water from the big pot. Afraid his brother-in-law would burn himself, he thoughtfully blew on it a little and bent down to hand it over with both hands. "Brother-in-law, what brings you here? It's a cold day. Have some hot water to warm yourself up." Zhang Baoquan took the wooden bowl, sipped a mouthful, then crossed his legs and stared at Chen Xi, saying, "Now, tell me, what happened?" Chen Xi felt a wave of nausea at the sight of the village head's actions. The village was so poor, yet he was flaunting his big belly and wearing a deerskin coat. And Wang Matsi's sycophantic demeanor, birds of a feather. Chen Xi stood up straight and said in a deep voice, "Wang Matsi tried to bully my sister-in-law while I was away, and I caught him and gave him a beating. Village head, should he kneel down and apologize, or should we report him to the authorities?" Fan Yin was startled by this and gently pinched Chen Xi's thigh, her eyes full of pleading as she looked at him. Wang Matsi and the village head were relatives. She didn't dare hope for an apology from Wang Matsi. It would be best if the matter could be resolved. Nonsense. Clearly, you two are having an affair. I will immediately have you both taken to the county office for detention. As soon as Zhang Baoquan said this, a stir went through the villagers. It seemed that the Chun family was done for. Chapter 6. Wang Maji kneels and kowtows. After Zhang Baoquan finished speaking, a brave villager stepped forward with a rope, intending to bind Chen Xi. Fan Yin, hiding in a haystack, felt as if thunder had struck her. It didn't matter if she died, but she would also drag her uncle down with her. She felt guilty towards her uncle, guilty towards the Chun family. The Chen family would die out. Originally, she had fantasized about her uncle recovering from his illness and working hard to find a wife for him to continue the family line. But that beautiful fantasy was shattered in an instant. The heart-wrenching pain made Fan Yin wish for death. No, absolutely not. I must take all the blame upon myself. Even if it means being submerged in a pig cage, it doesn't matter. I must ensure my uncle's life is preserved. Fan Yin made up her mind to admit that she had seduced her younger brother-in-law, to confess that she was a shameless woman. Everything was unrelated to her uncle. Just as Fan Yin was determined to take all the blame, a voice suddenly boomed in the room. "Who says we committed adultery? Fan Yin is my Chen Xi's legally wedded wife." As soon as Chen Xi said this, everyone was shocked, including the smug Wang Maji and the cunning Zhang Baoquan. You're talking nonsense. When did you marry my sister-in-law? We didn't know anything about it." Wang Maji's voice was sharp. He didn't want Chen Xi to turn the tables at this critical moment. The government indeed had regulations that allowed a younger brother to remarry his deceased brother's wife. So Chen Xi's statement was plausible. But if he could make it work, then he couldn't explain himself. After all, he was in someone else's home when the man wasn't there. He had no justification. Wang Maji's legs trembled unconsciously. He had no other choice but to stubbornly argue. Wang Maji is right. When did this fool marry his sister-in-law? We all don't know. At this moment, Xiao Huzi's father also stepped forward to speak for Wang Maji. His son had already offended Wang Maji, and Zhang Baoquan had shot him a glare. If he didn't stand up for Wang Maji now, he would definitely be held accountable later. Xiao Huzi's father not only spoke for himself, but also rallied a few other villagers to join him. The government has regulations. Fools cannot marry. A fool's children are still fools, wasting food for nothing. Don't you all agree? Yes. What wife would a fool marry? Don't think you can use marrying your sister-in-law as an excuse. Just let us bind you and send you to the authorities. Seeing the villagers speaking up for him, Wang Maji's legs stopped shaking, and he felt more confident. You think you can fight me? You, a fool, aren't qualified. Fan Yin was now in despair. She knew Chen Xi's purpose in saying this was merely to protect his own reputation. She didn't blame Chen Xi at all. In fact, when he said that she was his legally wedded wife, a strong wave of emotion surged in her heart, filling her with a sense of happiness at being protected by her man. But it was too late to say anything. She still intended to take all the blame upon herself. It would be her final compensation for her uncle. Uncle, you must live well. Your sister-in-law will bless you from below. Just as Fan Yin was about to speak up again to take all the blame, her small hand was suddenly grasped by a large hand. The warmth from the palm reignited her dying heart. Looking up, she saw Chen Xi's handsome face smiling at her, gently nodding his head. In an instant, a strong sense of security enveloped her. What is Uncle doing? Just as Fan Yin was lost in this powerful feeling of safety, Chen Xi spoke again. Wait, who says I'm a fool? With a thud, Chen Xi tossed the roe deer from behind him into the center of the room. He then threw out a skinless wild rabbit, which was tied with grass rope and still had 7 squirrels attached. Who says I'm a fool? Which fool can hunt so many prey in one day? The villagers who wanted to bind Chen Xi were instantly dumbfounded. They looked at each other. Yeah, which fool can catch so many prey? Squirrels, wild rabbits, and even a big roe deer. Not to mention a fool. Even we normal men couldn't possibly catch so much prey in a day. Wang Maji was also stunned, staring blankly at the roe deer on the ground. Was I hit by this thing earlier? At that moment, feeling guilty and distracted by the interference, he noticed the roe deer in the haystack. Wang Maji touched his neck and pulled out a tuft of roe deer fur. Feeling embarrassed, he squeezed it in his hand, and an ominous premonition arose. Yes, Xiaoxi is no longer a fool. We saw him carrying a hunting bow to hunt this morning. A woman stepped out from the crowd. It was Aunt Zhang, who had helped Chen Xi speak this morning. Aunt Zhang pushed away the woman who tried to grab her and took a deep breath to continue. This morning, we watched Xiaoxi go up the mountain to hunt. He was seen by the village kids, including Xiao Huzi, when he came back with his prey. Children can't lie, and everyone just heard it. So, Xiaoxi is not a fool anymore. He can hunt, so marrying a wife is normal. After Aunt Zhang finished speaking, she glanced back at the other women who had teased Chen Xi this morning. Those women hesitated for a moment, but finally gathered the courage to step forward. Aunt Zhang is right. We all saw Xiaoxi go hunting this morning. If Xiaoxi can hunt, then it's normal for him to marry a wife. Yes, Xiaoxi is not a fool at all. Which of you men in the village could catch a roe deer? If Xiaoxi were a fool, then you men wouldn't even be able to compare to a fool. The group of women boldly defended Chen Xi, and the male villagers all turned red, unable to lift their heads. Indeed, the only hunter in the village was Brother Chen Xi. But Brother Chen Xi is dead, not to mention a roe deer. They couldn't even catch a wild chicken. 1, they lacked hunting tools. 2, they lacked hunting skills. Wild boars and ferocious beasts often harmed crops and livestock, and it was Brother Chen Xi who helped drive them away. When it came to hunting, they truly didn't have that ability. After the women finished speaking, the room fell silent. Wang Maji was sweating profusely. He just realized that Chen Xi was indeed different now. He used to struggle to speak and wouldn't dare to fight back. Now he could speak so well that Wang Maji was left speechless. Have you all finished? A stern voice rang out as Zhang Baoquan squinted and stood up from the wooden bench. The women fell silent upon seeing the village chief stand. Zhang Baoquan scanned the crowd, pausing briefly in front of Aunt Zhang and the other women before shifting his gaze away. Feeling the chief's unfriendly gaze, the women lowered their heads and retreated, but Aunt Zhang stood her ground. So what if he is not a fool? Just because he is not a fool, can he hit people? Look at what he has done to Wang Maji. Zhang Baoquan lifted Wang Maji's shirt, revealing a large footprint on his bright red belly for everyone to see. Chen Xi, let's not talk about your marrying your sister-in-law for now. How do you explain hitting someone? Chen Xi first glanced gratefully at Aunt Zhang and the other women, then turned to look at Zhang Baoquan. His voice was clear and neither servile nor overbearing. My brother was bitten by a bear and entrusted my sister-in-law to me when he returned home. He commanded my sister-in-law to marry me as my wife, to continue the Chen family line. It was my elder brother's dying wish, and I, as the younger brother, cannot refuse. My sister-in-law has also agreed to my brother. From the day my brother died, Fan Yin has been my Chen Xi's wife. and we will remain together until old age." As Chen Xi spoke, he stepped on the roe deer, continuing in a loud voice. As for hitting someone, it was entirely because Wang Maji coveted my wife's beauty and attempted to humiliate her while I was not at home. According to our great imperial laws, forcibly occupying another man's wife will result in light punishment of exile and heavy punishment of execution. I didn't kill him. I showed mercy. Chen Xi squinted his eyes and leaned in closer, his gaze like lightning as he stared directly at Zhang Baoquan. "Village chief, what do you think about this matter?" Zhang Baoquan also narrowed his eyes and fixed his stare on Chen Xi, and it seemed as if sparks were flying in the air. After 10 breaths, Zhang Baoquan suddenly burst into laughter and clapped Chen Xi's shoulder twice with force. "Well done, beautifully done." He turned his head to Wang Matzi, apologized to him. Wang Matzi trembled, gasping for breath, knowing that his brother-in-law was protecting himself. Otherwise, if the matter reached the authorities, it would be a big trouble. "Chen Xi, I was wrong. I apologize to you." Seeing Wang Matzi's cowardly demeanor, Chen Xi snorted with laughter. "What did I just say?" He pointed at Wang Matzi's disgusting face. "I said you should kneel and bow your head to apologize to my wife. Have you forgotten?" Wang Matzi saw that Chen Xi was not letting go and, unsure of what to do, turned to Zhang Baoquan to see what his brother-in-law meant. Zhang Baoquan was looking up at the beam and didn't even glance at him. Wang Matzi felt despair inside. It seemed he had completely lost face today. Thud! Wang Matzi knelt before Fan Yin and knocked his head on the ground. "Sister-in-law Chen, Wang Matzi, apologize to you. Please forgive me this once." Wang Matzi knelt down, and all the villagers present gasped in shock. Did he really kneel? Not only did he kneel, but he also bowed to sister-in-law Chen. Am I seeing things? Is this still the same Wang Matzi who terrorized the village? The sudden turn of events left everyone staring at Chen Xi in disbelief. With just his words, he forced the village chief to compromise. And Wang Matzi knelt down to apologize. Is this really that fool? Some villagers with quick minds were even starting to think about how to win Chen Xi's favor. Not only was he skilled at hunting, but he also had a clear mind and spoke piercingly. When did such a person come out of Wowo village? Fan Yin, lacking pants, awkwardly waved her hands from behind a haystack. Wang Matzi, don't say any more. Just don't continue to harass us. All right, thank you, sister-in-law Chen. Once Wang Matzi finished his apology, Zhang Baoquan moved his stiff neck. Well, now that your matter with Wang Matzi is settled, let's talk about your hunting business. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi fixed a hostile gaze on Zhang Baoquan, knowing there was more to come. He wanted to see what trick Zhang Baoquan could pull. According to our great Yu law, hunters in the village must submit a tax register to the county. Each hunter must marry at least 3 wives and pay 3 head taxes. Since you are also a hunter and your brother married your sister-in-law to you, you're responsible for paying her head tax. There are a total of 4 head taxes for the hunter registration, including your 3 wives and yourself. You must submit the tax register tomorrow, and I will send the remaining 2 wives to you with a wedding party. Next month is the deadline for paying the head tax. Zhang Baoquan pointed at Chen Xi, his eyes filled with mockery. Prepare the silver. If you can't pay the tax, you might be sent to the army. All right, everyone disperse and go home to sleep. After Zhang Baoquan finished speaking, he turned and left, while a group of villagers behind him either gossiped with glee or shook their heads and sighed as they dispersed. Aunt Zhang watched Zhang Baoquan leave and turn her head to spit lightly. Several strong men looked at Chen Xi with complex expressions, wanting to approach him but feeling it was not the right time. They glanced at the roe deer on the ground, filled with extreme envy. "Chen Xi, we'll be leaving first. If you need anything in the future, just ask us anytime. We'll help you." After saying that, they took one last look at the roe deer on the ground and left reluctantly. Chapter 7. A meal for Mei Mei and Zhang. Don't go. Bring back a deer leg for us to feast on later. Chen Xi was grateful for Aunt Zhang speaking up for him and wanted to give her a piece of deer meat. "Yes, Aunt Zhang, you've helped me a lot in the past, so please don't refuse." Although the villagers had all left, Fan Yin still didn't dare to leave the haystack, as she was exposed from the waist down and felt too embarrassed. Aunt Zhang looked at the deer meat with longing, but remembered what the village chief had said when he left, and her heart ached. That was a hefty 4-person head tax. How could they possibly afford it? Even though Chen Xi had lucked out and hunted a deer, he was still far from having enough to pay the taxes. With only a month left, the village chief was bringing 2 more wives tomorrow, which meant 2 more mouths to feed. Aunt Zhang felt a headache coming on just thinking about it. Now that Xiaoxi is better, you two should just live a good life together. That's better than anything else. I'll pass on the deer meat. Maybe you can give it to me later when you get on your feet. Although Aunt Zhang said this, in such a chaotic world, how could anyone get ahead? Not being conscripted into the army was already the best outcome. Uncle, who had just recovered from serious illness, and kind Aunt Zhang were a pair of unfortunate souls. As Aunt Zhang spoke of Chen Xi and Fan Yin, she was also, in a way, speaking about herself. With the court in turmoil and natural disasters causing a drop in grain harvests, it was hard for the common people to even get a full meal, let alone bear the heavy taxes pressing down on them. Families that could drink 2 bowls of thin porridge a day were considered well off. Many refugees, plagued by war, turned to banditry, robbing the already scarce food from the common people. Sigh. After sending Aunt Zhang out, Chen Xi returned to his room and locked the door. He quickly took off his pants and warmed them over the stove before handing them to Fan Yin. Sister-in-law, wear these. I'll take off the deer skin to cover myself. Fan Yin took the warm pants in her hands but didn't rush to put them on. Instead, she looked at Chen Xi with a complicated expression. Still calling me sister-in-law? Chen Xi, skillfully skinning the deer, was momentarily stunned by the hint of resentment in Fan Yin's tone, then quickly realized, yes, he really shouldn't call her sister-in-law anymore. Earlier, to avoid trouble, he had lied to the villagers, saying that his brother had remarried her. The trouble was avoided, but what would happen next? Indayu, a woman's reputation was paramount, and Fan Yin was no exception. Otherwise, after her husband died, she could have easily remarried. How could she still take care of her foolish brother-in-law? Chen Xi stammered for a long time, but couldn't find an appropriate term of address. Fan Yin didn't speak either. Her eyes filled with a mix of resentment and hope as she stared at him. Chen Xi felt a chill in his heart under her gaze. His sister-in-law was so beautiful and treated him so well. In the future, if he were to hunt a leopard. No. How could he have such thoughts? Forget it. A real man should not worry about having no wife. He couldn't betray his deceased brother. Gritting his teeth, he finally said, Wife. It wasn't that Chen Xi coveted his sister-in-law's beauty. There was no reason needed, nor did he require one. Suddenly, his throat felt scratchy, and he just wanted to shout wife, no matter what. Fan Yan's gaze was fixed on Chen Xi, and when he finally called her wife, it felt as if her heart was squeezed tightly, and she burst out laughing, her face flushed with shyness, looking even more gentle and lovely in the glow of the stove. She shot him a glance. Turn around. Okay. Chen Xi let out a heavy breath. Although he was still skinning the deer, his thoughts had already flown far away. So this is settled? But the means were a bit shameless. Chen Xi scolded himself 1,000 times in his heart for being shameless and coveting his sister-in-law's beauty. Actually, your brother entrusted me to you before he died. Chen Xi froze, his hands trembling slightly as he skinned the deer. Did he remember correctly? Recalling that before his brother's death, they had indeed spoken about something in the house. But at that time, he had been outside boiling water, completely unaware of their conversation. And afterwards, his sister-in-law hadn't mentioned it. Sigh. Fan Yin sighed softly. Your brother first urged me to remarry, but I refused. In the end, your brother couldn't persuade me, and said that if your foolishness was cured, he would allow me to remarry you. So you agreed? Fan Yin lowered her head, almost touching her ample chest, her fair ears turning red. The response was soft, almost like a mosquito's buzz. But Chen Xi heard it loud and clear. Ha ha ha. After hearing this, Chen Xi scratched his head and laughed broadly. This was settled. The name was right, and the words flowed smoothly. From now on, you are my wife. A heavy stone lifted from his heart, and Chen Xi felt incredibly relieved. His gaze toward Fan Yin was filled with vitality. Seeing Chen Xi so happy, Fan Yin felt equally delighted. However, a woman's modesty kept her emotions in check. She reached out to help Chen Xi skin the deer, saying softly, You look silly when you laugh. Suddenly, her brow furrowed as if she remembered something. She grabbed Chen Xi's big hand, concern overflowing from her words. You must never act impulsively like today again. If something happens to you, I. Fan Yin organized her thoughts, and just as she was about to say, I won't live either, Chen Xi suddenly pulled her in his arms. His gentle and doting voice saying, Wife, rest assured, there won't be a next time. Next time? There can't be a next time. Chen Xi's gaze turned cold. If Wang Motzi dares to provoke me again, I'll make him wish you were dead. With Chen Xi's assurance, Fan Yin finally felt relieved. In Chen Xi's warm embrace, she snuggled like a little cat for a while before reluctantly leaving. It was only then that she noticed the deer in front of her. Wow, is this really the deer you hunted? Fan Yin had experienced too much that night, her emotions like a roller coaster. From initially wanting to sacrifice herself to protect Chen Xi to the current resolution, the drastic ups and downs left her feeling dazed. Now that she had calmed down, she looked at the large deer in shock. Is this really what my husband hunted? Everything before her felt surreal. From being a fool to now being able to hunt such a large deer, the emotional contrast was significant. Haha, wife, look, it's absolutely genuine. Chen Xi pulled off the deer skin and wrapped it around his waist, not wanting to be completely exposed. He then prepared to take off a deer leg to help Fan Yin regain her strength. Just as Chen Xi was about to make a move, Fan Yin suddenly stopped him. Husband, no. We still have to pay the head tax next month, and we need to pay for 4 people. We can't eat this deer meat. We should take it to exchange for silver to pay the tax. Chen Xi secretly cursed Zhang Baoquan, thinking this was just public revenge. Since you want to play, then I'll play along. I wonder if you can afford the price of losing. All right, I'll listen to my wife. Fan Yin then saw the large wild rabbit they had skinned and said, Thanks to Aunt Zhang and the others for speaking up for us today. We should give them this rabbit as a thank you. Chen Xi shook his head slightly. His wife was still too kind, but the more she was like this, the more he liked her. We'll do as my wife says, but I need to take the rabbit fat. Fan Yin was stunned, not understanding what Chen Xi wanted the rabbit fat for. Seeing her confusion, Chen Xi took her small hand, carefully examining her frostbitten wound, and said with a pained expression, Since we didn't catch a badger, we'll use rabbit fat as a substitute. Otherwise, my wife's little hands will get frostbite. After hearing Chen Xi's words, tears of gratitude flowed uncontrollably from Fan Yin's eyes. No one had ever cared for her like this from childhood. This warmth and care caught her off guard. Melting her heart, staring blankly at Chen Xi, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curved up slightly. Whether in life or death, this lifetime would be spent with her husband. Chen Xi scraped the fat from the rabbit into a wooden bowl, then skinned 7 squirrels. The 7 clean squirrels, along with some corn from the branch basket, were tossed into the pot. He opened a salt jar and took out a grain of coarse salt. Pinching it in his hand and smelling it, Chen Xi frowned, then tossed it into the pot. The technology of this era was backward, and there were many impurities in the salt, which could be unhealthy if consumed in excess. Even this inferior coarse salt was something the common people could hardly afford. The few grains left in the jar were traded for game by his brother before he passed away. A clever woman finds it hard to cook without rice. Everything must start from a little bit. Once life improved, he would definitely purify the salt, Chen Xi thought to himself. Seeing Chen Xi cooking, Fan Yin hurriedly snatched the spatula and said anxiously, How can a big man do these women's chores? Husband, rest. Let me handle the rest. Seeing Fan Yin insist, Chen Xi felt he couldn't say much. Then it will be hard on you, my dear. Fan Yin playfully rolled her eyes at Chen Xi. You're just being cheeky. Chen Xi scratched his head and chuckled, then went to pull the tendons from the roe deer and put them by the stove to roast. Fan Yin, seeing Chen Xi's strange actions, was momentarily confused. What is my husband doing? Chen Xi smiled mysteriously. You'll know when the time comes. Before long, the aroma of squirrel meat mixed with corn wafted up from the pot. Fan Yin filled a large bowl for Chen Xi, which had hardly any corn, just squirrel meat. You've worked hard all day. Be careful, it's hot. Eat slowly. She then picked up the bowl of wild vegetable porridge from the morning, just about to drink it. Chen Xi snatched the porridge bowl away and gulped it down in 2 swallows, showing the bottom of the bowl. I just love this taste. Fan Yin was stunned when she saw Chen Xi not eating the squirrel meat, but snatching her wild vegetable porridge. That stuff had no nutrition and could only fill the stomach. How could her husband eat such leftover porridge after a day of hard work? Husband, Chen Xi interrupted Fan Yin, pointing to the pot. Serve the porridge. Fan Yin hadn't eaten all day and had just gone through the scare from Wang Matzi, and her stomach grumbled embarrassingly. There was a lot of porridge in the pot, so she decided to eat a little less and save the rest for her husband. She scooped a small bowl of corn porridge and started eating it slowly. Although it was corn porridge, Fan Yin still enjoyed it very much. After all, it was cooked in meat broth and added coarse salt, making it very delicious. She had never eaten such tasty porridge in her life. Holding the wooden bowl, Fan Yan's eyes curved happily. Chen Xi snatched the porridge bowl again and pushed his full meat bowl forward. Eat meat. His tone was very domineering and resolute. He would spoil his woman and wouldn't allow her to be so humble. Fan Yan wanted to refuse, but seeing Chen Xi's fierce gaze, she wanted to say something but fell silent. A warm current surged through her body. It felt so good to be cared for. Under Chen Xi's threatening gaze, she picked up a piece of squirrel meat and gently chewed it. As the squirrel meat entered her mouth, Fan Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. So fragrant. Is it delicious? If it's good, eat it all. You're not allowed to leave any for me. Fan Yan certainly wouldn't agree, and in the end, Chen Xi couldn't insist any longer. The two of them shared the meat and enjoyed a hearty meal together. Growing up, Fan Yan had hardly eaten meat a few times, and she kept licking her lips, even finishing the bottom of the bowl. Chen Xi found her appearance amusing and used his finger to scrape away the remnants at the corner of her mouth, then brought it to his own mouth and licked it twice. What my dear has eaten is really fragrant. Fan Yan was immediately embarrassed to the point of wanting to disappear. How could her husband see her messy eating? How would she face him in the future? Looking at Chen Xi's teasing gaze, Fan Yan lowered her head and murmured, "Husband, come rest in my room." After saying this, she didn't dare to look at Chen Xi. Having confirmed their marital relationship, she naturally wanted to fulfill her duty as a wife. Chen Xi affectionately rubbed her head. "My dear, go rest first. I still need to make some things." "Husband, I'm still pure. You mustn't." Fan Yan panicked, thinking Chen Xi was disgusted with her, and quickly explained. Chen Xi gently shook his head, touching her flushed little face. "My dear, don't overthink. I didn't mean that. These things must be done tonight." Seeing Chen Xi's serious tone, Fan Yan didn't insist any further. After all, she was already his. What difference did it make whether it was a day earlier or later? Husband has worked hard all day. You should rest early. After saying this, she took a deep look at Chen Xi and returned to her room alone. Watching Fan Yan go back to her room, Chen Xi suppressed his desire and sighed helplessly in his heart. My dear, do you think I don't want to?" He then took out his hunting knife and began to make tools. The food at home and the head tax for next month would rely on these tools. Chapter 8, Why Do You Have to Eat Us? Chen Xi first dried the skins of 7 squirrels, then stitched them together with a needle and thread. There wasn't enough skin to make a hat, but at least it could cover his ears temporarily to prevent frostbite. He then rendered rabbit fat into hand oil. Finally, he dried the roe deer tendons and trimmed them into thin strings with his hunting knife. After stretching them with his hands, he felt their excellent toughness and nodded in satisfaction. He then found the tongue oil his brother used to preserve his hunting bow and evenly coated each thin tendon. Next, he began to weave a large branch basket, narrow on both sides and bulging in the middle. He held it in his hands, examined it carefully, and nodded in satisfaction. He collected the leftover squirrel bones from dinner and placed them in the branch basket as bait. In his previous life, Chen Xi was an expert in wilderness survival. Not only did he know various survival methods, but his hands were also quite dexterous. Making some simple hunting tools was child's play for him. If conditions allowed, he could even handcraft an Italian cannon. He wove a thick grass coat from hay and put it on. Although it wasn't very warm, it could block some cold wind. He then secured the roe deer skin around his lower body with grass ropes. Although he had skills to back him up, by the time everything was finished, it was already late into the night. After yawning and stretching, he pressed his ear against the door in front of Fan Yan's house to listen carefully. Inside, Fan Yan's breathing was steady, indicating she was already fast asleep. He picked up all his gear, gently pushed the door open, and quietly closed it behind him. The cold wind penetrated the grass coat, making Chen Xi shiver and instantly feel alert, shaking off all drowsiness. He reinforced the courtyard door with wood, pushed it with his hand, and found it quite sturdy. He re-entered the mountains with all his tools. He needed to set up all the traps on Cienao Ridge before dawn. He also planned to place the branch basket in the pond at Dong-Ao Ridge, taking advantage of the thin ice in early winter to catch some fish. The silver moon hung high, and the moonlight combined with the white snow illuminated the night sky, providing a clear view. To warm himself up, Chen Xi chose to jog a bit and soon arrived at Cienao Ridge. The various animal tracks from the day were fresh in his mind, and he skillfully set the traps along the paths frequently used by prey. No one ever came to this Cienao Ridge, so there was no need to worry about other hunters taking his catch. Once everything was set up, Chen Xi he smashed the thin layer of ice with a stone, placed the branch basket in the pond, and connected the end of the basket to a thick rope fixed to a large stone by the pond's edge. By the time Chen Xi finished everything and returned to the village, the sky had brightened. A few early risers had already lit their cooking fires. Due to years of war in the Great Yu Dynasty, food supplies had been requisitioned, and the common people were struggling with food shortages, making it impossible for them to afford breakfast. Wealthy families only had 2 meals a day. For families like Chen Xi's, being able to have 1 meal a day was considered a blessing. The rising smoke was just to warm the house. Fortunately, the courtyard door had not been disturbed. After the lesson of Wang Matzi almost bullying Fan Yen, Chen Xi couldn't afford to be careless again. This was also why he chose to enter the mountains late at night. He pushed open the courtyard door and walked in front of the house. Just as he was about to push the door open, a vigilant voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "Wife, open the door. Guess who my brother's younger brother is." With a creaking sound, the door opened, and Fan Yin glared at Chen Xi with an annoyed expression. "Do you think I'm stupid? I can't recognize your voice." Chen Xi scratched his head and walked into the house with a grin. He took a deep breath. It smelled so good. The porridge his wife made was delightful. Fan Yin changed the subject, looking worried as she asked, "Why didn't you rest well last night? Where did you go?" "Ahem." Chen Xi coughed lightly and explained what he did at Cienao Ridge to set traps. Fan Yin was taken aback, not understanding what traps or branch baskets were. However, upon hearing Chen Xi cough, she felt sorry and quickly brought over a low stool, helping him sit down in front of the stove. "You went to such a dangerous place in the middle of the night. Hurry up and sit down to warm yourself." She then ladled out all the corn porridge from the pot, filling a large bowl and handing it to Chen Xi. "Hurry up and eat. You didn't sleep last night. Eat well and rest." Chen Xi took the bowl of porridge but didn't eat. Instead, he took out the rabbit oil he had rendered last night. The rabbit oil had now solidified into a paste. He took Fan Yan's small hand and carefully applied it to the crack on her hand. The crack wasn't deep. If applied twice a day, it would heal in 10 days. After saying this, he took her other small hand and applied it carefully as well. Fan Yin let Chen Xi apply the oil to her fair little hands, her eyes fixed on his handsome face. The corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. She couldn't remember the last time she had smiled. From a moment Chen Xi protected her and drove away Wang Matzi yesterday. To the gentle way he called her wife, Fan Yan's heart had already been captivated countless times. Even in her dreams last night, it was Chen Xi's face that appeared. How wonderful this life was. The feeling of being cared for was so good. After applying the oil, Chen Xi turned to see Fan Yin staring at it blankly. Seeing her dazed gaze, he smiled and said, "Wife, why is your face so red?" Fan Yin stuttered. You eat the porridge first, then rest well." She quickly withdrew her small hand, her head lowered. She was embarrassed by his teasing. Chen Xi laughed heartily, sliding his fingers across her pretty face a few times, teasing, "Oh, is my wife shy? You're annoying." Fan Yan's face turned even redder. She wanted to go back inside to hide her embarrassment, but was pulled into Chen Xi's embrace. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. You eat the porridge. I still need to go to the county to sell the roe deer for some silver." Fan Yin quickly turned around, meeting Chen Xi's teasing gaze, and buried her head in his chest to avoid him seeing her embarrassment. "No rush. You should eat the porridge first. Rest a bit before you go." Chen Xi rubbed his chin against her hair and gently patted her back with both hands. "Listen, eat the porridge, and tonight your husband will buy you a new coat." Fan Yin naturally refused, wanting Chen Xi to eat well and rest before leaving, but she was met with his mock anger and threatening gaze. "Are you listening to your husband?" Fan Yin bit her lip, and after a while finally said, "Yes." Chen Xi laughed again and ruffled her hair. That's more like it. Wait for me at home. After saying this, he was about to carry the roe deer to the county to exchange it for silver. Just then, several voices came from the courtyard. Sir, it's this house. It's this house. Take us there. Yes, 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 sir. Chen Xi pushed open the door, only to see Zhang Baoquan and Wang Matzi bowing as they led two middle-aged men in official uniforms into the courtyard. Behind the officers were two women in shackles. The two women had disheveled hair, and their appearances were unclear, but their figures were quite tall, although they wore thin hemp clothes. Their posture suggested they were raised in good families. Seeing Chen Xi open the door, Zhang Baoquan immediately beamed with joy, completely different from his arrogant demeanor last night. Hunter Chen, these two gentlemen are the wedding party, Lord Liu and Lord Li. Hurry and go out to greet them. Chen Xi snorted softly. Quick action. Huh? Looks like you're ready to charge me 3 head taxes. Though he looked down on these people, he still maintained a polite demeanor, as he couldn't afford to provoke these officers for the time being. So it's Lord Liu and Lord Li. Please come inside quickly. Chen Xi spoke courteously, but the two men, seeing Chen Xi's dilapidated house, squinted and peered inside, revealing a look of disdain. What a poor family. Seems like there's no profit to be had here. No need. Hurry over to register the household and take these two women away. Chen Xi stepped forward to sign, pressing his palm with some ink onto the household registration book. All right, you can go back now. Remember to pay the head tax for 4 people next month. The official took out the keys and unlocked the shackles of the two women, then pushed them forward with his large hand. One of the women stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Seeing the two officials about to leave, Zhang Baoquan immediately stepped forward and flattered. Lord Liu, Lord Li, please don't hurry. The county magistrate is about to celebrate his birthday, and Chen the hunter caught a roe deer yesterday. Why don't you come and present it to the magistrate? Zhang Baoquan rubbed his hands together, his face jiggling with fat, and his attitude was extremely obsequious. Upon hearing this, Lord Liu's eyes brightened at first. Then he waved his hand dismissively. How poor has Chen the hunter become? How could he dare to ask for it? The deer meat in the county is 5 wen per pound. I'll pity you and give you 10 wen per pound. How about that? Before Chen Xi could respond, Zhang Baoquan immediately ordered Wang Matzi, go inside and carry the roe deer out for Lord Liu. All right. Wang Matzi was about to enter the house, but was stopped by Chen Xi at the door. Lord Liu, you may not know, but that deer has already been salted into pieces for my wife to nourish her health. My wife is not well and urgently needs meat for her recovery. Wang Matzi wanted to expose Chen Xi. Your wife is not well? How could she be unwell and still dig wild vegetables every day, fooling everyone? But he was frozen in place by Chen Xi's cold glare. After all, he was terrified by the beating he received yesterday. The swelling in his groin was even worse, aching all night. Seeing Wang Matzi too scared to move, Zhang Baoquan spat at him in frustration, feeling that he was hopeless. A simpleton like Chen Air scared you into this state, and I still have to come myself. He then intended to go into the house to get the deer. Forget it. Since it's been turned into cured meat, I'll 1T take it. He cleared his throat twice and continued. Your name is Chen Xi, right? Good. I'll remember you. The two women are yours now. The maid in the manor has checked them. They are original goods. By the way, I need to remind you of something. If people starve to death, I'll 1T care, and you still have to pay your taxes, but if you sell them, you can go die. After leaving this harsh warning, Lord Liu and Lord Li glared at Chen Xi and turned to leave. Oh, Lord Liu, Lord Li, please stay and have a meal at my humble home before you leave. Zhang Baoquan and Wang Matzi hurried to follow. Once the officials were far away, Fan Yin dared to come out and bring the two women into the house. Fan Yin helped the two women smooth their hair. But before Chen Xi could see their faces clearly, the two women suddenly knelt on the ground, trembling as they cried and knocked their heads. Husband, please don't eat me. I can read. I could do accounts. Please, I could do needlework. I can work. Please don't eat us. Chen Xi covered his forehead, looking extremely helpless. What in the world was going on? Why would I eat you? Chapter 9 Qin Yao, and by Rong's actions left Chen Xi feeling both amused and exasperated. Who said I wanted to eat people? The two women repeatedly bowed their heads and pleaded with Chen Xi not to eat them, crying pitifully. Get up already, Chen Xi said with some helplessness. What is wrong with these two women? A big question mark appeared in his mind. Fan Yin tried to help the two women up, but they wouldn't get up, afraid that Chen Xi would eat them once they did. Not getting up, huh? Fine. I'll go boil some water. I'll eat one for lunch and another for dinner. Upon hearing this, Fan Yin couldn't help but stifle a laugh. When it comes to scaring little girls, Chen Xi really had a knack for it. Sure enough, as Fan Yin expected, the two women immediately got up and looked at Chen Xi with pitiful eyes. Now that they were standing, Chen Xi could see their appearances clearly. The taller girl was slender and had a delicate and beautiful face, with a beauty mark under her left eye. If Fan Yin's looks were rated at 90 points, this girl would definitely not be below that. Unlike women of this era, her skin was very fair, clearly not having done any rough work. Although she seemed pitiful at the moment, she exuded a competent aura, reminiscent of a strong woman from later times. Looking at the slightly shorter girl, she had a graceful figure with a slim waist, and although she wore plain clothes, it couldn't hide her impressive figure. Looking up, she had a fair neck, a beautiful chin, a small red mouth, and a delicate nose. Finally, her big watery eyes were wet with tears, and she was too afraid to wipe them, blinking cutely. TSK, TSK. When the girl noticed Chen Xi examining her, she immediately shuffled her small feet back, allowing the strong woman to stand in front of her. You eat first, strong woman. I'll just live a little longer. Chen Xi couldn't help but chuckle at the girl's little actions, laughing out loud. Although they were adults, the girl's childishness was truly adorable. Pretending to cough a couple of times to cover his embarrassment, Chen Xi looked at the girl with some amusement and wanted to tease her. What is your name? Hearing Chen Xi ask her a question, the girl lowered her head and hid behind the strong woman, too afraid to respond. Eat her first, eat her first, the strong woman said, not understanding the situation. They're asking you a question. Why are you hiding behind me? She knew the girl was scared, but she was scared too. Even though they were both adults, it was their first time in such a situation. Both were around 18 or 19 years old, but the strong woman was clearly a bit bolder. Gathering her courage, she stammered, my name is Qin Yao, and Qin Yao reached back and pinched the girl to prompt her to answer. But the girl remained silent, burying her small face behind Qin Yao, looking like a timid little deer in a snow pile. Seeing her not respond, Qin Yao mustered her courage and said, her name is by Ronron. After saying this, she lowered her head, not daring to look at Chen Xi, waiting for judgment. Chen Xi scratched his head. Am I really that scary? I don't feel it. He turned his head to meet Fan Yan's gaze, raising his eyebrows slightly, as if asking her, am I really that scary? Seeing Chen Xi's silly expression, Fan Yan found it somewhat funny. Don't you know how scary you are? The way you were pretending to be angry earlier really frightened the two little girls. Fan Yan stepped forward and took Chen Xi's big hand, saying, husband, you're going to the county, right? The sooner you go, the sooner you can come back. I'm here home. She gently nudged him forward, signaling Chen Xi to be at ease. These two little girls are scared of you. I'll comfort them. Fan Yan acted generously, thinking of Chen Xi in everything. However, Chen Xi keenly observed a hint of complexity in Fan Yan's eyes. It was impossible for her not to care. Although having multiple wives was a normal phenomenon in ancient society, it didn't mean all women could accept it naturally. A complex look had just flashed in Fan Yan's eyes. Although she concealed it well, if this suspicion was not addressed promptly, it would certainly become a big problem in the future. Chen Xi didn't want trouble at home. Any relationship that needed to be established had to be confirmed in advance. Taking advantage of Fan Yan's unpreparedness, he pulled her head over and kissed her right on the lips in front of the two little girls. Savoring the moment, he licked his lips and said, wife, wait for me at home. I'll give you a surprise tonight. Fan Yan was caught off guard by the kiss, and her pretty face immediately turned red. Qin Yao watched the scene unfold, while Bai Rongrong only peeked out from behind Qin Yao. Why was Bai Rongrong half genuine and half pretending? Because she was hiding behind Qin Yao. Only one I was secretly glancing. The little girl had never experienced such things. Both Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong were blushing even more than Fan Yan. This husband was definitely a perverted, man-eating demon. Yes, absolutely. Listen up, you two. In front of outsiders, you can be my wives, Chen Xi said, pausing deliberately to observe the expressions of the two girls. Seeing them immediately lower their heads like children who had made a mistake, standing there without daring to move, he continued, "But at home, you must listen to my wife's orders, and I do not acknowledge you as my wives." As soon as Chen Xi finished speaking, all three women were taken aback. "Husband," Fanyan wanted to say something, but Chen Xi interrupted her. "You two listen carefully. If you behave well, there will be food to eat. If you don't behave well, haha." Chen Xi pointed to the pot in the house, threateningly saying, "You two are the food." At this point, Chen Xi suddenly raised his voice and spoke in a commanding tone. "Remember?" The two girls were startled and instinctively took a step back, quickly whispering in response, "Why yes, we remember." Chen Xi saw that the two girls were frightened, but knew he couldn't go too far. Scaring them a little was enough. He gave Fanyan a smug look, which left her feeling a mix of emotions. On one hand, she was worried that Chen Xi had scared the two girls. And on the other, she felt unsettled that Chen Xi didn't acknowledge them as his wives. It seemed that he was scaring the two girls, but in reality, he was establishing his family position. "Husband." Fanyan realized why Chen Xi had to do this, and a warm current flowed through her body. Leaning against Chen Xi, tears fell from her eyes. She didn't reject the idea of Chen Xi having more wives. She just hadn't consummated her marriage with him yet, and now two more women had appeared. This feeling was hard to explain. However, Chen Xi's way of handling it genuinely moved Fanyan. No matter how many wives her husband had in the future, she would always be the one closest to him. Fanyan was very touched and ended up lingering in Chen Xi's embrace, forgetting to leave. "Wife, let go. Husband has to go." Fanyan, momentarily moved, suddenly remembered there were others at home. She quickly detached from Chen Xi's embrace, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Xi once again emphasized to the two girls that they had to listen to Fanyan at home, then turned and exited. Since they were all unfortunate people, meeting each other was fate, they might as well treat the two as long-term workers, still wearing the same grass clothes from the morning. With the lower half wrapped in deer skin, he carried the deer meat and hurried to the county. There was no way around it. With no clothes to wear, he needed a run to keep warm. Wowo village was neither too far nor too close to the county. At Chen Xi's speed, it took him an hour and a half to arrive. Fortunately, he had good physical fitness. Otherwise, a round trip would take him until midnight. After a sudden heavy snowfall, the diligent townsfolk had already cleared the mountain roads leading to the county. The county was a good place for villagers from nearby areas to sell mountain goods. The wealthy people in the county loved to eat mountain delicacies, pine nuts, mushrooms. Villagers would take these to the county in exchange for grain or winter clothing. Although it was a time of war and famine, the county remained a vital economic hub for nearby villagers to sell their mountain goods. In the early morning, villagers carrying various goods to sell in the county were already on the mountain road. Families with livestock drove ox carts, while those without livestock relied solely on human strength for transportation. Chen Xi, however, was more carefree, wearing a straw curtain shirt on top and wrapped in a roe deer skin on the bottom. He carried over 50 pounds of roe deer meat and ran faster than the ox carts. The villagers on the road were dumbfounded. What kind of livestock is that? It zoomed past in a flash. By the time they came to their senses, Chen Xi had already run far ahead. Huffing and puffing, Chen Xi went from a light jog to a full sprint, driven by a single thought, to get home early and get to work. There was only one bed at home for his wife. Where would the two other women sleep? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Originally a journey of an hour and a half, Chen Xi managed to shorten it by half an hour. He jogged into the city. The guards at the city gate were startled. Where did this person come from? It looked like a person, but they weren't quite sure. Chen Xi's outfit was too unconventional. Passers-by in the county looked at him in amazement. What a fine young man. With that physique, it would be a waste not to plow 2 acres of land. Chen Xi ignored the whispers of the onlookers, walking and observing at the same time. This was his first time in the county, including his previous life as a fool. Everything felt new to him. Upon closer inspection of the passers-by, the outsiders all had pale faces. The locals in the county were relatively better off, but not by much. The wealthy in the county were not up early. The streets were filled with poor people struggling to make a living. This shows how much the continuous wars of the Great Yu dynasty had harmed the common people. And this was just one county a microcosm of the entire Great U. Just as Chen Xi was wandering along, passing by dental office, a loud voice came from inside. "Hey, what happened to those two criminal women we sent yesterday?" Immediately followed by a fawning voice. "Ha, my lord. You don't know yet. They were taken to Wowo village this morning by Lord Liu and Lord Li. I heard there's a hunter in that village who took them away early." The loud voice paused and then came again. "Damn, what a coincidence. I was planning to have some fun with those two tonight." "My lord, don't be angry. Lord Liu and Lord Li said before they left that the hunter wouldn't be able to support those two criminal women for long and would send them back soon. Damn it, if they come back, will they still be intact? Bah, what a buzzkill. My lord, don't be upset, don't be upset. Come in quickly and have a cup of hot tea to warm yourself up." After hearing the conversation between the two, Chen Xi squinted his eyes into a thin line. "Criminal women? And they want to play with my wives? Saying I can't support them and will send them back in a few days? There must be a catch. All right, I'll remember these people. Lord Liu, Lord Li, and that Zhang Baoquan. Let us see what tricks you're up to." Chapter 10, What S up? Who else wants to send me two wives? Chen Xi stood at the door for a full quarter of an hour. The dental office remained quiet. Presumably that loudmouth had gone into the inner room. It was impossible to hear more clues, so it was better to get down to business first. As for their conversation, Chen Xi had memorized it. Lord Liu, Lord Li, Zhang Baoquan, and that loudmouth. These four had already made it onto Chen Xi's blacklist. If they wanted to provoke me, they should weigh their own strengths first, or else they might end up in trouble. Chen Xi felt vigilant in his heart. It seemed he needed to be more cautious in his future actions. Otherwise, he would suffer a significant loss. After calming his mood, Chen Xi continued walking along the street. He walked around the county town, firstly to familiarize himself with the terrain, and secondly to understand the layout of the county. He would frequently come to this county in the future, so it was better to get familiar with the routes. He chose the largest mountain goods shop, Shanbao Hall, which had a fitting name. He stepped straight inside. Chen Xi was dressed in grass clothes, with a roe deer skin wrapped around his lower body, and carrying roe deer meat on his shoulder. A young clerk saw Chen Xi's attire, paused for a moment, then grinned and approached to greet him. The clerk knowingly asked, "Welcome. Are you here to sell mountain goods?" "Yes." The clerk led Chen Xi to the inner room, poured a bowl of tea, and welcomed him with a smile. Chen Xi thought to himself, "They must have seen me carrying the roe deer. Otherwise, with my outfit, they would have kicked me out." He tossed the roe deer onto the table, casually sat down on a chair, and drank the tea in one gulp. After running for an hour on the mountain road, he was indeed a bit thirsty. "Take your time drinking, there's more here." The clerk refilled the tea and looked at Chen Xi with anticipation. Other clerks, seeing Chen Xi carrying the large roe deer, looked on eagerly. However, since the clerk was already attending to him, they could only watch. It had been a long time since they had seen a hunter who could catch roe deer. It was known that now, during the chaos of war, experienced hunters had all been conscripted to the front lines. It had been a while since the shop had received such rare goods. Chen Xi drank 3 bowls of tea in a row and spat out a mouthful of tea leaves. The clerk didn't get angry and just stood by waiting. Chen Xi glanced at the clerk, pretending to be serious, and asked, "Do you buy roe deer meat?" Yes. The clerk beamed, knowing that rare mountain goods were favored by nobles. "Pure wild flavor. Look at this big roe deer. It must weigh at least 50 to 60 pounds. The clerk's eyes lit up, and he patted the roe deer meat with a flattering smile. "This big roe deer is really sturdy. May I ask where you hunted it?" Chen Xi shot the clerk another glance, thinking, how could it not be sturdy? I almost exhausted myself chasing it. However, this clerk was trying to play tricks with me. He was still too inexperienced. The roe deer came to my house to steal food and was killed by me. The clerk smiled awkwardly, realizing he had encountered an expert. Initially, he thought to get some information from Chen Xi, but didn't he expect his little trick to be exposed? He scratched his head awkwardly, wanted to say something again, but was interrupted by a voice. "You go attend to other customers. I'll take care of this guest." A middle-aged man in a gray robe had appeared from behind the door, looking like he was in charge. Yes, shopkeeper, you're here." The shopkeeper had been eavesdropping on their conversation and saw that Chen Xi understood the hunter's rules. Good shouldn't be disclosed. An expert, he noticed that the clerk hadn't managed to extract any information and feared offending the esteemed guest. The shopkeeper, who had been collecting mountain goods for years, could tell at a glance that the roe deer had a blood groove only around its neck. Upon closer inspection, the bones were intact, the meat was intact, but the tendons were missing. No need to ask. It was clear that the hunter had acted with precision and skill, a standout among hunters. Otherwise, the technique wouldn't be so smooth. Moreover, the tendons of the roe deer were excellent materials for traps. The shopkeeper immediately saw the clues. Poured Chen Xi a new cup of tea, personally filled half a bowl, and spoke very politely. The clerk doesn't understand the rules. Please don't mind, esteemed guest. This is this year's new tea. Please have taste. Chen Xi knew the main person had arrived, picked up the tea bowl, took a sip, and casually said, "The tea is quite good. You're too polite, shopkeeper." "Haha, as long as it suits your taste. Esteemed guest, what price do you want for this roe deer?" The shopkeeper got straight to the point, and Chen Xi found him quite agreeable. The regular price. Chen Xi was testing the other party. He knew that this item was scarce, and couldn't possibly be sold at the regular price. As for what the regular price was, Chen Xi had no concept in mind. Earlier, the two men from the wedding procession, Lord Liu and Lord Li, had said they would buy the roe deer from him for 10 per pound. They claimed the regular price was 5 and they felt sorry for Chen Xi, offering 10. Chen Xi did not accept this number. In this era, even corn had reached 3 per pound. 5 for meat? He wouldn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death. He remembered how those two lords looked at him, clearly treating him like a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. He thought to himself, I should at least sell it for 15. If the shopkeeper offered 10, I would find an excuse to not sell it. I could try my luck at another shop since there were several that bought mountain goods in the county. The shopkeeper saw that Chen Xi's demeanor was calm and his tone very natural, realizing that the other party was testing him. The young man is quite clever. The shopkeeper suddenly laughed heartily. A few years ago, before the war broke out, this stuff was worth 21 per pound. But in recent years, with the court waging war year after year, the experienced hunters have all been conscripted into the army, and such wild game has become rare. Hearing this, Chen Xi's heart skipped a beat. 15? He realized he had been too conservative. He felt a few more resentments towards Lord Liu and Lord Li, thinking, so they're bullying honest people. Huh. Fine, I'll remember this debt. I'm not afraid to settle accounts. After the shopkeeper finished speaking, he sighed softly, his expression somewhat dazed, as if he were reminiscing about the old hunters he had good relations with. He didn't know if he would ever see those old friends again in this lifetime. Alas, the shopkeeper shook his head, seemingly nostalgic. Chen Xi was quite interested. He hadn't expected this shopkeeper to be so sentimental. Perhaps at this age, one cherishes old companions even more. After a moment, the shopkeeper spoke earnestly. If you want to sell at the regular price, then I want to take it. Chen Xi heard the hidden meaning in his words. What price would he accept? His interest in the shopkeeper grew stronger. If the shopkeeper has something to say, please speak directly. Haha, this young friend. If I had just agreed to take it at the regular price, you would have found an excuse to leave, right? Chen Xi also laughed heartily, finding it quite interesting. This was the flavor he liked. I'm Chen Xi. I don't know if the shopkeeper. Old Gua Guan Chanqing. The old hunters used to call me Old Gua. You can continue the tradition and just call me Old Gua. Old Gua made an offer, and the goods were yours. Old Gua was straightforward, and Chen Xi was even more straightforward. It was agreeable. Why go around in circles? 40 per pound. Weigh it. 80 pounds. Deal. Several young clerks nearby listened to the conversation between the old man and the young man, all dumbfounded. Has the world changed so quickly? What is going on with the shopkeeper today? He directly offered a high price of 41. The roe deer isn't even weighed to straight up 80 pounds? How could that roe deer possibly weigh 80 pounds? This is ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Chen Xi and Old Gua exchanged hearty laughs, seeing something in each other's eyes. Everything was unspoken. Chen Xi had found a market for his goods, and Old Gua had gained a new regular customer. Business between men can sometimes be quite simple. He went to the counter and withdrew 3 strings of money, plus 200. In this era, 1 string of money equals 1,000, which is also equivalent to 1 tael of silver. The Great Yu dynasty had very few silver mines, and most small transactions were settled with copper coins. Only large transactions required silver, and many common folks had never seen silver in their lives. Chen Xi weighed the money in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Old Guan. See you later. Take care, young friend. Chen Xi walked out of the shop, and the young clerk who initially attended to him hurried over to Old Guan. Boss, what's going on today? That kid is somewhat capable, but it shouldn't be. Old Guan rolled his eyes at the clerk and looked at the roe deer on the table. This technique, this quality, even with heavy snow blocking the mountains. He can still produce such good goods. Think about it. Who could do this without some skill? The clerk was still somewhat confused, his head spinning. He had to admit the kid had some talent, but it shouldn't warrant such a high price. Seeing that the clerk still didn't understand, Old Guan shook his head helplessly, sighed, and said earnestly, remember, when doing business with such people, don't be concerned about those small profits. Don't you realize how much profit a mountain product of this quality can bring to the shop? The clerk was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then suddenly came to his senses. So that's how the boss calculated it. He slapped his thigh, wondering why he hadn't thought of that. It used to be 20 won per pound, and now, let alone this quality, even for lower quality goods, they could sell for a high price. The boss often said that rarity makes things valuable. Those wealthy people don't care about money. They care about scarcity. The clerk was thoroughly convinced by the scolding, realizing that a piece of advice from a master is worth more than 10 years of hard work. Learn well, when I get old, you'll have to support this shop. Old Guan sighed again and turned to go back inside. The clerk saw the boss off and suddenly thought of something. He hurried to the counter, picked up a box of pastries gifted by the nobles, and rushed out the door. These pastries were given to him as a reward for delivering goods to the county's nobles, as he sweet-talked them into good favor. He couldn't bear to eat them and wanted to take them home for his elderly mother to try the pastries that only the nobles ate. However, now he realized that being able to befriend a hunter like Chen Xi was worth much more than a box of pastries. Moreover, he had been a bit abrupt with him today. Chen Hunter, wait a minute. The clerk hurriedly chased after him, shouting as he ran. Chen Xi was looking for a ready-made clothing shop to buy a new jacket for his wife when he suddenly heard someone calling Chen Hunter from behind. He was very familiar with this title. As Zhang Baoquan once said, he was a hunter. Thus, he ended up with 2 more wives. Thinking of this, he turned around and grinned. What's up? Who's going to send me 2 more wives? Chapter 11. Door-to-door pickup. When Chen Xi saw the young attendant chasing after him with a box, he was momentarily puzzled. Why was this young guy chasing after him? Chen Hunter, huff huff. Seeing the attendant running so hurriedly, Chen Xi quickly covered the copper coins he had just earned from selling goods, raising an eyebrow. What is the matter? This kid was eager to talk to him the moment he entered, and now he was chasing him with a box, clearly up to no good. The young attendant reached Chen Xi, bent over, and took a few deep breaths to adjust his breathing. Turning back, he noticed Chen Xi covering his money pouch, and the look in his eyes wasn't friendly. The young man realized that Chen Xi had misunderstood him and quickly put on a flattering smile. Chen Hunter, I was wrong earlier. Please forgive me. Chen Xi gave the attendant a suspicious glance. Was it worth chasing me down just to apologize for this? Feeling wary, he casually replied, It's fine. I didn't take it to heart. This was the truth. He really didn't care. Although his life was a bit tough right now, it was only temporary. A young attendant's abruptness was not enough to bother him. With his ideas that transcended this era and his exceptional skills, becoming rich was just a matter of time. Seeing Chen Xi's response, the young attendant let out a bitter smile, realizing he had indeed left a bad impression on Chen Hunter. He held up the pastry box with both hands, bowing slightly as he offered it. Chen Hunter, I was wrong earlier. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will forgive me. The attendant's attitude was very sincere, which made Chen Xi look at him with a bit more respect. He expected the attendant to be so capable. What was inside the box didn't matter. The ability to admit mistakes and show this attitude was enough. Not to mention, Chen Xi had money on him now. Even if he didn't he wouldn't accept things from a young attendant. Although the attendant was neatly dressed, it was just a washed-out linen coat. After all, they were both from the lower class of society. All right, your sentiment is appreciated, but I won't accept the gift. Chen Xi nodded and smiled, indicating that he recognized the attendant's attitude. When the young man saw that Chen Xi wouldn't accept the gift, he immediately used the flattery techniques he reserved for the county's nobles, starting to speak seriously. Brother Chen, our misunderstanding is resolved, but this gift is not for you. Chen Xi raised an eyebrow. Not for me? Then who is it for? He became curious about this young attendant, and didn't he interrupt? Wanted to hear what trick he was playing. Hee. I dare to hope that this box of pastries from Gue Xiangfang can be taken back for the ladies to try. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi became even more interested. Not only could the young attendant handle matters, but he also knew how to speak. However, that wasn't enough. He still had to test him. Oh, how did you know I have wives? The young attendant, realizing Chen Xi was testing him, immediately smiled proudly. Hee, Brother Chen. The Hunter S registration shows that you have 3 wives. This is just a small gift for the sisters. If they enjoy it, Brother Chen can call me anytime. The attendant didn't say everything, only mentioning that Chen Xi could call on him anytime, which was his cleverness. Whether it was to ask him to buy something or to deliver it, and who would pay for it, none of these were stated. Even so, it was well articulated. Chen Xi knew well the young man's little tricks. What he said was hard to fault, and indeed carried that flavor. This kid was quite promising. The young attendant was clever, and once Chen Xi improved, he could cultivate him. All right, since you say so, then I'll thank you on behalf of your sisters. Seeing Chen Xi accept the gift, the young attendant chuckled. Brother Chen, I'm the 5th in my family. You can just call me Xiao Wu. With Xiao Wu introducing himself, the relationship grew a layer closer. Chen Xi thought to himself, Xiao Wu was a nice name, quite smooth, unlike his own awkward name. Chen Xiao Air? Chen Air the fool. Bah, just let them call him Brother Chen. Good, Xiao Wu. I'll look for you next time I sell mountain goods. Chen Xi dropped a promise and turned to leave, but was stopped by Xiao Wu. Next time you hunt something good, let me pick it up. No need to trouble Brother Chen to make a trip. Just let me know where your home is. So Brother Chen doesn't have to make the round trip, and the sisters at home won't have to worry. Oh, this kid is quite the businessman. Chen Xi increasingly appreciated Xiao Wu. In later years, this would be called door-to-door pickup, with a business mindset that transcended this era. This is how to firmly lock in customers and not let them be snatched away by others in the trade. Chen Xi pondered for a moment and, based on the density of game in the mountains and his confidence in his skills, made a decision. He nodded, then smiled lightly, extending 3 fingers. In 3 days. You go to a village and ask about Chen Air. Brother Chen will do. Chen Xi almost let it slip. Directly calling his big name would be embarrassing, and the little name, Chen Air the Fool, was even more embarrassing. After all, he was a hunter. How could he have such a nickname? He held back and corrected himself to Brother Chen. There was only one family with the surname Chen in the village. He could easily find out. All right, Brother Chen, I'll definitely be there in 3 days. The connection became a business deal, and Xiao Wu was overjoyed, thinking that if the shopkeeper knew how capable he was, he would surely be very happy. By the way, Xiao Wu, do you know which shop in the county sells winter clothes? I want the best quality, warm coats. As soon as Xiao Wu heard that Chen Xi wanted to buy a coat, his eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity to curry favor, and he began to speak enthusiastically. Brother Chen, you asked the right person. I know exactly which shop has good products in the county. Do you see the clothing shop up ahead? Chen Xi followed Xiao Wu's direction and indeed saw a large 2-story shop, the exterior decoration quite exquisite. During the years of famine and war, to have such a 2-story shop, the owner must have some connections or be genuinely good. In any case, they had strength. Good? That's the one. Seeing that Chen Xi misunderstood, Xiao Wu quickly stopped him to explain. Brother Chen, you misunderstood. I'm not talking about this shop, but another one in the alley behind this shop. Chen Xi frowned, looking again at the 2-story shop. With such a good location and such good decoration, there's another clothing shop in the alley behind it. Would that business be good? With Chen Xi's business mindset, he immediately sensed something unusual. Xiao Wu continued. Brother Chen, just go to the shop in the alley. Just say Xiao Wu from Shan Bao Tang recommended it, and the shopkeeper will give you a good price. All right, I got it. You can go back now. Chen Xi didn't want to delay too long in the county. The fishing traps he set last night hadn't been collected yet, and 2 new wives had arrived at home. A pile of matters were waiting for him to handle. Okay, Brother Chen, you go ahead. I'll head back to the shop now. The shopkeeper will be worried soon. Go ahead. As Xiao Wu returned to the shop, Chen Xi, with money in hand and feeling confident, strode toward that 2-story clothing shop. Passing by the entrance, he looked up at the sign. Rong Yifang. He glanced inside, and the inventory was quite complete, with many wealthy ladies accompanied by maids selecting clothes. In the center of the shop, tiger skins, leopard skins, bear skins. and white fox skins hung in a full row. Although the fur colors and luster were average, they were rare. Chen Xi stood outside, carefully observing, and finally curled his lip. The craftsmanship was just so. If he made it himself, it would definitely look 10 times better. After seeing the problem, he didn't linger any longer and turned into the alley. Not far ahead, a low shop came into view. Rong Yifang. Chen Xi frowned and turned back to look at the two-story shop. Not only was the distance so close, but even the names were so similar. Chapter 12. I sell my skills, not my body. This business is indeed interesting. I wonder if this Rongi workshop can make it. Chen Xi pushed the door open and stepped inside. The shop was of a decent size, estimated to be around 50 or 60 square meters. But it couldn't compare to that luxurious two-story shop. Even a casual hall in that place would be larger than this one. On the counter, some fabrics were neatly arranged, and the walls were adorned with the pelts of rabbits, badgers, and other small animals. However, there were many types of coats, but they were quite thick. It was clear that the owner was not inexperienced. They focused on quality. Otherwise, opening a shop behind that luxurious clothing store would mean not even getting a taste of the soup. At this moment, the shop was empty. Chen Xi wasn't in a hurry. He looked around and nodded repeatedly, noting that the craftsmanship was much better than that of the previous shop. Just as Chen Xi was selecting clothes, the back door creaked open, and a woman walked in. The woman was carrying a bundle of firewood. Upon seeing a customer in the shop, she immediately placed the wood next to the stove. Approaching Chen Xi, she shyly brushed her hair back and said, "Esteemed guest, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I was just busy with some chores and neglected you. Please bear with me." A woman? Chen Xi was taken aback for a moment, followed by a big question mark in his mind. He was quite clear about the customs of this era. Women were very traditional, especially in the county. The daughters of wealthy families seldom left their homes. Even the daughters of common families tried to avoid showing their faces in public. Not to mention, this woman looked to be about the same age as him. Running a shop? Doing business? Chen Xi carefully examined the woman in front of him, who looked to be around 20 years old, with fair skin and delicate features. She wore a thick floral coat that completely concealed her figure. But if one were to ask him how he was so certain she had a beautiful figure, it was because her coat was pushed up high in the chest area, quite ample indeed. Her long black hair was neatly styled in a high bun, with her sideburns meticulously arranged. She had a capable and spirited demeanor. If she were in a later era, wearing an OL professional outfit and high heels, she would definitely fit the mold of a stunning female CEO. Chen Xi felt a bit dazed, realizing it was rude to keep staring at her. He awkwardly scratched his head and said, "No rush, no rush. I'm just here to choose a few coats." While Chen Xi was sizing up the woman, she was also observing him. He was tall with a straight posture. His handsome face had sharp features, and a mischievous smile at the corner of his mouth gave off a charmingly rogue vibe. Through his coarse clothing, one could vaguely see his healthy, wheat-colored skin. Just standing there exuded a unique aura. Wait a minute. In such cold weather, he's actually wearing coarse clothing? The woman looked down in suspicion and nearly burst out laughing. He had wrapped a large roe deer skin around his lower body, resembling a skirt, and he wore thick grass shoes with his little toes sticking out. The woman couldn't hold back her laughter upon seeing the grass shoes. Chen Xi's outfit finally broke down her defenses. I'm sorry, she said, her face turning red as she lowered her head, her gaze accidentally drifting to those grass shoes. Quickly turning her head away, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Chen Xi followed her gaze down and was immediately taken aback. He had rushed in and hadn't noticed that the grass shoes were torn. His little toes were trying hard to retract, but were stuck in the shoes. No matter how he tried, they couldn't go back in. His stubborn little toes were left exposed, quite a sight. Seeing that his little toes couldn't retract, Chen Xi pursed his lips and decided not to dwell on the issue. Don't mind the details. It's just a bit of wear and tear. Cough, cough, how much is this coat? Chen Xi pointed to the neatly folded floral coat on the counter, the same one the woman was wearing. He had noticed it as soon as he entered. It was the thickest of all and would surely keep his wife warm. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. The woman finally managed to suppress her laughter, seeing that Chen Xi wanted to buy a coat. She took out the floral coat, kindly opened it in front of her chest, and compared it to her body. Does this fit your wife well? The woman was quite savvy in business. Upon seeing the coat he chose, she immediately understood it was for his wife. Chen Xi examined it closely. The stitching was even, and the material was substantial. Compared to the one his sister-in-law wore, this was undoubtedly much better. He squeezed the coat. The cotton filling inside was overall thick, and it felt very soft in his hands. Not bad. The size is also suitable. Seeing Chen Xi's series of actions, a hint of curiosity flashed in the woman's eyes. A big man actually knew how to assess the cotton filling and stitching. How much is it for this coat and a pair of cotton pants? Chen Xi, while examining the floral coat, also picked out a pair of cotton pants, satisfied with both the material and craftsmanship. May I ask how the esteemed guest found this little shop? Was there someone who recommended it? The woman asked, not mentioning the price, but inquiring if anyone had recommended him. Chen Xi replied in an instant, no one recommended me. I found on my own. He didn't want to say it was Xiao Wu who recommended him. That would make it awkward to bargain. In later years, there's a skill called killing familiarity. As a dignified time traveler in this ancient society, if he were to be taken advantage of because of familiarity, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Did they want to treat him like a fat sheep for slaughter? Killing familiarity? Not a chance. Chen Xi had seen through her tricks and was secretly pleased with his cleverness. Is what the esteemed guest said true? The woman looked at Chen Xi with a playful expression. This shop is so hidden, and you found it on your own? Are you kidding me? Chen Xi was taken aback for a moment. Was killing familiarity really necessary? What? He would never admit it, stubbornly sticking to his story. Yes, I really found it on my own. The woman's lips curved slightly, finding his adamant denial amusing. She neatly folded the floral coat and placed it on the counter, then turned to stare intently at Chen Xi's face. Since there was no recommendation, then I'm afraid I can't sell it to you, esteemed guest. The woman extended a delicate hand, palm up, and slightly parted her red lips to say 2 words, not for sale. The meaning was clear. Not only would she not sell to him, but she was also indicating to show him the door. Chen Xi was taken aback by her actions. What? Not for sale? Killing familiarity, and she wouldn't even sell the goods. The words black shop instantly appeared in his mind. A definite black shop. A woman running a black shop in broad daylight. If she were running a black shop, then Xiao must have some issues recommending him to come here. Chen Xi narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that human hearts can be treacherous. He decided to test her. If it turned out to be as he suspected, then Xiao would also have problems. A big problem. Smack! He slapped 3 strings of coins for selling roe deer on the counter, slightly lowering his head to maintain eye contact with the woman, not shifting his gaze. What's the price? Not for sale. The woman glanced at the 3 strings of coins on the counter, and the corner of her mouth lifted again. However, her gesture of sending him away changed. She clenched her fist and pointed a slender finger downward, indicating, you can trade it for this. Chen Xi followed her finger to look below, and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. I'm sorry, miss, but I sell my skills, not my body. Chapter 13. The young lady named Chen was caught off guard by Chen Xi's mischievous grin. She stared at the position of her finger, which was right at Chen Xi's groin, and instantly blushed a deep red. Annoyed, she stamped her foot, her face as shy as a red apple. Who said you could trade this for that? What do you think I meant? I'm still unmarried, and I can't let a stranger misunderstand me like this. What if word gets out? But then she thought about her finger, and indeed, it was pointing at that spot. Chen bit her lip. She had to clarify this today, or else if it spread outside, she wouldn't be able to show her face anymore. I didn't mean it that way. I meant you could trade for the roe deer skin. Chen glared at Chen Xi with a resentful expression. She had intended to expose his identity, but instead, he had teased her, which only made her more upset. Oh, you meant the roe deer skin? Chen Xi deliberately brushed his groin, saying, you scared me. I thought you meant something else. What else? Chen was getting anxious. You must clarify today, or I will definitely find someone to deal with you. Although she had been driven out by her stepmother, she still had her aunt, who was very capable and could gather a group of thugs to beat him up. If you dare to spread this, I will cut off that ugly thing of yours, and you'll never be a man again. Seeing that Chen was genuinely angry, Chen Xi felt a bit embarrassed to continue teasing her and helplessly said, I really thought you meant the roe deer skin. Chen stared at Chen Xi, her pretty face alternating between green and white. She'd been mocked by him several times, but as a young lady, she couldn't retort. If it weren't for the fact that she wanted to do business with him, she wouldn't let him off the hook for teasing her. You're here because of a recommendation from Xiao Wu from Shanbao Hall, right? Chen Xi was a bit surprised. How did she know? Had his identity been exposed so quickly? Zhuo Qianqian rolled her eyes at him again, placing her hands on her chest and adopting a posture like a county magistrate interrogating a suspect. Dressed in grass clothes and straw sandals, with a roe deer skin wrapped around your waist. Moreover, the roe deer skin is quite fresh, showing no signs of processing. The money you brought is from Shanbao Hall. Considering these points, I not only deduce that you were recommended by Xiao Wu from Shanbao Hall, but I can also see. Zhuo Qianqian continued, extending her small hand and lightly tapping Chen Xi's chest with her fingertip, her big eyes narrowing mischievously. I can also tell that you are a hunter. Am I right? Chen Xi was genuinely shocked this time. He hadn't expected such a young girl to observe so closely and deduce things so accurately. You got some skills. I underestimated you. Since the girl had figured it out, he decided not to hide it anymore. I want to buy that set of flower jackets. I can't trade the roe deer skin with you. Name your price, Chen Xi said openly. The roe deer skin was meant to make a blanket for his wife. The wooden bed at home was cold, and he couldn't let her freeze. Seeing Chen Xi's candid admission, Zhuo Qianqian felt quite pleased and then flashed a sly smile. Can't keep up the act anymore, huh? You're still too inexperienced to play games with me. Since he was unwilling to trade for the roe deer skin, Zhuo Qianqian dropped the issue. A set of flower jackets is 81, but since you were recommended by Xiao Wu, I'll charge you 75 yuan. She turned her head proudly, spreading her small hand to signal Chen Xi to pay. Chen Xi silently pocketed 3 strings of coins from the counter and took out 200 yuan in change to place in Zhuo Qianqian's palm. This is 200 yuan. Also, give me a pair of thick cotton shoes. With the remaining money, get 2 sets of jackets and cotton shoes for women, all in your size. Zhuo Qianqian weighed the change in her hand, turned around to put it in the counter, and fetched a pair of cotton shoes to place beside the flower jackets. Please wait a moment. This is for the young mistress. As she spoke, she pouted and brought over 2 more sets of jackets and cotton shoes. These 2 are for the eldest and second mistresses. In total, it's 200 yuan. The young mistress's set is the thickest, while the other 2 mistresses' quality is slightly less. But they are warmer than the usual jackets. Zhuo Qianqian chattered on, clearly thinking of him as a scoundrel who married a new wife and forgot about his old one. Chen Xi felt a bit helpless and smiled wryly. This girl, though young, was well informed about family matters. It seemed that all the county officials married young mistresses and neglected their wives. Whatever she thought, he had no time to explain so much to her. He wrapped the 3 sets of jackets tightly with leftover fabric and slung them over his shoulder, intending to leave without a word. You just gonna wear that? A lazy voice came from behind. Chen Xi turned around to find Zhuo Qianqian rolling her eyes at him again. Unbeknownst to him, she had somehow managed to grab a set of clothes and tossed it onto the counter. This is a hunting jacket loved by hunters. It's not only warm, but also convenient for running through the snow. This pair of shoes was also waterproof, useful for catching fish and other activities. Chen Xi scratched his head in embarrassment. The girl was indeed thoughtful. After buying clothes for 3 women, he had forgotten about himself. Pretending to cough a couple of times to mask his awkwardness, he stepped forward to pick up his set. Unravel that string of coins. It's 131. Zhuo Qianqian held out her small hand again, indicating that Chen Xi should pay. This time, Chen Xi felt even more embarrassed. This little girl was making him uncomfortable. He quickly unraveled a string of coins, counted out 131, and handed it to her. I'm leaving now. Chen Xi tried to slip away. Wait. Zhuo Qianqian stepped out from behind the counter to block his path, her face beaming with a smile. My name is Zhuo Qianqian. May I ask for your esteemed name? Chen Xi. Oh, Brother Chen. Zhuo Qianqian pointed at the various animal skins hanging on the wall. If Brother Chen hunts these fine pelts, you can sell them to Qianqian, and we can negotiate a good price. Chen Xi glanced at the skins on the wall, his mouth twitching. With such poor craftsmanship, you're ruining good materials. Negotiable, negotiable. Chen Xi felt he had spent too much time today. He still needed to buy some food to take home. His 3 daughters at home were probably hungry. Zhuo Qianqian wanted to get closer to Chen Xi, thinking that it would be beneficial for her small shop to know a hunter like him. However, Chen Xi didn't give her the opportunity to continue chatting and turned to leave, heading straight for the grain shop. As what Chen Qian watched Chen Xi leave the alley, a sly smile forming at the corners of her mouth. I want to let go of a hunter who can catch roe deer. She had her own plans. Her aunt was ill, and the doctor said that only the snow Ganoderma found deep in the Daba Mountain could cure her. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to venture deep into Daba Mountain. Only experienced hunters had the ability to do so. However, the court had conscripted the old hunters into the army, and the newly grown hunters couldn't even catch roe deer, let alone venture deep into the mountains. Looks like I need to talk to Xiao Wu and ask if Chen Xi really has the skills. Yes, I'll go now. Zhuo Qianqian was decisive. Once she made up her mind, she immediately acted, closing the shop door and heading toward Shanbao Hall. After leaving the alley, Chen Xi found a deserted place to change into his new clothes and shoes. He bought some food and eggs at the grain shop, spending 300 won on a pound of coarse salt. Salt was quite expensive in this era and could only be sold by the government. Just a pound of coarse salt cost 300 won. Chen Xi's heart bled. It seemed he would have to purify the fine salt himself in the future, or he really couldn't afford it. He also bought some needles and threads and other household necessities. He had entered the city in the morning, and now it was already noon. His wife must be waiting anxiously at home. He hurriedly ran back home. Chapter 14 Xinyao by Rongrong. Each with their own thoughts, Chen Xi returned to Wowo village in less than an hour and met Aunt Zhang, who was chopping firewood in her yard. Hello, Aunt Zhang. He greeted her generously, as he was a grateful person. Aunt Zhang had offended the village head to testify for him, so he treated her twice as well. Oh, Xiao Xi, you're back. Aunt Zhang put down her axe and hurried out of the yard, noticing Chen Xi carrying a lot of things. After a moment of surprise, she guessed that Chen Xi had sold a roe deer to buy some things to take home. Thank you, Xiao Xi. You even had your wife send me a wild rabbit. Aunt Zhang recounted how Fan Yin had brought her half a wild rabbit that morning and had given the other half to a few other women. That's the least I could do, Aunt Zhang. You've helped my wife a lot, and now that I'm better, I'll be sure to send you meat whenever I hunt. Chen Xi was not just being polite. During his foolish period, Aunt Zhang had often helped Fan Yin. Now that he was back, he felt he had to repay that kindness. Seeing Chen Xi so grateful warmed Aunt Zhang's heart. However, noticing how many things he had bought, she immediately declined, saying, Aunt Zhang doesn't want your gifts, Xiao Xi. You should save your money. We still have to pay the head tax next month. Thinking of the head tax, Aunt Zhang furrowed her brows deeply, looking around to ensure no one was nearby. She pulled Chen Xi closer and whispered, This morning, I overheard Zhang Baoquan and two men from the wedding procession talking. Aunt Zhang glanced around again, confirming no one was nearby, then leaned closer to Chen Xi's ear. Your head tax is going to increase. Usually, it's 5 strings of money per person, but they've intentionally raised your price to 7 strings. Chen Xi raised an eyebrow in surprise. The head tax was a fixed amount set by the government. How could these people change it at will? I also heard them say that the 2 women sent to you this morning are daughters of officials, and their men have all been executed. These women have been sent to the wedding procession as criminals, and when they marry off, the government collects the tax. Upon hearing Aunt Zhang's words, Chen Xi suddenly realized what was happening. He recalled that the 2 women had been shackled when they were brought in that morning. He hadn't thought much of it at the time, now it all made sense. No wonder they didn't seem like ordinary women. They were weak and incapable of doing any work. One could read and do calculations, while the other could sew. It turned out they were all daughters of officials. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. I understand now. Chen Xi had learned of the 2 women's identities and Zhang Baoquan and the other sinister plot, making him more vigilant. 7 strings of money? He wanted to see how they would manage that. Xiao Xi, with your hunting skills, be sure to stay safe and hunt more. If you can't pay the head tax, you'll be conscripted. Aunt Zhang reminded him several more times. Then, hearing the sounds of other villagers nearby, she worriedly sent Chen Xi on his way. Oh dear, poor Xiao Xi. Those 2 women may look good, but they can't carry anything or do any work. What good is it to marry them? Shaking her head with a sigh, she returned to her work. When Chen Xi got home, he saw the 3 women sitting on the bed waiting for him. Ah, husband, you're back. Fan Yin exclaimed as she rushed forward to help him with his things. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong followed her lead, eager to assist. Wow, husband, you bought so much good food, and there are even eggs. Fan Yin looked at Chen Xi in surprise. Those were high-quality grains that poor families could only eat a few times a year. This time, he had brought back an entire large bag full. As for the eggs, they would usually trade for coarse rice in the county. And salt. Each time Fan Yin opened a package, she was more shocked than the last. She had never seen so many good things before. In her world, being able to eat enough to not starve was the greatest luxury. She had never dreamed of having such good food. Oh, this is sewing thread. Bai Rongrong opened one package, her eyes lighting up. The sewing skills she learned at home were essential for daughters of officials. Holding the sewing kit in her hands, she cherished it, knowing that with it, she could prove her value in the household. Once the rice and grains were eaten up, if Chen Xi wanted to eat someone, he wouldn't dare eat her first. Although Fan Yin had reassured both her and Qin Yao all morning that Chen Xi wouldn't eat people, her clever little mind still didn't believe it. He looked fierce. If there was no food, he would definitely eat someone. First, I'll eat Qin Yao. She can't do anything. Yes, she would definitely be the first. Bai Rongrong clutched the sewing kit, her small face flushed with excitement. This was her lifeline. Qin Yao helped Fan Yin organize the items, but realized there was nothing she could use. Her pride in being able to read and do calculations was useless in this household. What good was reading and counting if it couldn't feed her? Ashamed, she lowered her head, her feet together like a child who had done something wrong. Tears began to fall uncontrollably as she silently stood there, feeling pitiful. She was the only one in the house who felt useless and didn't dare to look up at them, especially at Chen Xi. Seeing Qin Yao like this made Bai Rongrong feel uncomfortable too. She had stood up for her this morning, but what could she do? After all, she was the least capable among them. Don't blame my sister. She is struggling too, Bai Rongrong thought, turning her head away, unable to bear looking at Qin Yao. She kept reminding herself, I can't help her. I can't help her. I'll eat her first. Once the three women had finished organizing the items, Chen Xi finally set down the largest package. He unwrapped it to reveal a beautiful floral jacket and two plain cloth jackets. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong saw the jackets and wondered if there would be one for them. It would have been better if they hadn't seen them. But now they couldn't help but pinch their tattered clothes. The thin fabric let the cold wind seep in, making them shiver. The two girls instinctively huddled together, their eyes fixed on the jackets, unable to suppress their longing. They had clothes before, and they were quite nice. However, after their home was raided by the government and the men executed, the women were left to be sent to the wedding procession. On the first day in the wedding procession, their clothes were taken by stronger women. Being too timid to resist, they had no choice but to compromise. After that, they traveled to several villages with the procession. The men saw that they were weak and unable to work, which is why they hadn't been taken away. In this year of war and famine, beauty was of no value. Men preferred women who could work. Since no one wanted them, they were often bullied in the county and only given a thin gruel to eat each day, which was not enough to fill them. Because they couldn't get married. The county couldn't collect the head tax, and the yamen runners would beat and scold them, locking them up with chains. They couldn't even find a way to die. Later, they heard that many of the women who were taken away had been eaten, leaving them with a 2-square-meter shadow of fear. This morning, they were brought to Wowo village to marry the fierce-looking Chen Xi. Whether this was a blessing or a curse, they didn't know. Here, wife, wear this. Chen Xi picked up the floral jacket and put it on Fan Yin. She was utterly stunned. She had never seen such a beautiful jacket, let alone worn one. Touching the thick fabric, she felt warm wearing it. Tears glistened in her eyes as she repeatedly declined. Husband, this jacket is so expensive. I can't wear it. Chen Xi, however, didn't care. He forcefully helped Fan Yin put it on and even helped her into some cotton pants. Unable to resist, Fan Yin finally complied. After she was dressed in the new jacket and took off her straw sandals, Chen Xi frowned. He placed Fan Yin's small foot on his leg and gently applied rabbit oil to the cracked area. He was truly careless. He had only noticed the cracks on his hands before and didn't realize there were also cracks on her small foot. If he was careless and she got frostbite, it would break his heart. After applying the rabbit oil, he helped her change into the new cotton shoes he had bought. Hey, they fit perfectly. That girl's with Chen Xi was quite reliable. The cotton shoes matched the size of the coat. Before long, she was looking refreshed But when he looked at her again, Fan Yin was already in tears. She was so moved, having never been cared for like this before. Husband. Fan Yin buried her small face in Chen Xi's embrace, softly sobbing. Chen Xi held her in his arms, his voice gentle. First, let's deal with what you're wearing. In a few days, I'll get you a set of luxurious fur. Leopard print coat, leopard print underwear, leopard print panties, leopard print stockings. It must be prioritized. This was the path to his future happiness. After holding Fan Yin tenderly for a while, Chen Xi finally raised his eyes to look at Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong. The two girls quickly lowered their heads when they felt Chen Xi's gaze, nervously clutching the corners of their clothes. Qin Yao, are we going to take action now? Bai Rongrong, let's eat her first. Eat her first. Chapter 15. The heated Kong. The two women stood there like startled rabbits, not daring to move. Chen Xi wanted to tease them a bit and stood in front of them. Seeing him approach, the two women huddled together, trembling, noticing how scared they were. Chen Xi felt he might have gone a bit too far. Oh dear, don't be so frightened. Put on your coats. Look at you shivering. Upon hearing this, the two women cast a longing glance at the coats on the bed, but quickly averted their eyes, still standing motionless. Chen Xi rubbed his forehead and shook his head with a wry smile. It seemed that these two women were indeed frightened by him, and a sense of guilt arose within him. Was he being too harsh? He looked helplessly at Fan Yin, wondering what to do. They were afraid of him. Fan Yin was touched, but found it somewhat amusing and a bit frustrating to see the two women scared of Chen Xi. How could the young girls have any courage? Why scare them? She rolled her eyes at Chen Xi and then stepped forward to take the hands of the two women. Don't be afraid. My husband means no harm. Come with me. Fan Yin was clearly more effective than Chen Xi. The two women allowed her to lead them and felt less anxious. She tenderly helped the two women put on new coats. Although they weren't as thick as her own floral coat, they were still of good quality, warmer than what other women in the village wore. The two women looked at Fan Yin with gratitude, a warm feeling rising in their hearts. This lady was truly kind, and they resolved to build a good relationship with her in the future to avoid being marginalized. Fan Yin was like an older sister, helping the two women change into new coats and shoes. Oh, your feet are frostbitten. Let me help you rub some ointment. As she spoke, she picked up the rabbit oil to apply it. Seeing an opportunity, Chen Xi wanted to step forward to show his concern. Let me do it. I'm the best at applying medicine. The two women were startled by Chen Xi's action and quickly snatched the rabbit oil away, simultaneously saying, No need. Husband, we will serve you in the future. We wouldn't dare. You sit, we could do it ourselves. The two women grabbed the rabbit oil, not daring to let Chen Xi help, nor to apply it themselves. This precious rabbit oil was something they wouldn't touch without their husband's permission. Fan Yin, seeing how frightened the two women were, turned and shot Chen Xi a glare. Look at how scared they are. They married you, so you should treat them well. Chen Xi awkwardly scratched his head. It seemed that his image as the bad guy had been solidified. He didn't dare speak, and Fan Yin rolled her eyes at him again. Although her husband had frightened the two women, she still felt warm inside. After all, which woman wouldn't seek recognition in this ancient society? The competition among wives was no less fierce than that among men outside. However, Fan Yin, with her gentle and kind nature, couldn't bear to see the two young women suffer. As for competing for status in the household, she hadn't even thought about it. As long as she was with her husband, it didn't matter to her whether he favored her or not. Having a man who cared for her was enough for a lifetime. No matter how her husband changed in the future, she wouldn't blame him. Then you apply it yourselves. Don't let it get infected. Fan Yin gently comforted the two women, afraid they would be too frightened. They would have to live together in the future, and she didn't want their home to feel like that of a feudal lord with hierarchies. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. The two women felt permitted by Fan Yin and dared to apply the rabbit oil to their cracked feet. Once everything was settled, Chen Xi grinned and took out the pastries that Xiao Wu had sent from his bosom. Opening the box, there were 3 neatly cut pastries, sprinkled with osmanthus petals that noble women loved. The aroma wafted through the small room. Wife, these are pastries for you. They're still warm, as I've kept them in my bosom. The 3 women, smelling the pastries, found their stomachs growling. The only wild rabbit in the house had been given to Aunt Zhang by Fan Yin. She had been waiting for Chen Xi to return from the county and had only eaten a few nuts to stave off hunger. As for Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong, they had it even worse. Their last meal was a small bowl of leftover porridge at the two shop yesterday noon. After a long morning of travel, they had been frightened by Chen Xi at home and spent a restless morning. Even the nuts that the madam had offered, the two women hadn't dared to eat. Now, seeing the fragrant osmanthus pastries, they were so hungry that their stomachs were pressed against their backs, unable to stop swallowing. Chen Xi knew that his wife was kind-hearted and would definitely share with the two women. He thought about helping his wife solidify her status as the madam. Wife, you can have them all. As soon as he said this, he met Fan Yan's resentful gaze. Turning to the two women, he gently said, "Here, one for each of you." He divided the two pieces of osmanthus pastries between Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong. The two women didn't dare take them, swallowing nervously while looking at Chen Xi with pitiful eyes. "Just take them." Fan Yan, seeing how desperate the two women were, firmly stuffed the pastries into their hands and handed the remaining piece to Chen Xi. "You should eat too, husband." Chen Xi smiled helplessly, knowing it would turn out this way. Treating others better than oneself was something he needed to change. In times of famine and chaos, such kindness could be harmful. Fortunately, he had crossed over in time. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine how such a woman could survive. "These pastries are for women. I, a big man, don't really like them." After saying this, he turned and went outside, knowing that with him there, the three women would feel embarrassed to eat. He took out a shovel and started working. They needed to resolve the sleeping arrangements. With only one wooden bed in the house, how could 4 people fit? Although Wowo village was small, it was backed by mountains with plenty of loess and river sand nearby. His elder brother had once wanted to build a small house for himself, but he had died before it could be completed, leaving behind a lot of materials that now came in handy. After preparing the loess and river sand, he fetched well water to start mixing mud. Once the mud was ready, he began to lay stones to build the kong. Yes, it was a heated kong. The people of this era still didn't understand the wonderful uses of the heated kong, so he would create one himself. Due to a lack of knowledge, many poor people died of frostbite every winter. Over the past few years of warfare, the number of people freezing to death had increased. Strong laborers were conscripted, leading to villages being filled mostly with the elderly, women, and children. With fewer strong laborers at home and bandits lurking nearby, life was very difficult. Every family sweeps the snow in front of their own door and ignores the frost on others' roofs. Chen Xi wasn't a saint, caring for the country and the world. He just wanted to live well in his own little life. The women, dressed in their new coats, finished the pastries in the house, feeling warm inside now that they had food in their stomachs. Seeing Chen Xi busy with something outside, the women decided to lend a hand. Chen Xi didn't refuse. Although the women worked clumsily, he didn't show any impatience. Starting today, this would be everyone's home, and everyone had to contribute. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong felt a sense of participation and gradually relaxed. As long as Chen Xi didn't dislike them, they felt at ease. They had heard he was a hunter, and the coat he wore was traded for after hunting a roe deer. If he truly had such a profession, it wouldn't be too hard for the 4 of them to survive. They threw all worries aside and focused on following Chen Xi to work. Through working together, the two women gradually became more cheerful, occasionally teasing each other. A sense of warm family atmosphere began to emerge. Outside, Chen Xi built a chimney and set up the heated kong by nightfall. With the fire lit, Fan Yan and the two women started busily preparing dinner. At Chen Xi's strong insistence, they cooked a pot of fine rice, and Chen Xi personally made an egg soup. After a satisfying meal, the girls felt content, but it had been a long time since they had eaten fine rice. The fragrant rice, paired with egg soup, seasoned with coarse salt, made the meal very delicious. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong also showed smiles that were appropriate for their age. After cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, they began to worry about sleeping arrangements. The girls looked at each other and finally turned their gaze to Chen Xi, the head of the family. The heated kong couldn't be used yet. It needed to dry overnight to evaporate the moisture in the clay before they could sleep on it. "You two will take turns adding firewood to the stove tonight." Chen Xi assigned the task, and Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong happily agreed, relieved to have something to do to avoid displeasing Chen Xi. Fan Yan tugged at the hem of Chen Xi's clothes and quietly asked, "What about you, husband?" Chen Xi smiled mysteriously and said, "I will go to gather the game and maybe back late. You all can rest a bit before adding firewood." Don't exhaust yourselves. The wooden bed was small and could only accommodate 2 people at a time, so one person would tend the fire while the other 2 rested, which was just right. The night fell quickly, and Chen Xi, worried about the traps for game, arranged the household tasks, slung his hunting bow and gear over his shoulder, and then got up to leave. His determined figure gradually disappeared from Fan Yan's reluctant gaze, and she softly murmured, "Husband, come home early." Chapter 16. Wealth and Danger at Xianzhong Hill. Chen Xi, familiar with the route, carefully observed the footprints he had left earlier. He nodded, having found no other traces nearby, confirming his suspicion that the villagers were too afraid to go up the mountain. He had set 7 traps in total, and soon arrived at the first one. From a distance, a small black that was clearly visible in the middle of the snowy ground. He grinned. "Here we go." He quickly approached in a few strides. This was his first time setting traps, and his excitement was palpable. Although he was an expert in wilderness survival and had plenty of experience with traps, doing this for the first time in an unfamiliar ancient society made him a bit anxious. A big gray rabbit. At that moment, a large gray rabbit was caught. Its neck stuck in a trap, already dead. Blood oozed from its fur, indicating it had struggled for quite some time. However, Chen Xi had designed the trap specifically for such prey. The more the animal struggled, the tighter the trap would hold. He unfastened the rabbit and weighed it in his hands. Although it wasn't as hefty as the last one, it still weighed 6 or 7 pounds. Moreover, the fur was dense, making it a good material. But Chen Xi wasn't particularly interested in this kind of fur. He recalled the pelts hanging in the shop run by Zhuo Qianqian in the county and thought that collecting more might allow him to sell it to her. After securing the rabbit, he reset the trap according to the animal tracks. Moving on to the next one, Chen Xi continued his journey, having already collected 6 traps. Whether it was luck or an abundance of game, every trap contained prey, and his haul was surprisingly good this time, for wild rabbits and 2 wild chickens. However, when he reached the 7th trap, his expression suddenly turned serious. A small patch of blood on the snow caught his attention. As he approached, he found feathers scattered around the trap and a piece of chewed bone. Picking up the remains, he carefully examined the bone, which still bore sharp tooth marks. Looking at the animal tracks left in the snow, he could clearly see a line of oval footprints, the width of which was comparable to an adult's index finger. The first 2 toe prints were slightly larger, while the last 2 were smaller. In the middle of the footprints was a pad mark resembling a plum blossom. A straight line of footprints led deeper into the mountain. Assessing the depth of the prints, he had a clear answer in his mind. A feline animal, with the hind feet stepping in the front paw prints, weighed around 60 pounds. A shape of prey began to form in his mind. A lynx. Chen Xi smiled broadly. The medium-sized feline, the lynx, was prized for its beautiful fur. In later times, it will be highly sought after by the wealthy. Soft, warm, and luxurious. Chen Xi couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. "You ate my wild chickens and then just ran off?" He hurried to track it down, repositioning the trap and securing it again. After all, the heavy snow had sealed the mountain, and the animal tracks were still clear. There was no way he would lose that lynx. After finishing his tasks, Chen Xi began to follow the tracks. The lynx had a large territory, and after half an hour of tracking, he found that the footprints suddenly vanished in a grove. With the tracks gone, there was only one possibility. He quickly looked up at the trees, spotting claw marks on the trunk. Looking up the trunk, he saw no sign of the lynx. Frowning, Chen Xi looked again at the spot where the footprints had disappeared and the claw marks on the tree. That leap must have been at least 3 meters. Combined with his earlier estimate of the weight, it was undoubtedly an adult male lynx. He exhaled heavily, beginning to survey the surrounding trees. Chen Xi hadn't paid much attention to his location when he arrived, but he had unknowingly reached the entrance of a deep mountain. The local villagers wouldn't even dare to enter a shallow hill like Xianzhong Hill, let alone the deep mountains. The deep mountains were the territory of large, ferocious beasts, rich in resources but also fraught with danger. Typically, experienced hunters would go into the deep mountains in groups, equipped with large crossbows for safety. Now, Chen Xi was the only one venturing into the mountains at night. The danger was evident. Should he go back? Just thinking about that precious fur made him reluctant. Should he stay? With his current gear, he wasn't afraid of the lynx, but what about bears? Or adult wild boars? And the king of the forest? After pondering for a while, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, fortune favors the bold. With 4 mouths to feed at home, the impending head tax in a month, and the schemes of Zhang Baoquan and the 2 elders, he understood deeply that in this society, avoiding conflict didn't guarantee safety. Chen Xi knew this principle well. Only by being strong could one live with dignity. In the past, it didn't matter. He could hide if he couldn't afford to provoke others. But things were different now. He had a kind and virtuous wife and 2 equally unfortunate women following him. The fate of the 4 of them was tightly bound. If he left, what would happen to them? He could guess the outcome even without thinking. Leaving them behind was something Chen Xi could never do. Better to live for thousands of years than die hanging. He steeled himself, his eyes sharp as knives, and made up his mind to act without hesitation. Into the deep mountains he went. The trees around were thick and spaced far apart, since there was no sign of the lynx on this tree. It must have jumped to another one. Carefully observing the claw marks on the trees, he deduced the lynx's path and began his ascent further into the mountain. Before long, Chen Xi stood under a massive tree that required 2 people to hug, staring motionlessly at the claw marks on the trunk. A chill ran down his spine, and goosebumps quickly spread across his body. That instinct of being watched by prey returned. He turned to look in the direction of his intuition, but it was empty. Something was off. It had to be over there. His gaze quickly shifted upward, where he saw 2 glowing green eyes staring intently at him from branch. Upon seeing the green light, Chen Xi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "It's you. This will be easier." It was the large lynx. He felt fortunate. If he had encountered another ferocious beast, he might have lost his life today. Chen Xi quietly drew out his hunting bow, and the 2 glowing green eyes remained unmoved. He knocked an arrow. Upon noticing the human's movement, the lynx tensed, crouching on the branch, hissing threateningly at Chen Xi, puffing out white mist from its mouth and nose as a warning to him to leave its territory. Its sharp fangs were exposed, and its claws dug into the branch, ready to attack at any moment. Holding his breath and focusing, Chen Xi drew the bow to its full moon shape. The lynx continued to scratch at the branch, tearing through the thick bark, and its hissing grew louder. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air, streaking like a meteor. With a sharp cry, the lynx was hit. However, because the lynx was already on guard, Chen Xi's arrow did not strike a fatal spot, only hitting its hind paw. A surge of pain coursed through the lynx, and realizing its enemy was formidable, it fled desperately. Unable to navigate through the trees due to its injured hind paw, it leaped into the snow and began to escape deeper into the mountains. Damn it, Chase. Chen Xi was a bit surprised. His shooting skills shouldn't be this poor. According to his previous performance, at such a close distance, the error shouldn't exceed a centimeter. This bow and arrow were inadequate. The first thing he would do after returning was to forge a better weapon himself. But that was a matter for later. Right now, the priority was to pursue the lynx. The lynx moved quickly, but so did Chen Xi. The 2 of them raced through the mountains, and soon they were deep in the woods. As Chen Xi relentlessly pursued, the lynx gradually showed signs of fatigue, its hind paw stained with blood. Seeing the lynx slow down, Chen Xi seized the opportunity to shoot another arrow. Whoosh! Thud! This arrow struck the lynx directly, the immense force piercing through its neck, causing it to collapse in the snow, twitch a few times, and then lie still. Huffing and puffing, Chen Xi ran closer and saw that the lynx was completely dead. He pulled out his feathered arrow and sat down to rest. This hunt was much easier than the last one, chasing the silly roe deer, but it still drained Chen Xi of a lot of energy. If it weren't for the rice and egg soup he had for dinner, he would probably need a long time to recover. After regaining some strength, Chen Xi carefully examined his trophy. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just as he had guessed, it was an adult male lynx. The weight was about 70 pounds, which was even larger than he had expected. There were large patches of fresh blood left by the lynx on the snow, and Chen Xi knew it was not wise to stay here for long. Large predators are very sensitive to the smell of blood. They might be rushing over here right now. Just as he was about to lift the lynx and leave, Chen Xi suddenly caught sight of something unusual. Logically, with heavy snow blocking the mountains, there should be snow piled up everywhere, but why? Below the cliff ahead, a patch of exposed red rock layers caught Chen Xi's attention. Could it be? Driven by curiosity, Chen Xi quickly walked over. Not only was there a covering of red rock layers here, but there were also many animal tracks nearby. Tracks of herbivores such as sika deer, elk, roe deer, rabbits, and marmots could all be seen here. Wow! Chen, she was greatly shocked. These animals had appeared here and had even dug through the snow to reveal the red rock layers beneath. Chen Xi excitedly scraped his finger on the rock layer and then tasted it by putting it in his mouth. He smacked his lips, and his eyes immediately lit up. It was just as he had guessed. Unable to contain himself, he laughed out loud. Ha ha, I struck it rich. Salt mine. Chapter 17. High-quality salt mine. Chen Xi was stunned by his astonishing discovery. The salt layer that animals licked proved to be non-toxic and of high purity. Looking along the salt layer, he could see that the entire cliff below should be composed of rock layers. Moreover, digging down would reveal more of this salt layer. With the salt layer, the current troubles could be resolved. Though the court strictly controlled salt, with Chen Xi's wisdom, secretly selling some should not be a problem. He wouldn't sell it in large blocks. He must refine it into fine salt before taking it back. This would confuse others and also allow him a profit. As for how to refine it, it's something even middle school students know, but people in this era simply don't know yet. The common folks eat coarse salt, which has a sour taste. The nobility doesn't eat much better. Once fine salt appears, it will be sky-high in price. Chen Xi smashed a piece of rock and tucked it into his pocket, looking around. This location was extremely secretive and deep in the mountains, where many ferocious beasts roamed, making it unlikely to be discovered by outsiders. It was best to leave quickly, otherwise there would be danger. He shouldered the large lynx and quickly made his way down the mountain along the same path. On the way, he encountered some small herbivorous animals. But he had no time to spare and focused solely on getting out of the mountains quickly. Once he exited the deep mountains, Chen Xi finally relaxed. Today's discovery was undoubtedly enormous. Good days were just around the corner. He deeply imprinted the location of the salt layer in his mind before happily arriving at Dong-Ao Ridge to check on his fish catch. Pulling on the rope, he wondered, is it this heavy? He strained to pull the rope, finally managing to haul the fish basket out of the water after a considerable effort. Dumping the contents of the basket onto the snow, several large fish came into view. They flopped around in the snow for a moment before quickly freezing into lumps of ice. Ha ha ha. 7 large fish, each weighing 4 to 5 pounds, along with over a dozen smaller fish weighing around 2 to 3 pounds. He tossed back the smaller fish he didn't want. And there were so many forest frogs? Chen Xi threw out the small fish, revealing the forest frogs inside. Their round, red bellies were full of good stuff. Chen Xi's eyes sparkled. However, since there were only girls at home, would they be scared to eat the frogs directly? He decided to extract their essence instead. After some thought, he settled on the safest method. He released the male frogs and removed the eggs and frog oil from the females. After a lot of work, he managed to gather less than half a pound. He piled the good stuff into a snowball to keep it safe and put the bodies of the female frogs back into the fish basket as bait. He placed the basket back into the pond, completed everything, and headed home with a huge haul. Tonight's rewards were considerable: a 70-pound lynx for wild rabbits, 2 wild chickens, and so many fish. With so much to carry, he needed to think of a way to transport everything home at once. He chopped a thick pine branch and placed all the prey on it, dragging it back through the snow. This saved him a lot of effort. By now, it was deep into the night, and the villagers were all asleep, so he didn't have to worry about revealing his wealth. Although the villagers were simple, there were always some petty thieves. If he swaggered back to the village with his catch, it would inevitably attract unwanted guests. He was still in a period of development and didn't want to stir up too much trouble. It was best to keep things low-key. In the stillness of the night, Wu village had every household closed up and sleeping. Chen Xi returned home with a full load. Pushing open the courtyard gate, he saw a light shining from inside, indicating that the girls were still heating the Kong. Is it my husband? Fan Yan's voice came through, and Chen Xi frowned. Hadn't he assigned tasks already? Wasn't it supposed to be Qin Yao and Bai Rong Rong taking turns heating the Kong? Why was his wife still awake? He sighed inwardly, knowing without asking that it must be because of his wife's kind heart. She couldn't bear to let the other 2 girls work. Wife, I'm back. Chen Xi took a few big steps to the front of the house, and with a creak, the door opened from inside. Fan Yan's little face was flushed from the fire, and upon seeing Chen Xi return, she immediately broke into a smile. The worry in her heart finally eased. Then she saw Chen Xi dragging a large tree branch, probably because he hadn't caught any prey and was bringing back some firewood. Fan Yin was not disappointed. As the elders said, hunters didn't always catch prey in the mountains. Returning empty-handed was common, and as long as he returned safely, that was the most important thing. She hurried over to check Chen Xi's body for injuries, and after feeling around and confirming he was fine, she felt relieved. It's good that you're back. It doesn't matter if you didn't catch anything. Come in and warm up. Chen Xi let go of the branch and stepped inside. The first thing he saw was Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong sleeping on the bed, and he immediately understood what had happened. Seeing that Chen Xi's expression was a bit unpleasant, Fan Yin quickly stood in front of him. Husband, don't blame them. They were the ones who gathered the firewood. I was just worried about you and let them sleep. He pulled Fan Yin into his arms, gently rubbing her head. Wife, don't worry. I came back safe and sound. And Machem. Chen Xi didn't wake the two girls. They had worked hard all day, so let them sleep. Hearing the conversation in the room, Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong woke up, rubbing their sleepy eyes, and then they saw Chen Xi had returned. Ah, husband, you're back. We were working. It was the first lady who let us sleep. The two girls looked at Chen Xi in panic, not knowing what to do. They thought they were in big trouble, having just fallen asleep when he returned. Oh no, this was serious trouble. You all continue to sleep. Chen Xi felt sympathy for the two girls. As daughters of officials, they had never endured such hardship. The two girls dared not sleep any longer and hurriedly got up to add more firewood. Fan Yin was very happy to see that her husband did not blame the two younger sisters for sleeping. She took out a red hat from the bedside and put it on her head, happily saying to Chen Xi, Husband, look, this is the half-squirrel hat you made last time. Rongrong modified it, and now it fits perfectly. Fan Yin was as delighted as a little girl receiving her favorite gift, shaking her head to show Chen Xi. Chen Xi's eyes widened in surprise. This is the hat I made from 7 squirrel skins? I thought it wasn't big enough. How'd it turn out like this? He circled around Fan Yin, taking it in his hands and examining it closely. This craftsmanship is quite good. The shiny fur was soft and smooth, showing no signs of stitching. And when he looked inside, the stitches were evenly spaced and neat. This was made by Rongrong? Chen Xi's mouth twitched. He not only saw the stitches that Bai Rongrong had redone, but also noticed the big, coarse stitches he had made before. No wonder the hat was small. It turned out he had stitched it too thickly. Right, Rongrong's skills are excellent. She finished sewing it in no time. Fan Yin proudly displayed her squirrel skin hat, which sparkled beautifully in the firelight. Chen Xi felt embarrassed and scratched his head. Haha, yes, it looks nice. Seeing the hat was beautiful, he was very pleased. What surprised him even more was that he hadn't expected Bai Rongrong to be so skilled. She was even a bit better than he was. Chen Xi approached Bai Rongrong and spoke gently. Good, since you performed so well, husband will reward you. Bai Rongrong was taken aback, quickly standing up and stammering, no. I can't accept a reward. She was thinking, what kind of reward? What reward? Hee. Meanwhile, Qin Yao, who was squatting there tending the fire, was about to cry. Bai Rongrong had the chance to show off and even received a reward from their husband. But what about her? Woo-woo. If I had known, I wouldn't have studied. What's the use of being literate? Knowing how to do math is useless too. In this family, I'm the only one who's useless. I might as well not live anymore. I should just be eaten early. Qin Yao's tears wet her eyes, and she felt utterly hopeless, thinking that everyone has value except for herself. After encouraging Bai Rongrong a few times, Chen Xi turned his gaze to Qin Yao, who was squatting on the ground and sobbing softly. Being literate and knowing how to do math. There's already a candidate for the accountant of the salt mine. One knows needlework, and the other knows math. In these times, those who know needlework are usually ladies from well-off families, while ordinary women just do simple sewing and mending. Just looking at Bai Rongrong's skills, I wonder how many times better they are than those of ordinary women. And there's also Qin Yao, who can read and do math. There are very few men who are literate, let alone women. It's less than 1 in 1,000. These two treasure girls will be a tremendous help in the future. All right, stop crying now. Let your husband bring the game into the house. Chapter 18, Link's prey? What prey? Didn't my husband just bring back a big tree branch? Where's the prey? Seeing that Fan Yin was still in a daze, Chen Xi smiled smugly. let's go collect today's spoils." Without hesitation, he led the way out of the house, and the three women immediately followed with curiosity when they heard there was prey. When the group of women arrived in front of the big tree branch, they saw the large lynx as well as wild rabbits and wild chickens, and their mouths dropped open in unison. All of this was hunted by my husband?" Fan Yin exclaimed in shock, looking at the robust body of the lynx, which weighed at least 40 to 50 pounds. How many pounds of millet would that be worth? Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong were even more astonished. They had only heard that they were marrying a hunter, but they didn't expect this hunter husband to be so capable. Not only did he buy a new coat for himself, but he also brought back fine rice and eggs, and now they were looking at a large pile of prey on the ground, each one shocked and unable to close their mouths. "Husband, this..." Like Fan Yin, the two women's brains momentarily crashed upon seeing the prey. Chen Xi saw the expressions of the three women and immediately chuckled. "Stop staring. Let's go. Bring it into the house." He was the first to lift the lynx into the house, wanting to quickly skin it before it froze stiff. The three women followed behind, carrying the wild chickens and rabbits into the house. "Oh, there's also fish. This fish is so big, so fat. Husband is so amazing. I love eating fish." Bai Rongrong, with her lively personality, was excitedly dancing at the sight of the big fish. The few women hurriedly moved all the prey into the house. The already cramped little house was now filled with game. They hadn't had a good look at the lynx earlier due to poor visibility outside, but now they were seeing it clearly again and were shocked once more. They had said it weighed 40 to 50 pounds, but now it seemed to be 60 to 70 pounds. Plus those wild rabbits, wild chickens, and the big fish. "Let us get to work. You two clean the fish, and my wife, you must be tired after cooking, so take a good rest." Chen Xi picked up his hunting knife and skillfully began to skin the lynx. The two women followed suit with the big fish. But when Chen Xi urged Fan Yin to rest, she wouldn't agree. "Husband, I'll help you." Fan Yin tried to come over to help, but was persuaded by Chen Xi to rest. "Wife, you haven't slept at all. Just rest for a while, and I'll make you something delicious later." Fan Yin knew Chen Xi was caring for her, and seeing him bring back the prey, she had no desire to sleep. She stepped aside, watching the others work with a smile in her eyes. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong were relatively quick with their tasks, and before long, they had cleaned the big fish and started skinning the wild rabbits. Chen Xi, on the other hand, quickly processed the lynx, neatly skinning it in just a few strokes. Only the hind paws and neck were pierced by his arrow. Otherwise, it would have been worth even more. Touching the soft, shiny fur, Chen Xi nodded in satisfaction. He wondered how much this lynx skin could sell for. In any case, it was worth much more than a silly roe deer. Next, he began to process the innards, which are good things. In this year of famine, every household was struggling to eat. This was an important source of protein. Those suffering from malnutrition and low immunity were lacking protein. If the common people could eat well, they wouldn't have to freeze to death every winter. However, Chen Xi didn't plan to eat these innards, as there were no spices in this era, and the taste was to be imagined. Better to eat meat. He would send these innards and a leg of meat to Aunt Zhang in the morning, and we would keep the rest for ourselves. "Whatever you say, husband," Fan Yin replied with a smile, as everything at home was decided by her husband. Lynx meat was relatively worthless compared to lynx skin, so they would keep the meat for themselves and not sell it, relying on the fur to accumulate more tax. The four of them worked for half an hour and finally finished processing the prey. Bai Rongrong knew that the lynx skin was to be sold, but she still cherished it dearly, unwilling to part with it. If only there were 2 pieces this big, they could make a fur coat that only noble women could wear. After everything was cleaned up, Chen Xi chuckled. Who was it that said they loved fish? Bai Rongrong suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. It was indeed her who said that earlier, but she had just said it out of excitement and didn't expect her husband to remember. But, could she really eat it? Seeing Chen Xi in a good mood, she mustered her courage to say, "Husband, it was me. I said it. Good. This is your reward, fish stew." Bai Rongrong was overjoyed, dancing with excitement. "Great. We can have fish." Seeing Bai Rongrong get a reward, Qin Yao started to feel aggrieved. It was all her fault for being useless. It seemed she had the lowest status in this family, and she even started to feel a little disgusted with herself. "Don't just stand there. You have a reward too." Qin Yao was stunned. Is husband talking to me? Chen Xi found her pitiful look amusing and playfully scratched her nose. I'll make you something delicious later. Qin Yao felt a bit shy at the playful gesture, which was an intimate action only seen between couples. Did her husband treat her this way because he accepted her? Her little face instantly turned red, feeling warm inside. Chen Xi turned and went outside to bring back the snowball, smiling mysteriously. While you all stew the fish, I'll make you something delicious. He found the biggest bowl, broke in 2 eggs, added some water, then mixed in frog spawn and frog oil with the eggs, sprinkled on some coarse salt, and began to steam it. This was a great nourishment in later generations. It not only boosted immunity, but also beautified the skin. His 3 beautiful wives must have the best supplements. Before long, a wonderful aroma filled the room as a large basin of fish and Chen Xi's special egg pudding was ready. The 4 of them gathered around the stove and began to eat heartily. Was this that husband made? It's so delicious. Yeah, this is the first time I've had such tasty egg custard. It's delicious. Chen Xi laughed heartily. If it's delicious, eat more. We've worked hard all night. Eat well, and then sleep. Bai Rongrong hadn't eaten fish in a long time, fully unleashing her appetite, stuffing her mouth to the brim. Fan Yin and Qin Yao were much more reserved, eating in small bites, but they also ate a lot. The meal was very satisfying, and they finished every last bit. The next issue was sleeping arrangements. With 1 bed, it was clear that 4 people couldn't fit. Chen Xi frowned, and, after insisting, Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong ended up sleeping on the bed. He laid out the roe deer and lynx skins on the haystack and lay down next to Fan Yin to sleep. The stove fire continued to burn, keeping the room warm, and soon Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong fell into a deep sleep. Chen Xi noticed their even breathing and started to get restless. He quietly inched closer to Fan Yin, and after some fumbling, finally held her small hand. Husband, the younger sisters are still here. I know. I'm not doing anything, just afraid you'll be cold. Look at your hand. It's freezing. Wedded. With those words, Fan Yin was left speechless. She could only weakly reply, Then let us hold hands, but we can't. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a large hand slide from her waist into an embrace. No. In a moment of panic, Fan Yin instinctively cried out. She was somewhat overwhelmed by Chen Xi's actions and glanced over at the 2 girls still sleeping on the bed. How could she not feel embarrassed? Chen Xi, thick-skinned, had already missed the opportunity last night, and now that the 2 women were fast asleep, it was the perfect chance. Just as he was about to take advantage, murmurs from the bed broke the silence. Big fish. So many big fish. I want to eat fish. Qin Yao, pretending to be asleep, pinched Bai Rongrong, who was still mumbling in her sleep, and said, Don't make a sound. My husband is about to succeed. Bai Rongrong felt pain at her waist and sleepily murmured, Sister, don't pinch me. I finally fell asleep. She turned over, her little face facing the haystack where the 2 continued to sleep. Qin Yao. Fan Yin realized that Qin Yao was pretending to be asleep and immediately buried her head in the haystack, thinking, It's over, it's all been heard. Chen Xi's mouth twitched twice as he remembered there were still 2 girls on the bed. Who would have thought there would be a goalie? After this little episode, it was destined that Chen Xi would not succeed tonight. With loss comes gain. Today's link skin should fetch a good price. Chapter 19. Wait, did I mention the price? Early morning. Chen Xi woke up, stretched, and comfortably got up from the haystack. Several girls had already prepared breakfast waiting for him. Hurry and eat, husband. Fan Yin blushed as she brought a bowl of porridge and had boiled 2 eggs for Chen Xi. In the morning, she overheard Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong secretly chatting, clearly realizing the mischief her husband did last night. Angered, Fan Yin shot Chen Xi a glare and tightened her nose to intimidate him. Well, my dear wife, you've worked hard. Chen Xi scratched his head. He didn't dare to provoke her at this moment. He knew his wife's character. She was naturally thin-skinned. My dear wife, I will go into town after breakfast to sell the lynx fur and buy some tools. Since discovering the salt mine in the deep mountains last night, he needed to upgrade his tools urgently. There were large ferocious beasts lurking in the deep mountains. His brother's hunting bow was no longer useful, and he needed a powerful weapon for protection. The goal this time was to buy materials and make a suitable weapon himself when he returned. Husband come back early. As soon as entering town was mentioned, Fan Yin became serious. With her husband gone, there were only 3 women at home, and she had to take on the responsibility. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong had just integrated into this family, and she needed to help them adapt to their environment. Fan Yin and Qin Yao both had dark circles under their eyes, while only Bai Rongrong looked lively. That little girl was carefree, sleeping like a dead pig. By the way, the Kong heated brick bed has been heated so we can sleep on it tonight. Chen Xi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. His little actions last night must have been heard by Qin Yao, so tonight he needed to be more discreet on the Kong. Otherwise, his wife, being thin-skinned, would definitely not yield to him. Husband, come back early. You're so amazing. The Kong will be warm and comfortable to sleep on. The three women took on the household chores, tidying up everything to welcome their husband home. They only returned to the house after seeing him off from the courtyard. After Chen Xi left, Fan Yin felt a bit anxious, as if something big was about to happen. Sigh, maybe it's just an illusion, not wanting to dwell on it. She rubbed her forehead and turned to clean the house with the other two women. Chen Xi had a tight schedule and heavy tasks today. Quickening his pace toward the county town, he would sell the lynx fur to that Zhuo Qianqian from last time. Since she was from the county, she should be able to find out about the head tax. Meanwhile, in Rongyafang, a young girl dressed in a green coat and looking delicate stood in front of Zhuo Qianqian. Sister Qianqian, the lady was ill last night, probably caught a cold. I came to customize a fur coat for her. Upon hearing that the lady needed a fur coat, Zhuo Qianqian's heart tightened. Although the shop had some furs, they certainly wouldn't meet the lady's standards. Don't worry, Miss Cui. I've recently gotten to know a hunter who should be able to gather some high-quality furs soon. When he does, I'll send them to the manor for the lady to choose the style. Oh, a new hunter? Cui was somewhat surprised. She knew the situation of hunters in the county. All the experienced hunters had been conscripted by the government. Could new hunter really hunt high-quality furs? However, Zhuo Qianqian's confident demeanor piqued her curiosity. Well, although he is a new hunter, he is quite capable. After Chen Xi left yesterday, she went to Shanbaitang to find Xiao Wu to learn about him. Discovering that he was a skilled hunter made her have some thoughts. Her aunt's illness was getting worse, and she needed the snow Ganoderma from the deep mountains to treat it. That place was not safe for ordinary people to enter, so she wanted to ask Chen Xi for help. Congratulations, Sister Qianqian, for finding a new hunter to work with. By the way, how serious is the lady's illness? It's not serious. I've already contacted Dr. Zhao, and he will come to see the lady at noon. Zhuo Qianqian nodded slightly. Dr. Zhao was a renowned physician in the county, and ordinary people really couldn't afford to invite him. With Dr. Zhao around, the lady would surely recover soon. Goodbye, Sister Qianqian. Cui opened the door and just stepped out when she suddenly bumped into a tall man. I'm so sorry. Cui, preoccupied with her thoughts, didn't expect to collide with someone and quickly apologized. Chen Xi was also taken aback. Last time he came to the shop, there was no one around. But this time he unexpectedly bumped into someone. He touched his body and then looked at the maid in front of him. She was quite well endowed. No problem. Please go ahead. Chen Xi stepped aside, signaling to go first. Cui looked up, her eyes brightening. What a handsome man. Then she saw Chen Xi holding a soft and shiny fur. Is this lynx fur? Seeing Cui not moving, staring blankly at the lynx fur in her hand, Chen Xi didn't want to waste time and turned to enter the shop. Zhuo Qianqian was a bit surprised to see Chen Xi. She had planned to go to Wowo village with Xiao Wu to find him to collect the game and to mention her request. She didn't expect him to come back so soon. Chen Xi casually tossed the lynx fur onto the table and smiled at Zhuo Qianqian. Hello, Miss Qianqian. Nice to see you again so soon. Today I came to. Just as Chen Xi was about to show the lynx fur to Zhuo Qianqian, he noticed that Cui had already picked it up and was examining it closely. Seeing Chen Xi's gaze, Cui felt embarrassed and bowed slightly, softly asking, Young master, please forgive my rudeness. May I ask if this is lynx fur? Chen Xi nodded at her words. The little maid was quite polite. Yes. Does this young lady have something to say? Upon receiving Chen Xi's affirmative answer, Cui immediately became excited. Sister Qianqian, look, this lynx fur and the one the lady has. Zhuo Qianqian also saw the lynx fur, took it in her hands, and examined it repeatedly. The more she looked, the more excited and fond she became. It really was lynx fur, and it was high-quality male lynx. The texture, the sheen, it was an extraordinary piece. At this moment, Zhuo Qianqian couldn't care less about the presence of others. Her eyes sparkled as she held onto the lynx fur, as if she had found a rare treasure. Sister Qianqian, you must speak quickly. This fur and the one the lady has. Zhuo Qianqian knew that the lady had a piece of lynx fur in her collection and had advised her to collect another one to make a fur coat. The patterns were the same, and this one was even better and rarer than the lady's. Zhuo Qianqian stroked the fur repeatedly, unable to part with it. It was the best lynx fur she had ever seen, bar none. Young master, may I ask if you intend to sell this lynx fur? Sui knew that Zhuo Qianqian was an expert, although she was only a few years older than herself. In terms of discerning quality, Zhuo Qianqian was well known throughout the county. Otherwise, the Lady wouldn't have specifically designated her shop for custom furs. Chen Xi was helpless at being asked. Why would he bring the lynx fur here if he wasn't selling it? Yes, I'm here to sell it. Sister Qianqian, look, we found it. Sui was very excited. The lady had caught a cold, and this fur was perfect for making a fur coat. This lynx fur is really good. I'm a bit tempted myself. Zhuo Qianqian was tempted, but dared not compete with the lady. After all, she was the county magistrate's wife, and everyone in the county knew that the magistrate only had one wife. He had never taken a concubine for her, giving her whatever she wanted, pampering her to the skies. Sui's eyes were filled with excitement. The lady's fur coat was finally coming together. Sister Qianqian, please. I will go to the manor to fetch the other piece. I will personally make this fur coat for the lady. Okay, that is wonderful. Thank you, Sister Qianqian. Chen Xi just stood there foolishly watching the two women allocate his belongings. What about the price? You decided without discussing the price? Did I agree to this as the person involved? His stubborn temper flared up. How could they so easily distribute his things? Today, no matter the price, he wouldn't agree. If worst came to worst, he would take it back home to use as a blanket for his wife. Wait, did we talk about the price? Chen Xi sat up straight. Just two little girls after all, and today he really wasn't going to sell. Zhuo Qianqian saw that Chen Xi looked displeased and wanted to tease him a bit. This lynx fur of yours. Our county magistrate's wife has taken a liking to it and sent it to the mansion. I think the lady can't shortchange you, right? Upon hearing it was the magistrate's wife, Chen Xi's eyes lit up, but he still wouldn't let himself be at a disadvantage. Just to be clear, even if it's the magistrate's wife, payment is still required. Zhuo Qianqian, feeling helpless against such a money-minded person, only mentioned a price that would guarantee his satisfaction. And that was the end of it. The three set off, heading towards the county office. Chapter 20 Medical Skills. It's just that Chen Xi thought about it. The price of lynx fur is very important, and equally important is the opportunity to get to know the county magistrate's wife. When they arrive at the mansion later, he plans to find a chance to ask the lady about the head tax issue to better deal with the current troubles. Otherwise, in a month when the head tax is due, who knows what other troubles they might come up with. If he were still a bachelor, it wouldn't matter much. He could handle it however he wanted. But now, it's different. Living with three wives means he has to be more cautious about everything. Chui was overjoyed to see Chen Xi agree. Sister Qianqian, we shouldn't delay. Let's go. All right, kui. Zhuo Qianqian wanted to tidy up a bit more, but was hurriedly pulled by Chui toward the county office. In this era, the backyard of the county office is the residence of the county magistrate, designed for convenience and office work. Soon, the group arrived at the county office, and with Chui leading the way, the officers greeted them with bows. Chui was the lady's personal maid, not someone the officers could afford to offend. There's a saying in the county magistrate can execute someone, but the lady can save them. If the lady wants someone dead, the magistrate can wipe out their entire clan. As the lady's personal maid, Chui's status in the eyes of the officers was second only to that of the county magistrate. The group made their way smoothly to the backyard. Madam, look what this is. Chui pushed open the door to the inner chamber and ran to the bedside. Chui is back. Help me up. Yes, madam. Chui placed the lynx fur down and helped the lady sit in a chair. Upon entering the inner chamber, Chen Xi noticed that all the windows were blocked. Not a ray of sunlight could enter. Looking at the lady, she appeared to be in her 30s, tall and plump, with a round face and kind eyes, resembling a goddess in a painting, exuding an aura of peace and prosperity. However, her face was quite pale, as if she were suffering from a serious illness, and her breathing was labored. After helping the lady settle down, Chui approached Chen Xi and Zhuo Qian, looking a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, Hunter Brother Chen. Sister Qian, the lady is afraid of light and can't stand the sound of water, so I won't be serving you tea. Please, just pay your respects to the lady and have a seat. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Chui. Chen Xi frowned upon hearing this. The lady was afraid of light and water, and he noticed some uncleaned white animal fur on the floor. He had some conjectures in his mind and stepped forward to pay his respects to the lady. Greetings, madam. I am Chen Xi, a hunter who specially brought this lynx fur for you. Greetings, madam. Qian has come to see you. Hello. I've caught a cold and couldn't get up to welcome you. Please sit. Thank you, madam. Chen Xi and Zhuo Qian sat down, waiting for the lady to speak. The lady's voice was a bit strained. After a light cough, she picked up the lynx fur, inspecting it with delight. However, due to her poor health, her eyes didn't show much sparkle. Did you hunt this lynx? In response to the lady, he replied, Yes, I hunted it. The lady, seeing Chen Xi answer so straightforwardly, couldn't help but look at him a few more times. He was quite a handsome young man and also a hunter. It's impressive. There aren't many hunters left in this county. It's rare for someone so young to have such skills. Thank you for the compliment, madam. I'm just lucky. The lady nodded, appreciating Chen Xi's humble response. It was rare for someone so young to understand the etiquette of humility. He was an interesting young man. She chatted with Zhuo Qian about everyday matters, and it was evident they were quite familiar with each other. I am Kui. Take Hunter Chen downstairs to receive his reward. By the way, give him a generous reward. Madam, should I also bring the other lynx fur to Sister Qian to make a fur coat and then send it back? Yes, go arrange that. All right, madam. Seeing that the lady was feeling unwell, Chui helped her back to bed to rest, then took Chen Xi and Zhuo Qian to prepare to leave. Chen Xi felt a bit dazed. All this talk about rewards, but what about the price? He had already inquired from Zhuo Qian before coming. Previously, a lynx fur could be exchanged for 10 strings of coins, and given the current scarcity of resources, it shouldn't be less than 15 strings. But the lady didn't even mention the price before sending him off. If he didn't get at least 15 strings, he wouldn't be able to return and ask for more without feeling embarrassed. This business would be a loss. Chen Xi silently prayed that he must please Chui later. Perhaps he could get a little more reward. Even a little less loss would be better. Zhuo Qian found Chen Xi's expression amusing. Everyone in the county knew the county magistrate's wife was generous, and the rewards she gave were higher than market prices. How could she possibly shortchange a small hunter like him? So stingy. Little did she know that Chen Xi was currently worried about money. With 3 wives at home, he had to pay 4 head taxes. Before secretly selling salt, he also needed to save money to buy tools, upgrade his bow and crossbow, and repair the drafty house. He needed money everywhere. The village head and 2 adults from the wedding party were also scheming against him. Just as Chui was about to leave with the 2, suddenly, an officer walked in with an old man. The old man was dressed in a robe, had a long white beard, carried a medical box on his back, and held some miscellaneous items in his hands. He looked somewhat ethereal. Ah, Dr. Zhao, you have come. Quickly greeted Dr. Cao, signaling Chen Xi and Zhuo Qian to continue sitting and waiting. Chen Xi and Zhuo Qian could only sit and watch as Chui chatted with the old man. The lady's cold has worsened a bit. I came personally today to prepare medicine for her. Thank you so much, Dr. Zhao. The lady is inside. Please come in. As Dr. Zhao passed by Chen Xi and Zhuo Qian, he placed down the medical box and walked past the screen to the lady's bedside. Madam, I am here to take your pulse. Thank you for your trouble, Dr. Zhao. The lady still seemed lacking in spirit, extending her arm outside the bed curtain. Chui placed the lady's arm on her leg, covering the other parts with a towel, revealing only her wrist. Dr. Zhao took a deep breath and began to take the lady's pulse, his eyes occasionally closing and opening, his fingers changing positions continuously. It seemed like he knew what he was doing. At first, Chen Xi watched earnestly for a while, but soon found it boring. How could someone with this level of skill be called a divine doctor? At most, he could treat an ordinary cold. With his pulse-taking technique, he would surely misdiagnose any complicated ailments. Although Chen Xi was an expert in outdoor survival, his family had a long-standing medical tradition, and he was well-versed in the practices of barefoot doctors. In his past life, he had already obtained a certificate at the expert level in traditional Chinese medicine. However, he later became enamored with outdoor survival, leaving no time for practicing medicine, simply pursuing his ideals. Despite being such an unreliable person, many high-ranking officials were still willing to pay a high price to have Chen Xi treat them, solely due to his superior medical skills. Chen Xi lost interest in watching him take the pulse. He was only thinking about the reward, waiting for the old man to leave so he could find a way to ask Shui for more. Chen Xi, on the other hand, was quite different. Her eyes were glued to the scene, afraid of missing any details. This was the most famous Dr. Zhao in the county. Usually, one wouldn't have the chance to see him diagnose a patient. Today was a rare opportunity. Did you see that? This is the renowned Dr. Zhao from our county. Yes, ordinary people can't even afford to have Dr. Zhao treat them. Wow, if it weren't for the county magistrate's wife being ill, Dr. Zhao wouldn't come no matter how much money you offered. Look at Dr. Zhao's demeanor while diagnosing, his aura, his technique, and how focused he is. Chen Xi felt increasingly uneasy. Why was he so perfunctory? This was Dr. Zhao, turning her head to look at Chen Xi. She found him munching on pastries on the table. At this moment, his mouth was stuffed full, and he was holding a large piece in his hand. His eyes fixed on the pastries on the plate, unable to look away. It turned out that after saying so much, this guy didn't listen to a word and was solely focused on eating. Chen Xi, feeling annoyed, pinched Chen Xi, wishing he would choke. Because Chen Xi was eating a bit too hastily and there was no water on the table, he really did choke. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought him along. This is too embarrassing. Chen Xi covered her forehead, looking helpless. Dr. Zhao heard a muffled sound and raised his brow in displeasure, ignoring Chen Xi and continuing to take pulses. Chen Xi swallowed the pastry with great effort, feeling much better. He almost choked to death. Chen Xi rolled her eyes at him. I told you to watch how Dr. Zhao diagnoses pulses, so you can brag about it later. Chen Xi rubbed his chest, took a few shallow breaths, and disdainfully curled his lip. What is there to brag about? His medical skills are just SOSO, right? Chen Xi pouted, too lazy to argue with Chen Xi, a country bumpkin daring to question Dr. Zhao's medical skills. Dr. Zhao noticed the whispers over there and heard Chen Xi say his medical skills were just SOSO, raising his eyebrows again and his expression darkening. He was already feeling angry. How dare a poor brat question this esteemed doctor? After diagnosing the lady, he would definitely scold him a few times. A moment later, Dr. Zhao finished and slowly stood up. The lady's wind cold has worsened. I will prepare medicine for her right away. Thank you, Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao came to stand at the position of Chen Xi and Chen Xi, as Chen Xi immediately stood up to pay her respects. Good day, Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao waved his hand to interrupt Chen Xi, staring at Chen Xi with a somewhat unfriendly tone. Did you just say that my medical skills are just SOSO? Chapter 21. The madam will not survive 3 days. Chen Xi stuffed the last piece of pastry into his mouth and mumbled, "It was me who said it." Seeing his attitude, Dr. Zhao was now furious, wondering where this bumpkin got the audacity to speak to him like that. Not to mention you. Even if the county magistrate came, he would still have to give me some face. I wonder which master you are apprenticed to? In the martial arts world, since you look down on my medical skills, I will ask who your master is. Let's see which great doctor trained such an uncultured disciple. However, judging by his appearance, he doesn't seem to be a disciple of the county's doctor. If he were from the county, how could he not greet me? Dr. Zhao, this is Chen Xi. He was just too embarrassed to argue with you earlier. He sincerely apologizes on behalf of Chen Xi, said Chen Xi. Noticing Dr. Zhao's displeasure on Chen Xi's nonchalant attitude, she discreetly poked Chen Xi, who was still swallowing the pastry, with her toe, urging him to apologize to Dr. Zhao. Phew, much better. It's hard to swallow without water, Chen Xi said, lifting his neck to clear his throat, finally noticing Dr. Zhao's darkened face. Old man, what did you just ask? Dr. Zhao was nearly furious enough to explode. I was asking you a question, and you still dare to eat? He continued. I asked who your master is. Chen Xi smacked his lips, licked the crumbs off the corners of his mouth, and grinned. I don't have a master. Oomph. Not even a little doctor, and you dare to contradict me? Do you know who I am? Dr. Zhao retorted. Aren't you just a little doctor who can treat wind cold? Besides, your skills aren't that impressive. Chen was on the verge of tears upon hearing this. A little doctor who can treat wind cold? So all my explanations earlier were for nothing? If Dr. Zhao could only treat wind cold, then there wouldn't be any doctors left in the county. Not to mention the entire region. There wouldn't be more than a handful of doctors with skills surpassing Dr. Zhao's. Don't be angry, doctor. He's just a hunter who doesn't know how to speak. Dr. Zhao, please don't take it out on a little hunter. Chen turned to Chen Xi, glaring at him. Apologize to Dr. Zhao right now. Chen, you don't need to worry about this. I will ask him myself, Dr. Zhao interrupted, fixing his gaze on Chen Xi. So you mean to say that my medical skills are just SOSO, right? Yes, that's what I said, Chen Xi said, getting angry. You think I'm being rude? I was just being polite when I said you could treat wind cold. Do you know what illness the lady has? If you treat her like it's wind cold, she'll die within 3 days. Isn't that a classic case of a quack harming people? Chen was speechless, standing beside Dr. Zhao and constantly signaling Chen Xi with her eyes. You just said that, and that's Dr. Zhao. Even if the county magistrate came, he wouldn't talk to Dr. Zhao like this. How dare a little hunter provoke Dr. Zhao? If you anger him, you won't have a place to stand in the entire county. If the magistrate gets angry, he might find an excuse to send you off to the military. You've really caused a big disaster this time. Chen was already starting to mourn for Chen Xi in her heart. It was hard to find a capable hunter, and before he even entered the mountains to find medicine for her aunt, he might just be gone. Where could she find justice in that? Haha, good. Dr. Zhao, furious to the point of laughing, had been practicing medicine for most of his life and was still being ridiculed by a bumpkin for the first time. Then tell me, where am I lacking? You have successfully angered me. If you don't explain yourself today, I will not let you off. You little brat. How dare you slander me? Dr. Zhao's eyes darkened. You were just a greenhorn. How could you dare to insult me? You misunderstood. I didn't say you were lacking anywhere, Chen Xi said, squinting. But is it too late to back down now? Aha. Chen was already in despair. But upon hearing Chen Xi's words, hope was rekindled. Hurry up and apologize. As long as you apologize, I will back you up. If that doesn't work, I can bring the lady into it. Dr. Zhao should give us some face. Even if we get scolded, at least we can save your life. You misunderstood. I meant to say you are lacking everywhere. Chen was stunned for 3 seconds, and her pretty face turned more sorrowful than crying. Prepare to collect the body. Since we've met, let's go back to the shop and pick out a few outfits for him. I heard that after a person dies, they should wear several layers of clothing. Otherwise, they'll be looked down upon in the afterlife. Oh no, Dr. Zhao was momentarily stunned. Wasn't the apology supposed to come? He never expected Chen Xi to say something like that. Lacking everywhere? This statement almost made Dr. Zhao laugh in anger. Haha, good. I have been practicing medicine for most of my life, and this is the first time someone has said my medical skills are lacking everywhere. Since you look down on my skills, tell me where I'm lacking. Dr. Zhao's expression shifted. This was the county government. To say in front of the county magistrate's wife that his medical skills were lacking, if he didn't get to the bottom of it today, even if he let you off, the magistrate's wife wouldn't. Young man, your temper is too strong. That is not necessarily a good thing. The lady lay on the bed, hearing the commotion and calling for Cui, asking, was that Dr. Zhao speaking? Why isn't the medicine being prepared? Cui also heard the argument between Dr. Zhao and Chen Xi and was in a dilemma. Chen Xi was the one she brought to deliver the lynx fur, and Dr. Zhao was a great doctor from the county treating the lady. If these two got into a dispute, she couldn't distance herself from it. Madam, let me go take a look. It should be fine. Oh, then you go check. Cui stepped around the screen and approached Dr. Zhao, who had an angry look on his face. Dr. Zhao, what happened? This young friend is questioning my medical skills and saying I am lacking everywhere. Dr. Zhao pointed at Chen Xi with a contemptuous tone. He claims my medical skills are lacking, but can't explain why. If this gets out, what will happen to my reputation? The implication of this statement was clear. This was the county government, and letting a bumpkin say his medical skills were lacking. Shouldn't the lady give some attitude? Pulse diagnosis, observation, inquiry, and examination. You rush to a diagnosis without even asking. Isn't that a classic case of a quack harming people? How dare you say I'm a quack? Dr. Zhao finally couldn't hold back any longer. Being provoked repeatedly by a bumpkin was intolerable for anyone, especially for him. Kui kui. Did you hear that? This bumpkin said I'm a quack. This is the county government. Shouldn't I be given justice? Dr. Zhao gnashed his teeth in anger. Since this kid was so stubborn, he would teach him how to write the word death. Originally, he thought if Chen Xi knelt down and apologized, he could let him off for the lady's sake. Never did he expect him to seek death. Then he couldn't be blamed. Chui was momentarily at a loss. Chen Xi was the one she brought in, and now he had offended Dr. Zhao, who was treating the lady. If the lady got angry, she would also face punishment. She regretted bringing him along. It was one thing for him to cause trouble, but now she was dragged into it. She was just a little maid beside the lady and didn't dare to offend Dr. Zhao. She could only give Chen Xi a helpless look before turning back to report to the lady. Chui conveyed the entire conversation between Dr. Zhao and Chen Xi to the lady. The lady frowned, and her previously good impression of Chen Xi vanished instantly. Help me up to take a look. Yes, madam. Although the lady was somewhat displeased. After all, Chen Xi was the one who delivered the lynx fur for her. Considering his acquaintance with Zhuo Qianqian, I still decided to give him a chance. Let him kneel and apologize to Dr. Zhao, then receive 20 lashes, and this matter will be over. The lady, supported by Chui, turned to sit behind the screen, looking very displeased. Chen Xi kneeled down and quickly apologized to Dr. Zhao. Seeing the lady come personally, Chen Xi immediately bent down to pay his respects. Madam, please don't be anxious. He is indeed a quack. If you follow his diagnosis, Madam will not live for more than 3 days. As soon as Chen Xi said this, everyone was stunned. Chapter 22. Hold tight to the thighs. Can't survive 3 days? What a joke. Just a little wind and cold. Yet they say the lady can't survive 3 days. Ha ha, lady, did you hear that? This brat is so stubborn. He even dares to curse you. Zhuo Qianqian's heart was already filled with despair. The fact that the lady came out to see him was already giving him a chance to live. Now, not only did he squander that chance, but he also complained that death wasn't coming fast enough. He might as well be given armor. With such a mouth, he would surely be beaten every day down below. Fine, it's settled then. Zhuo Qianqian had already arranged for Chen Xi's funeral in her mind. Everything was ready, just waiting to collect the corpse. How bold. This country bumpkin dares to curse my lady. Chui could no longer hold back. She had just spoken with the divine Dr. Zhao. And if it weren't for her bringing you here, you would have been kicked out long ago. Now you dare to curse the lady without knowing who she is? She is the beloved of the master. In the entire county, do you even know the lady's status? Bang, bang, bang. The guards outside heard the commotion in the inner chamber and immediately drew their swords and barged in. Who is so bold as to make a scene in front of the lady? As the guards entered the inner chamber, they found everyone glaring at the man before them with unfriendly eyes. Huh, isn't he a hunter? It was Chui who brought him here. How did this happen so suddenly? Lady, should we arrest this country bumpkin and wait for your orders, or? Chui directed the guards to surround Chen Xi to prevent him from harming the lady later. Wait. The lady waved her hand, signaling the guards not to act rashly. Ahem. Due to her discomfort, the lady coughed lightly twice, and Chui quickly patted her back, glaring fiercely at Chen Xi. The lady was already unwell. And you dare to curse her? You will regret it later. The lady gestured for Chui to stop and looked at Chen Xi, her expression neutral, and asked, Why do you say I can't survive 3 days? Seeing you speak so calmly, you don't seem like a rash person. If you truly diagnose my condition correctly, I won't punish you. I'll reward you. But if you can't explain yourself, then today's matter will be difficult. She was originally a kind and virtuous woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so beloved by the master and respected by the people. Even if Chen Xi cursed her to not survive 3 days, she wasn't too angry. I'll give you one last chance. Lady, you're not suffering from wind and cold at all. You have rabies. Chen Xi's words stunned everyone again. They all knew about rabies. Being bitten by a rabid dog could lead to fever and discomfort, similar to symptoms of wind and cold, fear of light and water, and rapid breathing. But the lady hadn't been outside these days. How could she have been bitten by a rabid dog? You little brat, stop talking nonsense. A few days ago, it suddenly snowed heavily. The lady hasn't been outside. How could she possibly have rabies? When Divine Doctor Zhao heard Chen Xi say it was rabies, he immediately became angry. As a doctor, he certainly knew the symptoms of rabies. When he first checked the lady's pulse, although it was somewhat chaotic and similar, later the pulse felt calm, which didn't seem like rabies. Coupled with the heavy snow these days, it was impossible for the lady to have gone outside. Everything indicated that the lady could not have rabies. What Chen Xi was also stunned. Chen Xi, are you trying to get yourself killed? You even came up with rabies as an excuse. I underestimated you. But can you really escape punishment just by making up a disease? Unlike everyone else, the lady and Chui trembled when they heard Chen Xi mention rabies. Do you have any evidence? You didn't even check the pulse. How? How can you make such a conclusion? Chui's tone was clearly a bit flustered. The lady indeed hadn't gone outside, but she had been bitten by a little white dog that they had adopted last night. The lady frowned upon hearing this. Could it be that he had figured something out? You all go down. Yes, my lady. When the guards heard the lady speak, they all exited the room and closed the door. You may continue. Chen Xi secretly laughed. He already picked up on clues from the lady and Chui's demeanor. The first thing he noticed when he entered the room was that the doors and windows were tightly shut, and then he saw a few strands of white animal hair on the ground. Combined with the lady's symptoms, it was most likely rabies. Lady, may I check your pulse? Yes. The lady extended her arm onto the table, her face still showing no expression, making it impossible to read her thoughts. Chen Xi stepped forward, first carefully observing the lady's complexion, then raised an eyebrow and took her pulse. Playing tricks. Divine Doctor Zhao looked at Chen Xi checking the pulse with disdain, saying that his medical skills were nothing, and he would see what was so remarkable about him. A country bumpkin, only capable of embarrassing himself. However, from the moment he started observing Chen Xi's pulse diagnosis, Divine Doctor Zhao couldn't take his eyes off him. From initial disdain to doubt, then to surprise, and finally to shock. This technique seems so familiar. Could it be? Yes, this technique was once used by my master. Divine Doctor Zhao was originally just a mediocre doctor. He accidentally met a skilled doctor who taught him some advanced medical techniques. After apprenticing for 3 years, his master passed away, and he relied on the skills taught by his master to gradually become the most famous divine doctor in the county. Seeing Chen Xi's pulse diagnosis technique now, he was deeply shocked. His skills were even more proficient than his master's. How? How is this possible? How old is he to have medical skills that rival his master's? Just as Divine Doctor Zhao was filled with astonishment, Chen Xi withdrew his hand and stood firm. Lady, it is indeed rabies. Hearing this confirmed answer, both the lady and Chui felt a panic in their hearts. The usually calm lady finally showed a change in her expression. Is this true? Truly. Chui was now completely panicked and hurriedly said, Lady, he said. The lady stood up and looked around. Seeing that only Divine Doctor Zhao, Chen Xi, and Chen Xi were in the room, she sighed lightly, nodded slightly, and spoke to Chen Xi. Chen Xiaoyu, do you have a treatment method? Chen Xi frowned. Rabies is rabies, and even in the advanced medical conditions of the future, it is very tricky. He had once saved a rabies patient and understood the difficulty of treatment. But now he was troubled by the head tax issue. Even if he escaped Zhang Baoquan's schemes this time, he would still be frequently targeted in the future. The evil of human nature is like this. As long as someone has bullied you and thinks you are easy to bully, they will continue to bully you. The more you can endure, the more suffering you will face. The more you are bullied, the more you will be bullied. He needed to firmly hold onto a thigh. Otherwise, it would be hard to survive in this chaotic and harsh world. And the county magistrate's wife before him was the best thigh. Ugh, candidate. As long as he saved her life, even 100 Zhang Baoquan would be unable to do anything to him. A one-time solution. Lady, what about the dog that bit you? The lady sighed deeply and said truthfully, a few days ago I saw a little white dog outside, and it looked so cute. I brought it back to the mansion to raise, but unexpectedly, it suddenly bit me last night, and this morning I had Chui release it. Kui, seeing that the lady truly had rabies, naturally dared not hide it. I handed that little white dog over to the guards and had them release it. Chen Xi immediately spoke. Quick, call that guard here. Chui was at a loss and didn't understand what Chen Xi wanted with the guard if he wasn't treating the lady. She then looked at the lady for her opinion. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up. Yes, my lady. Sui was really anxious this time. The lady was usually kind and gentle with her, but her attitude this time clearly had a hint of reprimand. She went out and soon brought back a constable. Madam, what do you want me for? Where's the little white dog that I asked you to release? In response to the lady, the constable stammered, I couldn't bear to let it go, so I left it in the woodshed to prepare for dinner tonight. For a meaty meal, the constable was sweating profusely. The lady had instructed him to release the dog, but he was thinking about sneaking a bite, so it seemed he couldn't escape punishment. Come on, take me to the woodshed. Upon hearing that the little white dog had not been released, Chen Xi felt a glimmer of hope and did not dare to delay for a moment. Whether he could cling to a powerful figure depended on that little white dog. The constable was a bit confused and didn't know whether to follow Chen Xi's orders. Sui, you go with her and do whatever Chen Xi says. Yes, madam. Chen Xi grabbed the constable and hurried away, speaking urgently. Let's go, quickly take me to see it. Okay. After winding through several corridors, the three arrived at the woodshed where the servants were chopping firewood. Creaking, they opened the door, and inside the woodshed lay a little white dog on the ground. Its eyes bloodshot and frothing at the mouth, barely alive. Chen Xi grinned. This was the one. Chapter 23. Mad Dog Brain Pulp, you two wait for me outside. All right. Chui and the constable dared not disobey. The lady had instructed that everything must follow Chen Xi's orders. The two stepped out of the woodshed, and Chen Xi moved forward, crouching beside the little white dog. Although the little white dog was on the verge of death, it instinctively bared its teeth to threaten the approaching person. Still quite fierce. Chen Xi had already realized that this little white dog was undoubtedly rabid. Everything matched up. He picked up the chopping axe and said, Rest easy. Living is also suffering. Outside, Chui and the constable waited anxiously. Neither knew what Chen Xi meant by finding the little white dog. They could only wait by the door. After a moment, Chen Xi emerged from the woodshed holding a bowl filled with a grayish-white liquid. Rabies, once it manifests, has a 99% mortality rate in the future. But it is not without a remedy. As early as the Eastern Jin Dynasty, there were successful precedents of traditional Chinese medicine treating rabies. It was done by Gohong, known later as the Little Immortal Elder. His method was to apply the brain pulp of the rabid dog that bit the patient onto the wound, fighting poison with poison. While the lady had not fully fallen ill, there was still time. Go bury the little white dog, but remember, do not consume it. Yes. The constable dared not oppose Chen Xi and could only comply. Chen Xi quickly returned to the inner courtyard with Chui. On the way, Chui felt a bit embarrassed. She might have wrongly accused Chen Xi earlier. I am sorry. Chen, no need to think too much. I don't blame you, Miss Chui. Chen Xi could not hold a grudge against the little maid, especially since she had not done anything to him. Chui bit her lip and stole a glance at Chen Xi. Her cheeks turned crimson, and she immediately lowered her head. Upon reaching the inner courtyard, Chen Xi placed the bowl on the table and immediately asked, Lady, where is the wound? Upon hearing this, the lady's face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. Must you really ask where the wound is? That is a private area, and there are still Dr. Zhao and Zhuo Qianqian in the room. How can I possibly say such things? Seeing the lady's embarrassment, Chui immediately called Dr. Zhao and Zhuo Qianqian to wait in the side hall. Dr. Zhao felt an extreme itch in his heart. This was a great learning opportunity. If he learned to treat rabies, his reputation would surely spread far and wide, and those old fellows in the neighboring county would no longer dare to look down on him. Although he was eager, he knew he could not observe at this moment. He could only sulkily wait in the side hall, thinking he must ask Chen Xi for advice when the opportunity arose. He no longer dared to question Chen Xi, having concluded in his heart that he was a great physician, perhaps even surpassing his own master. Zhuo Qianqian was also very curious. Wasn't it said that they were going to be executed? Why had that changed? Was he a hunter or a physician? Could he be better than Dr. Zhao? Wanting to stay and observe, she found herself unable to do so, as the lady had issued a dismissal order. She could only follow Dr. Zhao to the side hall. After sending Dr. Zhao and Zhuo Qianqian away, Chui helped the lady onto the bed. Lady, do you really have to expose the wound? The lady was completely wrapped in the quilt, her head lowered, her voice weak as a mosquito's. Chen Xiaoyu, do we really have to? Uh-huh. Otherwise you won't survive 3 days. All right. All right. The lady covered her face with a quilt. At that moment, her expression was not visible. But it must have been quite something. Kui, please help me. Yes, my lady. Chui bit her lip. Her face flushed red and slowly pulled down the lady's trousers, revealing the inner lining. After that, she pulled down the lining to reveal a thigh as white as jade. Chen Hunter. It's right there. Chui pointed with her little finger and then lowered her head in silence. Chen, she kept his gaze steady, staring at the beautiful leg in front of him. I wanted to hold the lady's thigh tightly, but unexpectedly, I truly did hold it tightly. Did my wish come true? Taking a deep breath, a fragrant scent filled his nostrils. He swallowed hard and reached toward the thigh. Huh, where's the wound? It's on the inner side of the knee. The quilt covering the lady trembled violently for a moment, then stopped moving. Chen Xi bit his lip, silently reminding himself, I am a doctor. In the eyes of a healer, there is only the patient and nothing else. With a calm mind, he reached towards the inner side of the knee. As Chen Xi explored, the lady under the quilt gradually began to breathe heavier, her beautiful legs trembling incessantly. The speed comparable to an electric motor. Don't be afraid, my lady, relax. Perhaps hearing the calm tone in Chen Xi's voice, her beautiful legs gradually relaxed, no longer trembling as violently as before. As he opened the inner side of the knee, 2 bite marks came into view. At this point, the wound was almost scabbing over. Fortunately, he arrived in time, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. He forcefully squeezed out the congealed blood from the wound, then applied the grayish-white liquid from the bowl onto it. After repeating the process several times, the lady's leg began to feel a tingling sensation, and soft moans emerged from under the quilt. Chen Xi treated her with utmost seriousness, taking a full half an hour to finish. He was not intentionally slow to take advantage. This was medical ethics, once again emphasizing in a doctor's eyes there is no distinction between genders. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he covered the lady's thigh with the quilt and slowly withdrew. Chen Hunter, you've worked hard. How is the lady? Chui took out a handkerchief to carefully wipe Chen Xi's sweat. It's already nothing serious. I will write a prescription for you to feed the lady, and she should recover. All right, I'll go get paper and brush. Chen Xi picked up the brush and quickly wrote on the paper. After finishing, he held it in his hand. You stay here to attend to the lady. I'll go find someone to gather the medicine. Okay, Chen Hunter. Chui stayed to care for the lady as Chen Xi exited to the side hall. At this moment, Dr. Zhao and Zhuo Qianqian had not left. Seeing Chen Xi come out, Zhuo Qianqian immediately stepped forward and asked, How is the lady? She's fine now. Hearing Chen Xi's affirmative reply, Zhuo Qianqian finally relaxed her worried heart. Seeing he held a piece of paper, she curiously glanced at it. Such beautiful handwriting. Even the teacher from the county school could not match Chen Xi's writing. Zhuo Qianqian, well-read, immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the characters. Those calligraphers' works could hardly compare. Dr. Zhao, do you recognize the medicinal ingredients on it? Dr. Zhao, who had been shy and hesitant to approach, hurriedly moved closer upon hearing Chen Xi call him. Chen Xiaoyu, It's all right. We all want to save lives. You have good intentions too. Seeing Chen Xi forgiving him, Dr. Zhao was immediately moved to tears. Thank you, Chen Xiaoyu. If there's ever anything I can do for you, just ask. He quickly wiped his hands on his clothes and solemnly took the prescription. The expression on his face mirrored that of Zhuo Qianqian. At first glance, he could see the extraordinary nature of the characters on the paper. Indeed, a great physician. Such beautiful handwriting. Upon closer inspection, his eyes lit up. The combination of over a dozen medicinal ingredients was precise to the smallest detail. As a physician, Dr. Zhao naturally understood the ingredients listed. The combination of various medicinal properties was exquisite. Is this the prescription for treating rabies? His hand holding the prescription could not help but tremble, and his eyes were glued to it. He was completely convinced. Just this one prescription alone was worth more than 1,000 gold. He was casually shown this. Chen Xi waved his hand. Go ahead. Gather the medicine according to the proportions on the prescription. Okay, I'll go right away. Dr. Zhao held the prescription like a treasure and quickly ran out of the government office to get medicine. Chen Xi stared blankly at Chen Xi. Not only was he skilled in hunting, but his medical skills were also superior to Dr. Zhao's. Even his handwriting was so handsome. She admired Chen Xi to the utmost in her heart. A strong curiosity couldn't be suppressed. This man was definitely not just a simple hunter. He must have great secrets. After curing the lady's illness, she would definitely dig deep into his secrets. The two sat in the side hall for a while. When Chui hurriedly ran out of the room, excitedly saying, "Great news, Hunter Chen. The lady's fever has broken. All right, I'll go in and prepare medicine for her." Just as Chen Xi was about to enter the room, Dr. Zhao returned with the medicine. He glanced back at the eagerly awaiting Dr. Zhao and Chen Xi and smiled slightly. "If you want to help, you can come in too." "Thank you, Dr. Chen." "Thank you, Dr. Chen." Dr. Zhao even changed how he addressed Chen Xi, calling another doctor as well. This title was indeed a bit amusing. Being able to witness Chen Xi's results firsthand would also help improve his own medical skills. Chen Xi covered her mouth and smiled, following Chen Xi into the room. If I don't uncover all your secrets, I won't be called Chen Xi. By the way, since he can cure the lady's illness, could he also? Chen Xi thought of her aunt's illness, which many great doctors have been at a loss for. They only said that the snow Ganoderma in the deep mountains could control the condition. Chen Xi was so impressive. Could he possibly cure her aunt? If that's the case, you won't be able to escape from my grasp. Her mischievous big eyes blinked, and her gaze towards Chen Xi was filled with mystery and curiosity. Chapter 24. Striking it rich, my lady. How are you feeling now? Chen Xi took a few steps to the lady's bedside. At this moment, she had already broken her fever and was curled up in the blanket. Hearing Chen Xi speak, the lady's body visibly trembled, and then a weak, mosquito-like voice came from her. Comfortable. Much better. He held the lady's wrist with one hand to take her pulse and nodded slowly after a moment. There's nothing serious for now. I'll prepare your medicine for today, and I'll come back to check your wound in 3 days. After 3 checks on the healing progress, if all goes well, you'll be fully healed. Chen Xi had his own little calculations in mind. This illness needed to be treated slowly, otherwise, how could he keep a tight hold on this leg? When the lady heard that Chen Xi would come back to check her wound in 3 days, and that he would check it 3 times, her face turned red all the way to her neck. Did that mean he would have to touch me 3 times? Thinking of this, she buried her face deep in the blanket, resolutely not letting him see. Thank you, Chen Xiaoyu. After checking the lady's condition, Chen Xi brewed the medicine that Dr. Zhao had brought and handed it to Chui. "Miss Chui, please feed the medicine to the lady." "Thank you, Brother Chen." Chui was clever, and without realizing it, her address for Chen Xi had changed to Brother Chen, saving the lady's life. Brother Chen was bound to prosper from now on. How many people longed for this? Being able to establish a connection with the lady was even harder than establishing a connection with the county magistrate. It could be said that in the entire county, as long as it wasn't a death penalty ordered by the court, the lady could protect him. After the lady took the medicine, she whispered a few instructions in Chui's ear. A moment later, Chui returned. "Brother Chen, the lady wants me to take you to receive your reward." Chen Xi had actually wanted to leave long ago. It was already afternoon, and there were 3 women waiting for him at home. "All right, thank you for your trouble. Miss Kui. The lady needs to rest, so I won't see you off." All right. The lady's health is most important. I'll take my leave. I'll come back to visit the lady in a few days." Dr. Zhao and Chen Xi said their goodbyes to Chui and then left. Although Dr. Zhao had obtained a prescription, he still had questions about the medicinal properties that he hadn't asked Chen Xi, especially regarding the grayish-white liquid in the bowl and how he diagnosed rabies. These questions went unasked. However, since the lady had already issued a send-off order, he didn't want to press Chen Xi further. After all, they were both from the county. There would be opportunities to meet again sooner or later. By the way, he had come with the Zhou family's girl, so he could find out about Chen Xi's news from her later. If luck was on his side, he would strive to apprentice under Chen Xi. In the field of medicine, one learns throughout their life, and the capable take precedence. In Dr. Zhao's eyes, Chen Xi's medical skills were not inferior to those of his own master. What face mattered? What was important was the skills learned and owned. Chen Xi was even less anxious. She had already witnessed Chen Xi's abilities today. He was definitely not just a simple hunter. This guy had too many secrets. As for whether she could find Chen Xi, she wasn't worried at all. She had already learned Chen Xi's address from Xiao Wu. It was just Wu village. By the way, he also had 3 wives. When Xiao Wu went to fetch goods, she would go along to bring some gifts that women liked to see him. Wasn't he most fond of that 3rd wife? As long as she pleased his 3rd wife, the rest would naturally follow. As what Qian thought to herself. After the 2 left, Cui took Chen Xi to the accounting room in the mansion. The lady said she really liked that lynx fur of yours, and there will be a heavy reward. She took out a box from the accounting room and handed it to Chen Xi with both hands. Brother Chen, please accept it. Chen Xi was not at all pretentious. He was in dire need of money now, so he reached out and took the box. Please thank the lady for me. He gently weighed the box in his hand, and it would be inappropriate to open it in front of Cui, but judging by the weight, it must have at least 15 strings of money. He wouldn't be losing out. The lady also mentioned that she had already sent someone to notify the magistrate who was out on business. Brother Chen saved the lady's life. The magistrate will definitely have a heavy reward when he returns. As she spoke, she winked at Chen Xi, and the meaning was clear. From now on, you have a backing. Okay, thank you, Miss Kui. No wonder he hadn't seen the magistrate today. It turned out he was out on business. He certainly needed to find the county magistrate, as in this era, to sell salt, one must have the salt licenses issued by the court, and the county magistrate just happened to be in charge of that. Since he had a backing now, he might as well use it. It would be better than secretly selling private salt, which could lead to execution if caught. If he could avoid risks, he would. He would take his time to develop. As he walked out of the inner courtyard, all the Yamen runners who saw Chen Xi come out nodded and bowed, showing flattering smiles. After all, he had cured the lady's illness. How could these head Yamen runners offend him? They were eager to curry favor. Once outside the county office, he found a secluded spot to open the box. Wow! Chen Xi's eyes lit up, unable to suppress an exclamation. Inside the box were 10 large silver ingots, neatly arranged. Chapter 25. The 3 wise have been captured. This was the first time he saw silver since he traveled to this world. Some ordinary people might go their whole lives without seeing silver, let alone these official silver ingots. A family with a string of coins would already be considered wealthy. The common grain, corn, costs only 3 won per pound, while ordinary meat and eggs cost 10 won per pound. The silver ingot in Chen Xi's hand clearly bore the imprint of 10 taels. 10 ingots make 100 taels, which is equivalent to 100 strings of coins. Ha ha, I'm rich. His heart raced with excitement, and his hands trembled. With this money, the meager 4-person head tax is nothing. He could afford to add a few more rooms. He no longer worried about the head tax issue, and now he could also solve the urgent problems of refining fine salt and upgrading his crossbow. TSK. Chen Xi smacked his lips. The county magistrate's wife was quite generous, perfectly solving his current dilemma. First, he needed to find a blacksmith shop to make some arrowheads. He could temporarily use iron for the composite bound materials and gradually upgrade later when he could smelt steel himself. There was plenty of resilient wood in the mountains, and blacksmith shops were easy to find just 2 intersections away. Just as Chen Xi was about to reach the blacksmith shop, he noticed a woman in the distance looking around as if searching for someone. Aunt Zhang, hearing someone call her. Aunt Zhang was taken aback for a moment before turning to see Chen Xi holding a box with a look of astonishment. Women in this era rarely ventured far, let alone Aunt Zhang coming to the county. Oh, Xiaoxi, I finally found you. Aunt Zhang ran in a hurry, but accidentally tripped on the roadside. Ignoring the pain, she continued running towards Chen Xi, shouting, Xiaoxi, it's bad. Your family is in trouble. A sense of foreboding quickly enveloped Chen Xi's heart. He hurried forward to support Aunt Zhang, urging, don't rush, Aunt Zhang, take your time. Xiaoxi, it's bad. After you left, Wang Motzi came with people and took you 3 wives, all of them. What? Wang Motzi took my wives? Aunt Zhang, tell me what happened. Aunt Zhang gasped for breath, finally regaining her composure. After you went into the city, Wang Motzi brought 2 adults from the wedding procession to your home. He said your wives owed him 5 pounds of corn and wanted to take them to the county office. Chen Xi's brows furrowed tightly. Even if they owed 5 pounds of corn, they could just pay it back with food at home. Why take people? Also, Your tall wife was said to have owed a lot of money from when her family used to run a pawn shop, and she was taken away too. And the youngest wife couldn't stand it and argued with them, so she was taken as well. The game you hunted has also been taken. They made it clear that you need to bring money to the county to redeem them. Hearing this, Chen Xi's anger surged to the sky. Damn Wang Matzi. You're asking for death. Where are they now? Chen Xi's brows knitted together as he glared, looking as if he could eat someone. Aunt Zhang was scared. Xiao Shi, listen to Aunt Zhang. Don't act impulsively. We can't provoke those people. Even reporting to the authorities won't help. Aunt Zhang came to warn you. Don't go back home. Wang Matzi and his gang won't let you off. Take this. Aunt Zhang wiped her tears and pulled out a cloth bag filled with dozens of copper coins. That was all her savings. She stuffed the bag into Chen Xi's hands. Xiao Shi, listen to me. Run quickly. Don't let Wang Matzi catch you. Find a place with fewer people and live well. By this point, Aunt Zhang was already in tears, continually urging Chen Xi to escape. Aunt Zhang, listen to me first. You go back, and I'll handle the rest. Chen Xi knew Aunt Zhang came to find him to deliver the news, and he couldn't let her be implicated. Seeing that Chen Xi was being stubborn, Aunt Zhang became anxious, turning in circles, unsure of what to do. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. I'll be fine. You should go home. Chen Xi didn't have time to explain to Aunt Zhang. He had already guessed where they were. Since he hadn't seen them after coming out of the county office, they could only be in one place, the pawn shop he passed by yesterday. Concerned for the safety of his 3 wives, Chen Xi ran wildly towards the pawn shop. Aunt Zhang, seeing Chen Xi run far away, slapped her thigh, realizing how dangerous it was for him. I have to hurry back to the village, even if I have to go door to door to gather money. I must save Xiao Shi. Chen Xi arrived at the pawn shop and heard Wang Matzi's voice from a distance. What are you screaming for, you filthy women? If your man doesn't come to redeem you by tomorrow, you'll all be sold into the brothel. Wang Matzi, on what grounds are you capturing us? We owe you 5 pounds of corn, and that's all. We're all from the same village. Why treat us like this? Ha ha. Why should I treat you this way? If you had surrendered to me earlier, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Wang Matzi was now at the peak of excitement, waiting for Chen Xi to arrive so he could arrest him. At that point, he could play with Fan Yin however he wanted. Wang Matzi, you can forget it. I already have a husband. You should give up on that thought. Oomph. Your foolish husband? He can't even protect himself. Ha ha ha. Wang Matzi laughed wickedly. When your foolish husband arrives, I have 100 ways to deal with him. Thankfully, I discovered this in advance. Otherwise, you would have been fooled by that idiot. No wonder he burned the stove all night. It turns out he hunted a lynx. Ever since Wang Matzi was beaten by Chen Xi last time, he held a grudge. Until last night, he saw the stove in Chen Xi's house burning. So he secretly climbed over the backyard wall to observe. Seeing Chen Xi had caught a large lynx, he became restless. He was well aware of the rarity of this creature. Immediately, he ran to report the situation to Zhang Baoquan, to seize wealth and women. The two plotted a wicked scheme. They decided to use the power of Lu and Li early on to have Chen Xi's 3 wives taken to the county. You have 3 wives, right? I have found out that one of them used to run a pawn shop. Since they ran a pawn shop, they must have debts. Using this relationship, I'm sure we can extort money from you for the lynx skin. Thus, the act of capturing people at Chen Xi's home was staged. Just as Wang Matzi was reveling in his successful plot, he suddenly heard rapid footsteps approaching. As he turned his head, he saw a large foot kicking towards him. Chapter 26, Paying to Redeem People Bang. Wang Matzi was feeling pleased when suddenly a powerful kick sent him flying, landing on the ground in a position that looked like a dog eating feces. Chen Xi kicked Wang Matzi away and quickly rushed to the side of Fan Yin and the other 2 women. At this moment, they were chained, with their hands and feet bound, looking disheveled as they knelt in the yard of the pawn shop. When they saw Chen Xi arrive, the 3 women were overjoyed and struggled to get up, but they couldn't stand due to their restraints. Chen Xi stepped forward, hugged Fan Yin, and whispered, "Don't be afraid. My dear, I'm here." Upon seeing Chen Xi, Qin Yao and Bai Rong couldn't hold back their tears any longer and began to cry out loud. "Husband, it's my fault I've caused trouble for you." "Oh, husband, they came and just captured people completely unreasonable. It's okay, don't be afraid. Leave the rest to me." Chen Xi comforted Qin Yao and Bai Rong, and when he saw the chains on them, a flash of killing intent crossed his eyes. At that moment, Wang Matsi finally got up from the ground, and upon realizing it was Chen Xi, he said fiercely, "Who the hell gave you the guts to come here and kick me?" After being beaten by Chen Xi last time, he was still frightened and instinctively stepped back a bit, shouting, Lord Li, come out quickly, a fool is hitting people." The two lords were drinking tea inside when they heard Wang Matsi shout and immediately came out. "What's going on? What's all the noise about?" Seeing the two lords come out, Wang Matsi instantly gained confidence and approached them while holding his stomach. "My lords, you must stand up for me. That fool came and kicked me." Wang Matsi complained to the two lords, completely different from his previous arrogant demeanor. Lord Lu waved his hand, ignoring Wang Matsi, and said to Chen Xi with a fake smile, "Oh, isn't this Chen Hunter? Have you come to pay to redeem someone?" Chen Xi helped the three women sit down and turned to Lord Lu, his voice emotionless. "Tell me, how much do you need?" "How much?" Lord Lu gestured to Wang Matsi. "Matsi, you tell this Chen the Hunter how much he needs to return to you." Seeing that Lord Lu was backing him up, Wang Matsi pointed at Fan Yin while holding his stomach. "Your wife owes me 5 jeans of millet and hasn't paid it back for half a month. What do you say?" Wang Matsi did not directly state the price, wanting to see how much Chen Xi could offer. In his mind, he had a plan. That lynx pelt was worth at least 20 strings of money, so he wanted to test Chen Xi first. "Stop beating around the bush, just tell me how much." Chen Xi was not fooled by his tactics. With life on the line, the money he had might not be spent. Seeing that Chen Xi wasn't falling for his tricks, Wang Matsi decided to drop the act and scam him first, leaving some for the two lords. He knew how precious food was now. 5 jeans of millet unpaid for half a month. Considering they were from the same village, he thought he could get 1 string of money from him. "What? Wang Matsi, you're going too far. The price of millet is 3 won per jean. You're extorting him." Upon hearing the number, Fan Yin panicked. 3 won per jean of millet. And here he was raising the price by several hundred times. How could she not be anxious? "You wretched woman. If I hadn't lent you 5 jeans of millet back then, you would have starved to death long ago. Now I'm only asking for 1 string of money, so you can be happy about it." Wang Matsi felt assured with the two lords backing him up, thinking that Fan Yin couldn't make any waves. "You need to pay what I ask, or you'll all end up in jail." "You." Fan Yin was furious and still wanted to reason with him. "Your husband helped chop wood for your family to pay off the debt, and now you want 1 string of money. This is clearly extortion." "1 string of money, is it? I'll give it to you." Chen Xi interrupted Fan Yin. "This 1 string of money I'll give you. You have to accept it." He had already developed a killing intent towards Wang Matsi. This vile scoundrel could not be left alive. Even if this time passed, he would certainly become more brazen in the future, and Chen Xi couldn't allow him to cause trouble for himself. Chen Xi had 2 strings of money from selling roe deer, but he deliberately took out his wife's reward money. He opened the box in his arms and took out a silver ingot. "This is 10 taels. Give me back the rest." Chen Xi tossed it casually. Wang Matsi was first stunned by the sight of the silver, then quickly caught it. Holding it in his hand and examining it repeatedly, his eyes grew brighter. Finally, he even bit it to confirm it was real silver, and his heart filled with ecstasy. Upon seeing the words on the ingot, 10 taels, Wang Matsi was dumbfounded. How? How could he have so much money? Greed instantly overtook his mind. He didn't care anymore. Since it was in his hands, there was no reason to give change back. "Still want the rest? You kicked me just now, so the rest is for medical expenses. I can reluctantly forgive you." Wang Matsi cautiously tucked the silver ingot into his clothes, afraid someone would steal it. Chen Xi squinted at his actions, sneering at the corner of his mouth. "Once you've taken it, it will be easy to deal with you. Your life is coming to an end." Chapter 27. I will repay my wife's debts. When Lord Lu saw Chen Xi take out the silver, he was also taken aback. He had a box containing silver ingots in his arms, and there was definitely more than one inside. "Ha! Well done, Hunter Chen. You truly keep your promises. Since you've settled things with Wang Matsi, you can take that woman away." Lord Lu glanced to the side, and immediately a small worker from the pawn shop stepped forward to unlock Fan Yin's shackles. Once Fan Yin was free, she immediately leaned against Chen Xi, tears welling up in her eyes. Her husband had wasted such a large ingot of silver for her. She began to sob quietly, feeling that she had caused her husband trouble. Chen Xi comforted her for a while, and only then did Fan Yan's emotions stabilize. Seeing the blood marks on Fan Yan's wrist from the shackles, his killing intent surged. Humph, Lovebird should go home to be affectionate. Now we need to discuss serious matters. Lord Lu extended a hand, pointing at Bai Rongrong, who was still shackled, and said, "Your woman is obstructing our business, and even bit me. What are we going to do about this?" Without a second thought, Chen Xi took another ingot of silver from the box and tossed it to Lord Lu. "Is this enough?" Lord Lu received the ingot, weighed it in his hand, and saw the 10 tails inscription on it, his mouth twitching. No wonder Wang Motzi had that expression earlier. It turns out it was 10 tails. He earned less than 1 tael of silver in a year. So where did this kid get his money? Lord Lu had seen the world and had been managing the marriage escort team for years. He had skimmed a lot of profits from various villages and even set the prices for head taxes. Although he was shocked inside, he did not show it on his face. He licked his lips and tucked the silver into his pocket. Since Hunter Chen is so perceptive, this lord will no longer pursue the matter. Upon hearing Lord Lu's words, this time the small worker from the pawn shop didn't need to be instructed. He proactively stepped forward to unlock Bai Rongrong's shackles. Bai Rongrong broke free and came to Chen Xi's side, her big eyes looking at him, full of grievance, but not daring to speak. It was all her fault for letting her husband waste so much money. She really felt she deserved to die for biting someone. Chen Xi noticed Bai Rongrong's thoughts, rubbed her head, and whispered in her ear, "You bit well. There will be a reward when we get home." Bai Rongrong could not have imagined that her husband not only didn't blame her, but even praised her for biting well. And she was moved to tears. She hugged Chen Xi and began to cry softly. Her husband was too good, and she couldn't bear to leave him for the rest of her life. "All right, stop being so mushy in front of this lord." Lord Lu sneered coldly. Continuing to point at Qin Yao, the main event was about to begin. "Your woman used to run a pawn shop and owes a lot of money outside. Now that she has married you, shouldn't you help her repay her debts? Now that Fan Yan and Bai Rongrong have been saved, only Qin Yao remains, kneeling silently. She dare not look at Chen Xi or speak. She knew she was the root cause of this trouble. She had just started to understand the pawn shop's accounts when the court confiscated her family's property. She had no idea if they owed money or how much they owed. However, she felt that the pawn shop was doing well and shouldn't be in debt. Moreover, she knew the laws of the Great Yu. Once the court had made a decision, no one had the right to overturn it. A member of a marriage escort team was not even considered an official, much less had the qualifications. But at this moment, she couldn't voice any of this. Her husband had no power or influence and couldn't fight against them. She could only kneel on the ground in silence. Watching those people make unreasonable demands, she felt powerless. Perhaps being sold or dying would be better. Living only added to her husband's burden. The days spent with her husband after her family's property was confiscated were the happiest of her life. Although her husband looked fierce, he was genuinely good, even buying her a coat and meat. Qin Yao made up her mind, even if it meant death. She wouldn't drag her husband down with her. Lord Lu squinted at Chen Xi. Chen Xi also narrowed his eyes, staring at Lord Lu, sparks flying in the air. "Just waiting for you to say this. Her family has already been confiscated, so don't talk about debts. Even if there are debts, it's naturally the court's business. It has nothing to do with you, a mere member of a marriage escort team. Her family's assets have already been seized by the court, and now you come back to demand them from me. Hee, let us see if you have the ability to take it away. Killing must be repaid with a life. Debts must be repaid with money. That is only right. Lord Lu, go ahead and say, how much does her family owe? I will repay my wife's debts." As soon as the words "I will repay" came out, the already desperate Qin Yao trembled violently. Chen Xi coldly smiled and took out the entire box. Lord Lu and Lord Li take a good look at the box, their pupils suddenly constricted. Also shocked was Lu De, the pawn shop owner, who was hiding inside to watch the show. This courtyard belonged to him, but the court's marriage escort team was also stationed here. Lu De usually disapproved of Lord Lu and Lord Li's style and rarely interacted with them. Today he was at the county office for business and saw Chen Xi enter the inner courtyard. Later, he heard that the lady was cured of rabies by a divine doctor. Putting together the box in Chen Xi's hands, he suddenly realized that Chen Xi was that divine doctor. He decided to take this opportunity to make a connection and quietly slipped out the back door. Chapter 28. Let's see who can leave? Lu De ran to the county office and saw Chui at the entrance of the inner courtyard. "Shopkeeper Lu, What brings you to the county office? Kui asked. The pawn shop isn't far from here. Why are you in such a hurry? Upon seeing Kui, Luda immediately approached her and recounted everything he had just seen. Are you saying they are forcing Brother Chen to pay money to redeem someone? Kui furrowed her brows. Chen Xi just treated his wife, and he still needs to follow up with her checkup. How can he be bullied by the wedding procession at this time? That's how it is. The two officials said that Dr. Chen's 3 wives owe money, and they are here to collect the debt. Collecting debt? Kui's brows furrowed again. After thinking for a moment, she spoke. Thank you, shopkeeper Lu. I will report this to my lady right away. Sorry to trouble you, Miss Chui. After Luda left, Chui immediately turned and entered the inner courtyard. Inside the pawn shop, at the moment Luda and Lida saw the box, an ominous premonition suddenly arose in their hearts. Luda frowned, staring at the box in Chen Xi's hand, knowing full well that it was a box from the county office. Such boxes were only used for gifts to distinguished guests. In his years of service, he had never seen rewards given to subordinates packaged in such valuable boxes. Now, a mere hunter has such a thing. It could either be stolen or it indicates that Chen Xi's status is special enough for the county office to return a gift. The latter possibility could be completely disregarded. How could a small hunter possibly be a distinguished guest of the county office? It must be stolen. Where did you get that box? Oh, is this what you mean, Lord Lu? Chen Xi shook the box in his hand. He had already noticed Lu Da's suspicion about his silver, but he had to send this money out, and it had to be in the name of redeeming someone. This is a precious medicinal herb I collected from the mountains to give to Dr. Zhao. The box was a gift from Dr. Zhao. In order to solidify his story, Chen Xi deliberately brought up Dr. Zhao to confuse them. So it was given by Dr. Zhao. Then it makes sense. Looking at the sincere expression on Chen Xi's face, Luda laughed heartily. Everyone in Baishan County knew who Dr. Zhao was. It was not surprising that he had a valuable box from the county office. Everyone knew that Dr. Zhao was obsessed with medicine and had been purchasing precious medicinal herbs for years. When combined with Chen Xi's identity as a hunter, it made complete logical sense that he collected herbs and sold them to Dr. Zhao. No wonder he readily brought out 20 taels of silver. It turned out he had sold precious herbs to Dr. Zhao. Otherwise, that single lynx skin couldn't possibly fetch that much money. Since your wife owes a debt, you're willing to pay it back. Luda glanced at the box again. Although he couldn't guess how much was inside, he knew what kind of person he was. A person who had been profiting outside for years had his own methods. Slowly extending 5 fingers, he said, 500 taels. After Luda spoke, he felt someone tugging at his sleeve and turned to see it was Lida. Lida shook his head gravely at Luda, conveying the meaning of not rushing for the money and needing to probe further. Luda frowned in annoyance, signaling Lida to follow his lead. You're getting old. You can't be so cautious. My method has always worked. Hearing Luda demand 500 taels, Chen Xi's heart immediately filled with joy. So you're playing this game? Huh? I'll play along, but the cost is a bit steep. He quickly pretended to be submissive, saying, Lord Lu, I don't have that much. Then how much do you have? Chen Xi pretended to open the box, deliberately showing it to Luda, saying, This is all I have. Is it enough to redeem my wife? Luda quickly glanced at the box, and his heart filled with delight. 8 silver ingots were neatly arranged in the box, which amounted to 80 taels. Lida's eyes also lit up, unable to tear his gaze away from the shiny silver. Taking a few deep breaths, he finally bit his teeth, thinking that greed leads to death. Regardless of where the money came from, they had to act. Being slightly older than Luda, he was ruthless in his actions and left no future troubles. Leaning close to Luda's ear, he whispered, Once we take the money, this person cannot be left alive. He made a gesture indicating a beheading. Luda's thoughts coincided with his. Originally, he planned to announce the figure of 500 taels, knowing that Chen Xi wouldn't be able to produce that much. Afterward, they would have him write an IOU, preparing for future extortion. But upon seeing the 80 taels in the box, he changed his mind. This person had to be eliminated. Being extorted for 100 taels of silver for no reason would leave anyone unwilling to accept it. He wasn't afraid of reporting to the county office, but if it reached the magistrate's ears, it would be a death sentence for him. At this moment, no luck should be relied upon. This was a one-shot deal. As long as they killed him, even if the magistrate found out later, there would be no evidence, and he could spend some money to cover it up. In this chaotic time, who would care about the life or death of a mere hunter? You think 80 taels can redeem your wife? That's putting me in a difficult position. They acted out the whole play, first stabilizing him. After all, he wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. I only have this much. Lord Liu, could you give me a little time? I will earn some money from hunting and pay it back bit by bit. Lu Da and Li Da's small actions were all seen by Chen Xi. Their expressions had already betrayed them. Although Li Da's gesture was discreet, it didn't escape Chen Xi's eyes. So they planned to kill me. Chen Xi coldly laughed in his heart. The stakes have increased. I like it. Since you are willing to spend money to redeem your wife, I will show some mercy and let you write an IOU. Thank you, Lord Liu. Thank you, Lord Liu. Lida took a piece of paper and a pen and handed them to Chen Xi, casually taking the box and silver for himself. Write it. As for what he wrote, he didn't care at all. An IOU from a dead man was worthless. Just as Chen Xi was about to write the IOU, Qin Yao suddenly began to cry loudly. Husband, don't write it. Let them take me away. I can't drag you down any longer. Chen Xi quickly turned his head to signal her, knowing that only by writing the IOU could he take her away. Then they would go to the county office to find the lady. Those two officials and Wang Matzi wouldn't escape. Seeing Chen Xi signaling her, Qin Yao was momentarily stunned. With too many questions in her mind. Where did her husband get the money? Why did he want to spend money to redeem her? Why did he also want to write an IOU for them? Did she really deserve it? She didn't know what Chen Xi was planning, but she had already understood from his eyes. The pawnshop worker immediately stepped forward to unlock Qin Yao's shackles, while Fan Yin and Bai Rongrong came forward to help Qin Yao up. Chen Xi finished writing the IOU and handed it to Lu Da, saying, Lord Liu, can I take them away now? Go. As soon as he finished speaking, several bailiffs appeared at the entrance of the pawnshop carrying a sedan chair. And at the same time, a woman's voice rang out, let's see who can leave. Chapter 29, Chen Xiaoyu. Why did you hurt someone? A woman's voice rang out, and the whole place fell silent. Immediately, all eyes turned to the sedan chair. Chui stood at the front of the sedan, her gaze coldly fixed on Lord Liu, Lord Li, and Wang Matzi, who was standing with them. The moment Lord Liu and Lord Li saw the lady, their pupils constricted and their minds went blank. They recognized the sedan chair all too well. It was more luxurious than even the county magistrate's, and there was only one in Baishan County, belonging to the county magistrate's wife. The two were momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, jogging forward to bow before the sedan chair. Their voices very humble. The wedding procession's Lu Chang'an pays his respects to the lady. The wedding procession's Li Dahua pays his respects to the lady. No sound came from the sedan chair. Chui stepped forward, coldly looking at the two and speaking. The lady is feeling unwell. Why are you making such a commotion? What happened? Lu Chang'an's eyes darted around. It seemed that this unexpected windfall was in jeopardy, and it was incredibly unlucky to have been caught by the lady. He had spent years in the outside world seeking profit and knew how to avoid risks. Losing money to avert disaster had become his talisman for survival. Kui. I discovered a thief who stole money from the county government, and I was just about to capture them to take to the county office. Lu Chang'an pointed at Chen Xi and the three women, his gaze filled with malice. You better hand over the money early. There's no need for all this fuss. He had initially thought to let the kid live a little longer, but unfortunately, the kid was unlucky enough to run into the lady, and no one could save him now. It was a pity that the money he was about to obtain would soon be sent away. Yes, Kui. This person has stolen money from the county government and was caught in public by me and Lord Liu. Come, capture him and lock him up. And those three foul women are in cahoots with him. Take them all down. Li Dahua, being a seasoned veteran, knew they had to solidify the matter, deliberately provoking Chen Xi with his words. You better resist quickly. I'll take advantage of the moment to strike hard and make it look like there's no evidence left. As for where the money came from, that no longer mattered. He could still earn credit for loyalty and bravery. The lady would be pleased and might even reward him, so it wouldn't be a wasted effort. Immediately, some lackeys from the yamen brought shackles and approached to lock up Chen Xi and the three women. The three women were panic-stricken. Just a moment ago, they had been told they could leave, so why suddenly were they being shackled? They immediately began to cry, pressing their bodies closely against Chen Xi their faces filled with despair. Chen Xi took a step forward, his body like a mountain firmly blocking the three women, his voice calm and steady. "Ladies, don't worry. I'm here. Let us see who dares to lock you up." Li Dahua, hearing Chen Xi's words, sneered with a vicious smile. "Huh, you're just a country bumpkin, falling for the trap so quickly. If you obediently surrender, I really wouldn't have a way to deal with you. But showing off like this is just what I want. Young man, you're still too young. Remember in your next life, some people and some things are not as simple as you think. Showing off to protect women. Huh? You won't even know how you die." Li Dahua's hand was already grasping the hilt of his knife, moving forward while preparing to strike as the Yamen lackey restrained Chen Xi. "Stop!" Kui shouted coldly. "Who gave you the guts to lock up Chen Xi? Do you know who he is? He is the lady's lifesaver. How can you small fry touch him?" Chui was young and had been serving the lady all along, so she didn't understand the intricacies below. She only realized they wanted to lock up Chen Xi and instinctively shouted for them to stop. Chen Xi, however, was different. He had seen all kinds of storms and could easily see through Li Dahua's little tricks. First, he deliberately provoked him with words, making him instinctively resist, so that he could take the opportunity to kill him, leaving no evidence. Li Dahua's little scheme was no more sophisticated than a child's play in Chen Xi's eyes. His killing intent toward Li Dahua had reached its peak. "Let us see today who is looking for death." Chui's shout of stop left the Yamen lackeys without a plan, frozen in place, unsure of whom to listen to. Li Dahua also heard Chui's words, but continued to advance. If Chen Xi didn't resist, how could he kill him? He reached out with his left hand to grab Fan Yan, having already noticed the woman's important position in Chen Xi's heart. Once he captured that woman, Chen Xi would surely resist. His right hand held the knife's hilt, waiting for Chen Xi to fight back so he could stab him. Chen Xi gave a cold smile. Before Li Dahua could extend his hand, he swiftly slapped him across the face. Slap! Li Dahua's head jerked to the side, and before he could react, Chen Xi delivered a forceful kick to his chest. Bang! His entire body flew back 3 meters. Chen Xi had used all his strength, thinking to kill and silence him. Huh? You really think you're worthy? Li Dahua's body skidded across the ground and only stopped when it hit the legs of a Yamen lackey. His eyes were wide, his mouth agape, and half his teeth fell to the ground. His bones ached as if they were falling apart, yet he couldn't make a sound. He never anticipated that Chen Xi would strike out so suddenly and with such force. A slap followed by a kick, and Li Dahua instantly lost the ability to move. Lying on the ground like a dead dog, completely still, the Yamen lackey hurried to help Li Dahua up, but as he touched him, there was a cracking sound of broken bones. Everything happened too fast. Chui covered her mouth with her hand, completely unprepared for Chen Xi to strike first. His movements swift and without hesitation. Don't move, let him recover a bit. Lu Chang'an was the first to react, certain that Li Dahua's sternum must be crushed. Moving at this point would only make it worse. He drew his saber and rushed forward, but not toward Li Dahua. Instead, as he passed by Chen Xi, he forcefully thrust the saber into Chen Xi's stomach. The moment Lu Chang'an moved, Chen Xi had been observing his actions, seeing his shoulder drop, indicating he was gathering strength to strike. Chen Xi quickly grabbed his wrist. The strength of Chen Xi's grip was immense. He was naturally strong and understood the structure of bones and joints. Crack! Lu Chang'an's saber fell to the ground, his wrist bent at an irregular angle. And with another twist, it was twisted into a pretzel shape. Lu Chang'an cried out in pain, opening his mouth to scream. Chen Xi was waiting for this moment. The instant he opened his mouth, he punched him in the face. Bang! A mouthful of teeth mixed with blood flew out. Lu Chang'an couldn't even let out a complete cry of despair, collapsing on the ground, his body convulsing in pain. From kicking Li Dahua to taking down Lu Chang'an, Chen Xi had taken only about 10 seconds. Even the arriving Yamen officers had not reacted in time. Without orders, they dared not step forward to stop it, looking at each other in disbelief. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. This man was not only strong, but also skilled in fighting. He gave no opponent a chance to breathe. Every move aimed for vital points. Even for these sturdy Yamen officers, it was impossible to accomplish what he had done so quickly, taking down 2 grown men as if it required no effort. Chen Xi's skills rose to a terrifying height in their minds. Is this still human? Everyone stop. Bring the sedan chair closer. I want to see what is going on. The lady's voice from within the sedan was somewhat displeased. Although Chen Xi was her lifesaver, he shouldn't be fighting in front of her, and he was fighting against the county's officers. If she protected him, it would surely tarnish her reputation. How would those officers view her in the future, and how would she explain it to the magistrate? The lady frowned, somewhat disappointed in Chen Xi's actions. Hurting someone without understanding the situation, he would have to face some punishment. Lifting the side curtain of the sedan chair, I glanced at Lu Chang'an and Li Dahua lying on the ground like dead dogs, and unease surged in my heart once again. Just because you cured my illness, does that give you the right to act recklessly? Chen Xiaoyu, why did you resort to violence? Chapter 30, A Glimmer of Hope. The lady's voice was quite displeased, and the bailiffs gripped their knives, ready to seize Chen Xi at her command. Chen Xi saw that the lady was sitting in the sedan chair, looking very unhappy, and realized that she had misunderstood him. It was not that he wanted to harm anyone. It was they who wanted to kill him to silence him. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he spoke. Madam, you misunderstand. They want to kill me to silence me. I was just acting in self-defense. The lady glanced at the two men on the ground and then looked up at Chen Xi. Killed to silence? Self-defense? Can self-defense cause such injuries? Speak, what happened? She felt a bit worried, fearing that Chen Xi would not be able to explain himself clearly. If she protected him, her own image in the eyes of the officials would be greatly damaged. Alas, she had to protect him. He was indeed causing her trouble. These two gentlemen came to my home with baseless accusations, took my 3 wives here, and demanded money for their release. Oh, what accusation? The lady had heard from Chui that 2 officials from the wedding procession pressured Chen Xi for money, but she did not know the specific accusation. Chen Xi patted his already dust-free sleeves, his expression serious, and spoke with a firm voice. They said my eldest wife owes them 5 pounds of millet and demanded that I pay 1 tael of silver to settle the debt. I had no choice but to comply. Chen Xi pointed at Wang Matzi with a mocking smile. Wang Matzi, since the lady is asking questions, take out the silver I returned to you for her to see. Wang Matzi, who had been hiding behind the small workers of the yamen, did not expect Chen Xi to expose him first. Under the gaze of all the bailiffs, Wang Matzi trembled as he stepped forward, the silver still warm in his hands. Madam, my name is Wang Matzi. His wife owes me 5 pounds of millet. Now our accounts are settled. Please, madam, please decide for me. Wang Matzi fell to his knees, pulling out the warm silver ingot from his bosom and holding it above his head for the lady to inspect. The lady took a deep breath, and upon seeing the silver ingot, her anger began to rise. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her voice authoritative. 5 pounds of millet requires a tael of silver for repayment? How could the lady of this county not know that the grain prices have risen to such heights? As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Matzi began kowtowing like a garlic pounder, trembling as he said, Madam, you may not know, but it is because his wife has not repaid me for half a month, which is why it has risen to 1 tael of silver. The remaining 9 taels is for the medical expenses after he beat me. Wang Matzi grew more hesitant as he spoke. It was well known that millet cost only a few coins per pound. Asking Chen Xi for a tael of silver was indeed excessive. But considering that the 2 officials had been beaten so badly by Chen Xi, he felt he had some justification for asking for more money. Why did he hit you? He's just a fool. I was only asking for repayment when that fool suddenly kicked me. Madam, look. Wang Matzi straightened his body, showing the shoe print on his clothes to the lady, implying that Chen Xi had indeed kicked him, and the remaining 9 taels were for his medical expenses. Madam, I witnessed this. He first bullied that woman, and this hunter brother acted in self-defense. A figure slowly stepped out from the crowd. It was Luda, the manager of the yamen who had gone to report to the county office. Luda had been watching the developments from the crowd. He saw everything clearly, from Chen Xi beating Li Dahua to Lu Chang'an. He also understood the thoughts of Li Dahua and Lu Chang'an. Such matters could escape others' eyes, but not his. As a manager who saw many people daily, from the officials whose homes had been raided to farmers selling their children to survive, his insight was sharp. He understood that if Chen Xi did not take action, he would surely fall victim to Li Dahua and Lu Chang'an's schemes. What surprised him was that Chen Xi had also seen through it and took the initiative to resolve the crisis. This level of skill and capability impressed him. Not only was he a hunter and a skilled physician, but he also had such meticulous thoughts. From Chen Xi's logically sound words, he deduced that Chen Xi would surely turn the situation around. Especially after the lady referred to him as Chen Xiaoyu, his identity became clear. This old fox in the business world immediately thought of befriending him. He was skilled at picking sides, and though he could not offer timely assistance, he sought to add a touch of glamour. Chen Xi was somewhat surprised. He did not know Luda, so why was he speaking up for him? Oh, since the manager has seen it, please tell us what happened. Luda bowed respectfully and immediately stated, "It is only right to pay back debts. But locking up someone's wife for owing 5 pounds of millet is excessive. Moreover, for 5 pounds of millet not repaid for half a month, according to the maximum interest stipulated by our county lord, even using the 9 to 13 return calculation, it should not amount to a tael of silver." Lastly, he wanted to take advantage of that hunter's wife, and when he was caught by Chen, he was kicked in self-defense. He then extorted 9 taels from the hunter, forcing him to comply. This person has committed usury and extortion in our county. This is the whole process of the matter, and I swear on my life that my words are true. If I lie, I am willing to accept punishment. After Luda finished speaking, the lady looked at Wang Matzi with a gaze full of malice. "Wang Matzi, is this true?" "Why, yes, madam, it is. It is true." Wang Matzi glanced around at the crowd. He did not recognize anyone, so no one would speak for him. He trembled, his lips quivering, afraid to lie. "All right, first control him." Immediately, some bailiffs stepped forward to restrain Wang Matzi and took away the 10 taels of silver from him. Chen Xi watched Luda with great interest. This person had some skills, truly worthy of being the manager of the yamen. He understood how to assess the situation and pick sides, pleasing both himself and the county lady, mastering the nuances of human relations. In Chen Xi's eyes, Luda was viewed with newfound respect. Wang Matzi's face turned ashen. He regretted his greed and dared not speak further, allowing the bailiffs to bind him. Now that his matter was resolved, how would they explain Chen Xiaoyu beating the officials? The lady shifted her address to Chen Xi, now calling him Chen Xiaoyu, her attitude clear. The first reason was that Chen Xi was undoubtedly in the right. The remaining issue of him hitting someone should also be justifiable, right? The lady was eager for all the reasoning to be on Chen Xi's side, which would give her more room to maneuver. Chen Xi cleared his throat, pointing at the 2 half-dead men on the ground, and spoke loudly. "These 2 gentlemen claim that my second wife owes a debt." He then pulled Qin Yao out to stand beside him and continued, "My second wife was running a pawn shop before the court confiscated her property. Now they're using this as an excuse to demand money. Although I'm a hunter with yamen registration, I'm still familiar with the laws of our dynasty. The Great Yu Law clearly states that after property is confiscated, debts are extinguished upon death. My second wife can at most be labeled as a criminal woman, but she is still a citizen of the Great Yu, protected by our laws. Can what these 2 gentlemen say override the laws of the dynasty?" Chen Xi's words rang out powerfully, causing Lu Chang'an and Li Dahua, who were lying on the ground pretending to be dead, to tremble violently. He had brought up the court and the law, an act of rebellion that could lead to a death sentence. What a ruthless young man. But could this truly stump us? There was only one way to proceed, to firmly accuse him of stealing the county's silver, using the debt as a pretext to stabilize him, and then capture him. Only in this way could there be a glimmer of hope. He is talking nonsense. He is a thief, and we are just using this excuse to capture his wife and force him to appear, so we can apprehend him. Chapter 31. Lu De wanted to befriend Chen Xi. Lu Chang'an, with no teeth in his mouth, spoke in a puffing voice while enduring excruciating pain and trying to argue his way out. Cui Cui was the first to express her displeasure, as she had long heard of the 2 men's notorious deeds and was outraged that they dared to slander Chen Xi. Who said Brother Chen is a thief? The money he has was given to him by the lady of the county magistrate. How dare you lie? Lu Chang'an and Li Dahua were dumbfounded. Hadn't Chen Xi said that the silver was obtained by selling medicinal herbs to Dr. Zhao? Why would he lie? If he stated outright that it was a gift from the county magistrate's wife, how could they dare to extort him? This kid was clearly intentional. It turned out all of this was his scheme. Step by step, he lured them into extorting him, solidifying the situation and then reporting to the lady. What deep cunning! Lu Dahua's eyes darted. Even if he wasn't a thief, how could a hunter possess a noble box from the county office? Suspecting him of being a thief and questioning him was normal. He wanted to claim that they were extorting him, but he had no evidence. How could a hunter possibly produce a box meant for storing silver from the county office? He was merely suspicious and questioning him, absolutely not extorting him. Lady, please help me. Lu Chang'an and Li Dahua explained to the lady while enduring the pain, insisting that Chen Xi had no evidence against them. Ha ha. Just because you say it's not extortion means it isn't. Chen Xi sneered, mocking them even as they faced imminent doom. What evidence do you have to say we're extorting you? The two remained defiant, insisting that they were only suspicious and had not extorted anything. If extortion was confirmed, the charges of debt would stand. Using the law of the court as a pretext was a capital offense. They were not ready to die yet. Chen Xi stepped forward and rummaged through Lu Chang'an's arms. A sense of foreboding quickly enveloped Lu Chang'an. What was this kid looking for? Damn, how did I forget about this? Before Lu Chang'an could react, the promissory note had already fallen into Chen Xi's hands. Lady, these two gentlemen have falsely claimed to be enforcing the law of the court to extort me for 500 taels of silver. My third wife was so angered that she bit him, and I was extorted for another 10 taels of silver. After deducting the rewards I received in the manner, I was forced to write a promissory note for 420 taels of silver. Chen Xi handed the promissory note to Cui, saying, Lady, please take a look. When Chen Xi produced the promissory note, everyone present gasped in shock. Lord Li, it's over. Ludo was deeply impressed by Chen Xi. At such a young age, he was so meticulous in his actions. Every step was part of his plan, and no matter how the two men tried to argue, they could not escape his grasp. When he wrote this promissory note, he must have anticipated that things would develop to this point, merely watching two clowns perform while he held all the power. Cui immediately presented the promissory note to the lady, looking at the two gentlemen as if they were already dead. Falsely claiming to enforce the law was a death sentence, and extorting more than 1 tael of silver was also a death sentence. The lady carefully examined the promissory note, a charming smile curling at the corners of her mouth. It was secured, with both witness and evidence present. Even if she did not use her power to protect Chen Xi, he would still be fine. The evidence is right here. What more can you two argue? The lady spoke coldly. The two had already been sentenced to death. At this moment, Lu Chang'an and Li Dahua were in despair. Even if the King of Heaven came, he could not save them. How ruthless Chen Xi was, step by step luring them into his trap. They finally understood that everything was under his control. The situation was lost. Their lives were forfeit. Severely injured, both men were overwhelmed with anger and spurted out a mouthful of old blood, fainting. Chen Xiaoyu. Sorry. I didn't expect such a villain to be hidden in our county. When a master returns, I will certainly seek justice for you. Chen Xi bowed and clasped his hands, saying, There's no need for the lady to apologize. This matter has nothing to do with you and the master. It's entirely these two's own doing. The commoner thanks the county magistrate's lady for handling this matter fairly and justly on behalf of the people of Baishan County. As soon as Chen Xi finished speaking, the surrounding officers immediately stepped forward to agree. Lady, your insight is remarkable. We are but lowly, worthless people. The lady felt a bit shy from all the praise. It was clearly Chen Xi who provided the evidence, and she was merely handling it fairly. Her face slightly flushed as she looked at Chen Xi with recognition. This young man is not arrogant. He is truly interesting. In 3 days, the master will return to the manor. Chen Xiaoyu should come, and I will ask the master to reward you. Thank you, lady. Chen Xi once again clasped his hands. Take those two villains to the prison. Wait for the master to deal with them when he returns. Cui, let us go back to the manor. Yes, my lady. An officer immediately returned 100 taels of silver to Chen Xi, not a cent less. The bearers lifted the sedan chair, and the other officers, without needing to be told, shackled Lu Chang'an and Li Dahua and carried them away. Even Wang Matzi did not escape unscathed. The lady smiled slightly as she sat in the sedan chair, thinking what an interesting little fellow he was. Once everyone had left, the 3 women were still in a daze. They had never anticipated that their powerless husband could send the two men to prison. Not only did he save their lives, but he also protected their wealth. Husband, the three women could not help but embrace Chen Xi, crying out loud. The turnaround was too swift for their little hearts to handle. Haha, it's all right. Let us go home. Chen Xi gently comforted the three women, as strictly speaking, they were still young girls who had never experienced such things. It was normal to be scared. After calming the three women, Chen Xi clasped his hands to Luda. Thank you, shopkeeper. Chen the hunter, you're too kind. I just couldn't stand their behavior, so I stepped forward to testify for you. Luda smiled broadly and returned the greeting. He dared not steal Chen Xi's thunder. Even if he hadn't stepped in today, Chen Xi would have handled it with ease. He was merely trying to get in line early to befriend him. Haha, thank you, shopkeeper. Without you, I would have had to argue much more. Chen Xi waved his hand and spoke again. I see that you have a number of servants for sale here. I'd like to discuss business with you next time I come. Lu Da's eyes lit up when he heard Chen Xi wanted to discuss business with him. This was truly something he sought after. He thought Chen Xi was a divine doctor, so he must want to buy some servants and maidservants. You've come to the right person. Chen the hunter, we have all kinds of servants and maidservants here. Please come in and pick. I will give you 2 maidservants. As Luda spoke, he wanted to take Chen Xi to the backyard to choose people. The first courtyard of his tooth shop was the office for the wedding team. The backyard was his own place. Thank you, shopkeeper. My wife was frightened today, so I wanted to disturb you further. I will definitely pay you a visit next time. Chen Xi did not lack for maidservants. He merely wanted to inquire about the situation regarding the buying and selling of people. After his salt mine began production, he was most in need of manpower and just wanted to scout ahead. Luda naturally understood that Chen Xi's 3 wives were frightened and that today was not suitable for business, so he did not press the matter. All right, Chen the hunter, you settle your family first, and I will visit you another day. See you, Chen the hunter. Seeing Chen Xi leave the tooth shop with his 3 wives, Luda nodded slightly. Such a person was someone he must befriend. Not only was he the savior of the county magistrate's wife, but he was also a divine doctor. There was no need to wait for him to find me. Tomorrow I will bring gifts to visit you. As Chen Xi walked out of the tooth shop with the 3 women, seeing that it was still early, he suddenly became excited. Ladies, come with me. Let us go on a big shopping spree. Chapter 32. Su Mingyang's scheme great, a big shopping trip, by Rong. With her childlike nature, quickly recovered her spirits upon hearing that Chen Xi was taking a few people to shop, and she became excited. Chen Xi ruffled her hair, pleased with Bai Rong's excellent performance today. He hadn't expected that this little girl would dare to bite them. This is how a family should be, facing difficulties together. This is the reward I promised you. I'll cook you a special dish when we get home. You're the best, husband, Bai Rong said, pressing her little head against Chen Xi's chest. Actually, what they ate didn't matter much. What mattered was that her actions were recognized by her husband. She had been very scared when they were capturing Fan Yin and Qin Yao. Seeing them bullied gave her an unexpected surge of courage to fight back desperately. Fan Yin and Qin Yao had always treated her well, and when her family was in trouble, she couldn't just stand by. After all, she had her husband. In her heart, Chen Xi had become omnipotent. No matter the predicament, he could lead everyone out of it smoothly. Bai Rong's happy mood quickly infected Fan Yin and Qin Yao, and after the ups and downs of emotions, they returned to their childlike selves. Qin Yao didn't say much. She originally thought she would be sold and truly hadn't expected her husband to come to her rescue at all costs. Especially when Lord Lu demanded 500 taels of silver. At that moment, her heart felt dead. She felt useless at home, and it was reasonable for her husband to give up on her. After all, no one owed anyone anything. If there was a debt, it was her debt to her husband. Without Chen Xi taking her in, her future would have had only 2 outcomes: being sold to a brothel or starving to death. When Chen Xi unhesitatingly took out 80 taels to redeem her, her world suddenly lit up. She silently vowed that her life would belong to her husband from then on. In her life, apart from her parents, no one had cared for her as much as her husband did. Having him was enough for this life. Fan Yin, with her kind nature, sensed Qin Yao's thoughts and comforted her like an older sister. Don't think too much, Xiao Yao. We are a family, and we will face troubles together. It's not a big deal. Chen Xi's recovery brought this woman a strong sense of security. Unknowingly, it changed her mindset too much. With her husband to rely on, the family would surely get better and better. Big madam. Woo woo woo. Qin Yao's tears could no longer be stopped as she fell into Fan Yan's arms and cried loudly. Bai Rongrong also came to comfort Qin Yao. 1,000 words were conveyed without speech. After waiting for Qin Yao to cry enough, Chen Xi smiled slightly and said, "Have you cried enough? You performed very well today, and there's a reward." Hearing Chen Xi's words, Qin Yao wanted to kneel but was pulled into his embrace instead. He said firmly, "We are a family. No kneeling is allowed. I will not abandon any of you." Husband. Qin Yao sniffled softly in Chen Xi's arms. No words could express her feelings at that moment. "Haha, you've cried into a little cat," Chen Xi teased, giving her nose a gentle poke, causing Qin Yao to shyly lower her head. "Let's go. It's almost dark. We need to shop quickly." After the girls had finished comforting each other, Chen Xi began to get down to business. He had money in his arms and unhesitatingly bought a large horse-drawn carriage. This vehicle could not only transport goods, but more importantly, it could also go into the mountains to mine salt. He then went to the blacksmith shop to purchase everything he needed. He took the girls to buy a lot of supplies, filling a large carriage completely. The girls' moods noticeably improved, and they chatted and laughed along the way, leaving behind the fright of the day. Chen Xi drove the carriage away from Baishan City, hoping to get home before dark. Everything that happened today was relayed to Zhang Baoquan by the father of Xiao Huzi, who had just entered the city. "What? You say Lord Lu, Lord Li, and Wang Matzi have all been thrown into prison?" Zhang Baoquan was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. The two lords couldn't even handle Chen Xi together? "Yes. Village chief, I saw it with my own eyes. Lord Lu and Lord Li were beaten to a pulp by Chen Xi and thrown into jail. I also heard it was the county magistrate's wife who personally gave the order." Zhang Baoquan closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, contemplating countermeasures. The lives of the two lords had nothing to do with him, and as for his brother-in-law Wang Matzi, he was even less significant. He was thinking about how to save himself and the 100 taels of silver in Chen Xi's hands. "All right, you can go back." Zhang Baoquan casually handed a flatbread to Xiao Huzi's father. Villagers hardly ever got to eat flatbreads these days. Xiao Huzi's father's eyes lit up, and he quickly took the flatbread, carefully tucking it into his bosom, leaving after expressing his gratitude. Just as Xiao Huzi's father left, Wang Yin rushed to Zhang Baoquan's side, crying with snot and tears. "Husband, my brother cannot be in trouble. You must find a way to save him." Slap. Zhang Baoquan slapped Wang Yan's face, feeling frustrated at that moment. How dare this damned woman bother him? Damn you. If it wasn't for your worthless brother, the two lords wouldn't be in trouble either. They will definitely expose me in prison. It's all your fault, you damned woman. Over the years, he had done many dirty deeds in cooperation with the two lords, and if this got out, it would cost him his head. Thinking of this made Zhang Baoquan angry, and he slapped Wang Yin again. Wang Yin was hit and bled from her mouth and nose, kneeling on the ground and continuously bowing her head. "Husband, you can hit me however you want, but you must save my brother." Bah! He spat a mouthful of phlegm on Wang Yan's face and kicked her down to the ground. "Cry again, and I'll sell you to a brothel." Wang Yin sat on the ground, covering her chest, too scared to make a sound. Su Jianyang leaned against the doorframe, spitting out a shell of a sunflower seed right onto Wang Yan's face. After giving Wang Yin a disdainful glance, she sat down beside Zhang Baoquan, speaking in a feigned sweet voice. "Husband, don't be angry. This wretched woman just knows how to cause trouble for you." Thang Baoquan benched Su Fianyang Hearth, his face clouded with worry as he struggled to think of a solution. Seeing him like this, Su Jianyang leaned against him, her voice sweetening. "Husband, don't you know the bandits on Eagle Beak Mountain? Why not ask them for help?" Zhang Baoquan's eyes suddenly brightened at her words. "Right. Why didn't I think of that? Must be this damned woman pissing me off." Su Jianyang continued to fan the flames, having long looked down on Wang Yin, who was always trying to suppress her under the guise of being the big madam. "Bah, stinking wretch, you only know how to cry when trouble arises. You're far from matching me." Zhang Baoquan, stoked by Su Jianyang's words, looked at Wang Yin and felt anger rising within him. He kicked her in the face again, cursing, "Damn it, wretched woman, get back inside." Wang Yin, kicked by Zhang Baoquan, didn't dare to speak and crawled back into the house. Closing the door tightly, and starting to cry softly. Little lady, you'll have to go to Eagle Beak Mountain in person and convey the news that Chen Xi has 100 taels of silver to the big boss. Tell him I will act as his spy, with only one request. Chen Xi must die, and the 100 taels will be split evenly. Su Mainyang lightly slid her finger over Zhang Baochuan's chest, her breath brushing against his face. Aren't you afraid those bandits will take me? Zhang Baoquan laughed heartily. My little lady wouldn't betray me, right? Zhang Baoquan licked his lips, his breathing growing rapid. Little lady, come serve your husband. Creak, creak. The chair began to make noise. In less than a minute, the wind stopped and the rain ceased. Zhang Baoquan was dressed neatly, showing his big yellow teeth as he grinned at Su Jianyang. Little girl, you head to Eagle Beak Mountain now. I'll go to the village entrance to pick up Chen's second fool. You go ahead, I'll take care of things on Eagle Beak Mountain. Leaving behind a light remark. Su Mainyang turned around to tidy her clothes. Ha-mpiha, uzilisman. Just when I was getting interested, he ended it. Zhang Baoquan thought of a plan and felt quite pleased. It's just Chen's second fool. Today, I will give you face in front of the whole village. Anyway, you won't live for many days. When the officials come to investigate, I won't be afraid. With 50 taels of silver, I can enjoy myself anywhere. With a sneer, he prepared to leave. Chapter 33. Real men do everything quickly. Chen Xi drove the cart all the way back from the county town to Wowo village. The cart was filled with supplies, and he had also picked out some clothes and accessories for the three girls. From starting off bare-skinned to becoming the richest man in the village, it only took a few days. The three girls sat on the cart, each holding a sugar-coated hawthorn stick with happy smiles on their faces. Bai Rongrong finished her sugar hawthorn, smacked her small lips, and stared at the sugar hawthorn in Qin Yao's hand, unable to look away. Ara, sister. Do you not like eating sugar hawthorn? Do you still have 3 left that you can't eat? Qin Yao turned her head to meet Bai Rongrong's eager little eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she cleared her throat and pretended to be serious. I love eating sugar hawthorn. I was planning to save the 3 left to eat at home. Bai Rongrong pursed her small lips. Looking at the remaining 3 red sugar hawthorns, her desire only growing stronger, still not giving up, husband bought a lot of delicious food. We will eat meat when we get home. Qin Yao could easily see through her little scheme, but continued to pretend she didn't understand, turning her head away intentionally. Yes, this sugar hawthorn is sour and sweet, very appetizing. After finishing it, I can eat more meat at home. Bai Rongrong looked longingly at the 3 remaining sugar hawthorns in Qin Yao's hand, swallowed her saliva, and glanced at her own empty wooden stick. Her big watery eyes rolled around, and she immediately came up with an idea. Sister, husband bought us new fabric. I think that blue fabric would be perfect for you. Bai Rongrong was skilled at needlework, and her craftsmanship was quite exquisite. She wanted to exchange her skills for Qin Yao's sugar hawthorn. Her calculations were clearly written on her face. Qin Yao was somewhat tempted. She loved that light blue fabric, having spotted it at the fabric store at first glance. It was the favorite color of the wealthy ladies in the city. Unfortunately, she didn't know how to sew, and the best seamstress in the family was Rongrong. She had planned to ask her to make a dress for her, but this exchange was clearly not the result she wanted. Rongrong, let me pose a question for you. If you answer correctly, this sugar hawthorn will be your reward, okay? Bai Rongrong was taken aback. Wasn't this supposed to be an exchange for sugar hawthorn? Why did it turn into a question? She had heard that sister was good at calculations, but she could do some too, so her competitive spirit flared up. Alricht, exista. You can't go back on your word. If I answer correctly, then the sugar hawthorn is mine. Deal. Seeing the little girl fall for it, Qin Yao couldn't help but smirk, cleared her throat, and began to pose the question. 100 monks share 100 steamed buns. Each big monk gets 3 buns, and 3 little monks share 1 bun. How many big monks and how many little monks are there? After posing the question, Qin Yao deliberately raised the sugar hawthorn in her hand and fixed a mischievous gaze on Bai Rongrong. Upon hearing the question, Bai Rongrong's big, bright eyes instantly went blank. Her mind was filled with images of monks and steamed buns, along with half a sugar hawthorn. Her cheeks turned red, and after stammering for a long time, she couldn't come up with an answer. Ha ha, sister is just teasing you. The sugar hawthorn is yours. Sister is bullying me. Bai Rongrong took the sugar hawthorn, muttering softly, since you gave me the sugar hawthorn, I will make you a spring dress. Then thank you, Rong. Qin Yao nodded in satisfaction. Although she couldn't sew, she wasn't useless. At least she could do calculations. Qin Yao had completely regarded this place as her home. They were all her family, and she naturally wanted to prove herself. However, on the other hand, what use is it to be good at calculations? Sigh. With a sigh in her heart, she gazed at the snowy scenery outside the cart, feeling a bit unsettled. The two girls' conversation had all been heard by Chen Xi. In this ancient society, arithmetic was quite backward. The fact that Qin Yao could come up with such a question clearly showed her strong arithmetic foundation. Chen Xi pondered. This question would take him a while to think through as well. He noticed she seemed a bit down, perhaps feeling that her skill in arithmetic was not much use at home. He didn't want to dampen Qin Yao's enthusiasm. After all, she was his golden accountant. He had to encourage her. How about I pose a question for you, my dear wife? It's a bit boring driving the cart. Sure enough, as soon as Chen Xi said this, Qin Yao perked up, thinking it over. Although she wanted to prove herself, if her husband couldn't answer the question, would it embarrass him? No, I need to come up with an easier one. Just as Qin Yao was about to speak, Chen Xi's next words followed closely. A simple question, my dear wife, won't do. It has to be more difficult than Rong's. Qin Yao wanted to come up with an 11, but instantly swallowed it back. Fan Yin and Bai Rong were also intrigued, eagerly wanting to see if their husband could answer it. It had to be harder than the first question, and he would definitely be able to do it. After all, he was capable of anything. She was quite competitive in terms of arithmetic, since her husband was so confident. She couldn't let him down. A rabbit and a chicken are in a cage. There are 35 heads above and 94 legs below. How many rabbits and how many chickens are in the cage? As soon as Qin Yao finished speaking, Chen Xi answered in less than a second. 79 rabbits and 27 chickens. Seeing Chen Xi answer so quickly, Fan Yin and Bai Rong immediately clapped their hands in excitement. Husband, you're amazing. You answered so fast. Husband, you're great. You finally surpassed their sister. The two girls flanked Chen Xi, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Chen Xi wore a smug expression. Real men do everything quickly. Qin Yao. She was stunned for a moment before realizing, did I pose the question wrong? I clearly said there were 35 heads above. How did my husband come up with 79 rabbits and, even worse, 27 chickens? After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't figure out how Chen Xi calculated it. At this moment, she noticed Chen Xi was looking at her with a mischievous smile, and she suddenly realized, husband, you little rascal, you tricked me. But she didn't dare say her husband was wrong. She just looked at him with a pitiful expression, her pretty face filled with grievance. Ha ha ha, husband is just playing with you. We're almost at the village entrance, prepared to go home for dinner. Enjoying the massage from the two girls, Chen Xi drove the cart towards the village entrance with a proud expression. Seeing his cheeky expression, Qin Yao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Unknowingly, her smile became brighter and brighter. As they approached the village entrance, Chen Xi's expression suddenly turned serious. Why are there so many people at the village entrance today? As they got closer and saw the people at the entrance, it was Zhang Baoquan. I haven't settled the score with you yet, but you've come first. Wang Matzi can contact the wedding procession. You can't be separated from this. Chen Xi's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing something unusual. Chapter 34. Surpassing countless in the world, seeing Chen Xi driving a large cart filled with supplies, Zhang Baoquan couldn't help but drool. After all, that was his 100 taels of silver. Just let me enjoy it for 2 more days, and when the bandits come, all of this will be mine. As he plotted his malicious scheme in his heart, he smiled widely. Our village's great hero has returned. Welcome back, our great hero. The 3 women on the cart were equally astonished to see Zhang Baoquan personally welcoming their husband at the village entrance. Husband. The 3 women involuntarily leaned closer to Chen Xi, their hearts filled with worry. They knew Zhang Baoquan's usual character and guessed he didn't have good intentions. Don't move in the cart. There's a husband here. Chen Xi gently patted their small hands and jumped down from the cart. Great. Chen the great hero is back, truly bringing honor to our Wuwa village. Not only did he receive praise from the county magistrate's wife, but he also captured the villain. You are our pride. Zhang Baoquan flattered, bending low as he approached Chen Xi, showering him with compliments. The village chief is right. Chen Xi is indeed our Wuwa village's pride. Yes. Capturing that villain Wang Matsi means Chen Xi has rid us of a scourge. I've long seen that Wang Matsi was no good. People like him should have been thrown into prison long ago. Great hero Chen, you did a fantastic job. The villagers surrounded the entrance, chanting that Chen Xi was a great hero for eliminating the threat to Wu village. Chen Xi raised an eyebrow. What trick was Zhang Baoquan trying to play? Ha ha. The village chief overpraises me. I can't call myself a great hero. Don't be modest. You are our great hero for capturing the villain. Isn't that right, everyone? Zhang Baoquan rallied the villagers to chant, lifting Chen Xi high before planning to bring him crashing down. Once you're dead, not only will the silver be mine, but those 3 beautiful women on the cart will also be mine. When I tire of them, I'll sell them to a brothel, and I'll have money to enjoy life. Even if the 2 magistrates in prison confess, I'll have already run far away with the money. In this chaotic time, the court has no time to catch me. Great hero, you shouldn't be so humble. Our village has never produced a great hero like you. The villagers, unaware of the truth, echoed Zhang Baoquan's words, unknowingly establishing Chen Xi's heroic image in the village. Everyone's faces shone with admiration. Chen Xi chuckled. This was just what he wanted. He had been worried about finding someone to work for him, and now Zhang Baoquan had done him a huge favor. Since everyone is saying this, it would be unreasonable for this great hero to refuse any longer. Great hero Chen Xi, thank everyone for your kindness. Chen Xi cupped his hands to the villagers, who quickly returned the gesture with smiles. Zhang Baoquan secretly laughed. Fools are fools. Compliment him a few times, and he is immediately floating in the air, not even aware of his impending doom. This is the prey of the great hero, which we found at Wang Matsi's house. And now it returns to its rightful owner. Zhang Baoquan stepped aside, revealing a pile of prey that Chen Xi had caught earlier. Because Wang Matsi had hastily taken people away, these prey hadn't been touched. Good, thank you, village chief. This is only right, only right. Now disperse. My wives are a bit tired today, and I need to go home to accompany them. Chen Xi laughed heartily, continuing to feign a proud demeanor. All right, everyone disperse. Don't disturb our great hero's rest. Zhang Baoquan waved his hand, and the villagers who wanted to come forward to flatter him felt embarrassed to disturb him further. They stole a few glances at Chen Xi before reluctantly leaving. The cart is full. I'll help the great hero take these prey home. Then I'll trouble the village chief. Only right, only right. Zhang Baoquan gritted his teeth, feeling furious. You call me fat, and yet you're still puffing up? As a dignified village chief, helping a fool carry things home is simply a great humiliation. Ignoring him, Chen Xi jumped onto the cart and headed home first. He didn't have time to bother with Zhang Baoquan. It was just acting, and he could make him cry. He drove the cart back home, while Zhang Baoquan followed behind, carrying a large lynx and holding wild rabbits and chickens in both hands. His face was contorted with anger. You, Chen heir, let you jump around for a few more days, and after you're dead, my life will be easier. By the time Chen Xi arrived home and put everything away, Zhang Baoquan was panting as he entered the courtyard. Just put the things down. Village chief, you can go home now. Hearing this, Zhang Baoquan was so angry he almost cursed. Isn't this just exhausting the fool? After delivering the items, he was leaving without sharing the wild rabbit or anything. The village chief hadn't had meat for many days. Put down the prey. I'll just leave it here. Great hero, rest early. Okay. Remember to close the courtyard door. Zhang Baoquan's lips trembled. All right, great hero, you rest. I'll be going. After closing the courtyard door, Zhang Baoquan ran a mile in one breath and kicked a large tree. Damn you, Chen Xi, I want you dead. The tree trembled, and large clumps of snow fell from the branches, landing all over Zhang Baoquan. Ouch, damn it. The icy snow poured down his collar, making him feel completely chilled. Ugh, ugh. Spitting out the snow in his mouth, Zhang Baoquan was fuming, jumping up and down and cursing. Chen Xi, I must make you die. While Zhang Baoquan was going crazy over there, Chen Xi was enjoying a harmonious family life here. Haha, husband, you're so bad. That Zhang Baoquan must be furious now. Serves him right. Husband should bully him like this. Fan Yin felt a bit sorry for him, but seeing Zhang Baoquan panting with a pale face, still helping her close the courtyard door, she held back her laughter and remained silent. Having been married to a village for a month, every time she saw Zhang Baoquan, he had always been high and mighty, never looking as embarrassed as today. Thinking back to how he had bullied her with Wang Matzi, she felt a satisfaction that was hard to describe. Chen Xi laughed heartily. This is just an appetizer. There will be times when he suffers more. Let us go. Husband will reward you with a special dish. As soon as the girls heard there was a reward, they immediately became excited. Yay, we can eat something delicious again. Moments later, Chen Xi moved a large pot onto the stove with some charcoal fire underneath. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air from the wild ginseng and mushrooms simmering at the bottom of the pot, with several types of medicinal herbs floating on top that the girls couldn't recognize. Various slices of meat were neatly arranged on a plate, and by Ron, who loved fish, had large fish slices neatly piled up looking quite appetizing. Chen Xi also prepared dipping sauces for the girls. This meal was called hot pot. The girls had never seen hot pot before and had never even heard of it. As they smelled the fragrance from the pot, their eyes sparkled, staring at the neatly arranged meat and fish slices, with by Ron almost drooling. At a small stove table with a large hot pot, the three girls imitated Chen Xi, sitting cross-legged on the stove with cushions underneath. The stove was burning hot, otherwise it would burn their bottoms. With the bubbling hot pot and the girls' rosy faces, outside the window, snow began to fall quietly, and the laughter of the girls echoed in the room. At this moment, it surpassed countless experiences in the world. Ha! Are you all craving it? Husband will teach you how to eat hot pot. Chapter 35. While ginseng hot pot Chen Xi picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, swirled it a few times in the hot pot, dipped it in sauce, and popped it into his mouth. Not bad at all. This is how hot pot is meant to be enjoyed. Come on, dig in. The three women found it fascinating, but the rich aroma of the broth, the enticing slices of meat, and the unknown sauce were irresistible. Husband, is this how it's eaten? Fan Yin imitated Chen Xi, swirled a piece of meat, dipped it in sauce, and took a small bite. The flavor exploded in her mouth. Usually, she couldn't even fill her stomach with wild vegetable porridge, let alone hot pot. A piece of fatty, tender meat, coated in Chen Xi's secret sauce, nearly brought her to tears. Husband, this is too delicious. Wife, try this fish. Chen Xi swirled a piece of fish and brought it to Fan Yin's mouth, insisting that his wife must be fed. Fan Yin felt a bit shy. She had heard that noble women were not allowed to eat at the main table, let alone be fed by their husbands. Qin Yao and by Ron were equally surprised by Chen Xi's actions. They came from wealthy families, but their status as women made them feel inferior. Unless particularly favored at home, they couldn't even sit at the main table while eating. In recent years, with the men going to the front lines to fight, women's status had become even lower. Now, not only could they eat with their husbands, but they could also enjoy such delicious food. How many women in the world had such treatment? Seeing Fan Yin shy, Chen Xi pretended to be a bit displeased, but his words were very comforting. In our family, there are no formalities. Everyone is treated equally. Fan Yin was momentarily stunned. Then a warm current flowed through her heart as she opened her mouth to take the fish. Chen Xi had already removed all the bones from the fish, and its texture was delicate and smooth. What fresh fish! Thank you, husband. Fan Yin's eyes lit up as she savored the tender taste. I like it. Husband, please make it for everyone often in the future. Chen Xi then swirled meat for Qin Yao and by Ron, placing it into their bowls. What are you two dawdling for? Hurry up and eat. Qin Yao felt a bit embarrassed and started eating slowly. By Ron couldn't wait any longer. She popped a piece of meat into her mouth, her eyebrows curving with glee. The three wives praised Chen Xi's cooking, their mouths shiny with oil and smiles permanently on their faces. They all enjoyed the hot pot immensely. After clearing the dishes, they spread the newly bought bedding on the Kong. This time, Qin Yao was clever. She arranged by Ron at the end of the Kong, herself in the middle, and then Fan Yin with Chen Xi at the head. She understood this little rule. The first wife had to consummate the marriage first before it could be her turn, and by Ron's. Chen Xi smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Qin Yao is quite sensible. You all go ahead. I still have some things to do. Upon hearing that Chen Xi still had work, Fan Yin immediately became worried. Husband, it's getting late. Why not do it tomorrow? Chen Xi gently brushed her hair and said softly, "This matter is quite urgent. You and the others should rest first. I'll be back soon." Fan Yin wanted to persuade him again, but Chen Xi had already started to busily work. The salt blocks he brought back last time hadn't been processed yet. He needed to get the preliminary work done tonight, so he could refine the salt early in the morning. This was his money bag, and he couldn't afford any accidents. He crushed the salt blocks into walnut-sized pieces, soaked them in clean water, and let them settle to remove the mud and sand, using this time to go up the mountain to collect the hunting traps. He was worried that if left too long, other wild beasts might eat them, which would be a huge loss. After arranging everything at home, he reinforced the doors and gates. He had to be careful now. The news about him receiving silver from the county magistrate's wife had probably spread. With him not at home, the safety of the three women was paramount. Once he found workers, he would definitely build a hidden place in the deep mountains. In times of chaos, it was necessary to prepare more. The Great Yu army was quite passive on the front lines, and there was no telling when they might not be able to hold their ground. His good days had just begun, and some things had to be arranged in advance. He was not a saint and had no feelings for this country. The safety of his family was the most important. Braving the cold wind, he entered the mountains, and today's haul was also quite considerable. All 7 hunting traps on West Ao Ridge were successful, and there were no occurrences of lynxes stealing the catch like last time. He also collected fish at East Ao Ridge and returned home with a full load. These items would be very useful. Today, Zhang Baoquan brought villagers to pick him up, which unknowingly helped him a lot. Tomorrow, these catches would come in handy. Chen Xi chuckled. "Zhang Baoquan, you better not provoke me again. Or don't blame me for being ruthless." By the time he returned home, it was already midnight. After checking that the courtyard door and the house door showed no signs of tampering, he felt relieved entering the house to put away the catches. He checked the salt blocks and found that the surface mud and sand had been mostly removed. Nodding in satisfaction, he planned to start refining it in the morning. The brick kiln also needed to be synchronized. He didn't want to live in this drafty earthen house for too long. Once he managed to get cement and other materials, he had to build a big villa. Fan Yin and the 3 women had been waiting for Chen Xi to return, and upon seeing him come back with so many catches, they were overjoyed. They wanted to help him put away the catches, but were stopped by Chen Xi. "Ladies, it's late. Go back to your rooms and sleep." The 3 women had no choice but to snuggle into their warm bedding. Chen Xi lay at the head of the Kong, feeling warm beneath him, and with the wild ginseng hot pot from dinner, he couldn't hold back. After replenishing himself, he couldn't help but release some pent-up energy. This was beneficial for his health, and Chen Xi cared greatly about his well-being. He stealthily reached into Fan Yin's bedding and touched her small hand. When Fan Yin felt his touch, her body trembled slightly, but then she allowed him to hold it. She glanced at the foot of the Kong and saw that Chen Yao had her back to them, blocking by Rong completely. So understanding. Without worries, Chen Xi began to indulge himself. He lifted the blanket and slipped into Fan Yin's bed. "Wife, the head of the Kong is hot. I'm coming over here to cool off." Fan Yin knew what he meant, her little face turning completely red, and she gave a soft seeing his wife agree. Chen Xi began to be reckless. His skills were excellent, and whatever he did well. In no time, everything that was in the way was tossed out of the bedding. "Husband, wait a moment, they haven't fallen asleep yet." Fan Yin buried her entire body in the blanket, pleading with Chen Xi to wait a bit longer. Although she had prepared early, doing that in front of the 2 women still made her feel very embarrassed. But Chen Xi couldn't wait. After eating wild ginseng hot pot and with the warm Kong, who could stand it? Soon, his hands began to act up. Don't be afraid, wife. I'll be quiet." By Rong, pretending to sleep at the foot of the Kong, heard Chen Xi whispering softly and nearly burst out laughing. Just as she opened her mouth, Chen Yao quickly covered it and gave her waist a twist. "If you dare to mess around, I'll spare you." Chapter 36. Luda comes to visit the Kong was indeed very small, and Fan Yin also heard the private conversation between the 2 girls. Burying her face in the quilt and refusing to show herself, she reached out and pinched Chen Xi's thigh, who was busy doing something bad. That little strength didn't affect Chen Xi at all. He continued to work hard. That night, the wind blew on the flowering crabapple, and the rain pounded on the banana leaves. It was exhausting, but listening to Fan Yan's melodious and sorrowful voice, Chen Xi felt that it was all worth it. The next morning, the two little girls beside him looked at him with panda eyes and a face full of resentment. The meaning was clear. If you come again, we will take action. Chen Xi shot a glare at the two little girls. He gently covered Fan Yan with a quilt, turned over and got off the comm, feeling refreshed. Aside from a bit of back pain, the fatigue of the past few days was swept away. He went to the outer room and started to prepare brine. After sitting overnight, most of the impurities in the brine were removed and it began to filter. Using coarse linen, fine gauze, and a layer of charcoal, he filtered the brine 3 times. He poured the brine into a large pot to boil, stirring continuously to prevent it from scorching, and finally, about half a pound of salt remained in the pot. It was pure white and delicate, with each grain distinct. He tasted it and smacked his lips. Not bad. This is the flavor. Looking at the pure white salt in his hand, Chen Xi grinned. This was a significant upgrade compared to the coarse salt of this era. Not only did it lack the sour taste of coarse salt, but it was also beneficial to health. Dishes made with fine salt tasted extremely delicious, far surpassing the imperial kitchen by a long shot. Next, he began to purify it in large quantities. As Chen Xi was busy in the outer room, the door creaked open, and Qin Yao, sporting 2 big dark circles under her eyes, walked out. Clearly, she and T slept all night. With the situation on Chen Xi's side being so intense, and her being inexperienced, how could she possibly sleep? Husband, today I will cook. And Rong Rong is inside attending to the madam. Qin Yao blushed upon seeing Chen Xi, thinking about how this would happen to her in the future, and she must prepare herself mentally in advance. Seeing her blush, Chen Xi also felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed that if he wanted to get close to his wife in the future, he would have to make less noise. The two little girls certainly hadn't slept well last night, but he had heard of a way to ease the awkwardness. That is, sharing a big quilt. This was something unimaginable in later generations, but it was quite common in this era. Wealthy families often did this, with several concubines sleeping together, and it was normal for outsiders to hear about it. After all, in this era, wars were frequent, men were scarce, and the status of women was low. Shaking his head, he cast that stimulating thought aside. Even if the two little girls didn't mind, what about his wife? The road ahead was long. You two go ahead. Chen Xi tried not to look at the two girls. They had just come of age and were at an age of shyness, which he could naturally understand. He packed the fine salt into coarse porcelain jars and began the next step of his plan, building a kiln. One was to make bricks, and the other was to smelt steel. Making bricks was essential. The adobe house leaked wind in winter and could be washed away in a heavy rain in summer. Smelting steel was also a priority. In this era, common people generally used wrought iron, while only the imperial army was equipped with fine iron weapons, and even then, the quantity was limited. His own arrows and hunting knives were made of wrought iron, which could barely handle small game, but when faced with large beasts, these weapons were essentially useless. The salt mine was located deep in the mountains, and so many herbivores depended on it for salt. Nearby, carnivores were inevitable. To transport the salt mine smoothly, luck alone was not enough. Weapons had to be upgraded. So he got to work. There was plenty of clay. His backyard was full of it, so he didn't have to worry about raw materials. Chen Xi began to dig the foundation, lay stone layers, mix clay and river sand, build kiln walls, construct chimneys, and leave openings for the fire chamber. Due to the limitations of technology in this era, many raw materials became a problem. Even so, Chen Xi still built 2 kilns in less than half a morning, one for burning bricks and one for smelting steel. He started a fire in the kilns, using the wrought iron bought in town to begin melting, and made a wooden bellows to increase the temperature inside the furnace. Only when the temperature was right could he melt iron, decarbonize, and forge steel. Before having suitable weapons, Chen Xi would not go to the deep mountain salt mine again. He needed to prepare everything before moving on to the next step of his plan. He was short on money for now. After spending 100 taels of silver on a large quantity of supplies, he still had more than 40 taels left. The main issue was that horses were expensive. An ordinary horse cost 50 taels of silver. According to Chen Xi's knowledge, there were about 100 villages of various sizes around Baishan County, and together they had fewer than 10 horses. They had all been conscripted by the court to the front lines to transport grain and grass. And the common people had to walk into the city with burdens on their backs. His salt mine was in the deep mountains. Relying on himself to transport it piece by piece would take an unknown amount of time for the salt industry to take shape. The scarcity of horses became a key issue for transportation. Not wanting to think so much, he believed that a tall building rises from the ground up, and he was confident that he could help his 3 wives become prosperous. The flames in the furnace gradually grew stronger, and now he just had to wait for the temperature to be right. During this waiting period, Chen Yao's voice came from inside. "Husband, there's a guest rushing here with a carriage to see you. What do you think?" Chen Xi frowned. A guest was coming to see him? It must be Xiao Wu from Shanbao Hall here to collect the mountain goods. But then he thought it didn't seem right. They had agreed to meet 3 days later, and it had only been 2 days since then. He washed his hands and went to the front room. At this moment, Chen Yao was cooking. "Where's the madam?" "The madam? The madam hasn't gotten up yet. Rong Rong is inside attending to her." When Chen Yao heard her husband asking about the madam, her face turned red. He hadn't rested at all last night. And didn't she know what was going on? Which inexperienced girl could withstand such torment from him? Where's the guest? Chen Xi scratched his head awkwardly. He had indeed been a bit wild last night, and he would definitely be gentler next time. Without her husband's permission, the guest was waiting outside the courtyard. Chen Yao came from a wealthy family and understood the etiquette of visiting guests. Without her husband's permission, it was impossible to let the guest enter the courtyard. "Oh, okay, you go back inside." Stepping out of the door, he saw Lu De, the manager of the tooth shop, standing outside the courtyard with an expectant look, and behind him, a young assistant was driving a carriage loaded with several gifts. Seeing Chen Xi come out, Lu De immediately beamed and said, "Dr. Chen, hello. This old man has come to visit you." Chapter 37, inquiring about the county salt industry layout. The shopkeeper need not be overly polite. Please come in quickly. Chen Xi opened the courtyard door to welcome Lu De, who instructed the young assistant to unload the gifts from a carriage. After taking a deep look at the carriage, it was clear that the horse was not a local breed. With strong limbs and a tall stature, it was undoubtedly a top-quality horse. This deepened Chen Xi's understanding of Lu De's capabilities. This person definitely has connections. This is a small gift from the old man for the 3 madams. Just a token of respect. Lu De clasped these feasts in salute. The shopkeeper is too courteous. Chen Xi, cannot accept such a heavy gift from you. Chen Xi returned the gesture, realizing that the shopkeeper was somewhat interesting, likely having learned that he had cured the county magistrate's wife and had come to curry favor. Otherwise, who would bother with a mere hunter? If there were no benefits involved, it would be hard to believe that a shopkeeper from the county would visit a hunter. "Dr. Chen, you are too kind." They exchanged pleasantries, and Chen Xi invited Lu De inside. Since there were guests visiting, the 3 women stayed inside and did not come out. In this era, women were quite traditional. Everything at home revolved around men, and without a man's arrangement, women could not meet guests. The young assistant placed the gifts down and returned to wait by the carriage. Only Chen Xi and Lu De remained in the outer room. Seeing that Chen Xi was cooking, Lu De felt it inappropriate to linger. The gifts had been delivered, achieving his goal. The first visit was about leaving a good impression. Having been in business for years, he understood this principle well. To disturb further would be impolite. "Dr. Chen, I apologize for intruding this time. If you have matters to attend to, I will take my leave." "No rush." Chen Xi immediately interrupted. "Since you are here, how can I let you leave without extracting some information from you?" He had taken a liking to that horse, which was exactly the kind of labor he urgently needed. The refined salt had already been successfully purified, and it was essential to expand production and sales. He also needed to understand the business layout in the county, and Lu De was the right person for the job. The shopkeeper had traveled a long way. He must eat before leaving. To extract information, Chen Xi held onto Lu De to prevent him from leaving. Seeing Chen Xi's enthusiasm, Lu De was pleased. What to eat was not important. What mattered was to build a closer relationship with Dr. Chen, and he was aware of the connection with the county magistrate's wife. He would undoubtedly need to trouble Chen Xi in the future. Since Dr. Chen is so enthusiastic, I will impose a little longer. The 3 women inside the house could not let him enter, and Chen Xi awkwardly smiled. "My humble abode is small. I apologize for neglecting the shopkeeper." "Dr. Chen, you are too polite. This place is just fine. Luda could see that Chen Xi's home was simple. This might be a high person's living habit, tired of worldly extravagance, returning to simplicity. Otherwise, with Dr. Chen's medical skills, how could he live in such a place? He must have grown weary of the luxurious villas in the county, coming to the mountain village to experience local customs. Chen Xi acted quickly. Since he wanted to extract some information from Luda, he had to show some real skills. He took out a secret recipe, cooked mountain chicken and wild rabbit, and stewed 2 fat river fish. Luda stood beside Chen Xi, watching him cook, his eyes fixed on the pot. He had eaten many things, but he had never seen such a cooking method before. Those medicinal ingredients not only cured ailments, but could also be cooked, and the flavor turned out to be so rich. His understanding of Chen Xi's abilities was raised another level. Chen Xi took out a jar and sprinkled in the refined salt. The pure white salt grains fell into the pot, instantly releasing a fragrant aroma. What is this? Luda looked curiously at the refined salt. He had never seen anything like it. Was it salt? No, it couldn't be. Salt couldn't look like this. Wasn't it supposed to be in large chunks, often brownish? Chen Xi smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon. Chen Xi kept a bit of suspense to extract information. He had to showcase his abilities. After all, they were both in business. If he couldn't demonstrate value, any politeness from the other side would be insincere. The less Chen Xi said, the more curious Luda became. The delicious dishes were ready, and it was time to go inside. Shopkeeper, come with me. I will introduce you to my 3 madams. Guests shouldn't eat outside. Chen Xi felt awkward. There was simply no room in the house. All right, please, Luda replied. Chen Xi opened the door. By this time, Fan Yin was already much better. Having rested all morning and with Bai Rongrong's careful care, she had gotten up and dressed. However, she still found it a bit inconvenient to walk and felt some pain in her lower body. Bai Rongrong supported Fan Yin, and the 3 women greeted Luda together. They had met him when they were taken to the Yang yesterday. After some simple pleasantries, they began to eat. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong served a portion for the 3 women and then placed the food on the table. When there were guests, women did not sit at the table. Come, shopkeeper, try my cooking. Luda had long been craving it, and seeing Chen Xi's invitation, he was not polite. He picked up a piece of chicken and put it in his mouth, and with just one bite, his eyes widened. What kind of divine flavor is this? He considered himself to have tasted all kinds of mountain delicacies, but he had never experienced such a sweet and fragrant taste. Not only was it delicious, but there was also no rough salt sourness. Dr. Chen, how did you do this? Luda stammered. This cooking skill could not be compared to the county's top chefs. If he opened a restaurant in the county, others might as well close down. Luda picked up his chopsticks and couldn't put them down, alternating between chicken and fish, continuously praising. The satisfaction was beyond words. The shopkeeper has traveled a long way. You must eat more. Chen Xi smiled mischievously, watching him eat, wanted to fill him up first before it would be his turn. Luda felt a bit out of control and began to slow down. The 2 chatted while eating, and a few sentences led directly to the main topic. Dr. Chen, what was that white powder you sprinkled earlier? Seeing that he finally got to the main point, Chen Xi smiled inwardly, finally reaching the crux of the matter. Salt. What? That thing is salt? Luda was shocked, realizing it was as he had guessed. But why did the salt take that shape? There were too many questions in his mind, waiting for Chen Xi to explain. It is indeed salt. I just used a special method to make it like this. Not only does it lack any unpleasant taste, but I also utilize medical techniques to remove the toxic brine from the salt. After hearing this, Luda suddenly understood. No wonder there was no bitter taste of coarse salt. The official salt in the county had a strong sourness, let alone the coarse salt that common people consumed. Official salt was very expensive. Only the wealthy could afford it, while the common people could hardly buy it. They mostly chose private salt. In recent years, due to continuous wars, the government's control over private salt had weakened, leading many unscrupulous merchants to secretly sell it. The quality of private salt was not guaranteed, with much of it being well water or mineral salt containing a lot of toxins. Many people died each year from consuming toxic salt. So that's how it is. Dr. Chen is indeed extraordinary. Luda stood up and bowed respectfully. This bow was a genuine expression of admiration for Chen Xi. To be able to remove the toxins from salt was no small feat, no need for such formality. Shopkeeper, I will give you some when you leave. This is too much. Luda was taken aback when he heard Chen Xi wanted to give him salt. Such a precious item. And he would just give it away? Haha, shopkeeper, don't be polite. I want to ask you something. Dr. Chen, please. Luda quickly sat down, listening attentively. I want to inquire about the salt industry layout in the city, including official and private salt. Chen Xi got straight to the point. This was a path he had to take. Chapter 38. Trading fine salt for Mongolian horses. Upon hearing that Chen Xi wanted to inquire about the salt industry layout in the county, Luda was immediately startled. Dr. Chen, are you planning to? It's no wonder he reacted this way. Trafficking in private salt is a capital offense. Although the government has relaxed its control over private salt, it is unlikely that someone of Dr. Chen's stature would take such a risk. Rest assured, who cured the county magistrate's wife's illness? I don't need to elaborate, right? Chen Xi knew he was afraid, so he deliberately gave him a shot of courage. If it weren't for discovering that salt mine, Chen Xi wouldn't have taken such a risk. Once the borders are breached, those foreign tribes will march straight into the heart of the Great Yu. Without sufficient financial resources, how can one safely weather the crisis? He is not short-sighted. The Great Yu has been conscripting men for years, indicating that the situation at the front lines is not optimistic. Once the country falls into chaos, the common people will suffer first. Not only will resources be requisitioned, but there is also the hidden danger of bandits. Many who cannot pay the head tax will resort to all sorts of illegal means, the simplest being to turn to banditry, and they will target the common people. The lives of the people will become increasingly difficult, facing exploitation from the state in front and bandits robbing them from behind. There are currently no signs of rebellion, but if the current trend continues, the day the common people rise up is not far off. All right, since Dr. Chen wants to know, I will talk to you about the salt industry. Luda put down his chopsticks, organized his thoughts, and began to speak. In Baishan County, there are two shops that have obtained government salt licenses. One is the Wang family, and the other is the Su family. The Wang family's salt shop is the largest, headed by Wang Zhang, who has been in the salt business for 3 generations. The government sets the price at 300 yuan per jean for coarse salt. The Su family salt shop is much smaller, and for some reason, the head of the family has rarely appeared recently. Chen Xi nodded. He knew that coarse salt was priced at 300 yuan per jean since he bought some last time. That coarse salt cannot compare to his fine salt in terms of quality or taste. At 300 yuan, the common people surely do not buy much. How can they profit? You hit the nail on the head, Chen Xi said, with the common people struggling to feed themselves. 300 yuan per jean for coarse salt is not something an ordinary person can afford. Luda looked around, saw that the few women were not in the room, and then lowered his voice. The Wang family has a hidden salt mine and uses their government salt license to sell their private salt. Many of the private salt sellers in other counties are associated with them. Their private salt is sold at 100 yuan per jean. Chen Xi suddenly realized, I see. The government's control over private salt has weakened, and naturally, some people will take advantage of that. He understood this logic well, holding the government's salt license. They pay taxes on the salt sold to the government. The more salt sold to the government, the more taxes paid, and vice versa. Since the Wang family has their own salt mine, the private salt they sell does not incur taxes. And what about the Su family? Chen Xi continued to ask. The two families are supposed to be competitors. Since the Wang family is selling private salt, the Su family must know about it. Why haven't they reported it to the government? Upon hearing Chen Xi mention the Su family, Luda sighed deeply. The Su family is different from the Wang family. They do not sell private salt, and the head of the family is a woman without much support. Chen Xi was taken aback. He was surprised that a girl like Zhuo Qianqian could run a clothing shop, and now there's another woman running a salt shop, and it's official salt. Seeing Chen Xi's confusion, Luda continued to explain. The head of the Su family is called Su Yun. Their family has been in the salt business for generations. But by her generation, there are no male heirs left in the Su family, so a woman is in charge. The old head of the Su family had arranged for a son-in-law to inherit the family business, but unfortunately, that son-in-law died shortly after coming to the family. Luda became animated when he mentioned the Su family and started speaking passionately. That son-in-law was not ordinary. He came from an official family in Fengyang Prefecture. Old Master Su thought he had found a strong backing for his daughter, but who would have thought? He died as soon as he arrived. Poor girl from the Su family. Not only did she lose her support, but she also became a widow. And how is their business? What can be like? It's inconvenient for a woman to do anything, and in recent years, they have been severely suppressed by the Wang family's private salt. Only the steward and a few young men manage the salt shop. After listening, Chen Xi nodded slowly. It seemed that the Su family was not far from closing down. So why doesn't the Su family report the Wang family's private salt? Luda continued in a hushed tone. Raising his finger upwards, the Wang family has connections above and below. Chen Xi had already guessed that there must be someone backing the Wang family. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to sell private salt for so long without being reported. He was confused and continued to ask, "What do you mean by having connections below?" Luda tapped the table twice with his fingers and whispered two words that only the two of them could hear. Bandits. Chen Xi took a deep breath. Things were becoming clear. It was the first time he had heard the word bandits so formally. If that was the case, his path to private salt would be very difficult. Simply put, the Wang family was involved in both legal and illegal dealings. Well, thank you for the information, shopkeeper. Chen Xi clasped his hands in gratitude to Luda. Without Luda's explanation, he might have spent a lot of effort and still not fully understood these matters. Dr. Chen is too polite. I haven't really helped much. However, Luda added, but if Dr. Chen wants to do something, you could try looking for Su Yun. Chen Xi became interested. What could he possibly want from a woman without much support? What do you mean by that? Haha. Although Su Yun is weak, she still holds the government salt license. With that salt license in hand, selling a little private salt would be a piece of cake. Luda smiled and nodded at Chen Xi, indicating that with the salt license, selling some private salt would be easy for her. It's not that Su Yun didn't want to sell private salt. She just lacked the connections. Chen Xi squinted, forming a preliminary impression of Su Yun in his mind. The Wang family had powerful connections, and if Su Yun sold private salt, it would surely affect his business. However, he still wanted to make contact with Su Yun when the opportunity arose. Everything is possible with effort. All right, shopkeeper, let's not talk about private salt for now. I want to ask you about horses. Do you have any connections? Oh, Dr. Chen needs horses? Luda, who ran a pawn shop, not only sold and bought slaves, but also livestock, so he naturally had connections. Yes, I want those horses outside. Chen Xi pointed to the horse-drawn carts outside. He had been eyeing them for a long time. Those horses were strong and powerful, perfect for transporting salt from the mountains. The old man often does business with the Mongols, and these horses can be obtained anytime. What is the price? Chen Xi's eyes lit up. Since there was a large supply of such horses, not only could he transport, but he might also be able to train a cavalry unit. In the future, whether facing foreign invasions or bandits, if they couldn't fight back, they could always run. Haha, if Dr. Chen wants to buy, you can trade salt for them. Luda was straightforward and directly stated his purpose. Trading fine salt from Chen Xi and selling it to the Mongols would yield substantial profits. The Mongols were lacking in mineral resources and needed salt for both livestock and people. They had to purchase large amounts of salt from the Great Yu every year to feed their livestock and to make coarse salt for themselves, which was a huge expense. How many jin of fine salt for one horse? Chen Xi inquired about the price. Luda calculated in his mind that such quality fine salt would cost at least 1 tael of silver per jin, perhaps even higher. 50 jin for one Mongolian horse, with delivery included. Chen Xi remembered that he had bought a horse yesterday, and a regular horse from the Great Yu cost at least 50 taels of silver. This strong Mongolian horse would cost no less than 70 taels. Luda was quite reasonable and didn't ask for much more than 50 jin of fine salt. Deal. Deal. Luda is a shrewd businessman and did not question Chen Xi about how the refined salt was extracted. Chen Xi also did not ask Luda why he wanted to exchange horses for refined salt. These are each other's core secrets. Asking would be foolish. The two struck a deal, and after a hearty meal, they sent Luda on his way. Chen Xi moved his body, first made his weapons, and the next step was to compete with the fierce beasts for territory. Chapter 39, Who Stole My Prey Husband? Fan Yin saw Chen Xi come out and quickly got up to help him tidy his clothes. Due to her discomfort, she walked awkwardly. Chen Xi immediately helped her sit down. It was their first conversation since she got out of bed. Does your body still hurt? Not talking about it was fine, but once it was mentioned, Fan Yin felt a bit annoyed. Her husband had acted like a madman last night. It was her first time, and she couldn't withstand such recklessness from him. Moreover, he did it in front of Qin Yao and by Rong Rong, which was simply embarrassing. Qin Yao had told her today that such things happening in noble families in the city were quite normal. The master marrying multiple wives and concubines, all sleeping together, was common. Even so, Fan Yin still felt a bit shy. But shyness aside, she had already given her body to her husband and just hoped he could be gentler next time. If not, she would ask Qin Yao for help. Yes, she definitely needed a helper. Otherwise, her body couldn't withstand his recklessness. You still know to feel sorry for me. Fan Yin glared at Chen Xi, tightened her nose, and shook her little fist to scare him. Haha, my dear wife, rest well. I will definitely be more careful next time. Chen Xi liked her cute appearance very much and kissed her forehead, saying to Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong, take the madam back to the room to rest and tidy up the gifts on the floor. The two girls had long been curious about the gifts scattered all over the floor, but they didn't dare to move without Chen Xi's permission. Okay, husband, I will take care of the madam, and second sister, you go tidy up the gifts. As soon as Qin Yao finished speaking, Bai Rongrong was the first to help Fan Yin back to the room. This little girl had already distinguished between the big and small queens. These past 2 days, she had been constantly trying to please Fan Yin. After all, the madam and husband had consummated their marriage yesterday, and it was the perfect time to be ingratiating. With Bai Rongrong busy, Qin Yao was left feeling blank. In the family, she felt useless, and a sense of crisis washed over her. Although her husband treated her like family, she was the most useless one. The madam helped her husband manage the household, while Rongrong was skilled in needlework and sensible. What about her? Washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, none of these were her strong suits. No, it wouldn't do to always be the useless one. That wasn't a long-term plan. Suddenly, she had a bright idea. The madam had just consummated her marriage and was physically unwell, but she was fine. If she couldn't do it, she would take a shortcut. She had experienced it at home. The concubine served her father like this. Not only did she not have to do housework, but she was also favored by her father. Yes, that was the plan. After all, her body would eventually belong to her husband, and she was mentally prepared for it. She wouldn't be as shy as the madam. Otherwise, her status in the family would be at risk. Being born into a wealthy family had its advantages, and she had managed to win him over. Husband, you keep busy. I will tidy up the gifts. Chen, she went to work in the backyard, while Qin Yao carried the gifts back to the room. The boxes were colorful and exquisite, clearly containing items for girls. When she opened the boxes, a fragrant aroma wafted out. Powder, rouge, silk handkerchiefs, and everything in between. There were also several pieces of high-quality silk. The three girls' eyes lit up upon seeing these items. What girl wouldn't love such things? Bai Rongrong clutched the silk tightly, reluctant to let go. The smooth texture was definitely top-quality silk. If she made a few outfits for the madam, wouldn't her status soar? As for second sister, she was left helpless, having been tricked by that bad person with candied hawthorn. Qin Yao preferred the rouge and powder. Every girl loves beauty, and she was no exception. With her outstanding looks, applying some rouge would surely please her husband. Fan Yin came from a poor family and had never seen such things. Filled with joy as she touched this and that. The three girls had their own thoughts in the room, while she was busy working. Soon, the sound of clanging filled the air. He pulled the bellows to stoke the fire and began the process of refining steel. He smelted pig iron and wrought iron together to adjust the carbon content. These processes were second nature to Chen Xi. In his previous life, he made his own survival tools by hand. Given enough time in this era, he could even create Damascus steel. After hard work, he completed the process of quenching and tempering steel, working the whole afternoon. By sunset, a hunting knife gleaming with cold light was finished, along with dozens of various types of arrowheads. Triangular and crescent-shaped arrowheads were for shooting wild deer and roe deer. Tapered arrowheads increased armor-piercing capability for shooting wild boars and black bears. The materials for the composite bow were also ready. Top-quality purple sandalwood paired with deer sinew for the string, along with his specially made arrowheads, which would be more than 10 times more powerful than the previous hunting bow. The old arrowheads couldn't even penetrate wild boar skin. But now they could do it easily. The bow body still needed time to bond. Within 3 days, a brand new composite bow would emerge. For now, he had to make do with the old hunting bow. After eating dinner with the three girls, Chen Xi continued to work without looking back. He polished the hunting knife and arrowheads for an hour, sharpening all the weapons. This upgrade in weaponry brought Chen Xi a strong sense of security. Fierce beasts roamed near the salt mine in the deep mountains, and he needed to compete with them for territory. With his new hunting knife and feathered arrows, after repeatedly reminding the three girls to be careful, he set off with a horse-drawn cart. Tomorrow was the day Xiao would collect the mountain goods. Tonight, he would gather the traps and then return from the deep mountains with salt. There was one more important task to do. The villagers now regarded him as a great hero, and the brickmaking work was just right for hiring laborers. In this time, when everyone struggled to fill their stomachs, it was quite simple to hire workers as long as food was provided. Before the refined salt had a market, he needed to save some money to support the brick workers, which would require a substantial expense. Chen Xi drove the cart all the way to Shaoling, hid the cart at the foot of the mountain, and walked into the mountains. Today's harvest was average. He checked 6 traps and caught only 3 wild chickens. It seemed the nearby prey had learned their lesson. Relying on just one method of hunting wouldn't work anymore. He had already lost interest in these small game. There were large herbivores like sika deer in the deep mountains. When he reached the 7th trap, he suddenly frowned. Not only was there no prey this time, but there were also human footprints around. Grass, which bastard stole my prey. The trap he had set with great difficulty had turned into someone else's wedding dress. He couldn't let this slide. Due to the fresh snow from last night, the footprints in the snow were very clear. Following the footprints, he thought, this person went into the deep mountains? There are no other hunters in the village. Where did this person come from? Chen Xi tightened his grip on the hunting knife. No matter who you are, if you dare to steal my prey, you must pay the price. Following the footprints, Chen Xi ventured deeper into the mountains. Chapter 40. Black Bear Blind Man. Following the footprints, they meandered as if searching for something. The distribution of the tracks showed they were all on solid ground, undoubtedly made by an experienced hunter. Daring to steal my prey. Let us see where you can run. Tightening his belt, Chen Xi maintained a combat-ready state. Following the tracks deep into the mountains, the footprints did not head towards a salt mine, but instead circled around to the back of the mountain. Looking up, he saw a sheer cliff. Due to being sheltered from the wind, there was no snow accumulation here, and the footprints disappeared. Chen Xi frowned. He had never been to this place before. What was that person doing here? A gust of cold wind blew, making Chen Xi shrink his neck. Driven by intense curiosity, he decided to climb up and take a look. The slope of the mountain wasn't particularly steep, and Chen Xi climbed up using both hands and feet, finding another gentle slope ahead. So that's it. From below, he couldn't see clearly, but once he climbed up, he realized it wasn't just a sheer cliff. There was snow accumulation here, and the footprints reappeared. This time, I'll see where you can run. Continuing to follow the tracks, Chen Xi moved along the side of the cliff. After half an hour, he suddenly heard several beastly roars from a distance. Howl, howl, howl. 3 short, explosive roars that were sharp and piercing. Chen Xi recognized that sound very well. Black Bear Blind Man. Damn. Chen Xi felt a chill run down his spine, his scalp tingling. Although it was early winter, this year was much colder than usual due to a sudden heavy snowfall, and the black bear should have been hibernating. Why would it suddenly wake up? Someone must have disturbed it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have awakened. Bad news. Chen Xi cursed under his breath. Nearby was a large tree. He leaped up and grabbed a sturdy branch to climb higher. Although climbing a tree was of little use against a black bear, if it got angry, a human couldn't outrun it anyway. But he could temporarily avoid being chased. Its target was likely that hunter. Hiding here was safe for him. Chen Xi had excellent eyesight. A robust figure was quickly running toward him from a distance, with a massive black bear closely behind. Judging by its size, it should weigh over 300 pounds. The figure was fast, but in this terrain, it couldn't outrun the black bear. In the mountains, if he could outrun a black bear, it would be a joke. The black bear ran on all fours and soon caught up with the person. The hunter, knowing he couldn't outrun the bear, suddenly turned around to confront it. He spread his arms and legs wide, trying to make himself look bigger in an attempt to scare the bear away. Seeing the hunter stop, the bear also stood up. After running on all fours, Chen Xi could only see the bear's general size, but now that it stood, it startled him. The man was tall, around 1.8 meters, but the bear was even taller than him, over 2 meters. Damn! Its weight was nearly at the limit for a black bear, estimated to be over 350 pounds. an adult male black bear. Even a tiger would avoid it, let alone a human. At this moment, the bear was already in a state of rage. Its razor-sharp claws extended, glinting ominously in the reflection of the white snow. The cutting power of those claws could easily shred a tree as thick as a sea bowl. The hunter managed to intimidate the bear temporarily, but it wouldn't last long. Once his momentum weakened, the bear would definitely pounce. The outcome would only be death. The hunter remained relatively calm, standing off against the bear for about 15 minutes, his legs still steady. If it were an ordinary person facing such a massive creature, they wouldn't even be able to stand, let alone hold their bladder. He was quite a man. Knowing he couldn't escape, the hunter pulled a wild chicken from his pocket and threw it at the bear's feet, attempting to distract it, thinking that if the bear ate the chicken, he could run away. Chen Xi almost laughed in anger upon seeing the wild chicken, which still had traces of blood on its neck. Wasn't this the one from my trap? You're giving my stuff to the bear. You really have some guts. But that bear had stored enough energy for hibernation and wouldn't be tempted by a wild chicken. He remained unmoved. Seeing his plan fail, the hunter's bravado weakened. The moment his momentum faltered, the bear grew stronger. The bear took a slow step forward, opening its massive mouth to reveal sharp fangs, letting out a deep growl that startled several wild chickens into flight. The hunter knew this was the precursor to the bear's attack. He drew a short knife from his waist, preparing to fight to the death. Chen Xi squinted when he saw the short knife. It was a standard military weapon, indicating that the man was from the army. The Great Court was currently at war. How could someone have run back? Moreover, why would he venture into the deep mountains so late? Chen Xi took out his hunting bow and drew a penetrating arrow from his quiver. Once the bear launched its attack, he would have a chance to shoot it down. A 350-pound adult black bear was a treasure trove. Bear skins were highly sought after by the nobility, a symbol of a warrior. Especially among military families, they were willing to pay high prices to buy them. When guests came, laying out a bear skin showcased the host's noble status. There was no need to mention bear paws. Bear meat was also precious. It could nourish and strengthen the body and be made into medicine for treating wind, cold, and dampness. Chen Xi hid behind the tree trunk, adjusting his shooting angle. The hunting bow drawn to a full moon, waiting for the bear to make a move. Howl! The bear suddenly lunged forward, and the hunter reacted quickly, pushing off the ground with his feet, rolling away just in time to evade the bear's first attack. But as he got up, the bear's second attack followed closely. This time, there was no way to dodge. The hunter raised his arm to protect his head. Bang! The bear swatted the hunter away, ready to continue its assault. Just then, Chen Xi's arrow shot out with a whoosh. Thud! The arrow pierced the bear's left eye, causing it to howl in pain. Whoosh! Another arrow flew, and as the bear clawed at the arrow in its eye, this arrow pierced through its paw and embedded itself in its head. Whoosh! 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 Chen Xi shot 3 more arrows, all hitting the bear's head. These 3 arrows had 3-edged heads designed to cause bleeding. Blood splattered far away, spraying over the white rock wall to a height of more than 3 meters. The bear was shot through the head, collapsing to the ground with a thud, its breath turning into white mist gradually weakening. The hunter fell a short distance from the bear, struggling to get up, his shoulder drooping, not daring to move. It was unclear if his shoulder was broken or shattered. An adult bear's furious strike could incapacitate even a strong man, let alone an ordinary person. That he could still rise was beyond Chen Xi's expectations. The hunter leaned against the rock wall, looking toward the tree where Chen Xi was. He hadn't expected to be saved in a seemingly fatal situation. He took off his felt hat with one hand and knelt on the ground, bowing deeply to Chen Xi. Hero, I will never forget your life-saving grace. Ningluan, with a head full of white hair and a ponytail, expressed his gratitude. Chen Xi, seeing the white-haired Ningluan, laughed heartily and jumped down from the tree. Get up. Why did you run into the deep mountains and disturb the black bear? Chapter 41, The Great Hero Kills the Bear Demon. Ningluan saw Chen Xi and got up immediately, scratching his nose with a cheeky grin and saying, Hee hee, I was just thinking of going deep into the mountains to hunt for some food and try my luck. As he stood up, Chen Xi could finally see his appearance. He was about 20 years old, over 1.8 meters tall, with a very sturdy build. His features were fairly regular, with bright big eyes, a dark face, and a head of white hair tied into a ponytail with a grass rope. This appearance almost made Chen Xi laugh. Even in 2 lifetimes, Chen Xi had never seen such a character. Glancing him over from head to toe, despite the cold weather, he was wearing only a single layer of clothing and pants. But on his feet were standard military boots. Chen Xi squinted and asked, "Where are you from?" I just came back from the army. My home is in Shangha village." Chen Xi nodded. Shangha village was adjacent to Wowo village, and given the weapons and shoes he wore were issued by the army, it was clear he wasn't lying. "Isn't the army fighting on the front lines? Why did you come back?" Chen Xi continued to inquire. He had heard that many soldiers had deserted and returned from the front lines, and the government had a zero-tolerance policy for deserters, marking them as black households and putting them on a wanted list, with death as the penalty if caught. As a result, many deserters returned but were afraid to go home. Those in good health chose to turn to banditry in the mountains, while those in poor health mingled with the refugees to scrounge for food. When the topic was brought up, Ning Wan's expression darkened considerably. He sighed and began to speak. "Let me tell you the truth, benefactor. My brother was killed by bandits a few days ago, and without any men in the family, the army let me come back." Chen Xi was aware of this. It was stipulated by the Great Ming that only children could not be forcibly conscripted into the army to ensure lineage. Bringing up this topic, Ning Wan became somewhat indignant and continued, "When the news of my brother's death reached the army, I reported it to the company commander, but that son of a gun wouldn't let me go." "What happened next?" Chen Xi was intrigued. With the continuous wars in the Great Ming, men were indeed scarce. So it was understandable that the army wouldn't let him go. Just because he said he wouldn't let me go, I gave him a beating, and in the end, I found the centurion and explained the situation. The centurion was from the neighboring county and considered a half-local, and it was only because he personally spoke that I was allowed to return. Chen Xi was somewhat surprised. This kid could actually beat up the company commander. He had some skills. "Is there anyone else in your family?" "To tell you the truth, benefactor, I have an old mother and a younger sister. My brother used to take care of them, and now I'm back to take care of them." When he mentioned his mother and sister, a smile appeared on Ning Wan's face. His mother was getting old, and being able to return to take care of her was a blessing. Although life was tough, it spared him many regrets. Many brothers in the army never got to see their parents for the last time, let alone fulfill their filial duties. Chen Xi noticed the change in Ning Wan's expression and nodded in recognition. It was commendable that he risked danger to go into the mountains to find food to support his mother and sister. "Come, let me take a look at your injury." If it weren't for Ning Wan's sincerity earlier, Chen Xi wouldn't have cared about his injury. He still hadn't settled the score with him for stealing his prey. And now he was going to help him treat his injury? No way. "Benefactor, how could I trouble you?" Chen Xi didn't respond. The shoulder on Ning Wan's side had been scratched by the bear demon's claws, and it was currently oozing blood. There was a risk of tetanus if not treated properly. He tore open Ning Wan's single layer of clothing, revealing a horrifying wound with flesh turned outwards, and the white bone was faintly visible inside. Pressing around the wound, thankfully, the bone wasn't broken. This kid's physique was really sturdy. Otherwise, a regular person would have definitely broken a bone. Chen Xi examined the bone, rubbed it, and pressed it down. Ning Wan furrowed his brows and bit his lips, beads of sweat immediately appearing on his forehead. Although the bone wasn't injured, the pain was unbearable, and he didn't utter a sound. "At least the bone isn't broken." Chen Xi relaxed his hand, and Ning Wan took a deep breath, sweat already covering his forehead. "Thank you, benefactor. I can handle the rest myself at home." Chen Xi ignored him. With a family this poor, there was no way they had any herbs. He then took out a medicine bottle from his waist and said, "Lie down and bear with it." Seeing that Chen Xi was determined to treat his injury, Ning Wan didn't waste any time and immediately crouched down and lay on the ground. Chen Xi examined the wound and grabbed a handful of snow to scrub the wound vigorously. "Hiss!" Ning Wan gasped in cold air, his body shaking from the pain. The bear's claw had bacteria, and if the wound wasn't treated in time, it could easily become infected. After cleaning the wound, he sprinkled some powder on it, took out the needle and thread he carried, and heated the needle with a fire stick before starting to sew it up. These supplies were bought during his last trip to the city and were carried with him into the mountains. Throughout the process, Ning Wan didn't make a sound. Although he didn't know what Chen Xi was doing, he trusted that his benefactor wouldn't do him wrong. Such things were quite common in the army. In this era, there was no anesthetic, and one had to endure the pain. In just a few swift motions, the wound was sewn up. He tore off a piece of cloth from Ning Wan's clothing and tied it around the wound. All right, go home and rest for a few days. Once the wound heals, just pull the thread out. This was how one treated tough men. If it were a woman in the family who was injured, Chen Xi would feel heartbroken 8 times a day. He wouldn't let her do it herself. Ning Wan knelt again and knocked his head on the ground, saying, "Thank you, benefactor. I still don't know your name and where you live. Get up, don't call me benefactor anymore. My name is Chen Xi, and I live in Wowo Village." "All right, Brother Chen, once my injury heals, I will definitely visit you in Wowo Village." Ning Wan got up, moved his shoulders, and felt the pain lessen significantly. Brother Chen not only had excellent archery skills, but also knew how to treat injuries. The arrows he shot at the bear demon earlier had a force he couldn't replicate, and they were accurate too. Chen Xi glanced at him and said, "Aren't you able to move your other hand? Help me carry the bear demon down the mountain. Why not use me while I'm here? This kid is so strong. Isn't it reasonable for me to have him help carry the bear demon after saving your life?" "Hee, brother, you just lead the way. I'll carry it down myself." Without waiting for Chen Xi to respond, Ning Wan rolled over and slipped under the bear demon, pushing against the ground with his knees and shouted up. With over 300 pounds of bear demon on his back, he stood up, adjusting for comfort. "Hee, brother, you lead the way, and I'll follow behind." Chen Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of monster is this? That was over 300 pounds of bear demon, and he picked it up with one injured hand. Moreover, it seemed he hadn't even used all his strength. If it were him, he would have to exert quite a bit of effort. This kid really had some strength. Chen Xi had a deep understanding of Ning Wan's strength now. He pursed his lips and picked up the wild chicken, leading the way. The mountain path was rugged, and it took them over an hour to reach the location of the cart at the foot of the mountain. At first, Chen Xi thought he wouldn't be able to carry it for long and would need to rest. Unexpectedly, this guy didn't take a single break and carried it all the way down the mountain. Chen Xi was speechless. His physique was already enough for livestock, and this guy was even more of a beast than he was. With a thud, he threw the bear demon onto the cart, and Ning Wan leaned against the cart to catch his breath, still wearing a cheeky grin. "Hee, brother, all done." Wiping the sweat from his face with his arm, he smiled, revealing a set of big white teeth. Chen Xi also smiled, genuinely admiring this guy. "Is there any food left at home?" When Ning Wan heard this question, he awkwardly scratched his head, his tone somewhat shy. There is enough to eat." Chen Xi could tell he was just putting on a front, trying to save face while suffering. If there was food at home, how could he have gone into the mountain so late? "Why are you so concerned about face that you resort to stealing my prey?" He threw the wild chicken that Ning Wan had stolen along with the 3 he had caught, a total of 4, onto the ground. "You could take these back." Ning Wan was taken aback. He only wanted his chicken back and didn't expect Chen Xi to throw him 4. "Brother, did you hunt all these?" Seeing the chickens, he had a bad premonition. "Are all these from you, brother? Did I pick up the chickens from someone else's trap, which might belong to you?" A strong sense of guilt enveloped him. As fellow hunters, picking up someone else's catch is a taboo. He understood the rules. But he had just returned home from the army, and there was nothing to eat at home. Usually, his sister could dig up some wild vegetables to feed their mother and herself. But now, with heavy snow blocking the mountains, their mother and sister had been hungry for 2 days. He had no choice but to venture into the mountains to try his luck. If it weren't for being forced, he wouldn't have stolen someone else's prey. Thinking of this, Ning Wan's face turned red to the base of his neck, his already dark face now a deep purple. Seeing Ning Wan's embarrassment, Chen Xi laughed heartily. "These are not for my hunt. I accidentally discovered traps set by others when I entered the mountains. So I'm giving you all 4 chickens." Chen Xi spoke casually, but to Ning Wan, this was life-saving food. "Brother, isn't it a bit wrong to take someone else's things?" Chen Xi rolled his eyes at him, almost laughing in anger. "You know it's wrong to take someone else's stuff? Don't you have a clue where your chicken came from?" To accommodate his feelings, Chen Xi deliberately widened his eyes and shouted, "We're about to starve to death. Who cares about so much? I told you to take it, so just take it. When you get more prey later, you can return it. If you starve to death, no one will care about you. What will happen to your mother and sister at home?" You, a grown man, what use is your face? By the time your mother and sister starve to death, you won't even have a place to cry. Chen Xi's words were quite crude, but the truth was as such. Ning Wan was injured and couldn't hunt, and the whole family depended on him. What would happen to his mother and sister in a time of famine? If you don't take on the responsibility of the family, no one will do it for you. Ning Wan was left speechless. Brother was right. Compared to his mother and sister, having face was indeed useless. Moreover, he had stolen someone else's prey first. He stood at attention and saluted Chen Xi formally, saying seriously, "Brother, you're right, I understand now. All right, take it back to nourish your mother and sister." Ning Wan suddenly knelt on the ground again, tears welling in his eyes. "Brother, thank you." He knocked his head on the ground, and 2 drops of tears fell into the snow, quickly melting. Chen Xi felt a bit uncomfortable in his heart, turned his back, and got onto the cart. "Let's hurry up and go back to take care of your mother. Go." Chen Xi drove away in the cart, leaving Ning Wan kneeling in the snow. Watching the direction, Chen Xi left. "Brother not only saved my life, but also saved my whole family's life. I, Ning Wan, will repay this kindness." After kneeling for a while, he picked up the wild chickens from the ground and left. After this commotion, the sky was already brightening, and by the time Chen Xi returned to the village, many early rising villagers were already out. Some were carrying baskets. Some were shouldering rakes to the nearby hills to gather firewood or catch some field mice and other small animals for food. When they saw Chen Xi returning with the cart, all the villagers gathered around. Where did the great hero go so early? Wow, what S in the hero S cart? A woman saw a large pile of dark things on the cart, and couldn't help but come closer to take a look. After seeing it clearly, she screamed and sat down on the ground. "A bear! A bear!" This scream immediately attracted the villagers' attention. It really was a bear. The great hero had killed a bear and removed a threat for the village. Incredible. The great hero is truly remarkable. The news quickly reached Zhang Baochuan's family. "Young lady, you're almost at the Eagle Beak Mountain. You won't survive for many days. When the bandits come down the mountain, it will be your death." Zhang Baochuan's face was twisted with rage. "Everything you have belongs to me, including those 3 women. Chapter 42. Hiring workers to make bricks. Chen Xi planned to hire workers to make bricks today, but he didn't expect the villagers to gather voluntarily. This saved him some trouble. Sitting on the cart, he looked at the crowd and asked, "I have some work at home. Are you willing to do it?" As soon as they heard there was work, the villagers' eyes widened. In this winter season, with heavy snow blocking the mountains, they were all hustling around just to get a meal. There was basically no surplus food at home, and those who couldn't find work were all skin and bones. "Em willing. Em willing. Em willing." The villagers all rushed to respond, with some women even jumping onto the cart, afraid of being left out. "Everyone, don't rush, don't rush. I haven't mentioned the pay yet." Chen Xi told them not to be anxious, but he himself was a bit anxious. His previous self was a fool who rarely interacted with the villagers, and in his impression, he didn't know them very well. According to the experience of hiring workers in later generations, after finishing the work, they might ask for an exorbitant price, and all the silver he had painstakingly saved could disappear. "Great hero, the price is negotiable, the price is negotiable." The villagers gathered closer, surrounding the cart in a large circle. "Negotiable? Well then, let us talk about it. Let us discuss the price first. If you find it reasonable, you can do it. If not, I won't force you." Chen Xi stated directly, wanting to agree on the price first to avoid trouble later. A strong middle-aged man named Ernyo stepped out of the crowd. He was one of the few men who had seen Chen Xi catch a roe deer last time. "Great hero, men earn 5 copper coins a day working in the county, and women earn 3 copper coins. We are from the same village, so working at your home saves travel time. How about you pay the men 4 copper coins and the women 2 copper coins?" After saying this, Ernyo felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. He was speaking the truth. Working in the city offered 5 copper coins, but it took over 2 hours to travel back and forth, requiring early departures and late returns. Plus, the city doesn't provide meals, so after deducting 2 meals, they would only take home 4 copper coins, and a mountain road consumed a lot of energy. Due to fatigue, their appetite would increase. The more they ate, the less they earned. Asking Chen Xi for 4 copper coins was still more practical than working in the city. Other villagers also thought Nyo's statement was reasonable. Since they could work in the same village, who want to go out? They could earn money while taking care of their homes, which was killing two birds with one stone. Nyo is right. Great hero. Just give us 4 copper coins. The women were even more willing. Some women with children had to carry their kids to work in the city, but now they could stay close to home and take better care of their children. Although they would receive 1 less copper coin, they were still willing. Who would want their child to suffer on the mountain road for over 2 hours? Chen Xi nodded. He still had over 40 taels of silver, and 1 tael exchanged for 1,000 copper coins. Doing the math, he was richer than the landlord. The most detestable thing was the head tax imposed by the court. Although families with soldiers could be exempted from the head tax, those with only 1 son had no way out. How could they possibly gather the head tax for 5 strings of coins? If they couldn't pay the head tax, they would be conscripted, which was also why the court continued to collect high head taxes knowing the common people couldn't afford it. It was essentially forcing the common people to join the army. All right, I'll pay 10 copper coins for men and 5 for women. I only need 10 men and 10 women. As soon as Chen Xi finished speaking, the villagers' eyes lit up. This was more than what they would earn for work in the county. Everyone felt like kneeling down to him. Chen Xi selected 20 men and women who looked fit to take back with him. Many villagers who weren't selected wiped their eyes in secret, regretting their uselessness for missing such a good opportunity. But Chen Xi only needed that many people. It was useless for the rest to lament. Don't worry, I'll come to find you when I expand production. The unselected villagers perked up immediately. The great hero said he would look for them in the future, which gave them hope. Great hero, when will you expand production? Don't forget to look for us then. Yes, don't forget us. The villagers didn't know what Chen Xi was producing. They only knew they could earn money by working with him. Very soon, Chen Xi didn't need too many bricks for his own house. So the reason he gathered so many people was that he wanted to stockpile some bricks to transport to the deep mountains. He planned to build a large house near the salt mine, complete with production workshops and stables. There were many wild beasts in the mountains, and that area was completely uninhabited. Whether to escape from war or bandits in the future, it would be a good refuge base. He was a big target himself. Plus, he had 3 beautiful wives. Over time, it was inevitable that he would attract attention. It was necessary to always prepare a few escape routes for himself. All right, we'll wait for the great hero to expand production. The unselected villagers repeatedly urged Chen Xi not to forget them before leaving reluctantly. Chen Xi brought the selected 20 villagers home, where the 3 women were already waiting for him in the courtyard. The 3 women were startled to see so many villagers following their husband back. Husband, they... Chen Xi laughed heartily and quickly explained, "These villagers are here to help us make bricks." The 3 women didn't know what Chen Xi was planning to do, but whatever their husband decided was correct. They had long considered Chen Xi's decisions as orders, worried that the bear would scare his wives. Chen Xi quickly covered the bear with straw on the cart and led the villagers to the backyard. When the villagers saw the 2 kills in the backyard, they were amazed. They curiously touched this and that, as they had never seen such kills in the city and didn't know what they were for. "And you, I'll teach you." "All right, great hero." Nyo quickly stepped forward, waiting for Chen Xi's instructions. Chen Xi explained how to make brick molds, how to fire them, and how to operate the bellows. "Did you understand?" "Oh, yes." Nyo was clever and immediately recounted the process without missing a word. Not bad. Chen Xi thought Nyo was a good candidate and couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Then he spoke to everyone from now on. "Don't call me great hero, call me boss." The term great hero sounded awkward to him. If it weren't for cooperating with Zhang Baoquan's act, he would rather others call him Shaozi than great hero. "All right, boss. Let's get to work." Chen Xi issued orders and the villagers began working. The men lit the kilns and dug clay, while the women mixed mud and formed bricks. Since the backyard was connected to a clay hill, there was plenty of clay available, and the brickmaking work quickly commenced. Seeing that everyone was becoming skilled, Chen Xi was satisfied and left. The bear was on the cart. Today was the day for Sanbeitang's Xiao Wu to collect goods, and such a large bear would surely fetch a good price. Just as he walked to the front yard, he heard a scream from by Rongrong, followed by a thud. Chen Xi hurriedly rushed forward to check the situation, only to see Bai Rongrong sitting beside the cart, covering her face and sobbing with her small hands. Some straw from the cart was scattered around her. Inside the house, Fan Yin and Qin Yao were cleaning up when they heard Bai Rongrong's scream and came outside. Rongrong, why are you sitting on the ground? Oh no, Rongrong. Did you fall hard? Chen Xi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Whatever he feared had come to pass. He had deliberately covered the bear to avoid scaring his wives. But Bai Rongrong, out of curiosity, had discovered it. Chen Xi went up to help Bai Rongrong up, and as soon as she saw her husband, she immediately buried herself in his arms and started to cry. She had just wanted to sneak a peek at what her husband had hunted. But when she lifted the straw, she had revealed the bear's bloody head with its sharp fangs, which had frightened her. A pampered little girl had never seen anything like this before and refused to come out from Chen Xi's embrace. Woo-woo, husband, this thing is too scary. Woo-woo. Chen Xi laughed and rubbed her head. Don't be afraid, my dear, I'm here. After coaxing her like a child for a while, Bai Rongrong finally stopped crying. Fan Yin and Qin Yao were also startled when they saw the bear, but they were somewhat prepared and braver, quickly running back after taking a few glances. Husband, are you hurt? Upon learning that the bear was hunted by her husband, Fan Yin worriedly checked Chen Xi's body, afraid that he had been hurt by that thing. Qin Yao was also very concerned. She knew that the bear was a top predator in the mountains, just as dangerous as a tiger. Moreover, how did her husband manage to hunt such a large one? As long as I'm not hurt, look at me. Chen Xi deliberately turned around to show the three women, revealing that he had no scratches on him, and his clothes were clean. The three women felt relieved when they saw that their husband was unharmed. Fan Yin pointed at the bear and instinctively took a few steps back. How did you hunt this thing? Chen Xi chuckled and began to show off in front of the three women. He didn't mention the chaos, but talked about how he entered the mountains, hid in a tree after spotting the bear, and then shot it dead with a few arrows at the right moment. The women were terrified by Chen Xi's story, and after hearing it, they became angry, blaming him for being reckless for going into the mountains at night, especially into the deep mountains. However, despite their complaints, the worry on their faces didn't lessen at all, fearing that something might happen to their husband. The deep mountains were incredibly dangerous. Every year, villagers who went into the mountains to gather herbs were harmed by these creatures, and many had died. Now that it was winter and food was scarce, no one dared to go into the mountains. While Chen Xi was comforting the three women, Aunt Zhang hurriedly ran over from outside. When she entered the courtyard and saw Chen Xi, she breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Xi, I heard you went into the deep mountains and even hunted a bear. Let me see if you're hurt. As she spoke, Aunt Zhang checked him again and only relaxed when she saw he was unharmed. She had heard from the villagers in the morning that Chen Xi had hunted a bear, which had scared her quite a bit. The day before, she had heard that Chen Xi had rescued all three of his wives, and the village chief, Zhang Baoquan, had led the villagers to welcome him at the entrance of the village. Her husband had been conscripted into the army, and with small children at home needing care, she couldn't go to greet him. This morning, upon hearing the villagers discussing it, she hurried over. Ha! Aunt Zhang, you came just in time. Take these rabbits back for the kids to nourish their bodies. Saying this, he went into the house and picked up 2 rabbits to hand Aunt Zhang. I can't take them. Xiao Xi, you should take good care of yourself and your 3 wives. Aunt Zhang refused to accept the rabbits no matter what. Fan Yin stepped forward and held Aunt Zhang's hand. Aunt Zhang, you've helped me a lot in the past. If it weren't for your assistance, we might have starved to death. If you don't accept them, I will feel guilty. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong also came over to persuade Aunt Zhang to accept the rabbits. As Fan Yin spoke, she began to cry. Those bitter days were deeply etched in her memory. She had to dig wild vegetables every day to support her foolish uncle, and thankfully, her husband had recovered, giving them hope for a better life now. Sharing the same hardships, Fan Yin felt very grateful to Aunt Zhang, whose husband was conscripted and had small children at home needing care. Aunt Zhang often helped her when she herself didn't have enough to eat, and Fan Yin unconsciously regarded Aunt Zhang as family. All right, then I will accept them. Aunt Zhang knew very well of Fan Yin's gratitude. Now that they were living better, it made her happy to see them doing well. After exchanging a few more polite words, she sent Aunt Zhang off. Just then, a horse-drawn cart arrived outside, along with the voice of Xiao Wu. Brother Chen, is Brother Chen home? I'm Xiao Wu from Shanbei to collect mountain goods. Chapter 43. A visit from Zhuo. Qianqian Little 5 excitedly urged the horse-drawn carriage forward. Today was the day he had arranged to meet Brother Chen, and he wondered if Brother Chen had managed to hunt any roe deer in the past few days. The shopkeeper had mentioned that Shanbei received news about a roe deer, and within half a day, it had been bought at a high price by a noble. It was bought for 3 strings of cash and sold for 6 strings. The prophet left Little 5 astonished. Knowing that Little 5 was coming to collect goods today, the shopkeeper repeatedly urged him to maintain a good relationship with Hunter Chen. If he offended Hunter Chen like last time, Little 5 wouldn't be able to stay at Shanbei. Little 5 took the shopkeeper's words to heart, fully understanding the significant loss to Shanbei if they lost the favor of an experienced hunter. Was that the place in front? Zhuo Qianqian had dressed up specially to meet Chen Xi today and had insisted on accompanying Little 5 in his carriage since early morning. She used the makeup she usually wouldn't spare, as she couldn't afford to neglect Brother Chen today. She had something to ask of him. Chen Xi was not only an exceptional hunter, but also a great physician, even surpassing Dr. Zhao. Such an outstanding man piqued her curiosity. Sitting in the carriage, her bottom hurt from the bumps, and she adjusted her posture while glancing at the dilapidated courtyard ahead. Was this the place? Wasn't she afraid that Brother Chen's wife would be jealous of her dressing up so beautifully? Who asked you to be so talkative? Zhuo Qianqian shot a glare at Little 5 as she got off the carriage. She had prepared a new floral jacket from the shop to win over Brother Chen's 3 wives. With a creak, the courtyard door opened. Chen Xi greeted Little 5 with a smile, and his gaze swept to the beautiful woman standing beside him. With painted brows and eyes, red lips, and wearing a fox fur coat and thick red cotton boots, she was indeed a sight to behold. Did Little 5 bring a girl from the county's brothel? The quality was quite good. Besides his 3 wives, only Zhuo Qianqian from the county could match the beauty in front of him. The 2 women had their own charms. One was elegant and refined, while the other was flamboyant. Due to Zhuo Qianqian's careful grooming, Chen Xi momentarily didn't recognize her. "Hello, Brother Chen. This is a gift from the shopkeeper," Little 5 said, taking out a huge box from the carriage and presenting it to Chen Xi with both hands. The shopkeeper mentioned that this item was only useful for Brother Chen, and he hoped Brother Chen wouldn't find it unworthy. Chen Xi's gaze shifted from the beauty to the enormous box, looking puzzled. "What is it that only I can use?" "Little 5, what is this?" Chen Xi asked as he took the finely carved box made of high-quality redwood, feeling its weight. Little 5 chuckled, creating suspense. "Just open it and you'll know." Zhuo Qianqian felt a bit annoyed that Chen Xi didn't greet her. Had he forgotten her after just 2 days? She pouted her lips in dissatisfaction, her temper rising. "If you ignore me, I'll ignore you too." She glanced at the box in Chen Xi's hands, which had been on the carriage the whole time, and wondered what good gift old Guan from Shanbei was giving to a hunter. She stood on tiptoe, trying to sneak a peek inside. "All right, I won't be polite then. Please thank old Guan for me." "Okay, Brother Chen," Little 5 replied. Chen Xi opened the box and was instantly taken aback. Inside lay a massive bow, crafted from black hardwood and cow horn, with a bowstring made of high-quality cattle sinew. Beside it was a bundle of carved, feathered arrows. Chen Xi's eyes lit up as he examined it closely. The materials were top-notch and undoubtedly costly. Seeing that he liked it, Little 5 chuckled. The shopkeeper said, "This is his collection of a 3-stone bow. I wonder if Brother Chen can draw it?" Little 5 looked at Chen Xi curiously, as even the strongest soldiers might not be able to draw a 3-stone bow, with a pull weight of over 300 pounds that an ordinary person could manage. Zhuo Qianqian also knew what a 3-stone bow represented. Hunters who often came to sell furs at their shop usually used bows of 1 stone or less. Although Brother Chen appeared strong, he certainly wouldn't be able to draw this bow. Let us see if you can't draw it after ignoring me. That would be quite embarrassing." Zhuo Qianqian smirked to herself, waiting to see Chen Xi's embarrassment. Chen Xi, curious about whether he could draw the bow, felt that since Little 5 had already spoken, he had to give it a try to avoid embarrassment. Moreover, with such a beautiful woman beside him, he thought it necessary to showcase his strength. "All right, if Little 5 wants to see, then I'll give it a try." Little 5's eyes brightened as he anticipated whether Chen Xi could draw it. Zhuo Qianqian was ready to mock him when he failed to draw the bow. Even if she had something to ask of him, she still wanted to throw in a few sarcastic remarks. Oomph. Zhuo Qianqian held a grudge. Chen Xi first lightly tugged on the bow, finding it not too heavy. He then pulled out an arrow, fitted it with a finger guard, looked around, and spotted a large tree 200 paces away. That's the one. He loosened his shoulders, bent the bow, and took a deep breath. Crack, crack, crack. As Chen Xi exerted force, the massive bow emitted faint cracking sounds, and with another strong pull, it was instantly drawn into a full arc. Zhuo Qianqian and Little Five's mouths formed an O shape, just like the bow. Was this still human? That was a 3-stone bow. Not only could he draw it, but he had also pulled it into a perfect arc. Chen Xi's arm's strength surpassed their understanding. Zhuo Qianqian covered her chest with her small hand, her already large eyes widening even more. The way she looked at Chen, she was as if she were staring at a monster. Little Five was so shocked that he felt weak in the knees, sitting down on the ground and staring blankly at the arrow embedded in the tree, his mind racing. Zhuo Qianqian was slightly better off, but also felt her knees weaken, supporting herself against the carriage as beads of sweat formed on her forehead, ruining her morning makeup. Only Chen Xi remained calm, slightly furrowing his brow. The power was considerable, but compared to his compound bow, it was still lacking. Since it was a gift, he might as well keep it as a backup for now. Noticing that the two were still in shock, Chen Xi smiled helplessly, Little Five, and that lady. Chen Xi gently called out to the two. They had been in that position for quite some time, one sitting on the ground and the other leaning against the carriage. It was time to move on, right? Hearing Chen Xi's call, they finally came back to their senses. The earlier scene had left them both quite shaken. Little Five swallowed hard, getting up and stuttering. See, Brother Chen. Zhuo Qianqian took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her forehead, her makeup now a mess. She wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words. Standing there in a daze. The mocking lines she had prepared were now useless. Don't rush. Let us go inside and sit. Since he had just been trying out the bow, he hadn't welcomed them in yet. Chen Xi wanted to ask Little Five what this lady's name was. But when he turned to look at Zhuo Qianqian, he was momentarily stunned. Although her makeup was ruined, the more he looked, the more she resembled. Zhuo Qianqian, still unaware that her makeup was ruined, saw Chen Xi staring at her and pouted, choosing to meet his gaze. Do you not know my name? And what do you mean by that lady? Which lady? Zhuo Qianqian didn't manage to mock Chen Xi, and she was startled by his arrow shot, leaving her in a very bad mood. Chen Xi and Zhuo Qianqian stared at each other, neither saying a word. Xiao Wu, standing nearby, was confused. Did these two not know each other? That couldn't be right. They should know each other. Why weren't they speaking? Ahem. Xiao Wu pretended to cough a couple of times, thinking about what these two were doing. Chen Xi ignored Xiao Wu, frowning as he looked at Zhuo Qianqian, who increasingly resembled someone he knew. Finally, he couldn't help but leaning closer and grin. Oh, isn't this Miss Qianqian? What brings you here? Zhuo Qianqian was infuriated. After all this time, he didn't recognize her? She had even put on makeup to meet him, and he couldn't tell it was her. So frustrating. She huffed and turned her head away, hands on her hips, tilting her chin up with a very proud tone. Oh, doctor. Chen has become so successful that it's normal not to recognize a common girl like me. How could I possibly be worthy of your attention? Chen, she was momentarily taken aback by her retort. Who told you to wear such heavy makeup? I thought Xiao Wu had sent me a courtesan instead. What kind of powder is that? You put on so thick, is it free? He thought this in his heart, but couldn't say it out loud. Chen, she felt quite grateful to her. Without Zhuo Qianqian, he wouldn't have had the chance to interact with the county magistrate's wife and obtain the reward money. Knowing she was angry, he quickly tried to appease her. Well, haha, it's all my fault. I apologize to Miss Qianqian. Chen, she had a cheeky smile on his face, cupping his hands in a humorous manner. Oomph. Zhuo Qianqian shot him a glance, wanting to tuck her handkerchief back into her bosom, but she caught sight of the thick powder on it. Oh no. She hurriedly took out a small copper mirror and looked at her face, almost crying out of embarrassment. It's all your fault, you stinky Chen Xi. You scare me so much my makeup is a mess. She quickly turned her back and pulled out her powder case, saying, Don't mind me, you all go in first. I'll come in later. Chen Xi shook his head with a bitter smile. This girl really loved to dress up. Then I'll take Xiao Wu inside. Miss Qianqian can come in once she's ready. Zhuo Qianqian felt nervous. He must have seen her ugly look just now. She hurriedly started touching up her makeup, needing to make herself look beautiful to salvage her image. Chen Xi, seeing her flustered, took Xiao Wu into the courtyard. He pointed to the cart carrying the bear. The prey's up there, Xiao Wu. Go take a look and see what price we can get. Hearing there was prey, Xiao Wu immediately perked up. The shopkeeper had given him the payment, a full 10 taels of silver. Last time, he could afford 2 of those big roe deer, so he wasn't worried about money at all. Excitedly, he ran to the cart and looked up. Thud! He sat down on the ground with a pale face, his lips trembling as he struggled to speak. He had been a helper at Shanbaitang for several years and usually just dealt with wild chickens, rabbits, badgers, and the like. The last time Chen Xi brought that big roe deer was already quite rare, let alone a bear. A bear that big, with its head a bloody mess and baring its teeth. How could he not be scared? Xiao Wu was so frightened that he almost lost his lunch. Chen Xi supported him, and it took a while for him to regain his composure. Just as Xiao Wu was beginning to recover, Zhuo Qianqian finished her makeup, mimicking the walking posture of city ladies as she swayed her way to the cart. I heard Brother Chen has hunted something. Let me take a look too. Chen Xi wanted to stop her, but was too late. Zhuo Qianqian, looking all dressed up and in a good mood, tidied her hair and peeked into the cart. Due to her good angle, she was directly facing the bear's bloodied head with its large fangs bared. Chapter 44. Soup with rice. Zhuo Qianqian finally couldn't hold it in this time and sat down on the ground with a thud. After bouncing around in the carriage, her bottom already hurt, and now she was so frightened by the bear that she sat on the ground, adding to her pain. Xiao Wu collected mountain goods, and she collected furs. Neither of them had ever seen such a large bear before. Usually, she would be overjoyed to receive a fox fur, but this time she finally saw a complete one. A fully intact, oversized bear. Its sharp teeth were as long as fingers. Wow! Woo-woo. Although Zhuo Qianqian had a bit of a strong woman-esque personality, managing the shop alone, she was still just a little girl. How could she withstand such a fright? It was hard to tell whether she was crying from the pain or from the fear of the bear. She let out a loud cry. The makeup she had just fixed was ruined again. Chen Xi, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and covered his head with his hands. Now, both of them had just arrived for a short time, and one was scared silly while the other was crying. What a mess! Squatting in front of Zhuo Qianqian, he comforted her gently. Don't be afraid, Qianqian, that bear is already dead. The more he tried to comfort her, the louder she cried. This time, she didn't even pretend to hold it in and cried out loud. Tears flowed freely as if they were worthless, her mouth wide open, completely disregarding her image. What makeup, what powder, none of it mattered. She just wanted to cry it all out. Chen Xi was worried sick as she cried so freely. What situation this was? The cries attracted the 3 women inside the house, who hurried out to see what was happening. They saw a girl in a fox fur coat sitting on the ground wailing, with a young assistant next to her looking dazed. Chen Xi stood helplessly beside them, shrugging his shoulders. The husband was at a loss. The 3 women rolled their eyes at him simultaneously. They had already frightened Rong in the morning, and now they had scared this girl from the county too. They didn't know to give her a heads up. What would they do if something serious happened? The 3 women quickly went to comfort Zhuo Qianqian. Seeing 3 beautiful women come over, Zhuo Qianqian stood up and threw herself into Fan Yan's arms, continuing to cry. Fan Yan comforted her while gently patting her back. Don't be afraid, come inside with your sister. Qin Yao and Bai Rong also helped Zhuo Qianqian inside. Chen Xi, with a look of disdain, pulled Xiao Wu up and dusted off his clothes. Reproaching him, "What are you afraid of, you big guy?" Xiao Wu was still feeling his heart racing. How could he not be afraid? He had grown up in the county and had never seen such a fierce beast. A bear this big would scare even a shopkeeper. After catching his breath, he said, "Brother Chen, I can't make that decision." He pointed at the bear, explaining that the shopkeeper had given him 10 taels of silver, intended to buy a roe deer if he was lucky. He never expected it to be the ancestor of roe deer, a bear. The bear must weigh at least 300 pounds, and a strong laborer in the tooth shop was only worth 10 taels of silver. He couldn't afford it, even if he sold himself. In times of chaos and famine, people were indeed cheaper than bears. Chen Xi realized he didn't have enough money and didn't want to make things difficult for him. It's okay, just bring the bear back first. When I get to the city, I'll ask old Guan for it. Old Guan had left a good impression on him, running such a large mountain treasure haul. He would run away just because of a bear. Besides, Old Guan had given him such a good bow. Chen Xi believed in repaying kindness and getting revenge, so he would return the favor. Although it was business, it was more about human relations. Brother Chen, do you trust us? Xiao Wu was completely stunned this time. He didn't expect Chen Xi to let him take back such a valuable prey without fearing that they would cheat him out of money. Such a large bear was practically priceless. Chen Xi laughed heartily and patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder. I trust Old Guan, and I trust you the same way. That sentence almost brought Xiao Wu to tears, in a time when families couldn't even fill their stomachs. To entrust such a precious item to him was like treating him as a brother. Xiao Wu patted his chest and promised, since Brother Chen trusts me so much, I will definitely deliver the goods safely to the county. When it came to safely delivering goods back to the county, Xiao Wu suddenly thought of something and quickly said, by the way, Brother Chen, recently the bandits have been very active. The county has already sent troops to eliminate them, but the results haven't been very good. You need to be careful. Several nearby villages have been robbed by bandits. Those bandits are ruthless. They kill all the men and take the women and children away. Who knows where they sell them? Chen Xi frowned when he heard Xiao Wu mention bandits. He had continuously heard news about them recently. First, Ningguan's brother was killed by bandits, and then there were reports of bandits robbing villages. A sense of vigilance rose in his heart. The brick-making work needed to be intensified, and a base had to be built in the deep mountains as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the bandits came to Wowo village, he wouldn't even have a place to take shelter. The government was unreliable. If the bandits came to Wowo village, he would definitely be a primary target with 3 beautiful women by his side. He was afraid that the news of him receiving a reward of 100 taels of silver from the county magistrate had already spread, and Wang Matzi was in prison, while Zhang Baoquan acted as if nothing had happened and welcomed him as a great hero. Everything about this felt off. One should not have a heart to harm others, but one must always be on guard against others. All right, Xiao Wu, I will be extra careful. Okay, Brother Chen, then I will take the bear and leave. Remember to come to the mountain treasure hall to get the money when you're in the county. After Xiao Wu finished speaking and was about to leave, he was stopped by Chen Xi. Why the hurry? It's already noon. Eat before you go. How can I impose? Xiao Wu scratched his head awkwardly. He had brought Zhuo Qianqian to Wowo village early in the morning to find Chen Xi for goods. Now it was already noon, and he was starving. As soon as he heard about food, his stomach growled. Haha, it's okay. Today, Brother Chen, you show off your skills. Then thank you, Brother Chen. Xiao was eager to stay. Brother Chen was a hunter. He must have meat at home, and he hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Just thinking about eating meat made him drool, and he quickly wiped it away to hide his embarrassment. Chen Xi returned to the house and called Qin Yao and by Rong Rong to help him cook, leaving Fan Yin to comfort Zhuo Qianqian. He arranged for the 2 women to steam a large pot of rice, enough for the 20 brick workers in the backyard as well. They were all from the same village, and he would need to hire them for work in the future. He also needed to find a few trustworthy ones to help him refine the salt, requiring a large workforce. Before long, a big pot of fragrant rice was steamed. Chen Xi stewed 2 rabbits, making a pot of meat soup with the tender, mushy meat. The aroma wafted out of the kitchen, and the 20 people working in the backyard were sniffing the air. What smells so good? Yeah, I can smell it too. It seems like meat. Stop sniffing and hurry up with your work. It's definitely the ladies cooking meat for the boss. I really envy the boss. Being a hunter means he definitely doesn't lack meat at home. What can we do? Our families are eating tree bark. Still eating tree bark? I don't have any food at home. Luckily I have work today, or I would have to eat tree bark tonight too. Several women mixed mud while envying Chen Xi, grumbling about how their men couldn't do anything. Erchio led the men to dig clay for brickmaking. Although they didn't say anything, they were all drooling at the smell. Working while smelling the meat made them hungrier. The boss paid well, and they planned to buy some flour to make fried pancakes for their wives and children at home in the evening. Thinking of his wife and children at home who were still hungry, the men worked even harder, fearing they might lose this precious job. It was about time for a meal break. Ernyo sent the bricks into the kiln and wiped his sweat. Seeing it was almost noon, he took out a coarse steamed bun from his pocket and took a bite. The coarse flour was mixed with water, shaped into a bun, and steamed. It was just one meal. They brought one piece from home every day, as meals were not provided while working in the county. They relied on this to maintain their strength. If there was grain at home, they could eat another piece at night. If not, this was their only meal for the day. Hearing Ernyo speak, everyone began to take turns eating, pulling out various types of food from their pockets. There were dry wild vegetable buns, coarse cakes mixed with tree bark, and a few who had no food sat on the ground, watching others eat with longing eyes. They had run out of grain at home. Their last meal was yesterday. Ernyo, bring the people over to eat. Chen Xi shutet, waving out Arniu. Ernyo hurriedly swallowed the coarse bun in his mouth, thinking he must have misheard the boss. In these times, no place provided meals for work. Boss, what did you say? Ernyo was a bit nervous, unsure where to put his hands. I said to bring them in to eat. Chen Xi repeated, and only then did Ernyo confirm he hadn't misheard. The boss meant to provide us with food? Boss. We all brought our own food, no. No need. Ernyo was sweating nervously. The pay from the boss was already enough. How could he accept their food? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and bring them over, or don't come back tomorrow after finishing today's work. Chen Xi knew they were in a difficult situation. He had to scare them a bit, as without food, they wouldn't have the strength to work. This was indeed effective. Once it was mentioned that they wouldn't be allowed to work without eating, Ernyo became nervous again. Then I'll bring them over. Ernyo trembled as he brought the others over, all of them with their heads down, as if Chen Xi were a villain. That is more like it, come. Let us eat. Chen Xi had already served the rice. Each person received a large bowl of fragrant rice. Staring intently at the steaming rice, everyone swallowed hard. Opening the large pot, Chen Xi stirred the stewed rabbit until it was mushy, using a ladle to pour the meat broth over the rice. Eat. Everyone looked at each other. Is this really for us? They were all stunned and didn't dare to move. Chen Xi looked at the food in their hands, feeling a bit emotional. This damned government. What have they forced the people into? Ernyo, you eat first. When Ernyo heard his name, he gritted his teeth and picked up the large bowl to eat. As soon as he took a bite, tears fell. It was so incredibly delicious. He felt he didn't deserve to eat such good food. You all eat too, Chen Xi urged, as everyone was so thin and bony. If they didn't eat something good soon, they would get sick from malnutrition. All right, then we'll eat. Zian, you eat. The others also picked up their bowls to eat, and as they ate, they all began to cry. Many of them had never eaten rice in their lives, let alone having meat broth. A few women secretly hid some rice, planning to take it home to their children. No hiding it, eat it all. Anyone who hides it won't be allowed to work tomorrow. Chen Xi spoke again, scolding and intimidating them, and only then did they put away their little schemes. They were filled with gratitude towards Chen Xi, vowing to work hard to repay him. After seeing everyone finish their meal, Chen Xi turned to go back. There were still 2 guests at home, and it wouldn't due to neglect them. Just as he reached the doorway, he heard someone outside the courtyard shouting, "Is the elder brother at home?" It's Ning Wan. Chapter 45, Great Kindness and Filial Piety. Hearing that loud voice, Chen Xi looked up and saw Ning Wan with his head of white hair. However, compared to his playful grin last night, his face seemed a bit awkward today. What brings you here, kid? Didn't I leave you 4 wild chickens to take care of your mother? Why are you back so soon? Without thinking too much, Chen Xi opened the courtyard door with a creak. Big brother, my mother insisted on bringing me and my sister to thank you. Ning Wan turned to the side, revealing 2 small figures behind him. An older lady leaned on a cane, wearing the felt hat that Ning Wan had on last night and dressed in a standard cotton jacket. Chen Xi was momentarily dazed before realizing that was why Ning Wan had worn such thin clothing in the mountains last night. His cotton jacket was being worn by his mother to keep her warm. Indeed, a filial son. Beside the older lady was a girl of about 15 or 16, dressed in thin clothes and looking quite frail. She bore a resemblance to Ning Wan in her delicate features. If not for her thin and somewhat haggard appearance, she would definitely be a little beauty. The girl carried a willow basket on her arm, which contained the 4 wild chickens left for Ning Wan last night, untouched. Seeing Chen, she opened the courtyard door. The older lady handed her cane to the girl, took Chen Xi's hands with both of hers, and with reddened eyes and a choked voice said, "Young man, are you the great benefactor who saved my son last night?" The older lady squeezed Chen Xi's hands tightly, not bothering to wipe away her tears. Her wrinkled face flushed with excitement. Yes, mother, big brother is the one who saved my life last night. Chen Xi didn't have time to respond before Ning Wan spoke first. Seeing his mother so emotional made his nose tingle. It didn't seem matter if he died, but who would take care of his mother and sister? If it weren't for big brother saving his life, he couldn't imagine the fate that awaited his mother and sister. Good. The older lady repeated 3 times, removed her felt hat to reveal her gray hair, and handed the hat to the girl. Great benefactor, please allow this humble woman to bow to you. Despite her frail and slow movements due to her old age, she still knelt down. The girl and Ning Wan followed suit, and the 3 of them bowed deeply to Chen Xi. If it weren't for the great benefactor saving my son's life, how would he know how to go on living? Thank you, great benefactor, for saving his life. Chen Xi was completely stunned, utterly bewildered. He hurried forward to help the older lady up. Mother, you mustn't do this. How can I accept such a big gift from you? Chen Xi helped the older lady up and also pulled up the girl beside her. Please get up, this is too much, absolutely not. He never expected that such an elderly lady would suddenly kneel before him, repeatedly saying he shouldn't. The first thing the older lady did after getting up was to lift Chen Xi's face with both hands, her eyes brimming with tears. Let me take a good look at my benefactor. This is our family savior. Chen Xi bent slightly, his face held in her hands. Mother, you don't need to look at me personally. Saving a life is just a small effort. It's nothing. That one do. I need to remember the appearance of the great benefactor well. When I die, I will also pray for the great benefactor's family to be safe and sound. Chen Xi felt a bit choked up at the older lady's words, his voice wavering. Rest assured, mother, with your kindness, you will surely live a long life. Ning Wan and the girl also wiped their tears. Their mother had always taught them that no matter what your status is, you must be grateful and repay kindness. Ning, return the great benefactor's chickens. We cannot take what belongs to others. After finishing her words, Ning held the willow basket with both hands and handed it to Chen Xi. Great benefactor, thank you for saving my brother. This is your prey. We cannot take it. Looking at the 4 wild chickens in the basket, how could Chen Xi accept them? This was life-saving food. And the older lady and the girl looked like they were not getting enough to eat, while Ning Wan was temporarily unable to hunt due to his injury. Life was at its most difficult time. He couldn't bring himself to accept it. Mother, this isn't my prey. It belongs to someone else. Chen Xi wanted to use what he had told Ning Wan yesterday to comfort the older lady, thinking that only in this way would she accept it and get through her current difficulties. Great benefactor, the old lady's eyes are not very clear, but my heart is not blind. This morning my son returned and talked about last night's events. Right now, there are no hunters in the 10-mile or 8-village area. You could enter the mountains so late. You must have come to collect traps. I'm sorry, my son took the great benefactor's prey without permission. I apologize on behalf of my son. As she spoke, the older lady attempted to kneel again, but this time, Chen Xi supported her up in advance. No, mother. Consider this prey as my respect to you. Chen Xi could no longer pretend. He could fool Ning Wan, but the older lady seemed impossible to deceive. The great benefactor saved my son's life. How could we still take your things? The older lady said, pulling out 2 warm eggs from her bosom and stuffing them into Chen Xi's hands. The old lady is currently facing some difficulties and can't offer much to repay you. Please don't think it's too little. When Xiao Wan's injury is healed and he goes hunting again, we will come back to repay the great benefactor. Holding the warm eggs in his hand, even this tough man, Chen Xi, couldn't he help but feel tears welling up. They clearly couldn't he afford to eat at home, yet could still offer the only 2 eggs they had to express their gratitude. Although the older lady claimed to be uneducated, very few people could do such a thing. All right, mother, with this intention, I will accept it. Seeing Chen Xi accept the eggs, the older lady let out a sigh of relief and smiled, finally feeling reassured. After Ning Wan returned with the wild chickens and recounted last night's events, she immediately guessed that this prey belonged to the benefactor based on her analysis. Without stopping, she brought her son and daughter to express their gratitude. Even in poverty, one must have aspirations and cannot take what belongs to others. This is her conscience as a person. All right, since the great benefactor has accepted it, I can rest assured. Once Xiao Wan is healed, we will come back to repay the benefactor. After giving Chen Xi a deep look, she turned around to leave with Ning Wan and his sister. Wait. The older lady turned back, looking at him with confusion. Is there anything else, great benefactor? Did you find the eggs insufficient? Are you dissatisfied? These were the eggs she had saved for a long time and would not take out unless absolutely necessary. In the older lady's anxious mood, Chen Xi smiled and said, Mother, don't misunderstand. I need someone to help me with work. Can Ning Wan stay to help me? This time, Chen Xi didn't dare mention wages otherwise. With the older lady's character, she would definitely refuse. Good. If the great benefactor needs help with work, Xiao Wan and Ning Ning, both of you stay to help the benefactor. Mother, let my brother stay. I will go home to take care of you. Ning Ning was worried about her mother's safety, as Shanghe village was not close by. I could take care of myself. You and your brother stay to help the benefactor. I'm not unfamiliar with the road. The older lady became a bit anxious. If the benefactor's family needs help, when else will we repay this kindness? All right, Mother, then please go back slowly. Ning Ning didn't dare argue with her mother and could only agree verbally. Mother is still well enough. She usually goes out to dig wild vegetables by herself. I'm not worried about that. After sending off the older lady, Chen Xi turned to look at Ning Wan and Ning Ning. Seeing Chen Xi's gaze, Ning Wan scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, while Ning Ning lowered her head, feeling somewhat nervous. Haven't you eaten? I have. Ning Wan wanted to save face. The last meal he had was yesterday, and the only egg at home had been given to Chen Xi, so how could he have eaten? But he insisted he had eaten, and if you asked again, he would say he was full. Ning Ning kept her head down and didn't speak, her face slightly flushed. Chen Xi looked at Ning Wan's awkwardness and smiled speechlessly. You've already eaten, but come eat a little more with me. We'll work together in the afternoon. Chapter 46. Ning Wan acknowledges 4 mothers upon hearing Chen Xi invite them for a meal. The siblings' stomachs betrayed them with 2 grumbling sounds. Ning Wan, being a young man, was fine, but Ning Ning felt so embarrassed that she buried her head even lower. What are you still standing there for? Come in and eat, Chen Xi urged. Okay, they replied. The siblings followed Chen Xi into the house, where Fan Yin and the 3 women had already managed to calm Chen Xi down, while Xiao Wu stood by, feeling lost. Inside the room were all women, making him a bit shy. The table was already set with food, the same meals as the workers, with no extra dishes added. This is Ning Wan, and this young lady is his sister, Chen Xi said, raising his hand to point, intending to introduce his 3 wives to Ning Wan. However, Ning Wan, who had spent years outside, had a keen sense of social cues and was well-versed in human relationships. Among the 4 women in the room, only one was wearing a fox fur coat, and it was obvious that she was the eldest sister-in-law. Moreover, she was quite beautiful. This was his chance to make an impression. He knelt in front of Zhuo Qianqian with a thud. Ning Wan greets the eldest sister-in-law. My elder brother is my lifesaver. An elder brother is like a father, and an elder sister-in-law is like a mother. From now on, you will be my mother. He knocked his head 3 times, his white hair getting covered in dust. Chen Xi was dumbfounded, thinking this kid really knows how to read the room. Zhuo Qianqian was startled and pulled her foot back, afraid that Ning Wan would knock his head on her toes. Who is this, coming up and calling me eldest sister-in-law and bowing like that? He seemed to be quite clever, and his words were strangely pleasing. Zhuo Qianqian realized he had mistaken her for someone else and couldn't help but stifle a laugh, glancing at Fan Yin and the other 2 women. Fan Yin found it somewhat amusing yet awkward, but since he was brought by her husband, she couldn't say much. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong, however, were different. They rolled their eyes to the ceiling. Where did this fool come from? Can't he even identify people properly? Bai Rongrong pouted, already marking this down in her mind. Since the eldest sister-in-law didn't speak, Ning Wan dared not move. Maintaining his bowing position with his head pressed to the ground and his rear stuck high in the air, showing utmost sincerity. Thud! Chen Xi kicked him in the rear, causing his face to slam into the ground. This is your eldest sister-in-law. Eldest sister-in-law, my name is Ning Wan, and from now on, you will be my mother. Realizing he had mistaken her, He feared that the eldest sister-in-law might hold a grudge. So he bowed even more earnestly. And these two are also your sisters-in-law, Chen Xi said, feeling frustrated. You silly boy, you think this will end if you just bow? Even if they don't say it, your wives must feel a bit uncomfortable. This is for your own good. Bow to each one of them. Ning Wan continued to bow 9 times, feeling a bit dizzy, while still flattering. Second sister-in-law, hello. Little sister-in-law, hello. My name is Ning Wan, and you are all my mothers. He glanced at the 3 beautiful sisters-in-law, mentally giving Chen Xi a thumbs up. As expected of my elder brother. To be a man, one must be like an elder brother. In just a short while, he had acknowledged 4 mothers. The title of filial son was solidified. Fan Yin wanted to help him up, but since he was a man, she couldn't, and felt awkward, scratching her foot. Qin Yao and Bai Rong exchanged smug looks, stifling laughter while occasionally glancing at the eldest lady's expression. All right, get up, Chen Xi said, pulling Ning Wan up and introducing Ning Ning to the 3 wives. Seeing the little girl was cute, the 3 women pulled Ning Ning to sit beside them, fussing over her. This left Ning Wan awkwardly scratching his head on the side. On the dining table, there was a large bowl of rice and a large bowl of meat soup. From a distance, Ning Wan couldn't help but stare, his eyes glued to the food. His stomach felt like it had 2 toads fighting inside, making continuous gurgling sounds. Ning Ning, Fei Xi, try not to look at the food. She never expected that Chen Xi's family would have rice to eat, and there was even half a bowl of meat soup. It smelled so good. Discreetly sniffing the aroma, she swallowed and lowered her head, shifting on her seat, feeling uncomfortable no matter how she sat. Noti king, Ning Ning's awkwardness. Fan Yin took out a bowl and served her some rice, pouring meat soup over it and handing it to Ning Ning gently. Ning Ning must be hungry. Eat quickly. Sister-in-law, you all eat. I'm not hungry, Ning Ning said, keeping her head down. Their family was in need of food. So how could she eat the food of her brother's benefactor? Ning Ning, be good. Sister-in-law will eat too. Let us eat together, Fan Yin said, trying to ease the situation. She wanted to serve everyone to avoid Ning Ning feeling awkward, but Bai Rong snatched the bowl away. Eldest lady, you sit. I'll serve the rice. Bai Rong, charming and observant, had been trying to win Fan Yan's favor these past days. Originally, Qin Yao also wanted to serve the rice, but was beaten to it, stomping her foot in frustration and serving a rabbit leg into Ning Ning's bowl. Ning Ning, eat this, it's tasty. Bai Rong, unwilling to fall behind, also placed a piece of meat in the bowl. Ning Ning, eat this piece is tender. The 2 ladies hurriedly added dishes for Ning Ning, which made Ning Wan anxious, constantly signaling to his sister. Eldest sister-in-law is serving you rice. Hurry and eat. Eat more. He wished he could help his sister eat himself. Chen Xi glanced at the flustered Ning Wan and called over the drooling Xiao Wu standing by. Xiao Wu, come sit. Xiao Wu politely replied, thank you, Brother Chen. Zhui Qianqian felt a bit embarrassed. She had originally come to ask Chen Xi for help, and now she was eating his food. Is this okay? Of course. I haven't had meat in a long time, and besides, I sent over 3 sets of flour coats. Chen Xi said, should I just reluctantly eat a bit? Eat. If you don't eat, you're missing out. Zhui Qianqian didn't need any more persuasion and thought it over. She picked up the rice, looking at the greasy meat soup on top. Swallowing and waiting for Chen Xi to move his chopsticks first. Everyone was seated at the table, and the only one left with a growling stomach was Ning Wan. Chen Xi patted the chair beside him. What are you looking at? Sit down. All right, big brother. Finally, it was his turn. Ning Wan grinned widely and sat beside Chen Xi. Big brother, I want to be polite then. Chen Xi rolled his eyes at him. You better be polite. I could save some. Let us eat. Chen Xi started eating, and everyone followed suit. The first bite of rice made all the guests widen their eyes in surprise. Delicious. So delicious. Zhuo Qianqian squinted her eyes, savoring the rice in her mouth. How could it taste so sweet, completely free from the bitterness of coarse salt, coupled with the tender, stewed rabbit meat? It almost brought her to tears of joy. Ning Ning couldn't resist the 3 sisters-in-law's persistent urging and took small bites. The taste was indescribably good. She had never had such delicious food in her life. Seeing everyone enjoying the meal, Chen Xi straightened up and nodded in satisfaction. My cooking skills speak for themselves. Back in the day, even to chefs in big restaurants. When his gaze landed on Ning Wan's bowl, his heart dropped. He immediately looked under the table and behind the chair, puzzled. Where's your rice? Huh? What did you say, big brother? I'm asking where your rice is? Ning Wan chuckled awkwardly. I ate it. Everyone turned to look at Ning Wan's bowl, which was spotless, not a single drop of water left in it. It was cleaner than if a dog had licked it. Chapter 47. Asthma. The women saw that the bowl was clean, and Ning Wan awkwardly scratched his head on the side. He let out a laugh, but upon realizing he was being inappropriate, quickly covered his mouth with his hand, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Xiao Wu gave Ning Wan a thumbs up in his heart. Impressive. Not only did he recognize his mother quickly, but he also ate fast. Ning, seeing her brother so embarrassed, buried her head even lower. How awkward to make such a fool of himself at their first meeting. Chen Xi was stunned for a moment, picked up a spoon, and added another bowl for him, gesturing with his mouth. Eat. All right, big brother. This time it was plain rice, without meat soup, and since big brother told me to eat, I just ate. Listening to big brother, there's no mistake. With a big mouthful, he finished a bowl in no time. This bowl was even shinier than the last one. Are you full? Chen Xi asked a bit sheepishly. Did this guy not chew his food? Did he just swallow it whole? He hadn't seen him move his mouth much, and the bowl of rice was gone. Half full. Chen Xi stood up from his chair, scanning the room. Does anyone want more rice? The women, with small appetites, quickly shook their heads. Xiao Wu, usually not hungry, was also full, seeing that there was still half a bowl of rice left. Chen Xi poured the remaining meat soup into the rice bowl, picked it up, and then put it down again. He frowned and thought for a moment, picking it up again to look at the rice in the bowl, pondering for a while. So much rice, wouldn't it stuff him to death? Everyone was curious about what Chen Xi was doing. He kept picking it up and putting it down, causing them to put down their chopsticks and look at him in confusion. Chen Xi looked at Ning Wan's eager little eyes and thought, stuff you to death, worst case. I'll make you vomit it back up, eat. All right, big brother. Ning Wan's heart was filled with joy. It turned out big brother was also someone who cherished food like him. Not wanting to waste leftovers, he reluctantly cleaned it up himself. Picking up the rice bowl, the food was devoured like a whirlwind, all gone in less than 2 minutes. That's right, this time the bowl was also shiny clean. Chen Xi swallowed and still asked hopefully, are you full? Half full. Chen Xi's mouth twitched, his mind filled with countless curses. This guy was a live one. Hiring him for work would lead to a loss. He ate at least 5 people less worth, and the most deadly part was, whenever you asked him, he would always say half full. Touching the silver ingot in his pocket, he felt a bit steadier. There were still 40-something taels. That should be enough, right? He nervously glanced at Ning Wan's stomach. Fortunately, it hadn't bulged much, otherwise he would really worry about him getting stuffed to death. Half full is good. Half full is healthy. Chen Xi was somewhat speechless. Even if he wanted to eat, there was nothing left. After waiting a bit longer for the women to finish eating, Ning quickly gathered the bowls and chopsticks and took them to the kitchen to wash. The others wanted to help, but were stopped by Chen Xi. Through their brief interactions, he had a general understanding of Ning's character. Although the girl was not talkative, she had a scale in her heart. If he didn't let her do some work, she definitely wouldn't feel comfortable staying here. After finishing the meal, Zhua Qianqian distributed the gifts she brought to the 3 sisters-in-law. Madam, this is the latest style flower coat from the shop. All 3 madams have one. So Qianqian took out the flower coat and compared on the 3 women. Actually, she already knew their sizes, just putting on a show. Qianqian, this gift is too precious. We can't accept it. Seeing Fan Yin decline, Zhua Qianqian smiled sweetly. Madam, you're being too polite. Brother Chen has helped me a lot. I specifically came to thank you all. Right, Brother Chen? While saying this, she winked at Chen Xi. Hey, don't say you didn't help me. I'll be asking you later. Chen Xi was taken aback by her words. What do you mean I helped you? Didn't I just buy a few coats from you? I haven't helped her with anything else. What trick is this girl playing? He thought this in his heart, but it was hard to refuse. Thank you, Qianqian ladies. Please accept it. She had brought gifts. It wouldn't be right to return them, and at most, he could send her some furs from future hunts to repay this favor. Seeing Chen Xi's agreement, Fan Yin took the gift. Then thank you, Qianqian. You're welcome. Madam, feel free to find me in the county anytime. I'll take a few madams out for good food. Zhua Qianqian patted her purse, proving she had money. This meal wasn't tea for nothing. She would treat them another day. The women exchanged pleasantries, but time was pressing. They needed to return to the city quickly as the mountain roads were currently unsafe with frequent reports of bandit attacks. Chen Xi saw Zhuo Qianqian and Xiao Wu off to the courtyard. Zhuo Qianqian pulled Chen Xi aside, looking shy. "Brother Chen, I came today to ask you for a favor." Chen Xi rolled his eyes, knowing she had something to ask. "What is it?" My aunt is sick. Only the snow Ganoderma in the deep mountains can cure her. Could you?" Zhuo Qianqian felt a bit embarrassed, knowing that place was dangerous. She had no choice but to seek Chen Xi's help. To make Chen Xi agree, Zhuo Qianqian clasped her hands together, her big eyes filled with hope. Only hunters dare to go into the deep mountains, and now there were hardly any hunters in Baishan County. Especially experienced ones like Brother Chen were few and far between. Seeing her pitiful look, Chen Xi found it hard to refuse. Anyway, he needed to build a base in the deep mountains, and if he encountered snow, Ganoderma, he could help her out. He knew this herb. It was used for nourishment, but he hadn't heard it could cure anything. He asked suspiciously, "What illness does your aunt have?" Mentioning her aunt's illness, Zhuo Qianqian's expression visibly dimmed. After being kicked out of the Zhuo family, her aunt had been the one supporting her. Without her aunt, she would probably be starving. The doctor said it's asthma. My aunt has been very sick lately, having an attack every other day. Otherwise, how would he have the nerve to come ask Brother Chen? Asthma. When she mentioned this illness, Chen Xi became even more suspicious. Ganoderma could indeed assist in treating asthma with other medications, but taking it alone wouldn't have much effect. Which quack doctor prescribed that? Is it that Zhao doctor again? Chen Xi rubbed his forehead. It was this guy again. Last time, the rabid dog disease was diagnosed as a cold. So it made sense he would say, "Snow Ganoderma treats asthma." Was the medical level of doctors in this era really this low? What Chen Xi didn't know was that the medical level of this era was indeed like this, and Dr. Zhao was already considered a good doctor. With his poor medical skills, most people couldn't even afford to ask him. Calculating the days, he should be going into the city tomorrow to check on the county magistrate's wife, so he might as well check on her aunt too. If it really is asthma, I could treat it. Tomorrow I'll go to the county to check on the county magistrate's wife. I'll just stop by to check on your aunt. "Oh, Brother Chen, you're too kind. Thank you on behalf of my aunt. Tomorrow, wait for me at the shop." "All right. Thank you, Brother Chen." Zhuo Qianqian was very pleased. She knew Chen Xi's abilities. If he could cure such a serious illness of the county magistrate's wife, her aunt should be fine too. Helping Xiao Wu load the bear into the cart. It was covered with thick, dry grass to prevent it from being seen. Wealth should not be flaunted to avoid being discovered by bandits. After sending the two off, Chen Xi returned to the house to find Ning Ning was cleaning the house. The spotless floor had been swept multiple times. The broom was even a bit shorter. Whatever, she has something to do. At least she can feel more at ease. Going to the backyard, he saw Ning Luan digging clay with a shovel. The hole in front of him was bigger than those of the other male workers. Goodness, not only could he eat, but he was also capable. At the moment when Chen Xi was feeling emotional, he was unaware that the largest bandit stronghold in Baishan County, Eagle Beak Mountain, was plotting a conspiracy against him. Chapter 48. The Eagle Beak Mountain Bandit Den Eagle Beak Mountain. Bandit Den. The big boss said, "This time down the mountain, you brought back a few women. Brothers, can we?" A short, monkey-faced bandit reported flattering. "Humph, go have fun with the brothers. But be careful not to die under a woman's belly. By the way, does the third boss know about this?" "Don't worry, big boss. The third boss has been practicing martial arts in the back mountain since morning, completely unaware." "That's good. By the way, big boss, Zhang Baochuan's woman has come up the mountain and says she wants to see you. She's waiting outside." Upon hearing about Zhang Baochuan's woman, the big boss's eyes lit up. He had seen her before, and she was quite beautiful with delicate skin. "Bring her in." Soon, Su Meinyang swayed into the hall, and at the head of the room sat a burly man with a full beard on a large chair covered with wolf fur. The burly man was Feng Yuanqing, the big boss of the Eagle Beak Mountain Bandit Denver. "Oh, isn't this the big boss?" Su Meinyang blinked her beautiful eyes, her voice sweet and alluring. "Haha, Zhang's woman. What brings you to me?" He had seen this woman. Her figure was proud, and her seductive eyes were much better than the few women he had taken. "Oh, look at what the big boss says. Can I come to find you for no reason?" As she spoke, Su Meinyang walked gracefully over and sat directly on Feng Yuanqing's lap. her fingertips gliding over his chest. "It's been a long time. Have you missed me?" Feng Yuanqing glanced up and down at her, chuckling. "Do you serve your man like this usually?" Mentioning Zhang Baoquan made Su Meinyang's expression change. That useless man had no ability at all, and if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have looked at that worthless thing. Oomph. He doesn't deserve to compare with the big boss. In my heart, the big boss is 1,000 times better than that waste. Su Meinyang leaned her face against Feng Yuanqing's chest, curling up in his arms. This was the man she liked. The bandit den was spacious and much better than her home. Following him not only meant food, but also limitless prospects. If she served him well, she might even have a chance to sit in the position of the main wife. Feng Yuanqing held the beauty in his arms, feeling quite pleased. This woman not only had a great figure, but should also be quite skilled in the bedroom. He chuckled. "Let us talk about something serious. Do you think Zhang Baoquan would let you come to me for no reason?" When it came to serious matters, Su Meinyang left Feng Yuanqing's lap. Standing to the side with a pout, "I willingly follow the big boss, willingly submit to the big boss." All right, it must be for a reason. Go ahead." Su Meinyang snorted lightly and recounted what Zhang Baoquan had told her. Zhang Baoquan said a hunter from their village struck it rich recently, earning a full 100 taels of silver. "Oh, 100 taels of silver. Is that true?" Feng Yuanqing's eyes brightened. 100 taels of silver could significantly enhance the bandit's strength. Where did that kid get the money? Oomph, how could I dare to deceive the big boss? There's more than just 100 taels of silver. That kid has 3 beautiful wives at home. Selling them to a brothel could also fetch some silver. Feng Yuanqing became interested. Why hadn't he heard that such a person had emerged from Wowo village recently? It seemed he needed to send out more scouts in the future. Luckily, this woman had brought the news. Otherwise, he would have missed the opportunity to get rich. What else did Zhang Baoquan say? He also said that after the matter is done, he wants to split the profits with the big boss 50-50. Haha. Feng Yuanqing laughed. He didn't even need to investigate who the hell he was dealing with. 50-50? Do you think I would agree to that? How could I dare to guess the big boss's thoughts? Let me be clear. Considering he passed on the information, I'll reward him with 10 taels of silver. And the rest is off the table. Feng Yuanqing was straightforward. He didn't take a small village chief like Zhang Baoquan seriously. Oh, the big boss is really generous. Just giving away 10 taels of silver like that? Su Meinyang raised her eyebrows, pouting slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with Feng Yuanqing. After all, that was 10 taels of silver. Why should that useless man get it? Feng Yuanqing was a bit taken aback. Zhang Baoquan was her man, so why wasn't she thinking about her family? What did you say? Su Meinyang rolled her eyes at him. Why is the big boss so stubborn? After the job is done, just kill him. Why waste 10 taels of silver for nothing? Su Meinyang didn't want to leave the bandit den. It was 1,000 times better than Wowo village. As long as she served the big boss well, she wouldn't have to worry about food or clothing. It was much better than sticking with that useless man. The big boss was strong, and his stamina was much better than that useless man. Having just tasted the sweetness, how could Su Meinyang miss this great opportunity? Not doing it would be a waste. She lightly decided her man's fate. What will you do if your man dies? Feng Yuanqing was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this woman to be so ruthless. Su Meinyang crossed her arms in front of her chest, twisting her body slightly, gently humming again, her warm breath sweeping over his face. I'm already the big boss's person. Where else could I go? As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Yuanqing felt a slight stir in his heart. This teasing woman, just wait and see how I deal with you later. He pulled Su Meinyang back to the room. Thinking that he didn't punish her, she really wouldn't know the consequences of provoking him. Feng Yuanqing was very confident in his own strength. Su Meinyang was thrilled that he had accepted her. These days had been torturous. That useless man never let her have a good time. Fortunately, she ran into the big boss. Otherwise, what was the point of living? Just when the two were about to go back to the room for a showdown, the short, monkey-faced bandit came running over. Seeing Feng Yuanqing holding Su Meinyang and heading to do something, he hurriedly said, "Big boss, wait. The third boss is here." Chapter 49. The Bandit Lair and the Living Father. Yi Hongying, as soon as Feng Yuanqing heard that the third master had arrived, he cursed inwardly. Why is that woman here? Just when things were getting interesting, she's such a buzzkill. The big master has things to discuss, so why not take it easy? I prepare to serve everyone well. Su Meinyang felt a bit resentful, thinking, it's just a third master. Can she really be more important than the big master? Why not put things off for a while? I'm about to burst. I need to let off some steam. You little vixen, hold on a bit. When you see the third master later, don't say anything reckless. Feng Yuanqing was burning with anger, but dared not show it. Being the big master was truly frustrating. In the bandit lair, the big master's word was law. Whatever he said goes, whoever he wanted he could have. But here he was, having to watch that woman's face everywhere. He wanted to just hand the lair over to her and lead his brothers to start anew elsewhere, tired of this nonsense. Unfortunately, he couldn't voice his thoughts and could only stew in silence. He sighed after setting down Su Meinyang and turned to the sharp-faced bandit, asking, where's the third master? The sharp-faced bandit was just about to say she would be here soon when he heard a series of footsteps behind him. He turned to see a woman in a red outfit, holding a red tassel spear, striding toward them. Yi Hongying was dressed in vibrant red, tall, and striking. Her features exuded both heroism and the delicate beauty of a woman from Jiangnan. Arched brows, phoenix eyes, pearly teeth, and red lips with a high ponytail. Standing there, she naturally commanded an imposing presence. If she were in armor, she would look just like a female general. Catch! Ye Hongying Suung Haritsipir, sending it flying toward the sharp-faced bandit. Bang! The sharp-faced bandit caught the spear with both hands, nearly stumbling from the impact. The third master had gotten stronger. He had been catching spears for her, and each time, her strength seemed to increase. This time, his palms tingled from the shock. Third master, your skills have improved, huh? Hee, that's great, really great. The sharp-faced bandit trembled as he flattered her, then retreated to the side, propping the spear up and waiting. He and T even had his fun with the woman they just captured before being called by the third master. He felt wronged, but didn't T dare express it. Who in the bandit lair hadn't T felt her wrath? He wanted to live a bit longer, so he couldn't T provoke her. Ah, the third master is here. Please sit, please sit. Feng Yuanqing forced a smile, personally moving a chair for Yi Hongying and even wiping it with his sleeve to show it was clean. Please, sit down quickly. If you keep standing, I feel a bit uneasy. Yi Hongying glanced at Su Meinyang beside Feng Yuanqing and slowly sat down. I've come at a bad time, interrupting the big master's good plans. Third master, you're too kind. I'm just fine. If you have something to discuss, please go ahead. Feng Yuanqing turned around and pointed at the sharp-faced bandit. What are you doing just standing there? Don't you know to bring tea for the third master? Hey, got it, big master. The sharp-faced bandit quickly rushed to pour tea. Realizing how well the big master spoke, he couldn't see the nuances, or else how would anyone else be the big master? He needed to learn from him in the future. After pouring half a cup of hot tea, he returned to his spot. Yi Hongying glanced at the tea, nodded slightly, but didn't tea drink. Is this the new product the big master captured? Third master has a good eye. It's from a wealthy family in the western county. You should try it first. Feng Yuanqing was speaking the truth. Ordinary folks couldn't afford tea nowadays. Only the landlords and wealthy merchants could. Yi Hongying picked up the teacup and took a sip. Not bad. It was this year's new tea, though the flavor was a bit lacking. But in this poor remote area, it was considered top quality. Don't rob from the poor commoners. Feel free to take from the landlords and the government. Ah, yes, third master is right. I wouldn't dare touch the poor commoners. Feng Yuanqing nodded quickly, thinking, please just get to the point. I'm waiting to go back and enjoy myself. After taking a sip of tea, Yi Hongying said, I've been feeling a bit restless, stuck up in the mountains all day. I want to go down the mountain for a walk. Feng Yuanqing's eyes lit up at these words. This woman was always in the lair, making it inconvenient for him to do anything. He wished she would go down the mountain and not come back. He quickly pulled out a few pieces of silver from his pocket and placed them on the table, sincerely saying, Third master, buy whatever you like. If the silver isn't enough, I'll go get more. Yi Hongying didn't even glance at the silver on the table. She stood up and walked away without saying a word. She considered herself like an eagle, having seen vast skies and oceans. How could she be interested in these rabbit-like bandits, darting from one hole to another, spending a lifetime in the dirt? They had never even seen the sky. Seeing Yi Hongying about to leave, Feng Yuanqing's mind raced. Since she wanted to go down the mountain, he could take the opportunity to help the second master resolve the issues in Wowo village. He quickly called out, Third master, wait a moment. Something wrong? Yi Hongying frowned slightly, turning to look coldly at Feng Yuanqing. I got some news. There is a hunter in Wowo village colluding with the government, and they rewarded him with 100 taels of silver. I suspect he is helping the government with some shady dealings. Otherwise, why would they give him so much money? Yi Hongying raised her eyebrows, understanding what Feng Yuanqing implied. A mere hunter can't be dealt with? What kind of big master are you? She had no interest. A hunter wasn't worth her time. It was boring. Well, third master, you know that we sent out all our people, and the second master. The second master was, Feng Yuanqing struggled to continue. On her first day in the mountain, Yi Hongying had beaten all the bandits who tried to stop her. Each one faced her alone, and she defeated them all. The strongest and most hot-tempered among the bandits was the second master, who certainly wouldn't allow a woman to come and provoke him. In just a couple of rounds, he was also taken down. Perhaps she did it to establish her authority by breaking the second master's leg. She had defeated everyone in the bandit lair. No one was a match for her. When asked why she came here, she simply said she wanted to enjoy the scenery and stay for a while to relax. Hearing that, it sounded like a blatant rogue. This was a bandit lair, a den of cutthroats who would eat people without spitting out the bones. It wasn't a tranquil mountain retreat. Could she just come and relax? Couldn't she be a bit more reasonable? But they couldn't defeat her, and couldn't report her to the authorities. Who would report a bandit being bullied? There was nowhere to voice their grievances. In the end, they could only arrange for her to have the best room in the lair, serving her lavish meals every day. She even established a rule for the bandit lair. No bullying the poor commoners, only robbing landlords and the government. Feng Yuanqing thought about just handing over the position of big master to her. The landlords had guards and government protection, and who would dare to rob them? But Yi Hongying had stated she had no interest in the position of big master. From now on, she would be the third master. She wouldn't take care of any matters, just eat well and practice martial arts on the back mountain, then come back to eat again and practice after that. A perfect cycle. At this rate, the bandit lair would be left destitute in a month, and Feng Yuanqing was left feeling angry but unable to voice it. The proud big master of the Eagle Beak Mountain Bandit Lair, feeling as oppressed as a bullied little wife. He had secretly arranged for people to inquire about where this living father came from, but without exception, anyone who asked ended up getting beaten, and over time, no one dared to ask anymore. It was as if this living father had come for a leisurely retreat. Well, if that was the case, they would just serve her. After all, the bandit lair was filled with a bunch of devoted sons, and they were most skilled at serving others. When Yi Hongying heard Feng Yuanqing mention the second-in-command, she felt a little embarrassed, not expecting him to be so easy to deal with, and she lost her composure. Is the second-in-command's injury better? Much better, much better. Just that movement is still not very convenient. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to trouble the third-in-command. Feng Yuanqing wore a flattering smile. Secretly plotting to take a few people to rob that hunter, the third-in-command wouldn't need to take action, just needed to maintain order at a crucial moment. All right, tell the second-in-command to wait for me at the village gate. Sure, please. After sending Yi Hongying off, Feng Yuanqing felt very pleased, picked up Su Meinyang, and returned to the house. Hey, I'll show you a special skill later. The chief is really bad. I like it so much. Ha. Chapter 50. Yi Hongying comes down the mountain. Yi Hongying returned to her residence and let out a tall, jet-black warhorse from a stable specially built for her. The horse stood about 2 meters tall, with strong limbs and a mane that stood upright. It was clear at first glance that this was no ordinary warhorse. It was impressively majestic. Let us go, He Jiao. Gently stroking He Jiao's head, Yi Hongying smiled happily. No one had seen her smile in the month she had been in the bandit camp. He Jiao affectionately leaned its head against Yi Hongying, appearing very docile. After patting He Jiao's head, she mounted the horse. I'm going to the city to buy you some carrots. It seemed that He Jiao understood its owner's words. Snorting and leisurely trotting towards the camp gate with Yi Hongying. At the camp gate, the second-in-command, Wu Liang, along with 10 small bandits. I've been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Yi Hongying, he immediately approached to greet her. Though his leg was still in a splint from when she had kicked him, he limped forward awkwardly, saying, Third-in-command, you're here. Come, let me lead your horse. Wu Liang tried to grab the reins, but Yi Hongying shot him a glare filled with killing intent, making him hesitate to approach. Feeling awkward, he waved his hand. I'll lead the way. I'll lead the way. A small bandit helped Wu Liang onto a donkey, opened the camp gate, and led Yi Hongying out of the camp. Third in command, this donkey is slow, so please ride slowly. We'll reach Wowo village before dark tomorrow, and after completing this job, we'll leave immediately. With Zhang Baoquan as our inside man, dealing with a small hunter and bringing 10 bandits is more than enough. With your terrifying combat strength here, I'm not worried at all. Yi Hongying was not in a hurry. It was a good opportunity to get some fresh air. She glanced back at Wu Liang, who was riding a donkey with a splint on his leg, while the 10 small bandits follow behind, carrying a variety of weapons and jogging along. She slowed her pace, enjoying the scenic snowy landscape along the way, feeling quite relaxed. In Wowo village, Chen Xi noticed that Ning Luan was working so hard that he worried his wound would burst open, so he quickly called him over. Big brother, let me take a look at your injury. Ning Luan took off his outer garment to reveal the wound, which had only been stitched up last night, but was already healing well. Although it was healing nicely, he shouldn't engage in vigorous activity, or else the wound could reopen. Stop working. I want to show you something. Big brother, don't worry about me. Just my physique alone is worth 10 of them. Ning Luan turned his head to indicate that the 10 male workers in the distance couldn't compare to him. Chen Xi rolled his eyes at him. Do you think I'm worried about you? Do you think I'm raising you for nothing? I'm just worried about your wound reopening. Otherwise, I have to sew you up again. Stop talking nonsense. Follow me. All right, big brother. Finding a quiet place. Chen Xi took out the box that old Guan had given him. Were you also a hunter before? When Ning Luan heard Chen Xi ask this, he scratched his head. I'm not a registered hunter. I often snuck out to hunt when I was at home. I don't talk about hunting outside, otherwise. I have to marry 3 wives and pay the head tax. Chen Xi smiled at him. You're quite clever. He opened the box, revealing a large bow inside. Look at this. The moment the box opened, Ning Luan's eyes brightened as if he'd seen a treasure possession, unable to resist reaching out to touch it. Big brother, this bow is really nice. It's even better than the bows used by elite archers in the army. He admired the bow's body and string, nearly drooling with envy. Seeing Ning Luan's expression as if he had found treasure, Chen Xi generously said, If you like it, I'll give it to you. Ning Luan was stunned for a moment. Big brother, you want to give me this bow? This is too precious. His life had been saved by his big brother, and now he was giving him such a good thing. He felt he could only repay him with his life from now on. Without thinking, Ning Luan immediately replied, Thank you. Big brother. Chen Xi was taken aback. You're not being polite at all? So straightforward. He had no idea that Ning Luan was just that kind of person. If you treated him well, he would give you his life. He returned kindness immediately and repaid enmity on the spot. He was all about swift justice. Otherwise, how could a soldier dare to hit a sergeant? Ning Luan put on the protective finger guards and picked up the large bow, ready to draw it, but was stopped by Chen Xi. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Don't you know about your shoulder injury? How can you be so reckless? Chen Xi was genuinely a bit angry. This was a 3-stone bow, and if the wound reopened, it would be painful for him. It's fine, big brother. It's just a 3-stone bow. I'm afraid I'll break it if I pull too hard. Chen Xi was speechless. How had he not noticed that this kid could boast so much? Break a 3-stone bow? He himself couldn't even do that. All right. Once your injury is healed, you can draw it as much as you want. By the way, keep the bow with me for now. You can take it when you're healed. Chen Xi was genuinely worried that he would sneak home and try to draw the bow, reopening his wound and needing to sew him up again. Don't you have to pay for the medicine or the sewing supplies? Chen Xi scolded him, but while thinking of how Ning Luan and his sister were well fed, he took out a handful of money from his pocket and stuffed it into Ning Luan's hand. Go back and buy your mother a warm coat. You and your sister should do the same. It's too cold to wear such thin clothes. Also, with the remaining money, buy more food to send home. I'll take care of your mother and sister from now on. As long as I have something to eat, they will have something to eat. Chen Xi spoke from the heart. He was not a saint, but Ning Luan's family had a significant impact on him. Kindness, simplicity, and gratitude were all ingrained in their bones. It was a stroke of luck to meet them, and in times of chaos and famine. He couldn't care for the common people, but he wanted the people around him to live well. Ning Luan held the money in his hand, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. He wanted to kneel, but was pulled up by Chen Xi. Don't kneel at every turn. Remember this. Kneel to heaven. Kneel to the earth. Kneel to your parents. No one else is qualified, including that one in the temple. What kind of good king would force the common people into such a state? Ning Wan didn't understand who Chen Xi was referring to with that one in the temple, but he believed what his big brother said was right. All right, Ning Wan, 1T be pretentious. From now on, my life belongs to my big brother. Ning Wan was determined to follow Chen Xi, saying he would do as he promised, sharing life and death together. All right, go back and get supplies for your sister. Report to me here tomorrow morning. Okay, big brother. Chen Xi wanted to assign the brickmaking work to Ning Wan. He had many things to do and couldn't stay home all day. The fierce beasts in the deep mountains needed to be driven away, and he had to figure out how to bring back some salt from the salt mine. Take it slow. Life will get better day by day. After sending off Ning Wan and his sister, Chen Xi paid the wages to 20 villagers that evening. The villagers thanked him profusely, nearly kneeling to him, and promised to come for work on time the next day. His wife had not yet recovered, so it seemed they couldn't engage in any activities tonight. No, I need to hurry to build the houses. Eventually, each wife should have their own room. Sharing a big bed is not practical for now. Once feelings develop to a certain point, everything will naturally fall into place. By then, Chen Xi secretly fantasized about a better life in the future. How joyful would such a life be? He would trade it for being an emperor. A night passed without a word, and the next morning, as dawn broke, Ning Luan returned with his sister again. Is Big Brother home? Ning Luan. Chapter 51. Qin Yao is skilled. That unique voice was so recognizable. There was no need to ask. It was Ning Luan who had come. When Chen Xi got up, Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong had already prepared breakfast. The fragrant rice porridge was ready, and Qin Yao had thoughtfully fried several poached eggs for everyone. Husband, breakfast is ready, Qin Yao said eagerly, bringing the food to her husband, her face even sporting a sweet smile like Bai Rongrong's. She truly felt helpless. Bai Rongrong spent all day flattering the matriarch, making her sense of crisis grow day by day. There was nothing she could do. Bai Rongrong was just too good at pleasing others, sweet-tongued and skilled, always circling around the matriarch. How could her own introverted and shy nature compete with that clever little girl? The family had a small Kong bed, and everyone slept together, making it impossible to improve her relationship with her husband. She could only try to win him over by getting up early to cook. Otherwise, she really couldn't stay in this house. The matriarch was her husband's favorite, and Bai Rongrong was so skilled at pleasing him. Besides her beauty, she felt she had nothing else to offer. Heaven, please give her little Yao Yao a way out. Oh, Yao Yao's skills are quite good. The rice porridge was a success. The broth was clear and looked very fragrant. Chen Xi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that a pampered young lady could have such skills. Hearing her husband praise her, Qin Yao smiled even sweeter. This was a skill she had secretly learned from the matriarch, and she hadn't expected to succeed on her first attempt, making her very happy. As she scanned the kitchen, she noticed Bai Rongrong was busy fiddling with something. Without thinking much, she said, I'll go pick someone up and be back to eat. All right, husband, you take care of your business first. Qin Yao felt very good. Her husband had only seen the porridge, and she hadn't even brought out the fried eggs yet. He would surely praise her again at mealtime. Chen Xi stepped out of the house and into the yard, and from a distance, he saw Ning Luan and his sister in new clothes. Opening the yard door and taking a closer look at the refreshed siblings, he nodded slightly. Now that's more like it. You have to dress warmly to protect your health. He pinched the fabric of their new jackets, which were quite thick, and continued. Did you buy new clothes and food for me? Yes, big brother. I hired a cart to bring it back. The food and bedding are all prepared. Mother was very touched and asked me to thank you, Ning Ning said softly, looking down. She said she is getting old and can't help much, so she asked me to help you with the work and not take any wages. Ning Ning, standing beside her, felt guilty. The family had no servants, and she couldn't help much either. She had spent all day cleaning the house yesterday and had even shortened some of the brooms in her brother's house. She felt very guilty. The sisters-in-law wouldn't let her do the women's work in the backyard, and she couldn't help her brother dig clay like her brother did. She felt like a burden, but her mother urged her to come, so she had to. Seeing the cute look on the little girl's face, Chen Xi smiled indulgently. Ning Ning is very good. You'll have work later, and if you perform well, there will be rewards. Ning Ning's eyes lit up at this. That's great. Big brother, I can finally help you. Yes, Ning Ning will work hard to repay Big brother, she said earnestly. Ning Wan, seeing that Chen Xi didn't reject his sister, felt very happy and scratched his head while grinning foolishly. All right, come with me to eat. Without further ado, he led Ning Wan into the house. At this point, Qin Yao had already prepared the meals, with each person getting a bowl of rice porridge and a large plate of fried eggs in the center. Hello, second sister-in-law. Hello, second sister-in-law. The siblings, sweet-tongued, greeted Qin Yao as soon as they entered. Good, good, good. Sit down quickly. I'll serve you the porridge, Qin Yao said. I'll help second sister-in-law, Ning Ning said, showing her keen eye and immediately helping Qin Yao serve the porridge. Chen Xi felt very comfortable seeing everyone getting along so well. This was what a family should be like. Having lived 2 lives, this warm feeling captivated him. With him around, life would get better. After Fan Yin had finished washing up and came out, everyone greeted the matriarch one by one. Everyone knew that Fan Yin was Chen Xi's favorite, and her status in the family was unshakable. Fan Yin felt helpless as well, ever since Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong came into the house. Her husband had forbidden her from working, saying that as the matriarch, she shouldn't tire herself. This left her with nothing to do all day, but fortunately, there were many family members who kept her company to chat and alleviate her boredom. With 3 meals a day and no worries about food, this life was something she had never dared to imagine before. The good life now was all thanks to her husband, and she looked at Chen Xi with increasingly dreamy eyes. Once she felt better, she would definitely serve her husband well. Last time he hadn't been satisfied, so next time she must perform well. She aimed to give her husband a chubby baby as soon as possible. Bai Rongrong was busy in the kitchen and brought out a plate of wild vegetables, which she had bought from the villagers. After being seasoned with her fragrant oil and sprinkled with some fine salt, they were very delicious. Seeing that everyone was gathered, Chen Xi waved his hand grandly. Let us eat. He took a sip of the rice porridge and nodded repeatedly. It was really good, very fragrant and sweet. Yao Yao's skills are really good. Husband is going to the city today. There will be rewards when he comes back. Thank you, husband. Qin Yao was extremely happy, finally receiving her husband's recognition. She had not fallen behind by Rongrong. Little girl, I've already mastered the key. As long as I hold my husband's stomach, my position in the family will be secure. At least she wouldn't fall too far behind by Rongrong. Yes, that's how it is. Seeing the fried eggs in the plate, glistening with oil, she couldn't help but dig in, picking up a fried egg and taking a bite. Crunch, crunch. Chen Xi's expression changed for a moment before returning to normal. He chewed a few times, and the crunching sound was incessant like chewing on crispy rice. Not bad. A bit of black ash fell from the corner of his mouth. Unsurprisingly, the bottoms of the fried eggs were burnt, suppressing the bitter taste. He swallowed with difficulty, discreetly licking his lips and moving the plate in front of Ning Wan. Sorry, ladies, my brother loves eggs, so he can have all of these. You can eat the wild vegetables made by Rongrong. The girls were confused, but since the husband had spoken, they could only comply. Originally, they wanted to taste Qin Yao's cooking, but it seemed that wouldn't happen. Qin Yao was even more puzzled. Her husband had clearly praised her cooking. So why did he suddenly give everything to Ning Wan? But she didn't dare to say anything and lowered her head, sipping her porridge quietly. Ning Wan was so touched that he almost cried. Big brother was really on his side. Eat, big brother, drink, big brother, he thought, feeling very grateful to his big brother. All right, big brother. After dining with his brother yesterday, Ning Wan was no longer shy. He treated his brother's place as his own home. He picked up a fried egg and stuffed it all into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. His dark face became slightly flushed, and his eyes widened as he caught the menacing gaze of Chen Xi from the corner of his eye. He didn't dare to spit it out. Yes, Ning Wan was intimidated. He had to eat the second sister-in-law's fried egg, even if it brought him to tears. After swallowing hard, he gave Qin Yao a thumbs up. Second sister-in-law, your skills are great. I've never eaten such delicious fried eggs in my life. If it's good, then eat it all. Don't save any for everyone. Second sister-in-law, just watch me eat. Qin Yao was overjoyed. Not only did her husband love the eggs she made, But this little brother with white hair also loved them. Putting down her bowl, she looked at Ning Wan with anticipation. Hurry up and eat. If it's not enough, there are more. Second sister-in-law has skills. Chen Xi nearly spat out his porridge when he heard Qin Yao wanting to watch him finish. Sorry, brother. My second wife is shy and can't stand bad words. I've inconvenienced you. Ning Wan felt bitter in his mouth and even more bitter in his heart. Since it was like this, what else could he say? Second sister-in-law wants me to eat, then I will eat. In less than 2 minutes, he finished an entire plate of eggs. The last bite was really hard to swallow. I stood up and cupped my hands towards Chen Xi. Big brother, I am full. I'm going to dig clay hick. Ning Wan was lost in despair. And before he could swallow the fried egg in his mouth, he had to run. With every word he spoke, a puff of black ash was sprayed out. Chapter 52, Goodbye. Madam, after the family finished their meal, the villagers arrived on time to work. Chen Xi handed over the workers to Ning Wan, repeatedly reminding him not to exert himself, worried that he might reopen his wound. He also arranged for Ning Ning to help Qin Yao steam buns and stew dishes for the workers at noon, specifically instructing her to cook a few more fish. Then he called Qin Yao and Bai Rong to his side. Since Ning Ning was still young and somewhat shy, he asked the two of them to teach her to read and do needlework during their free time. Qin Yao and Bai Rong already liked the well-behaved and sensible Ning Ning, treating her like a younger sister. So they were naturally very willing to comply with their husband's arrangements. He handed a string of coins to Qin Yao, stating that she would be responsible for paying the workers' wages from now on, which moved her to the point of tears. The meal they prepared today was a great success, and now her husband entrusted her with such an important task, which was a tremendous recognition for her. After preparing the horse-drawn carriage, he kissed Fan Yin on the forehead and waved goodbye. This time, there were many matters to attend to in the city. The county magistrate's wife's illness needed a follow-up examination. He had to collect the money for the sale of the black bear from Shan Baotang, and he also needed to help Zhuo Qianqian's aunt with her illness. Sigh. It was another busy day. He was the support for his family, the villagers, and his brothers. Unknowingly, he had adapted to this era. Although it lacked the splendor of the later generations, it was filled with the concern of family, making life simple yet warm. Fan Yin saw Chen Xi off to the courtyard and refused to return indoors until the shadow of the carriage disappeared at the village entrance. Looking back, she noticed that Qin Yao and Bai Rong were also reluctant to go back inside. The two women watched their husband leave, their worries as evident as hers. At first, they did not understand why the madam stood outside the yard to see him off until his figure disappeared from sight. After spending several days together, they seemed to have understood the madam's feelings. Their husband was a good man, the pillar of the family. As long as he was there, the sky would never fall. Unknowingly, the dawn had broken in their hearts, no longer shrouded in gray. Chen Xi had planted a seed in their hearts, and they believed that this seed would soon bloom into a beautiful flower. On the day the flower bloomed, they would let him pick it. Madam, it's getting chilly. Let's go back inside. Your husband will return safely. Bai Rong draped a coat over Fan Yin, worried that she might catch a cold. Yes, thank you, Rong. She turned to take one last look at the village entrance where her husband had disappeared, and the three women smiled sweetly at the same time. Baishan County. Chen Xi drove the carriage into the city early. The first stop was the county government. Outside the county office, a group of yamen runners had been waiting, and upon seeing Chen Xi approaching with the carriage, they rushed forward to take the horse, opening the gate wide to welcome him in with great enthusiasm. The county magistrate had learned that his wife's illness had been cured by Chen Xi and that he would be coming for a follow-up checkup. So he had arranged for the yamen runners to wait outside. If it weren't for the busy official duties, the county magistrate would have wanted to go out himself to wait for him. Curing his wife's illness made Chen Xi his benefactor. Rewards were to be given, and they were substantial. As soon as Chen Xi entered, a yamen runner ran to inform the magistrate. Soon, Chen Xi arrived at the inner courtyard. Kui, not needing to report, led Chen Xi inside. Dr. Chen, you're here. The madam has been feeling much better these past few days, all thanks to you. Chen Xi interrupted Chui. Let us change how you address me. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Chen. Ever since he heard that Dr. Zhao planned to use snow Ganoderma to treat asthma, Chen Xi felt nauseated by the title of doctor. If he called himself Dr. Chen while referring to Zhao as Dr. Zhao, Wouldn't he that make them of the same ilk? Ugh. He definitely didn't want to be embarrassed like Dr. Zhao. The term doctor was originally a compliment, but to him, it had turned into an insult, thanks to Zhao's example. All right, I'll call you Brother Chen from now on. Chui was very happy. This change in address brought them closer together. Brother Chen is so handsome, skilled as a hunter, and his medical skills are so excellent. He is simply the best choice for a husband. Unfortunately, as a maid, she felt unworthy of Brother Chen. Otherwise, she would have sought to become his concubine. Chui's small face blushed, unable to hide her youthful thoughts. The madam had been watering flowers inside, and upon learning of Chen Xi's arrival, she quickly lay back down in bed. She was nervous about having her wound examined again by that little guy. The madam felt quite anxious, blushing even before he arrived. Madam, Brother Chen has come to check on you. Come in. The madam feigned calmness, hiding her body under the covers as she prepared for him to see her exposed thighs. When Chen Xi reached the bedside, he wanted to examine the madam's complexion and tongue coating. However, he saw her curled up tightly under the blanket, making it impossible to see her face. Chen Xi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking she was quite shy, almost like a young girl. Madam, I'm here to check your wound. Chen Xi held her ankle, and her delicate toes immediately curled up, trembling nervously. The more she reacted this way, the more Chen Xi felt mischievous. Last time, the lady was captured because of the good work of his subordinates. Fortunately, he arrived in time where the consequences would have been unimaginable. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Are you shy? Let us see if I can tease you. He held her ankle with one hand and abruptly pulled up the silk pajama pants with the other. A large expanse of spring scenery was exposed. Chen Xi's mouth twitched. He had intended to tease her by exposing her thighs, but he hadn't expected to pull the pants up so high. The silk pajama pants were quite loose and had been pulled all the way to the top of her thighs, with a few threads faintly visible. Ahem, the wound is healing well. We'll check it again in a few days, and if there are no issues, you'll be fully recovered. The madam, caught off guard by Chen Xi's action, felt the cold air on her thighs and realized he had pulled her pants up so high. Her whole body trembled violently, with her 5 toes curling tightly together, unable to move. Fortunately, Chen Xi quickly finished examining the wound and pulled her pants back down. Otherwise, she would have been too embarrassed to face anyone. Feeling a mix of annoyance and shame, she still had to let him have his way. Was he doing this on purpose? But then she thought it unlikely. Chen Xi had 3 beautiful wives at home. She was already past her prime. Wouldn't he intentionally take advantage of her, right? Perhaps he just forgot where the wound was, which was why he pulled her pants up so high. After all, the madam was somewhat older, and she thought it through. Soon, she attributed the incident to Chen Xi's carelessness. Thank you, Brother Chen. Chen Xi felt nervous. He had to leave quickly. Having teased the county magistrate's wife, if the magistrate found out, he might get executed. He hurriedly bid farewell to the madam and Chui, just as he was about to slip away when a loud laugh echoed from outside. Where's Brother Chen? I want to meet him. The voice was powerful, ringing painfully in his ears. The door swung open, and a bright light flooded the room, followed by a large man stepping inside. Chen Xi squinted against the brightness, shifting positions to see the newcomer clearly. The man was in his 40s, dressed in official attire, with a square face and no hair on his head, holding in his hand. The sunlight shining on his bald head illuminated the entire room. It was Niu Ben, the county magistrate of Baishan County. Niu Ben stepped forward and shook Chen Xi's hand, grinning widely. Brother Chen, you are my lifesaver. Thank you. He waved his hand behind him, and immediately a maid brought in a large tray. On the tray lay 10 large silver ingots, arranged neatly, larger than the ones the madam had previously rewarded him. 200 taels. Chapter 53. This time, I'm really striking it rich, Chen. She looked at Niu Ben, then at the large silver ingots on the tray. He gritted his teeth and decided not to slip away. If it comes to losing my head, so be it, but I want the silver. I cannot accept your kindness. This is what I should do. That won't do. You cured my wife's illness, so you are my benefactor. Chen, she wanted to be polite again, but he was pushed down onto a chair by Niu Ben. If you don't mind, since I'm a few years older than you, just call me Brother Niu. From now on, I'll be your Brother Niu. Niu Ben pointed to the bed where his wife lay. Madam, She is your sister-in-law. After hearing Niu Ben, Chen Xi's mouth twitched again. He was a man with a criminal record, and his former sister-in-law had already become his wife. Now there was another sister-in-law. He unconsciously glanced at the bed and suddenly remembered saying, "Nothing tastes better than dumplings. Nothing is more fun than wrapping dumplings." Yes, that is how it goes. All right. Since Brother Niu doesn't mind my humble beginnings, I'll take the liberty to call you Brother Niu. Ha ha. Little brother, just relax. This will be your home from now on. Take this silver and buy some food for the kids at home. He pushed the tray forward, looking at Chen Xi happily. Chen Xi was dumbfounded. Is Brother Niu really this generous? He had none of the scholarly air of the county magistrate. With his bald head, he could easily be mistaken for a bandit. Is the government this careless in selecting officials? Or are the officials in this great empire all so unkempt? His mind was filled with questions. Anyway, Brother Niu is generous, so I want to stand on ceremony. He is a solid support for me in the county salt trade. Since Brother Niu is so generous, I want to decline. Chen Xi was eager to leave and stuffed the large silver ingots into his arms. The ingots were too large. After stuffing 5 or 6 in, he couldn't fit in any more. Niu Ben laughed heartily, took the silver, and helped Chen Xi shove it into his arms, muttering, "Little brother, let me help you. I'll put in 5 at a time, and you'll walk straight." Chui beside them almost laughed out loud. The box of the silver was right there. Just take it all instead of struggling to stuff it into his clothes. Finally, he managed to stuff all the large silver ingots into his arms. Chen Xi moved a bit, and they clanked inside. His waist felt plump. Seeing that Chen Xi had packed the silver, Niu Ben laughed again. "Little brother, I'm happy you're here. I've prepared a banquet. Let's drink a bit today." Brother, I still have many things to handle today. Next time, I'll definitely drink with you." Chen Xi was beginning to suspect that there was indeed a place called Northeast in ancient times, as Brother Niu spoke in that manner. "Ah, little brother, you see, it's not easy for you to come once." Niu Ben looked disappointed. "You saved my wife's life. If you leave without drinking, wouldn't he that be neglecting you?" Chen Xi was sure that Brother Niu was from that place. Cough. Next time for sure, Brother Niu." Chen Xi was trying hard to adapt to Niu Ben's tone. It was easier to talk directly to him. "If you're in a hurry, then I'll see you off." Seeing Chen Xi insist repeatedly, Niu Ben had no choice but to relent. Chen Xi was delighted in his heart. As long as he was allowed to leave, it was fine. It wasn't that he didn't want to attend the banquet. He was afraid that, during the drinking, Madame would mention the incident of rolling up his thigh. Brother Niu was such a proud person. It would be disrespectful not to chop him up after saving him. After bidding farewell to Niu Ben, the next stop was Shanbao Hall. The carriage was parked at the county office, and he would come back to retrieve it after finishing his business. He instructed the Yamen runners to take good care of the horses, as he needed them to travel back. The Yamen runners wouldn't dare neglect Chen Xi. He was a favored person around the magistrate, and they patted their chests to guarantee they would take good care of the carriage. After everything was arranged, Chen Xi, with 10 large silver ingots in his arms, happily headed to Shanbao Hall. That huge bear, it should be worth at least 100 or 80 taels, right? With money, he could hire more workers, greatly speeding up the brick-making process. He needed to build a base in the deep mountains, and money was needed everywhere. Before long, he arrived at Shanbao Hall. Xiao was already waiting at the door and called Chen Xi in from distance. "Brother Chen, the shopkeeper is waiting for you inside. He has good news to tell you today." "Oh, what good news?" Chen Xi raised his eyebrows, curious. It was probably just about selling the bear. Just a few dozen taels. Now that he had money, his standards had naturally risen, giving him a sense of nouveau riche. Xiao Wu smiled mysteriously. "Once you see the shopkeeper, Brother Chen will know." Chen Xi was helpless. This kid was far worse than Brother Niu, always keeping things in suspense. Upon entering Shanbao Hall, instead of sitting on the first floor as last time, he was taken upstairs by Xiao Wu. All the young attendants in Shanbao Hall saw Xiao Wu bringing Chen Xi in and stopped attending to other customers. They stood in a line, watching him go upstairs, their expressions filled with admiration. "See? That bear yesterday was killed by Hunter Chen. The bear paw is that big." A young attendant gestured with his hands to show how large the paw was, quite proud of himself. "I heard that the big bear paw has long been reserved, with the nobility bidding higher and higher. Have you heard?" The shopkeeper from Rongyafang offered 40 taels to buy bear whip wine. That's 40 taels. I've never seen that much money in my life. Ha! That shopkeeper from Rongyafang has 7 or 8 concubines. If he doesn't drink some bear whip wine, he can't satisfy his wives. People are wealthy. Even if he takes in a dozen more concubines, he can afford it. Upon hearing several attendants discussing the bear paw being reserved for 40 taels, Chen Xi's mouth twitched. It seemed he had underestimated the value. This bear was definitely worth more than 100 or 80 taels. Unconsciously touching the large silver ingots at his waist, he smiled broadly. It seemed he was about to strike it rich again. Xiao Wu took Chen Xi to the second floor. The decor here was exquisite, with redwood flooring and shelves on the walls displaying various medicinal wines. Lao Guan sat at a huge tea table, having already prepared tea for Chen Xi, waiting for his arrival. Ha! Hunter Chen, you finally came? Lao Guan's eyes lit up upon seeing Chen Xi. He quickly approached, clapping Chen Xi's shoulder with both hands. Hunter Chen, quickly sit down and try my new tea. This time, he didn't hold back at all and proactively offered his treasured tea. Chen Xi was polite, sitting down and taking a big sip. The tea was clear and tasted quite good. It seemed Lao Guan had really put in some effort this time. Lao Guan, you're too generous. This tea isn't cheap, is it? Ha ha ha, it's nothing. Hunter Chen is a distinguished guest. How could I neglect you? After exchanging pleasantries, Lao Guan cleared his throat and finally got to the main topic. Hunter Chen, will you keep the bear gallbladder? Lao Guan not only knew he was a hunter, but also that he was a renowned healer. Chen Xi had cured the county magistrate's wife, and this matter had already spread in the county. Hence, he asked this question. Chen Xi raised his eyebrows. He had considered keeping the bear gallbladder because it had great medicinal value, and keeping it for himself wouldn't be a bad idea. But then he thought, since he was in urgent need of money now, if someone offered a few dozen taels, he might consider selling it. If Lao Guan intended to keep it for himself, he would just give it to him. After all, he had received a big bow from him yesterday. He understood the principle of reciprocity. Lao Guan, are you using the bear gallbladder for yourself? Ha! Hunter Chen, you misunderstood. This thing has caught the eye of a noble from the state government, and someone came to offer a price this morning. Since you weren't here, I didn't dare to make a decision on my own. Chen Xi didn't expect that this item would catch the eye of a noble from the provincial government. Since it was a noble from the provincial government, the price offered should be quite high, right? What price did the noble offer? Lao Guan chuckled and held up 5 fingers. When Chen Xi saw this, he immediately lost interest. 50 taels of silver wasn't impossible, but he didn't expect a noble from the provincial government to be so stingy. They should at least offer 70 taels for something like this. Fine, since it's a noble from the provincial government, he would sell it to him. 50 taels it is. He needed the money anyway, so he would give him a discount. All right, since Hunter Chen agreed, I will notify him to come pick it up in the afternoon, and it will be cash on delivery. 500 taels of silver, not a penny less. Chen Xi frowned, thinking he had misheard. You said 500? Yes, Hunter Chen. If you think that's too little, I can negotiate further for you. After hearing this clearly, Chen Xi's mind exploded. 500? He swallowed hard, his heart racing, while trying to maintain a calm expression on the surface. Fine, if it could be negotiated further, even better. This was no noble. This was clearly a fat sheep. 500 taels of silver could be negotiated. This time, he would really strike it rich. Chapter 54. Zwa Chanchians and all right. Chen Hunter, someone will come to discuss the price this afternoon. I'll have someone prepare some good dishes, and we can have lunch here. Chen Xi's mind was filled with the thought of 500 taels of silver. He had no mood for eating and could hardly wait to go back and recruit workers. By the way, he knew Lu Da from the pawn shop. It would be best to buy some laborers to build houses and mine salt in the deep mountains. He understood the rules of this era. Servants were treated as private property. Once the head tax was paid each year, one could kill them at will, and the authorities wouldn't interfere. With the reward from Brother Nyo and the money from selling the bear, buying a dozen laborers would be no problem. The most important thing was to ensure the laborers were obedient and kept their activities confined in the deep mountains, so the news of the salt mine wouldn't leak out. Thank you, Old Guan. I still have things to do here. I'll come back in the afternoon. He hadn't yet attended to the matter of helping Zwa Chanchian's aunt with her illness, and time was pressing. All right then, Since Chen Hunter has things to do, I want to keep you. Remember to come early in the afternoon to discuss the price. Okay, old Guan, you get busy. I'll take my leave. After sending Chen Xi off, old Guan sighed deeply. He had been shocked for a long time when Xiao Wu brought in that bear yesterday. He could hardly believe that Chen Xi had managed to hunt such a large bear. At this time, the bear had just entered hibernation and was very sensitive to its surroundings. An ambush was absolutely impossible. After examining the wounds, he was stunned again. All the arrows had struck the bear's head, and the wounds were very peculiar. Even with old Guan's extensive experience, he couldn't tell what kind of arrowheads were used. Ordinary arrowheads couldn't penetrate bear skin, yet Chen Hunter had done it. The news of the bear quickly spread to Shanbao Hall, and many noblemen's servants came to inquire about the price overnight. Bear paws and bear skins were driven up to sky-high prices. Watching Chen Xi leave, old Guan let out a long sigh. With the ability to hunt bears, what about the king of the mountains? Shaking his head, he sighed, the younger generation is formidable. It was likely that there were no such outstanding hunters in the entire Baishan County. Chen Xi left Shanbao Hall in a great mood and quickened his pace to Rongyafeng. Pushing open the door, Zhuo Qianqian was already dressed beautifully, waiting for him. When she saw Chen Xi, her eyes lit up, and she smiled sweetly. Brother Chen, you really keep your word. You came so early. How could I break my promise? Where does your aunt live? Hurry and take me there. Chen Xi didn't want to waste time. Today was destined to be a busy day with many matters waiting for him to handle. Seeing Chen Xi so anxious, Zhuo Qianqian pouted, then bowed slightly and waved. Brother Chen, come with me. Zhuo Qianqian led the way, and when he wasn't paying attention, she secretly raised her arm to sniff. The scent of perfume was indeed there. Why was Brother Chen so indifferent? On the way, Zhuo Qianqian hesitated and said to Chen Xi, Brother Chen, when we see my aunt, please don't mind. My aunt has a cold personality. If she seems aloof, please bear with it. Chen Xi didn't mind. After all, he was just there to see her for a medical consultation. Whether her personality was cold or not had nothing to do with him. It's fine. With your connection, how could I care? The implication was that he didn't consider Zhuo Qianqian a stranger. After hearing this, Zhuo Qianqian smiled slightly, feeling happy in her heart. Brother Chen regarded her as a friend, but was it just as a friend? Brother Chen, there's one more thing. My aunt is a bit unfriendly toward men. Brother Chen, you need to be more accommodating. Zhuo Qianqian said this with little confidence. Ever since her aunt became a widow, she had developed a strong aversion to men and had a very dominant personality. She believed that women were no worse than men. Whatever men could do, she could do as well. She single-handedly supported the entire household. On the surface, she appeared to be a dignified shopkeeper, but privately, Zhuo Qianqian had seen her secretly wipe away tears several times. Chen Xi remained non-committal, repeating his earlier sentiment. Her disposition had nothing to do with him. But to reassure Zhuo Qianqian, he intentionally smiled slightly. No problem. I'll try to speak less later. Seeing Chen Xi being so understanding, Zhuo Qianqian was very happy. Then it settled. Brother Chen, you mustn't get angry. All right, I'll listen to you. Zhuo Qianqian's aunt's house was not far from the shop. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the entrance. The steward, surprised to see Zhuo Qianqian bringing a man, initially showed a moment of astonishment, but then warmly invited them both inside. Her aunt's house was large, clearly a wealthy family. They passed through the front hall and walked along a stone path into the inner courtyard. The room was quite spacious, made of fine mahogany, and incense was burning inside. After taking a few gentle sniffs of the fragrance, Chen Xi frowned slightly, but said nothing. When they entered the room, an elderly man and a young girl were already diagnosing a woman. The old man had white hair and a youthful face, with long white eyebrows drooping down and a white beard reaching his chest. His complexion was rosy and radiant. At this moment, the old man had one hand resting on the woman's pulse, his eyes closed, and his brows occasionally twitching. The young girl, about 16 or 17 years old, was quite pretty and stood solemnly with a pen and paper in hand. The woman being diagnosed had fair skin and delicate features. Although she looked sickly, she exuded an inexplicable coldness. However, something felt off about her appearance. Chen Xi squinted slightly. Logically, she should be a great beauty. Although she had an aloof demeanor that kept people at a distance, It shouldn't he look awkward to him. Upon closer inspection, he smiled, realizing that the woman's nose was slightly crooked, which ruined the overall beauty of her face. What a pity for such an ice-cold beauty. It's all because of that crooked nose. Hearing someone enter the room, the woman opened her eyes. Upon seeing Chen Xi, she smiled but didn't speak, instead gesturing with her eyes for her to sit. When she noticed a man standing beside Chen Xi, her expression instantly changed to one of displeasure. But it quickly shifted back as she nodded at Chen Xi. This change in expression didn't escape Chen Xi's notice. No wonders Chen Xi had warned him in advance. This woman truly had a dislike for men. That cold gaze spoke no lies. Chen Xi, feeling a bit embarrassed, tugged at Chen Xi's sleeve, inviting him to sit down. She leaned close to his ear, covering her mouth with her small hand, and quietly said, "I'm sorry. Brother Chen, I didn't know my aunt had invited a doctor." Chen Xi shook his head, indicating that he didn't mind. Since he was already there, he would just go with the flow. Once the doctor had finished diagnosing her aunt, he would greet her and take his leave. Since he had nothing else to do, he glanced around the room. It was quite tidy, albeit sparsely furnished, giving it a rather empty feel. A painting hung on the wall, depicting landscapes, and the level of artistry was only at a beginner's level. The handwriting was delicate and clearly written by a woman. Aside from that, there was nothing else. After surveying the room, Chen Xi lost interest and simply closed his eyes to rest, contemplating the layout of the mountain dwelling and the mining of salt. The woman noticed Chen Xi inspecting her room and frowned slightly, thinking what a rude fellow he was. If it weren't for Chen Xi bringing him, she would have kicked him out long ago. After Dr. Zhang finished diagnosing her, she would definitely urge Chen Xi to keep her distance from such dubious characters. Recently, she had been having frequent health issues and didn't have the time to keep an eye on Chen Xi. This girl was becoming more and more reckless and needed to be properly managed. Otherwise, how could she face her deceased sister? Feeling a bit emotional, she noticed that Dr. Zhang had put down his hand from checking the pulse and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing two more people in the room didn't surprise him at all. He had heard the noise while diagnosing the woman earlier. Since it was someone else's house, he refrained from showing his displeasure. It was considered very rude to interrupt a diagnosis. If this were in the state capital, he would surely reprimand them. Dr. Zhang felt somewhat displeased and ignored the others, leaning back in his chair and softly uttering a single word, "Record." The young girl beside him immediately leaned forward, fully focused, and gently touched her brush to the paper. The pulse is taut and rapid, indicating emotional distress, liver qi stagnation transforming into fire, and gallbladder fire rising, affecting the nasal passages along the meridians. A taut pulse indicates liver and gallbladder issues, while a rapid pulse indicates heat, presenting as a taut and rapid pulse. The diagnosis is nasal congestion. Dr. Zhang wrote while talking to the young girl, and in a short while diagnosed her with nasal congestion. He then wrote a prescription and placed it on the table. "Madam, you have nasal congestion, and the symptoms are quite severe. Take this prescription to get the medicine and follow the instructions, and you will be cured in 3 months. During this time, you must avoid cold wind and cold water, or the condition will worsen." The girl took the prescription and said helplessly, "Dr. Zhang, 3 months is too long. Can you prescribe a quick remedy?" "Thank you, doctor." Zhang felt helpless. The nasal congestion was severe, and with his medical skills, he could only do this much. "This is the fastest method of treatment, madam. Do you know that Zhao Yong misdiagnosed you with asthma? It's simply ridiculous." The girl knew who Zhao Yong was and could only shake her head with a bitter smile. Although Zhao Yong was called a miracle doctor in Baishan County, he could not compare with Dr. Zhang from the provincial government. Their medical skills were clearly not on the same level. After examining the prescription, she suddenly said, "Dr. Zhang, there is snow fungus in this prescription. This ingredient is hard to find." Dr. Zhang felt troubled. How could he not know that snow fungus was hard to find? But this illness could only be treated with this method. If the snow fungus could not be found, the condition would worsen and ultimately threaten life. "I am also powerless." Dr. Zhang shook his head, and the situation fell into a stalemate. One had the prescription, and the other had no medicine. Chen Xi smiled. He thought that this Dr. Zhang had some skills, but sure enough, he was only slightly better than that Zhao doctor. The diagnosis was correct. It was indeed nasal congestion. He had judged as soon as he saw the girl's nose when he entered the room. However, there were many symptoms of nasal congestion, and the girl's symptoms did not require snow fungus. It was purely a waste. The treatment direction was correct, and taking the medicine regularly for 3 months would also lead to recovery. He was not a meddlesome person and couldn't involve himself in everything. Since the diagnosis was done, there was no need for him to stay. He signaled his Chen Xi to say goodbye, and he left. There were still many matters waiting for him to handle. However, as soon as Chen Xi heard about the snow fungus, she rushed to the girl's side and excitedly said, "Auntie, I have a way to get snow fungus. Brother Chen is a hunter, and he promised to help me go into the mountains to gather herbs." The girl was somewhat surprised. An experienced hunter indeed had the ability to go deep into the mountains, but this person in front of her was so young and looked so careless. How could he possibly have that capability? He must be using his identity as a hunter to get close to Chen Xi and gain favor for ulterior motives. I don't know why you're trying to get close to Chen Xi, but if you're trying to bully her, you probably have miscalculated. The girl's attitude was very poor, and her voice became colder. Chen Xi was still young and had little experience with people, but she was not someone that such a shameless person could approach. The girl took an immediate dislike to Chen Xi, and her emotions fluctuated greatly at that moment, coughing violently and breathing rapidly. "Annie, what's wrong?" Chen Xi was startled and quickly helped her aunt lie down, unsure of what to do, and could only look at Chen Xi for help. Although Dr. Zhang was still standing nearby, she instinctively looked at Chen Xi. She had seen Brother Chen cure the county magistrate's wife and inexplicably trusted him. "Don't panic. Let me take a look," Dr. Zhang said as he took the girl's pulse, his brows furrowing deeply. Nasal congestion is most sensitive to emotional fluctuations, and her condition had worsened at this moment. He rummaged through his emergency medicine box, but since he had come in a hurry, he might have forgotten to bring it. Dr. Zhang turned the contents of the box onto the table and searched through them. "Oh no, I forgot the medicine." He quickly instructed the girl to go out and get medicine. The girl's breathing was rapid, and her entire face was flushed. Even though going to get the medicine might not be timely, they could not just watch the patient struggle to breathe. So when Chen saw that Dr. Zhang could not find the medicine and was so anxious that she started to cry, rushing up to pull Chen Xi's sleeve. "Brother Chen, please, please, quickly save my aunt." She knew her aunt had just misunderstood Brother Chen, but with the sudden turn of events, she could only cry and seek help from Chen Xi. Chen Xi naturally saw that the girl's condition was urgent. He had agreed to come and see her because of Chen Xi, but he didn't expect the girl to treat him this way. He had said nothing upon entering, yet he was seen as someone trying to bully Chen Xi. He felt angry. The girl showed no courtesy. Her first words were to question him. "Who spoiled you with that bad attitude?" However, since Chen Xi was crying and pleading with him, tears streaming down her face, and seeing that the girl's body had begun to tremble irregularly, which was a sign of convulsions, Chen Xi gritted his teeth in frustration, frowned, and stepped forward. He noticed Dr. Zhang's silver needles on the table. He picked them up and used them, inserting them into several acupoints on the girl's head, with the last needle placed in the nasolabial groove. When Chen Xi used Dr. Zhang's silver needles, Dr. Zhang was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. He hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, but Chen Xi was quick and had already finished the insertion. Dr. Zhang was scared. Was this kid's hand that fast? Looking at the locations Chen Xi had needled, he broke into a sweat. All of them were major acupoints on the head. He wouldn't dare to randomly use them. So how could this kid be so reckless? "Kid, stop it quickly." He wanted to step forward to pull out the needles, but Chen Xi blocked him with his body. How could Dr. Zhang, with his old age and frailness, push past him? Dr. Zhang was so anxious he was jumping up and down. "Quickly pull out the needles. You're harming someone." Chen Xi was already in a bad mood, having been scolded by that cold woman for doing nothing after entering. Now hearing the old man say he was harming someone, his anger had nowhere to go. He pointed at Dr. Zhang. "You old coot, looking like the grandpa of the Calabash brothers. Go away." Relying on having learned a bit of medical knowledge, he came out to embarrass himself every day. "Today, let you see how I treat people." Chen Xi was not satisfied with just cursing. He scanned the room, and his gaze landed on the young girl beside Dr. Zhang. "And you, with that piece of toilet paper, take notes." The girl was dumbfounded, standing there in a daze for a long time, unable to figure out what was going on. What does this have to do with me? I didn't say a word. Chen Xi was even more confused. Who is the Calabash brother? Chapter 55, Bullying the Old. Then the young Chen Xi scolded the two of them, and the whole room fell silent, with only the sound of the woman's rapid breathing. Dr. Zhang's face turned red with anger. After many years of wandering the world, he had always been treated politely by officials and nobles. This was the first time someone had insulted him to his face. You rascal, you dare to scold me. Dr. Zhang was so furious that his beard trembled, pointing a shaking finger at Chen Xi. Indeed, he was just a country bumpkin, a group of uncultured ruffians. Seeing the old man daring to retort, Chen Xi grabbed his finger and exerted a little force, causing the old man to falter. If you dare to point at me again, believe it or not, I'll break it off. Chen Xi's gaze was cold. You old fool. How dare you take advantage of me just because I said a few words? Unless you summon the 7 brothers from a gourd, you will regret it today. Dr. Zhang's finger hurt, and his old face trembled violently. Indeed, he was a rascal, daring to act like this. If he were in the state capital, his actions could lead to a death sentence. You. Dr. Zhang was so angry that he couldn't speak for a long time. After practicing medicine for so many years, he had never endured such humiliation. When he returned to the state capital, he would definitely sue him at the yamen. You wait. You won't live long. Dr. Zhang realized it was not worth getting angry with a rascal. Taking a few deep breaths, he tried to calm himself. A real man can endure. He would bide his time. All right, I want to see how you treat patients, you rascal. Just stay there and watch. Chen Xi had no time to deal with him. If it weren't for the old man's slight medical ethics, he wouldn't bother to waste words on him. If you can't summon the Gore brothers, then stop pretending. Just learn properly. He added, don't embarrass yourself everywhere at your age. You should know better. This was the second time Chen Xi had told him to get lost, making Dr. Zhang grit his teeth in anger. Fine, I will see how you kill people. He sat down on a stool, no longer caring about the patient. There was no need to worry about a dead person. He packed his things into his medicine box, planning to leave once the patient died. Seeing that the old man no longer dared to retort, Chen Xi snorted coldly and turned to the little girl. I told you to remember. Why did you forget? The little girl pouted, looking at her master for help, her expression full of grievance. Master, remember. Dr. Zhang turned his head away, continuously stroking his beard, panting heavily in his chest. Is this still a person? After bullying the old, you bully the young. If there were no one around, the old man would surely cry. The little girl, feeling wronged, took out a new piece of paper. The tip of her pen poised on it, ready to write. Seeing both the old and the young obedient, Chen Xi lightly cleared his throat and spoke. Shangxing, Tongtian, Zanju. He listed several major acupuncture points in one breath, explaining the depth and techniques of the needle insertion. Once Chen Xi finished, the little girl also completed writing. She took the paper and checked it. Not a word was missing. Satisfied, she nodded. This is the relief method for nasal obstruction, to completely eradicate it. Other measures are needed. After finishing, Chen Xi noticed that the old man still hadn't turned back, thinking it was just a waste of paper. If this nonsense worked, his entire life would be in vain. Seeing the old man's unconvinced expression, Chen Xi was not angry. He handed the paper to the little girl. Turning around, he saw that the woman's condition had stabilized and her breathing was gradually calming down. Chen Xi had been by her aunt's side, relieved to see her improving. Her heart finally at ease. She looked at Chen Xi with gratitude. Brother Chen is indeed amazing. In just a short time, my aunt has improved. Chen Xi stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the beam above. As Chen Xi took care of her aunt, the old man turned to look out the window, and the little girl stood by, feeling wronged. No one spoke, and the room fell silent again. After a while, the woman's breathing had stabilized, and she opened her eyes, confused, looking around. Due to her earlier seizure, she had briefly fallen unconscious and did not know what had happened. When Chen Xi saw she was recovering, he stepped forward, pulled out the silver needles, tossed them on the table, and turned to leave. I have something to do. I'm leaving. If it weren't for Chen Xi, he wouldn't have bothered with this trivial matter. Helping her temporarily stabilize her condition was already a huge favor. As for curing her completely, no way. And that old fool. If he could realize something, that would be his fortune. If not, there was nothing to be done. Brother Chen. Zhua Qianqian wanted to chase after him, but her aunt had just improved and needed someone to care for her, leaving her anxious and in a dilemma. Put out that incense. It's not good for the patient. You stay here to look after your aunt. No need to see me off. Chen Xi left without looking back, brushing off his clothes and spitting out a curse. It was nearing noon, and there was still time before going to Shanbao Hall to negotiate prices. He felt a bit hungry and casually found a food stall to order something. He had plenty of money, but there was little meat in the stall, so he had to settle for something simple. If he wanted to eat well, he would have to cook it himself. He would take it slow. Once the mountain base was built and he raised some livestock, he could eat whatever he wanted. Although there wasn't much meat in the food stall, the chef's skills were decent, and the meal was satisfactory. After Chen Xi left, the woman gradually recovered and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. The woman was somewhat bewildered. She had seen Chen Xi pull out the needles, but was it possible she had imagined it? How could that guy have pulled out the needles for her? Wasn't it Dr. Zhang who treated her? Dr. Zhang, hearing the woman thank him, was stunned for a moment. The patient didn't die. She actually recovered? With a face full of shock, he approached to check the woman's condition, which was already normal. He quickly felt her pulse, and as he sensed the steady pulse under his fingers, he was even more astonished. After just a few needles, the patient had miraculously improved. Though it wasn't a complete recovery, if she received a few more acupuncture treatments, she would probably be cured. He hurriedly took the paper from the little girl's hand, nervously looking at the words written on it. It detailed the acupuncture points Chen Xi had just mentioned, including the essentials for needle insertion, all very detailed. Dr. Zhang trembled as he held the paper, his heart overwhelmed with shock. It dawned on him that this was no rascal. He was simply a miraculous doctor. Dr. Zhang swallowed hard and stammered, Madam. This isn't my work. It was the young friend just now. Yes, Aunt. It was Brother Chen who cured your illness. Zhua Qianqian took over the conversation, explaining everything that had happened when her aunt had the seizure and how Brother Chen had treated her with acupuncture. So, does this mean my illness is cured? The woman felt a deep sense of guilt. She had accused him of having ulterior motives just moments ago, and now he had healed her. Madam, don't worry. Your illness hasn't been completely cured yet. It has only temporarily alleviated the symptoms. To completely cure it, you need to find that person from earlier. Dr. Zhang had heard how the woman had insulted Chen Xi earlier, and now she wanted to seek his help. He felt embarrassed for her. The woman awkwardly pressed her lips together. She had wronged him. He was clearly brought by Qianqian to treat her, and she had treated him like that. Qianqian. She had no way out. She had offended him, and there was nothing she could say now. Zhua Qianqian was also helpless. Her aunt really needed to change her attitude. If it weren't for Brother Chen looking out for her, anyone else would have left in a huff by now. Aunt, don't be scared. If worst comes to worst, I can ask Brother Chen again to treat your illness. Zhua Qianqian felt uncertain. She didn't know if Brother Chen would still want to pay attention to her. After this incident, what should she do? The patient is temporarily fine. So Dr. Zhang gets up to take his leave. He still needs to go to Shanbei in the afternoon to get bear bile, and he wants to finish his business in the state capital as soon as possible before rushing back. He must apologize in person to that great doctor he encountered earlier to seek forgiveness. If he could learn that extraordinary acupuncture technique, he could save even more patients. He has already started to think about becoming a disciple. Dr. Zhang took the young girl and hurried towards Shanbei. By the way, he remembered the girl mentioning that the great doctor is a hunter and that Shanbei often collects mountain goods. He should ask the shopkeeper. Perhaps they might know each other. Yes, that's a good plan. Little did he know, the bear bile he mentioned was actually hunted by Chen Xi. Chapter 56. This old man wants to scam Chen. Xi finished his meal, and it was already past noon. He had an appointment with a buyer from the provincial government in the afternoon, so he needed to head out early. He couldn't let the fat sheep wait too long. Thinking about the 500 taels of silver that was about to be in his hands made him grin from ear to ear. He touched the 20 large silver ingots in his pocket, and all his worries vanished as he strode towards Shanbei. Upon arriving at the entrance, he didn't even need to speak. He was immediately greeted by Xiao Wu, who led him upstairs. He was now a valued guest at Shanbei, and as soon as he entered the room, all eyes were on him. Hey, Brother Chen, the buyer from the provincial government is already here, waiting for you on the second floor. Thanks, Xiao Wu. Brother Chen, it's nothing. The important people from the county informed the shopkeeper in advance. They want to buy some bear bones and chest meat, and the shopkeeper didn't dare to make a decision on his own. He's waiting for you to quote a price. What's going on? Tell me about it. Chen Xi didn't expect that while old Guan might ask him about bear bile and bear paws, he could completely handle the trade of bear bones and bear meat. After all, business is business. There should always be a profit. Noticing Chen Xi's confusion, Xiao Wu kindly explained, Brother Chen, you may not know, but big goods like bear bladders are very rare. The shopkeeper can't just set a price casually. If he offers too little, you won't come back next time. Generally, for such big goods, the shopkeeper approaches the buyers, sells them, and takes a small commission. Otherwise, if you hunt big goods next time, you won't be able to sell them to us at Shanbaitang. What Xiao Wu said was true. Baishan County relied on the mountains, and there were many shops collecting mountain goods. To retain loyal customers, when encountering rare big goods, the shopkeepers would use this method to trade. Similar to auctions in later times, the shopkeeper would only take a 20 commission, and the rest would go to the hunters. Over time, this practice became a custom. When mountain goods shops received big goods, they would auction them off this way. This way, everyone could profit, and it also promoted the shop's reputation. This was also the reason why the shopkeeper didn't dare to deal with the bear bladders that Xiao Wu brought in yesterday. In recent years, hunters have been conscripted by the government, and big goods like bear bladders had practically disappeared. When news of the bear bladders reached Shanbaitang yesterday, it spread throughout the city in an instant. Those wealthy patrons certainly wouldn't miss such a rare item, even if they couldn't get bear paws. Buying some bear bones and bear meat was still a great supplement. Wealthy people place great importance on health, and they don't care how much money they spend. Oh, so that's how it is. Chen Xi nodded. This trading method was quite good. Both parties benefited. If Shanbaitang made too much profit while the hunters earned too little, it would inevitably create an imbalance in the hunters' hearts, which wouldn't be good for the shop's reputation in the long run. Of course, this was all predicated on having big goods. If they were just selling a few wild chickens and rabbits, there would be no need for such fuss. Hee, Brother Chen, handing over the bear bladders to us at Shanbaitang makes other mountain goods shops envious. Chen Xi smiled faintly. This was unavoidable. The shopkeeper knew how to do business. If he cheated himself the first time, he wouldn't choose to cooperate with him next time. Doing business is all about fate. While they were talking, Xiao Wu led Chen Xi to the second floor. The shopkeeper was still sitting at the tea table, chatting and drinking tea with an elderly man beside him, who had a little girl standing behind him. It was indeed Zhang, the disciple of the physician from Zhuo Qianqian's aunt's home. The two met again shortly after, and both were taken aback. Hunter Chen, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is a distinguished guest from the provincial government, who wants to buy the bear bile in your possession. Old Guan introduced with a beaming smile. Since they were all here, they could sit down and discuss the price. When physician Zhang realized the visitor was Chen Xi, he was stunned for a moment. He had originally planned to buy the bear bile and quickly return to the provincial government, and then come back to seek Chen Xi as a master. Not expecting such a coincidence, the bear bile he wanted to buy was actually hunted by this capable hunter. Not only was he a physician, but he was also a hunter. It was rare to find a hunter who could catch bear bladders. This discovery shocked him even more. A physician needs not only superb medical skills, but also rare medicinal materials. Otherwise, when it comes time to save a life, what good is it to have no medicine? Both rare medicinal materials in the mountains and bear bile, which can cure illnesses, are related to the profession of hunters. Some herbalists who collect herbs deep in the mountains have to spend a lot of money to hire hunters for protection. Otherwise, how could they return safely? It can be said that these professions are all interrelated. Cough, cough. Physician Zhang cleared his throat, straightened his already proper attire, and bowed deeply to Chen Xi, saying, Honorable physician, please accept my respect. It was my oversight to mistake you for someone else. Please allow me to bow to you. The little girl beside him also realized Chen Xi's identity. Since her master had lowered his stance to bow, she followed suit and bowed as well. Seeing the distinguished guest from the provincial government bowing to Chen Xi, old Guan was dumbfounded. He had heard that Chen Xi knew some medical skills and had cured the county magistrate's wife, but initially he didn't think much of it, assuming he had found rare medicinal materials in the mountains to sell to her. However, Zhang's actions today were unusual. He knew the arrogance of these physicians, without real skills. They wouldn't let these stubborn old men bow down, let alone bow formally. I'm still young. I can't accept such a grand gesture from you. Chen Xi rolled his eyes at the master and disciple. Meeting them wherever he went felt like bad luck. The honorable physician does not forgive this old man. This old man dares not rise. Physician Zhang remained bent at a 90-degree angle, his attitude very sincere. If Chen Xi ignored him, he would continue to stay like that. Unexpectedly, despite his old age, he was quite stubborn. At this moment, he had calmed down. How could he let an old man stay bent like that? Taking a step forward, he helped him up, saying, "All right, I forgive you. At your age, you don't need to call me an honorable physician." After helping Physician Zhang up, Chen Xi sat down in a chair and picked up his tea to drink. Having just finished lunch, a cup of tea was just right to help with digestion. Seeing that Chen Xi had forgiven him and even said not to call him an honorable physician, Zhang rubbed his lower back and began to move his legs. Chen Xi was puzzled. What was this old man doing? He had already forgiven him, so hurry up and sit down to take out money to buy the bear bile. What was he doing there doing calisthenics? How many sets of exercises was that? Everyone was confused by Physician Zhang's actions, thinking he was tired from bending over and was just stretching. Just then, amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, Physician Zhang suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, his forehead touching the floor, and spoke earnestly, "Master, please accept my respect." This time, Old Guan was even more dumbfounded, thinking he had seen it wrong. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. He hadn't seen it wrong. Zhang was indeed kneeling, and he wanted to acknowledge Chen Xi as his master. What could he learn from Hunter Chen? Learn how to hunt? Could this old man with his frail body manage that? Chen Xi sprayed out a mouthful of tea, never expecting this old man to kneel down to him. He quickly stood up and pointed at the old man, warning, "I warn you, I haven't done anything. You can't scam me." What was going on? He had already forgiven him, and he still dared to come out and extort him. The old man was so old. How could he explain himself at the yamen? "Old Guan, you saw this, right? This old man is trying to scam me. You must testify for me later." Chen Xi hurriedly sought Old Guan's support. In Baishan County, Brother Niu could protect him, but this old man was from the provincial government, which was his territory. If the provincial government sent him off to serve in the military, what would happen to his 3 wives at home? He might as well hand them over to some other fellow. Old Guan covered his face and smiled bitterly. This was not extortion. This person was sincerely bowing to you to acknowledge you as his master. "Master, you misunderstood your disciple. Didn't you agree to be my master? How could you go back on your word?" Physician Zhang looked innocent. How could a master teach skills and then go back on his word? Hearing this, Chen Xi became even angrier. "How old are you? How can you speak nonsense? Old man, let me tell you, I wasn't scared into this. When did I agree to anything?" Dr. Zhang took out a piece of paper from his pocket and laid it flat on the ground. "Master, we have a rule among doctors. If we can gift our unique acupuncture techniques to someone, it means we are willing to take them as our apprentice." Chen Xi turned to look at Old Guan, wondering if people in their profession were really this unreasonable. Just giving you an acupuncture method means taking you as an apprentice? Old Guan met Chen Xi's gaze and nodded seriously. This was indeed a rule in their field. The first thing a master does when taking on a disciple is to teach them their unique skills, allowing the disciple to establish their own identity in the martial world. They refer to this as passing down the teachings of the ancestors. Chen Xi looked at Old Guan, then at Dr. Zhang, and finally at the young girl, thinking to himself, what a pretty girl. How did she end up as an apprentice to such an old man? He felt sorry for the girl for encountering such a bad person. When the girl noticed Chen Xi's gaze, she also knelt down with a thud, her voice crisp. "Master, please accept your disciple's bow." Chen Xi raised his teacup and drank it all in one go. "Goodbye." He turned to leave. "If I can't provoke you, I can still avoid you, right? Even if the bear isn't for sale anymore, I won't have anything to do with you. What kind of animals are these? Is there anyone here who behaves like a human?" Old Guan hurriedly grabbed Chen Xi and said urgently, "Hunter Chen, wait." Old Guan was almost in tears. How could he just leave such a good opportunity for making money? This was a bear gall being bought by a noble from the state. And if they angered that noble, they would suffer the consequences too. Old Guan pulled Chen Xi to a secluded spot and earnestly tried to persuade him. "Hunter Chen, Dr. Zhang is sent by a noble from the state. We can't treat him like this. If he goes back and reports on you, do you think you can handle it?" After taking a deep breath, Old Guan continued, "Hunter Chen, That noble son is waiting for the bear Gaul to save his life. As a healer, you can't just stand by and watch. Seeing that Chen Xi wasn't inclined to agree, old Guan began to use moral persuasion. You're also a healer. There's someone waiting for the bear Gaul to save their life. How can you lose your temper over such a trivial matter? If the noble brings down punishment, no one can bear it. Dr. Zhang is known for being a good doctor. If you accept him as a disciple, you will also gain a good reputation. Chen Xi took a few deep breaths, cursing himself inwardly. Why did he have to speak up? Now he was being entangled by someone. Serve him right. He was already so busy. How could he have the time to teach an old man about medicine? But then he thought the old man was still kneeling there. So he had to find a way to temporarily deal with the situation. All right, old Guan, I'll handle this. He turned back to the tea table, where the old man and the girl were still kneeling. He coldly said, all right, everyone get up. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. After the girl helped Dr. Zhang to stand up, the two stood quietly, waiting for Chen Xi to speak. Ahem. Chen Xi cleared his throat and said seriously, from now on, you are my disciple, but I have to say some things up front. You are only my nominal disciple. Go back and practice medicine well. And do not be arrogant because of your talent. Chen Xi made it very clear. Since you want to acknowledge me as your master, then go ahead. You are just a nominal disciple. I want to have to teach you, and I've also fulfilled your wish. Once this transaction is completed, the world is vast, and you want to be able to find me again. Goodbye, never to meet again. All right, thank you, master. Thank you, master. Dr. Zhang didn't care about being a nominal disciple. As long as he was accepted, he could return to the state to deliver the bear Gaul and come back to learn more skills from his master. The girl had no particular opinion. Wherever the master was, she would follow. Seeing that Chen, she had successfully taken on an apprentice. Old Guan felt a weight lifted off his shoulders and quickly invited everyone to sit down to discuss business. Then I congratulate Hunter Chen on gaining a talented disciple. Now, let's talk about the bear Gaul business. Chen Xi gave Old Guan a sidelong glance, thinking, what kind of buyer did you find? I can't afford to offend them. And now I've had to accept an old man as an apprentice. Feeling angry but unable to vent, he suddenly came up with an idea. Isn't this a noble from the state? Today, I must take advantage of you. Chapter 57. Acting is really tiring. After settling the matter of taking on a disciple, a few of them sat down to discuss the price of bear bile. Old Guan spoke first, Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang waved his hand to interrupt Old Guan. My master is present, so please don't call me Dr. Zhang. Just call me Old Zhang. Dr. Zhang was very serious. With his master here, how could he dare to call himself a divine doctor? Chen Xi turned his head away, not wanting to look at him anymore, fearing he might not be able to resist hitting him if he did. Ahem, Old Zhang. Your master is not satisfied with this price for the bear bile. Can we negotiate for a bit more? The more Old Guan spoke, the more awkward he felt. He had facilitated a deal between a master and disciple. And what kind of situation was this? Maybe I should just leave? What business do I have in your family matters? Chen Xi shot Old Guan a glare, making a few gestures with his eyes. You have to take this deal, whether you want to or not. If you're not here, how can I negotiate this price? I need the money right now. I can't let this fat sheep go. Dr. Zhang didn't mind. He should be grateful to the shopkeeper. Without him, he wouldn't have been able to become a disciple. Shopkeeper, you say what price my master wants, and I will try my best to negotiate. The young girl nearby, seeing the two old men talking, couldn't help but turn her back, her shoulders shaking as she struggled to suppress her laughter. The master and disciple were discussing business, both asking the intermediary for the price. All right. Old Guan looked at Chen Xi. Hunter Chen, your disciple is asking you what price to set. Chen Xi rolled his eyes so hard they nearly went to the back of his head. You two old men are going to drive me crazy. Just name a high price. Is that so hard? All right, I'll talk to myself. Seeing that Chen Xi didn't make things difficult for him, Old Guan wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling relieved. It was the first time in so many years of doing business that he encountered such a difficult situation. A master and a disciple, and him as the intermediary. How could he set a price? Fine, Hunter Chen, you discuss it with him. He poured himself a cup of tea, happily watching the master and disciple negotiate business. He was also curious. It sounded interesting to listen to the master and disciple discussing business quietly, like eating melon seeds on the side. Chen Xi got straight to the point. Old Zhang, how much money did you bring? Dr. Zhang immediately became serious when his master asked him a question. In response to my master, the disciple has brought 600 taels of silver, entrusted by the noble from the provincial government. Saying this, he took out 6 gold ingots from the compartment of his medicine box, each stamped with a mark of 10 taels. The shiny gold ingots were placed on the table, and everyone's gaze was glued to them. Old Guan, seeing the gold ingots, felt a bit dazed. After so many years in business, the last time he saw such things was 5 years ago. With the continuous wars initiated by the court, gold ingots had become rare in the market. Only high-ranking officials or noble families could produce such items. With the defeat of the court, other countries took the opportunity to demand reparations, and the treasury's gold bars had almost been depleted. Chen Xi picked up one of the gold ingots and weighed it in his hand. Although it wasn't very large, it looked very pleasing. Master, what do you think of these? Dr. Zhang was trembling. The noble only gave him these, and if his master was not satisfied with the price, he wouldn't be able to bring back the bear bile, putting the noble's son's life in jeopardy. However, he had already become a disciple, and it was hard to go against his master's orders. How could he explain this to the noble? Dr. Zhang was in a dilemma. Chen Xi examined the gold ingots without speaking. Instead, he kept staring at Dr. Zhang as if appraising him. And master, you see, Chen Xi sighed, pretending to be in a difficult position, and said softly, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. It's just that our family is short on money, and we haven't gathered the head tax for your 3 masters' wives yet. He sighed again, and as he spoke, he became somewhat choked up. Not just your 3 wives, but also your wife's family, the children in the village. Chen Xi looked up at the sky, tears shimmering in his eyes, his expression full of sorrow. It was all because he was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see the suffering of the people. The villagers couldn't afford to eat, and he had been helping them. Otherwise, he worked hard hunting to earn money for the family and country, for the common people. Chen Xi choked up, unable to continue. His eyes filled with tears as he gazed at the beams of the house, showing a look of worry for the country and the people. That expression conveyed a message: concern for the state, the family, the common people, and the suffering of the world. The sunlight outside shone on the gold ingots, reflecting onto his face, and at that moment, he seemed like a sage. It was as if with him there, the common people of the world had hope. Old Guan was moved by Chen Xi's noble sentiments and sighed inwardly. He never expected that Hunter Chen would have such a broad mind. Even during times of chaos and famine, he did not forget about the family and the common people. What a heart he had for the world. He clenched his fist and lightly pounded his leg, secretly cursing the wicked world for not giving the common people a way to survive. The young girl was also affected by Chen Xi's demeanor. She secretly wiped away her tears, thinking that the master was a great hero, and she wanted to marry someone like him in the future. The young girl dried her tears, sniffled a bit, but the tears flowed again uncontrollably. Dr. Zhang was even more touched. He came from a scholarly family and understood these principles well. Having read the classic works, he couldn't manage the affairs outside. Seeing the suffering of the common people, he was filled with concern but had no means to help. After learning medicine through the seasons, he finally entered the realm of healing, and from then on, he walked the world with the intention of saving lives and healing the wounded, using benevolence and medical skills as his guiding principles. He didn't seek fame in the world, nor did he betray the trust of every life entrusted to him. Tears streamed down Dr. Zhang's face as he sighed repeatedly. He placed all the silver he carried on the table, thought for a moment, and then took off the pure gold ring gifted by the noble. Master, please take this and use it to help those in need. Chen Xi wiped his eyes, which were slightly red. Just now, he had inadvertently sprayed tea into his eyes, causing them to feel a bit dry and his eyes to redden. After putting away the silver and the gold ring, he looked at the young girl, wanting to say something but hesitating, his expression complicated and hard to read. Seeing the master looking at her, the young girl wiped her tears again and took out all her possessions from her pocket, placing them on the table. And master, please take this, to save the common people. She spoke in a stuttering manner, her little face red from crying. Chen Xi accepted the young girl's money and glanced again at the jade pendant at her waist. It's all because of the master. The master is useless. The young girl understood and immediately took off the jade pendant, placing it in Chen Xi's hand. Master, don't be sad. You are the great hero who saves the world. This time, she cried even harder, her nose running. Chen Xi saw that it was about time. Looking at the two of them, they didn't have anything of value left on them. And their clothes wouldn't fetch much either. Besides, it wouldn't be good for them to return home naked in the middle of winter. So he decided to leave them something. He was still too soft-hearted, thinking of the two of them. Old Guan, give him the bear bile. Take it back to save people. All right, Hunter Chun. The bear bile had already been taken out. And Old Guan called over a young attendant, who placed a square box on the table. This is what you wanted. Dr. Zhang opened the box to take a look, pinched it with his hand, and confirmed it was indeed bear bile, and it was of the best quality. Thank you, Master. The disciple has other urgent matters to attend to. If you have any instructions, please. Chen Xi waved his hand to interrupt him quickly. What instructions could I have? Let us not see each other again. It's best if you never bother me again. The disciple quickly went, as saving lives is of utmost importance and must not be delayed. The disciple thanked the master. Once again, he bowed deeply to Chen Xi, vowing in his heart to study diligently with the master, as treating illness and saving lives is the duty of a healer. Dr. Zhang hurriedly left with the little girl. He needed to quickly take the bear bile back to the state capital for treatment and then return to learn skills from the master. Seeing the two had left, Chen Xi let out a heavy sigh. Acting was so exhausting. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, using tea as a substitute for tears. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain that gold signet ring and jade pendant. As for how those two would return home without money, he had no time to worry about that. Leaving them with clothes was already the greatest kindness. He touched the gold ingot in his pocket, nearly grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 58. Foreign laborers. Old Guan saw that the business deal was done, and now it was time to get down to serious matters. Chen Hunter, leave me 2 bear paws, cut some meat, and the rest you can handle as you see fit. Chen, she had no time to waste here. He still needed to go to the tooth shop to buy laborers. He was also worried about how things were going at home with the villagers, whether they had cooked, whether they had paid wages. There were so many things on his mind. All right. Old Guan didn't waste words and took Chen Xi to cut the bear paws and meat, while the rest could be sold to the wealthy in the county. After handing over a large bag of bear paws and meat to Chen Xi, Old Guan said, I'll take care of selling the rest and will only charge a 20% fee. Once sold, I'll have Xiao Wu deliver the money to your home. Okay, I trust you. Chen Xi naturally trusted Old Guan. He already knew the price of bear paws, and besides, it was impossible for Old Guan to take advantage of him. With a full bag of silver ingots and 6 gold ingots secured to his chest, he carried a large bag of bear meat to the county office. A sharp-eyed constable spotted Chen Xi from afar, knowing he was there to pick up a carriage. He quickly ran over with the carriage, which was already well-fed and had a bulging belly. Knows how to take care of business. This is what the young one should do. Chen Xi took out some loose copper coins and handed them to the constable. Well done. Here's a reward. The constable's eyes lit up as he held the copper coins, his face beaming with a smile. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. This time, even the way he addressed Chen Xi changed to sir, showing just how happy the constable was. A strong laborer only earned 5 copper coins a day, and the reward from the sir was at least dozens of coins. Another constable, who didn't manage to bring over a horse, was enviously drooling, secretly cursing himself for not having the foresight to get such a reward. Next time Chen the Divine Doctor comes, he must serve him well. If he pleases Chen the Divine Doctor, he might indeed get a reward. Amidst the constable's endless thanks, Chen Xi drove away with the carriage. After purchasing a full load of supplies, he arrived at Lu Da's tooth shop. Chen the Divine Doctor, you have come. Lu Da saw Chen Xi approaching with a heavily loaded carriage and thought he was there to exchange refined salt for horses. He immediately ran forward to greet him, his tone somewhat obsequious. Chen the Divine Doctor, are you here to exchange horses? Chen Xi knew he had misunderstood. He had been too busy lately to refine salt. We can talk about exchanging horses another time. Today, I'm here to buy some laborers from you. Although Lu Da felt a bit disappointed, he quickly perked up at the mention of buying laborers. As long as there was business to be done, he was happy. What kind of laborers do you need, Dr. Chen? I do have some here. In these times, most strong laborers had been conscripted by the government, leaving only the old, weak, sick, and disabled in the tooth shop. Luda wondered if Chen Xi would be interested in them. As they spoke, Luda led Chen Xi to the backyard, where rows of prison-like rooms came into view. To facilitate customer selection, wooden pillars separated the middle aisle, and various foul odors wafted from the partitions. Chen Xi pinched his nose, frowning as he walked and looked. The male and female sections were separated on either side, and the people inside were displayed like goods for customers to choose from. Upon seeing a wealthy customer come to buy, everyone in the partitions leaned forward to get a better view. In the male section, everyone looked dirty and disheveled, of various heights and ages. "Sir, take me away. I can do any work. Sir, I can read. I can be your scholar." The tooth shop's attendants, seeing the laborers daring to speak, kicked the wooden pillars, causing the chains to rattle. "Shut up. Don't disturb us, sir." The people inside were frightened into silence, anxiously watching Chen Xi, hoping he would buy them and take them away. Life in there was hard. Being bought meant at least having food to eat. Chen Xi glanced at the tooth shop attendant and squinted his eyes. The attendant immediately understood that the wealthy customer was angry and quickly smiled, saying, "Sir, you don't know. These people are worthless. The more you pay attention to them, the more they take advantage." Chen Xi gritted his teeth and ignored the attendant, continuing to walk around. After a while, he didn't find anyone satisfactory. Either they were too old or too young. There were no strong laborers at all. Bringing these people back would just mean feeding them for nothing, as they had no value. He wanted to help them, but he didn't have the means at the moment. He would have to wait until his business grew. After walking past the male section, he returned and passed the female section. Immediately, a large group of women leaned out to look. There were many more than in the male section, and their faces were much cleaner. It was hard to sell women who didn't take care of their appearance. Among them were those who couldn't be sent off with marriage parties and were sold to the tooth shop at very low prices. Some were sold due to various reasons that made them unable to survive. Each of them stuck their heads out, some even intentionally smoothing their hair, hoping the wealthy customer would buy them. In the female section, he spotted a familiar figure. Gulan, the wife of Wang Matzi. The once plump Gulan was now emaciated. After Wang Matzi was imprisoned, she was captured and brought here. The good days were long gone, and now even one meal a day had become a luxury. "Chun, save me. I beg you." Gulan clutched the wooden pillar, desperately pushing her head outward, pleading with Chen Xi to take her out despite their past grievances. A woman like her, past her prime, would not sell well here. The tooth shop attendant, having just kicked the pillar and angered the wealthy customer, didn't know what to do this time. He cast a resentful glance at Chen Xi. As a mere attendant, how could he dare to provoke a wealthy customer? Chen Xi took out a dozen copper coins and handed them to the attendant. "This woman has a filthy mouth." The attendant's eyes brightened as he took the copper coins, repeatedly thanking him. He understood Chen Xi's implication. The wealthy customer found her mouth dirty, and he knew what to do next. Seeing the attendant approaching with a sinister look, Gulan was frightened and shrank back, wanting to retreat, but her neck was caught between two wooden pillars, leaving her no way to escape. The attendant grinned maliciously, grabbed Gulan by the hair, and slapped her twice, knocking out her teeth. Just as she was about to scream, he kicked her in the stomach, sending her crashing into the wall before she stopped. Gulan couldn't withstand the kick and collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Damn it! How dare this filthy woman offend the wealthy customer? The attendant was harsh. Women like her wouldn't sell anyway, and keeping them there was a waste of food. The sooner they died, the sooner they would be freed. Sir, what do you think of this handling?" The attendant chuckled, knowing he was just following the wealthy customer's orders. He felt no guilt whatsoever. Chen Xi nodded, quite satisfied with the attendant's actions. This kind of person deserved such treatment. In his memory, this woman had bullied his wife quite a bit, and good and evil would eventually be repaid. After looking around again and finding no satisfactory strong laborers, he had to give up. Upon leaving the backyard, Luda saw that Chen Xi hadn't brought anyone out and pulled him to a secluded spot, whispering, "Chen Hunter, in a few days, a new batch of foreign laborers will arrive. They are all very strong. Are you interested?" "Oh, foreign laborers, where are they from?" Chen Xi was surprised. He hadn't heard of the government capturing prisoners in recent victories. So where were these foreign laborers coming from? Luda glanced around to ensure no one was listening and finally told the truth. These laborers were bought from a neighboring country, not through regular channels. They have no registration and don't have to pay the head tax to the government. They just cost a bit more. Oh, how much? Chen Xi was currently in need of such manpower. It was perfect to have them work in the deep mountains where outsiders would find it hard to discover them. And there would be no head tax to pay, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 10 taels of silver each, and I guarantee they are all strong laborers. Luda lowered his voice, saying that this kind of business was a capital offense. It was because Chen Xi had some connections with the county magistrate's wife. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to ask anyone else. When will the people arrive? They'll arrive in a few days. How many in total? 50. Chen Xi calculated in his mind that Brother Nyo had rewarded him with 200 taels, plus 600 taels for the bear gall. So having money in hand gave him confidence. When the people arrive, send them all to me. Luda was stunned. He wanted all 50 people, which amounted to a full 500 taels of silver. His mind went blank in an instant, and he was too shocked to speak. Chen Xi patted his waist, producing a crisp sound of silver ingots clinking together. When they arrive, I'll pay. All right. When they arrive, I'll send them to you right away. Luda Hiajili agreed. Having been in business for many years, how could he not recognize the sound of silver? He took another look at Chen Xi's bulging pockets. No need to ask. It was all silver. Well, it's getting late. I should head back. Then I won't keep you. Luda was also a straightforward person. Having struck a big deal, he naturally wanted to make preparations quickly to send the 50 people over. After bidding farewell to Luda, Chen Xi hurriedly drove his horse cart home. Looking at the sky, he realized he had been busy all day, and the sun had already set. He needed to hurry back, otherwise his wife would start to worry. Crack! He whipped the horse's rear and urged it to speed up. Meanwhile, village head Zhang Baoquan, along with Yi Hongying and Wu Liang, entered Wowo village, followed by 10 bandits from Yingswishan. Chapter 59. I'm coming in at home. According to Chen Xi's instructions, they steamed buns and stewed several big fish for the workers. Feeling a bit embarrassed about the food they were providing, they had their own work to do, earning wages that were twice as much as those in the county, plus a meal, which included white flour buns and fish soup. What touched them the most was that although the boss was not home, the 3 ladies treated them very well, showing none of the airs of the wealthy women from the county. In this era, hiring workers meant that not only did they not provide meals, but poor performance could lead to scolding, and some cruel nobles even resorted to violence. The workers had to swallow their pride to earn a few coins. If they chose not to work, a large number of people would immediately take their place. Without work, it meant no food, and no food meant starving to death. Fan Yin was kind-hearted and deliberately steamed extra buns to secretly give to the workers who had no food at home, which moved them deeply, and they vowed to work hard in gratitude, each one of them putting great effort, feeling they owed it to the boss and the 3 ladies. Ningluan. Needless to say, although Chen Xi repeatedly instructed him not to work too hard before leaving, he was unwilling to comply. He monopolized a large piece of land and never put down his shovel, working as much as a group of people combined. Nu initially resisted, secretly competing with Ning Wan, but after a short while, he lost and gave him a nickname in his heart. Ning helped the 3 sisters-in-law cook and, in her spare time, learned to write from Qin Yao, managing to write her name and her family's names in just 1 day's time. She also learned needlework from Bai Rong, and the 2 used rabbit skins from home to make a mattress for the calm. It was very warm, whether sitting or lying down. As sunset approached, Qin Yao paid the workers their wages and began preparing dinner. Throughout the day, Fan Yin went in and out of the yard repeatedly, especially more frequently in the afternoon. Every so often, she would look out at the village entrance, hoping for her husband's safe return. Yao, Rong, why hasn't my husband returned yet? It's getting dark. The 2 girls were also worried. It had been so long since he left, and he should have returned by now. But seeing the eldest lady's concern, they comforted her. Eldest lady, don't worry. Your husband must be busy with something and will return later. Yes, eldest lady, don't worry. I have cooked the meal, and we will eat when your husband comes back. Ning Wan pulled Ning aside and said, You go back and take care of your mother. I will wait for your elder brother to return before I leave. Ning had planned to wait for Chen Xi to come back before leaving. Wanted to spend more time with the 3 sisters-in-law now. But as it was getting dark, she couldn't help but worry about her mother being alone at home. So she had no choice but to say goodbye to everyone and go back to take care of her mother. Ning Wan could not leave, with his elder brother away. He had to protect the three sisters-in-law's safety. There was work at his elder brother's home, and villagers came every day asking if they needed help. Several people had been eyeing the sisters-in-law with their greedy stares. He was worried that those few might harbor bad intentions during the day, so he chose not to leave. Anyone daring to have designs on his elder brother's women was absolutely unacceptable. The three sisters-in-law were inside the house, while he squatted at the gate, occasionally walking around to see if any little thieves were sneaking in. Ning Wan's actions were all seen by Wu Yang. He had 10 bandits hiding in the shadows. And when they saw a white-haired boy wandering back and forth in the yard, they hesitated to enter the house. Since Ning Wan wouldn't go inside, they could only continue hiding. It was getting dark, and if they acted now, it would alert the villagers. They planned to sneak in after dark to rob and capture people. During the day, several little bandits, disguised as villagers, went to gather information and were stunned to see the three women at Chen Xi's home. They were much prettier than the women they had previously stolen, and after playing with them, they could sell them for a good price. The little bandits were drooling, already fantasizing about the scenes of enjoying themselves with the three women. Such top-quality goods hadn't been seen in a long time. Wu Yang could hardly contain himself upon seeing the three beautiful women. Having had his leg broken by Yi Hongying, he hadn't touched a woman in a month and was feeling particularly lustful at that moment. Once he got his hands on those three women, he was determined to vent his desires thoroughly. Third boss, do you see that? This man has colluded with the government. Otherwise, how could he afford to marry such beautiful wives? Ye Hongying sonortet distaminful, ignoring Wuliang. Not only was he colluding with the government, but he was also a lecherous person. Such a person would be no loss if killed by bandits. And as for the three women, perhaps it was just their fate. After all, they married a man who colluded with the government. She hated the court and, by extension, everyone connected to it. Glancing at the yard, there was only one man and three women. The man had white hair. Although he was strong, he wouldn't be a match for the bandits. There was still a bit of time before it got dark, so feeling bored, she decided to go for a walk. Just that one man. You can handle him, right? Yi Hongying said coldly, looking down on the bandits from the bottom of her heart. They were no match for her. Wu Yang scratched his head awkwardly. The third boss's words were clearly belittling him. How could the second in command of a bandit lair not be able to handle a villager? Third boss. The way you say it, we may not be your match, but if we can't handle a villager, we might as well die. After Yi Hongying snorted again, she mounted her horse, saying, as long as it can be handled, I'll go for a walk. All right, third boss, you don't need to rush back. We'll return after we finish our business. Wu Yang wished for Yi Hongying to leave soon. He wanted to enjoy the three women first before anything else. Having her around was inconvenient. He didn't want to be interrupted while doing business. Yi Hongying shot him a glare as if she understood his little thoughts. Without saying a word, she rode off on her black horse. The area was full of mountains, and she wanted to take a look, hoping to catch a wild chicken for a change of taste. She had a carefree personality and adapted to circumstances after losing her home. After Yi Hongying rode away, Wu Yang rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with desire for women, and continued to wait with his 10 bandits. Second boss. After you've had your fun with those three women, can you let the brothers have a taste too? Yes, second boss. I've never seen such top-quality goods in my life. If I can have a go, it will be worth it even if I die. Wu Liang, while peeking into the yard, cursed, damn it, we've never treated the brothers poorly. I'll enjoy myself first, then let you all have a taste of the saltiness. By the way, don't end up like last time and kill the women. This quality of woman can sell for more at the brothel. Thinking of the last time made Wu Liang angry. A perfectly good-looking woman had been killed by this group of idiots. We won this time. We'll all take it easy. The little bandits, hearing the second boss agree that they could have a taste, had green eyes, itching to make a move right away. Half an hour later, it was completely dark. Damn it, that white-hair boy is just wandering around outside instead of taking care of those three beautiful women inside. Crap. Is he planning to freeze outside all night? I can't wait any longer. Wu Liang's eyes hardened as he drew his sharp knife and waved his hand behind him. Liang, take care of that man. I'll sneak in from the back. The second in command signaled. The little bandits drew their weapons and approached the courtyard gate under the cover of darkness. Wu Liang quietly circled to the back of the courtyard, separated from the backyard by only a dirt wall. A lewd smile crept onto his lips. "Three little ladies, I'm coming in." Meanwhile, the horse-drawn carriage, loaded with supplies, moved slowly. Chen Xi was still on his way home. Chapter 60. Fierce battle. Ning Luan squatted at the door, his attention entirely focused on the village entrance. Why hadn't his elder brother returned yet? He couldn't go look for him. He needed to protect his three sisters-in-law at home. Suddenly, a creaking sound came from the distance. Ning Luan frowned. It was the sound of footsteps on the snow. As the snow gradually compressed, anyone stepping on it would make that noise. He stood up and looked in the direction of the sound, squinting his eyes. Pretending to be tired of squatting, he stretched and muttered to himself, "I've rested enough. Time to go back in for dinner." He turned around and walked back into the house as if nothing had happened. The little bandits, unfamiliar with the route, stepped onto the compacted snow by the roadside, making noise that startled them, and they immediately hid behind a large tree. Nervously peeking out, they noticed the white-haired kid stretching and saying he was going back in for dinner. Once he left, they dared to come out. They whispered to each other, relieved that the kid hadn't noticed them. At that moment, it was just getting dark, and the villagers hadn't gone to sleep yet. The bandits feared that a strong attack would disturb them, and that would lead to trouble if the villagers came running. 10 little bandits crept closer to the courtyard. Ning Luan didn't care about gender differences. He pushed open the door and said sternly to his three sisters-in-law, "Come with me." The three women, seeing Ning Luan's serious expression, asked in confusion, "Has your elder brother returned?" It was an urgent situation, and Ning Luan was worried about scaring them. He had already noticed people hiding behind the tree earlier, and there were quite a few of them. They were clearly coming for them. "Sisters-in-law, come with me. I'll explain later." Without further ado, Ning Luan led the three women to the backyard and hid them behind the brick kiln. "No matter what happens, don't come out." "Ning Luan, what is happening outside?" Fan Yin was sweating nervously. "Is my husband in trouble?" Qin Yao and Bai Rong were equally unsure, feeling increasingly uneasy at Ning Luan's seriousness. They knew they had to listen to the eldest lady. Without their husband, the eldest lady was their backbone. "Eldest sister-in-law, don't ask. Just remember what I said. No matter what happens, don't come out." After hiding his three sisters-in-law, he felt somewhat reassured. He grabbed the hunting knife that Chen Xi had newly forged and prepared to see what those little bandits were up to. Ning Luan hid behind the door, peering through the crack at the courtyard door. In the faint moonlight, he saw several shadows moving outside the courtyard door. They really are coming here. Today, I'll see who dares to come in. Ning Luan had always been in good health and had trained in the army. A few little bandits were nothing to him. But what he didn't know was that he was about to face real bandits from Eagle Beak Mountain, a group of ruthless characters who wouldn't hesitate to eat people whole. In the backyard, Wu Liang was about to climb over the wall when he saw the white-haired kid hiding three women behind the brick kiln. He mumbled something he couldn't hear clearly. After Ning Luan left, Wu Liang peeked inside. Behind the brick kiln, the three women were huddled together, trembling. In his eyes, they looked like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. It seemed the group ahead had been detected, but that didn't matter. The white-haired kid hiding the three women suited his purpose perfectly. He didn't want to go out just yet. He was waiting for the commotion outside to start before he made his move. Just a white-haired kid. How much trouble could he cause? His attention was entirely on the three women, and he licked his lips, thinking that his younger brother must be feeling pent up after all this time. He was definitely going to have some fun. The three women took turns peeking out. At the door, Ning Luan stood still, watching the courtyard door. As he expected, it wasn't long before a few heads appeared. A few little bandits looked around and, seeing no one in the courtyard, revealed themselves. One bandit in front waved his hand to the others, and the remaining 9 little bandits, holding knives, quietly approached the house. Ning Luan squinted his eyes and gripped the hunting knife tightly. 10 of them. It seemed a fierce battle was unavoidable tonight. He wasn't afraid. In fact, he felt a bit excited. He bit the small braid of his white hair and felt his blood burning with adrenaline. The leading little bandit had reached the door, crouched down, and pressed an ear against it to listen carefully for sounds inside. After a while, he nodded to the little bandit behind him, and the rest quickly moved closer. Creak. They gently pushed the door open just a crack. 3 seconds later, a head squeezed in from below the door, peering inside like a dog. As soon as the head came down, Ning Wan pressed the blade of his knife against the bandit's neck. The little bandit glanced around for a moment, and Ning Wan suddenly flipped his wrist. Puffed. The bandit's neck was sliced open, half of his flesh hanging from his head. The little bandit didn't even have time to scream before he met his end. After taking care of one little bandit, Ning Wan yanked the door open and swung his knife outside with great force. Since the little bandits were so close, they had no idea they had been discovered and were caught off guard, receiving several cuts before they could react. One little bandit hit in the arm, covered his wound, and shouted, "The cover's blown. Smash the kiln." The bandit uttered some slang, starting the assault. Ning Wan recognized the slang. Weren't they just a few bandits? He wondered how they planned to smash the kiln. He didn't want them to come in and destroy his elder brother's things. Without waiting for their attack, he jumped out of the house and swung his knife at one of the little bandits. As the little bandits formed a small encirclement, Ning Wan's first action upon exiting was to find a direction to strike hard. This tactic worked well in battle when surrounded by enemies. It was effective to launch a fierce attack in one direction. Only by breaking through to the periphery could he try to align the enemy's attacks into a straight line, making it easier to take them down one by one. Ning Wan had plenty of experience in this kind of fight. Soldiers in the army often faced defeat and had grown accustomed to being surrounded. Over time, he developed this skill. He focused his strength in one direction, and the little bandit couldn't withstand it. He was no match for Ning Wan. In just a few strokes, the bandit was knocked to the ground, lying there and shouting, "It hurts. Someone help." The little bandit hadn't expected Ning Wan to be so fierce, attacking his vital points with every strike. If he hadn't reacted quickly, his head would have been chopped off by this kid. The other little bandits rushed in to assist, trying to surround Ning Wan again, believing that they could kill him with sheer numbers. But their plan fell flat. After breaking through, Ning Wan continued to maneuver around the periphery, making it difficult for the little bandits to form an encirclement. Ning Wan seized the opportunity, exerting all his strength to strike at one little bandit's head. The bandit couldn't dodge in time and chose to block with his knife. Clang! The knife in the little bandit's hand was sliced in half, along with half of his head, and he fell to the ground dead. Ning Wan didn't expect that strike to be so effective. He glanced at his knife, which was completely unharmed. The entire hunting knife shimmered with a blue light, reflecting the cold moonlight, looking menacing. Damn, is my elder brother's weapon this good? Ning Wan thought to himself, realizing that this hunting knife was even better than those used by the army's lower-ranking officers. With a sharp blade in hand, he felt even more confident. Come on, let us see what you've got today. Ning Wan felt a surge of battle spirit, with 8 little bandits remaining. He had to hold out until his elder brother returned. Sounds of fighting came from the front yard, making the 3 women tremble even more. Ning Wan told them not to come out, and they obediently listened, knowing that he had returned from the army and should have a way to handle it. Although Qin Yao was older than Bai Rongrong, she was the most timid among the 3 women, hiding behind Fan Yin and quietly crying. Fan Yin was also scared, using her body to shield the 2 younger women, her face pale, her heart in her throat. Bai Rongrong, though the youngest, was quite brave. Last time, when Wang Matzi brought people to capture them, she even dared to bite one of the enforcers. Second sister, stay behind me. I'll protect you. Bai Rongrong held a half brick in both hands, placing it in front of Qin Yao. The 2 younger sisters usually vied for the favor of the eldest lady, but in critical moments, they stood united against the outside threat. The sounds of fighting echoed, and Wu Yang knew that his men had engaged in combat ahead. The 10 brothers he brought were all skilled fighters, so he felt no panic at all. It was time for him to make his appearance. But his legs were still not fully healed, slowing down his speed as he climbed over the earthen wall. Bai Rongrong, with her keen eyes, spotted a shadow climbing over the wall and threw a half brick at him. She aimed for Wu Yang's head, but her strength was small, and the brick arced through the air, hitting Wu Yang's injured leg. Damn it, how dare that bitch hit me? Wu Yang grunted in pain and limped forward, finding a stick used for firewood by the wall. He chose not to use a sharp weapon because he wanted to capture someone alive. You better behave and don't move, or I'll beat you to death. Fan Yin was startled to see someone climbing over the earthen wall and panicked, but as the lady of the house, she couldn't show weakness in her husband's absence. She spread her arms to shield the two women. Qin Yao let out a terrified scream, trembling uncontrollably. Her scream instantly reached Ning Wan, who was in the front yard fighting. Ning Wan's eyes turned red as he realized the situation was bad. There were bandits in the backyard as well. He swiftly cut down a small bandit and charged towards the house, shouting, "Who the hell dares to touch my sister-in-law?" Chapter 61. Furious Ning Luan was truly anxious, disregarding everything as he rushed into the house, even ignoring the knife wound in his back. His elder brother was not home, and he couldn't let anything happen to his sisters-in-law. Ning Wan charged forward with all his might, while the little bandits clung to him from behind. They knew the power of that scream, and the nearby villagers would definitely come running. They had to quickly deal with the white-haired kid, find 100 taels of silver, and then take the three women away. Originally, they planned to handle the three beautiful women right there. Otherwise, they would miss out on the fun once they returned to the bandit den. The leader would definitely be the first one to go, and there wouldn't be time for anyone else. One of the little bandits pulled out an iron claw from his waist, connected to a chain. He swung a couple of times before throwing it. He envisioned the iron claw grabbing Ning Wan's head and pulling it back, splitting it open. Unexpectedly, Ning Wan charged so fiercely that the claw hooked onto his collarbone, precisely on the shoulder where he was already injured. Crack! The iron claw latched onto Ning Wan's collarbone, producing a creaking sound as it dug into the bone. Ning Wan's heart was entirely focused on his sisters-in-law. He grabbed the iron claw with his right hand and forcefully pulled it downward. Hiss! The claw had backward-facing spikes, tearing away a chunk of flesh. The little bandit behind, pulling the chain, stumbled as he was yanked by the enormous force. The little bandits knew that the backyard belonged to the second-in-command, and the women's screams indicated that he was about to succeed. They couldn't let this white-haired kid ruin their plans. He had to be stopped. But at that moment, Ning Wan was in a state of fury and would not let them intercept him. With a knife wound in his back and a shoulder wound bloodied and messy, blood soaked through his cotton clothes, Ning Wan was quick. He kicked open the back door with a bang and saw Wu Liang approaching the brick kiln with a stick. The three sisters-in-law were pale with fear, trembling as they hid there. Damn it! Ning Wan was furious, grabbing his hunting knife and swinging it. He was now covered in blood, his white hair stained red, and his clothes were in tatters, with cotton flying out from the cuts. Wu Liang saw he was about to succeed when a loud crash sounded, and he turned to see the furious Ning Wan charging at him. The kid was looking for death. He was no ordinary bandit. Before Yi Hongying arrived, he was the toughest character in the entire Eagle Beak Mountain. He had earned his position as the second-in-command through his own strength. He drew his long knife and stood his ground, ready to clash with Ning Wan. It was just a matter of fighting to the death. He was not afraid of the third-in-command, who he knew could easily overpower him. But this white-haired kid was not in his sights. Clang, clang, clang. The two exchanged blows for over 10 strikes, sparks flying everywhere. The little bandits, chasing from behind, saw that the second-in-command and the white-haired kid were fighting, constantly exchanging positions. They were afraid of accidentally injuring their second-in-command. So they surrounded Ning Wan, looking for an opportunity to sneak in. Ning Wan, experienced in combat, kept changing positions to avoid the little bandits hiding behind him. After a turn, one of the little bandits spotted the three women hiding behind the brick kiln. With a sinister smile, he thought, so they're hiding here. The second-in-command can hold them off. I'll tie these women up first. The little bandit, grinning wickedly, rushed over to grab them, pulling out a bundle of ropes from behind. Fan Yin was anxious. She couldn't let them tie them up. She needed to buy time for Ning Wan. Stop! She grabbed the little bandit's hand, refusing to let them capture the women. Slap! The little bandit slapped Fan Yin across the face, knocking her down and leaving 5 red marks on her pale cheek. Damn woman, dare to resist? Tie her up. Seeing the madam being hit, Bai Rongrong erupted in an instant. The madam had always treated her well, and as her husband's favorite, how could she be bullied like this? She grabbed the little bandit's arm and bit down, her small tiger teeth sinking in deeply, blood soaking her sleeves. Damn it, the little bandit cursed in pain. I got bitten by a damn woman. How will I show my face back at the den? He grabbed Bai Rongrong by the hair. ready to slam her against the wall. Damn woman, you're looking for death. Qin Yao, who was the most timid, had been terrified at first, hiding behind the other two women. But seeing the madam knocked down and by Rong about to be slammed into the wall, she couldn't let that happen. In a moment of desperation, courage surged within her. She grabbed the little bandit's arm, trying to pull him back to free by Rong. But with her weak strength, how could she hold back a strong bandit? She clung tightly, her body being pulled back a foot by the bandit. Damn it, another damn woman. The little bandit was truly furious this time. Not only did the three women dare to resist, but they also dared to pull him. Another slap landed on Qin Yao's face, but she endured the pain and refused to let go, biting down on the bandit's arm like by Rong. The bandit howled in pain, both arms being bitten as he tried to kick them away with his legs. Suddenly, both his legs were tightly wrapped by Fan Yen, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Ning Wan heard his sisters-in-law's screams and caught a glimpse of the scene behind the brick kiln, instantly consumed by rage. He no longer changed positions with Wu Liang and chose to confront him head-on. With a sudden burst of strength, he swung his hunting knife, creating a blur. Wu Liang's knife was also a good one, but after taking a few strikes from Ning Wan, it snapped with a loud clang. Realizing he was unarmed and no match for Ning Wan, he turned to try to slip behind the little bandits, intending to let them handle the white-haired kid. The little bandits saw Ning Wan no longer dodging and aimed to surround him. As long as they did, the white-haired kid would surely die. Ning Wan lowered his head, pushed off the ground, and charged out, swinging his hunting knife forward. Thud! The little bandit had no time to react and was cut open by Ning Wan's knife, his intestines spilling out. Just as Ning Wan charged forward, he was stabbed again in the back. His cotton clothes were already in tatters, with cotton scattered all over the ground. He lunged forward a few steps, suddenly leaping high, and brought his foot down hard onto the head of the fallen bandit. Crack! Bones shattered, and a white liquid mixed with blood sprayed against the wall. The other bandits felt their scalps tingle. How could such force be so heavy? Crushing the head, Ning Wan yanked up the bandit's corpse and flung it back, knocking down two more pursuing little bandits. He crossed his hunting knife over his chest, eyes wide open. If you want to capture someone, step over my dead body. At that moment, Ning Wan looked like a demon, his white hair standing on end, his chest a bloody mess, and his hunting knife glinting coldly. The bandits were intimidated, and some of the more timid ones instinctively took a few steps back. Wu Yang picked up a short knife from the ground and stepped forward among the bandits. Kid, hand over the money and the women, and you can leave. Ning Wan narrowed his eyes and scoffed. You should just cut your own throat now. I'll leave you with a whole corpse. Wu Yang had never been threatened like this before. How dare the white-haired kid demand he self-harm? Do you know who I am? He tightened his grip on the short knife, his gaze becoming increasingly ferocious. Ning Wan took a step forward, raising his hunting knife above his head, his killing intent boiling. You're nothing, just as both sides were preparing to clash. The sound of footsteps came from inside the house, thumping loudly. Ernyo, holding a shovel, came with the male workers who had been doing daytime labor and some villagers. Upon reaching the backyard, they saw several bandits confronting Ning Wan with weapons. It was obvious what was happening. Ordinary households had no decent weapons, so they were undoubtedly bandits. Fight the bandits, Ernyo shouted, and the villagers rushed forward. Some wielded hoes, others carried sticks and shovels, all attacking the bandits. Wu Yang realized that with the villagers arriving, their plan was doomed. He cast a sinister glare at Ning Wan. Let us get out of here. They wanted to run, but the villagers wouldn't allow it. Their boss had treated them well, and they couldn't let the bandits escape easily. They blocked the bandits' path, but their weapons were too simple to match the bandits. Two male villagers charged in but were pierced through the chest by the bandits, falling to the ground. Their fates unknown. The other villagers were still attacking, and Wu Yang jumped over the wall. The remaining bandits tried to escape but were blocked by Ning Wan alone, who united with the villagers and quickly took them down with a few strikes. Behind the earthen wall was a snowy ground that extended all the way to the village entrance. Wu Yang trudged through the knee-deep snow, rolling and crawling forward. Beyond this snowy area was the village entrance where the donkey was tied, and once he reached there, he would be safe. Ning Wan wanted to chase after Wu Yang, but was also worried about the safety of his sisters-in-law. He went into the house to retrieve the 3-stone bow his older brother had given him. He was furious with the bandits for daring to slap his sisters-in-law. He had to take revenge for this. He drew an arrow and fitted it with a release mechanism. The sound of the mechanism clicking echoed as the stitches on his shoulder wound burst open, blood flowing down his shoulder without care. His eyes narrowed into a thin line as he nearly broke the 3-stone bow while pulling it back, forming an irregular oval shape. Whoosh! The arrow transformed into a cold light, accompanied by a sharp sound as it shot directly at Wu Yang. The distance was too far, and the arrow lost its aim due to the wind. Ning Wan was aiming for his back, but the arrow veered downwards slightly. Thud! The arrow pierced through Wu Yang's injured leg, completely impaling it. Wu Yang fell into the snow with a thud, but gritted his teeth and struggled to get back up. He looked back at Ning Wan behind the earthen wall, cursing inwardly, "I've run this far, and that white-haired kid can still hit me?" His teeth ground together. "All right, I admit defeat today. Just wait, white-haired kid." Dragging his injured leg through the snow to the village entrance, he mounted the donkey and left. When Wu Yang reached the village entrance, Chen Xi was already at his own courtyard with the horse-drawn cart. The two were only a few hundred meters apart, but just missed each other. Chapter 62. Pursuit. Chen Xi hurriedly drove the cart to the courtyard gate and suddenly felt his pupils tighten. Why were there several corpses in the courtyard? His mind buzzed, and an ominous premonition arose. He jumped off the cart and rushed into the house. His only concern at this moment was the safety of his 3 wives. Bloodstains extended all the way to the back door, and he moved as swiftly as a cheetah, his heart already in his throat. Kicking open the back door, he saw many villagers gathered there. What happened? When Fan Yin and the other 2 heard their husband's voice, tears streamed down their faces like a broken dam, and they cried in unison, "Husband!" Hearing the voice coming from behind the brick kiln, Chen Xi pushed aside the villagers and ran towards that direction. "Don't be afraid. Husband is back." The 3 women ran over crying, burying their heads in his embrace. Sobbing uncontrollably, "Woo-woo. Husband." Chen Xi was still unclear about what had happened, but seeing that the 3 women were unharmed eased his mind a little. He tightly held them, comforting them with his words, "Don't cry, don't cry. Tell husband what happened." But the 3 women, upon seeing their husband, could not utter a word, burying their heads in his arms and crying continuously. After all, they were just 3 young girls who had never witnessed such a bloody scene. If Ning Wan hadn't been present, their fate was unimaginable. At this moment, seeing Chen Xi, their fragile hearts could no longer control themselves. The solid chest in front of them was their greatest support. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. With husband here, there's nothing to fear." Chen Xi gently stroked the heads of the 3 women, using the softest tone to comfort them, while his gaze swept across the courtyard, where everyone looked sorrowful. When Ning Wan saw his elder brother return, he smiled with his blood-stained face. "Big brother, you're back." Upon seeing Ning Wan, Chen Xi's pupils constricted. The originally white hair was now stained red with blood, and his shoulder was a bloody mess, with his cotton clothes in tatters. "How did you get hurt like this?" Chen Xi was anxious. Ning Wan's appearance clearly indicated he had gone through a fierce battle. Ning Wan, due to having just pulled the 3-stone bow, could barely lift his injured right shoulder and awkwardly raise his left hand to scratch his head. "Big brother, I'm fine. A few bandits came earlier, and I killed them all. Big brother, I'm sorry, the bandit leader got away." Ning Wan felt very guilty for not being able to protect his sisters-in-law well and for letting the bandit leader escape, betraying his brother's trust in him. "Go back to the house. I'll take a look at your injuries." Chen Xi roughly understood what had happened. It seemed the bandits had tried to rob and capture people while he was away. Due to the dim light, he couldn't clearly see the wounds on Ning Wan's body, so he needed to check carefully. "I'm fine. Big brother, you first comfort the sisters-in-law." Ning Wan blamed himself for being useless. His sisters-in-law had been bullied, and he was troubling his brother to tend to his injuries. "Stop talking nonsense, come with me. And you all, anyone injured, come in." Chen Xi saw that there were still villagers injured and couldn't delay. He pulled Ning Wan into the house, and the 3 women, knowing their husband was worried about everyone's injuries, suppressed their cries and followed him inside. There were still 2 corpses of villagers on the ground. The rest of the people moved the bodies aside to notify their families. Upon entering the house, Chen Xi lit an oil lamp and immediately instructed someone to boil water. Lie down and don't move. Ning Wan saw his brother was anxious and immediately lay still, though the 2 cuts on his back were painful enough to make him wince. In just a few moments, they stripped off his cotton clothes, and the wounds on his shoulder were a mess, the flesh all torn. Chen Xi clenched his teeth as he saw the severity of the injuries inflicted by the bandits. He prepared a large bowl of saline solution. Bear with it. All right, big brother. In this era, there was no alcohol. Those with better conditions used saline to clean wounds, while those with poorer conditions had to use lime as a substitute. Using cotton dipped in saline, he began to disinfect the wounds little by little. Anesthetic? That was non-existent. Ning Wan couldn't hold it in any longer. Even a tough man couldn't endure salt on an open wound, especially one inflicted by barbed claws. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Ning Wan tightly bit down on his cotton clothes, struggling to control his trembling body, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Just hang in there. It'll be over soon. The more Chen Xi cleaned the wound, the more shocking it became. Those damn bandits had inflicted wounds that couldn't even be stitched. They were completely festering. After cleaning the wounds, he sprinkled on some wound powder. When the powder was applied, Ning Wan felt pain, so intense he almost ground his teeth to dust, letting out muffled sounds. This was Ning Wan. For an average person, they would have fainted from the pain long ago. He also stitched up his old wounds. Are there any other injuries? Cough, cough. Ning Wan spat out his cotton clothes, took a few deep breaths, and said with difficulty, "My back." Earlier, he and T only felt pain in his shoulder, lying there without moving. The 2 cuts on his back were equally unbearable. Damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Xi hurriedly turned him over to treat the wounds on his back. Fortunately, the wounds on his back weren't deep. They healed quickly, and after applying powder, he bandaged them all up. All right, I'll go check on the other villagers. After treating Ning Wan, Chen Xi began to tend to the villagers' injuries. Because the bandits wanted to escape and saw the villagers pursuing them urgently, they swung their weapons wildly. Aside from 2 unfortunate villagers who were struck in the neck, the others only sustained minor injuries. While treating the villagers, a large group of villagers had gathered at Chen Xi's house. Aunt Zhang also arrived and began comforting Fan Yin and the other 2 women. Boss, the nearby villagers have all come, but only the village chief, Zhang Baoquan, has shown up. Ernyo also felt suspicious. Logically, with such a big incident happening in the village chief should have appeared to take charge. Hearing this, a glint of sharpness flashed in Chen Xi's eyes. He had long suspected that this matter was definitely related to Zhang Baoquan. No wonder he had deliberately elevated his own status in recent days to make Chen Xi let down his guard. He must have been acting as an inside man for the bandits. What a sinister scheme. All right, I understand. Seeing Chen Xi's expression change, Fan Yin and the others immediately stepped forward to grab their husband. Husband? You. Chen Xi turned around and, by the light of the oil lamp, noticed that both Fan Yin and Qin Yao had injuries on their faces. Without asking, it was certainly the doing of those bandits. Don't be afraid, wives. I'll take care of you. He applied some ointment to the faces of the 2 women, and while doing so, his face darkened so much it seemed like water could drip from it. Husband, don't go. It's dangerous. Fan Yin and the others knew very well what their husband intended to do. It was already dark outside, and who knew if there were still bandits lurking, making them extremely worried. Don't worry, husband will be fine. You all stay and take care of Ning Wan. After comforting the 3 women, he turned and left the house, retrieving his specially made compound bow and hunting knife, and went outside to release the horse. His eyes were already bloodshot. Zhang Baoquan, your life ends here. He mounted the horse and headed straight for Zhang Baoquan's house. Kicking open the door, he found a woman's corpse lying stiffly on the ground. It was his wife, Wang Yin. Chen Xi stepped forward to check and found the blood at her neck was still warm, indicating that Zhang Baoquan hadn't run far yet. Scanning the surroundings, he realized that all the valuables had been taken away. Ha! You think you can run that easily? Chen Xi chased out of the village but found no trace. He squinted and thought for a moment. With such a big incident in the village, the nearby villages would surely have heard the news. If Zhang Baoquan was fleeing, he definitely wouldn't dare to take the main road. The best way would be to take the mountain path. The village entrance was still a distance from the mountains, so he shouldn't have gotten far. Giddy up. The horse, usually used for pulling carts, wasn't skilled in running, but it was faster than a person. After running for a while, a small black dot appeared in the distance on the snowy ground in Chen Xi's sight. Behind the small black dot, a long trail of snow was left behind. Chapter 63. Zhang Baoquan confesses seeing that small black dot. Chen Xi's eyes turned red. He jumped into the snow and chased after it. If I let you run today, I'll take your surname. Following the snow trail Zhang Baoquan left behind, Chen Xi chased madly. Zhang Baoquan heard noise behind him, looked back, and felt a chill run down his spine. A shadow in the distance was rapidly approaching him across the snow, illuminated by the moonlight. It was particularly glaring. Damn it, Zhang Baoquan cursed, blaming his useless wife for wasting time. Otherwise, he would have run far away by now. But it was too late for curses. He could only desperately run forward through the snow, occasionally rolling in the snow. No matter how fast he tried to go, he couldn't outrun Chen Xi. In no time, he was caught up. Chen Xi grabbed his belt, lifted him overhead, and slammed him head first into the snow. Damn it! Chen Xi vented all his anger on him, delivering 2 punches that splattered blood mixed with snow, his face already a blur. Chen Xi still held back somewhat. He knew Zhang Baoquan couldn't die yet. He still needed to extract information about the bandits from him. With his temperament, even if the bandits didn't come back, he would still go after them. Otherwise, was his wife's bullying all for nothing? Were his brother's injuries in vain? Others might be able to coexist peacefully, but he couldn't. From the day he came into this world, he vowed to protect those around him. This enmity had already been established. It was either you die or I live. Zhang Baoquan was on the verge of death after being beaten by Chen Xi, struggling to spit out the snow in his mouth, along with a few teeth. After gasping for breath, he finally managed to speak haltingly. Sir, I was wrong. Spare me, spare me. Trembling, he extended his hand, offering the bundles of money tied around his waist. Chen Xi didn't waste time talking. He kicked him unconscious, stripped off his clothes, and tied him up, pulling him by one sleeve as he left. Dragging the half-dead Zhang Baoquan back to the village entrance, Ernyo had gathered many villagers there, all worried about Chen Xi and coming out to look for him. At that moment, seeing Chen Xi dragging someone who looked like a dead dog out of the snow, they all rushed forward. Ernyo spoke first. Boss, are you okay? I'm fine. Call all the villagers to gather here. Okay, boss. Just as he was about to leave, Chen Xi whispered a few words in his ear, and Ernyo nodded, immediately going to carry out the task. The others started a fire, and Chen Xi declared, Today, I'll let everyone see who brought the bandits to our Wowo village. Upon hearing this, everyone's teeth ground in anger. The court's taxes had already burdened the common people, and the bandits frequently raided them. Several neighboring villages had also been plundered by bandits, and some of their kin had been killed. Hearing that someone had brought the bandits into Wowo village, everyone was enraged. Let us help light the fire. It turns out there's a traitor in our village colluding with the bandits, and today we will kill him. Yes, I said it. With so many bandits entering the village, it's impossible nobody noticed. There must be a traitor. Light the fire. We need to avenge the dead villagers. The crowd quickly gathered firewood to ignite the flames, eager to find out who had led the bandits to harm the villagers. The entrance of the village was spacious, and the bonfire blazed brightly. Soon, Ning Wan and the 3 women, Fan Yin, Qin Yao, and Bai Rongrong, arrived by Chen Xi's side, visibly worried as they checked on their husband's condition. Husband, are you hurt? The women didn't want their husband to go out seeking revenge, but they couldn't stop him. I'm fine. This dog thing can't hurt me. Chen Xi reassured them a few times before they finally felt relieved. At the same time, Yi Hongying came down from the mountain with a pine chicken, hanging it on the saddle, pleased with a smile, thinking it was time to change the taste. Turning around, she saw a large fire burning in the village. Her first reaction was that the second-in-command not only kidnapped people, but also wanted to burn the village. Yi Hongying furrowed her brow deeply. She had repeatedly ordered them not to harm innocent people, so how dare they? Filled with anger, she rode her horse towards the village entrance. From a distance, she noticed many villagers had gathered, feeling that something was off. She hit her horse and quickly blended into the crowd. As it was nighttime, everyone came in a hurry and didn't notice there was an outsider hidden among them. Soon, all the villagers gathered at the village entrance. Chen Xi had tied Zhang Baoquan to a post and under the firelight, everyone could see Zhang Baochuan's bloodied face clearly. Is this the village chief? Yes, it's the village chief, Zhang Baochuan. What happened? It's him. I said something big happened in the village. And the village chief didn't come to take charge. Turns out he led the bandits here. An elder with some authority in the village stepped forward, realizing that the bound man was indeed Zhang Baochuan. He grabbed Chen Xi's hand urgently. Young man from the Chen family, are you mistaken? Did he really lead the bandits here? Whether he led the bandits or not, let him say so himself. Chen Xi grabbed a handful of snow and threw it on Zhang Baochuan's face, rubbing it hard. The ice and snow stimulated his skin, and Zhang Baochuan slowly regained consciousness. Seeing the villagers surrounding him, he knew the matter had been exposed, but he was unwilling to accept it. His eyes darted, and he began to feign ignorance. Why are you tying me up? I was chasing the bandits and got knocked out by them in the snow. Chen Xi sneered. He had expected him to lie. You were chasing the bandits, but why were you carrying so much stuff? As he spoke, he took several bundles off Zhang Baochuan and threw them on the ground along with the money. You were chasing the bandits, yet you brought all your belongings? Zhang Baochuan still stubbornly insisted. These aren't mine. Someone is framing me. Yes, someone is framing me. Zhang Baochuan clung to his denial, thinking no one saw him lead the bandits here, and as long as he didn't admit it, they couldn't do anything to him. Chen Xi scoffed again. You want to cry until you see the coffin. Today, I'll make you understand. He pulled out a short knife from his waist, Zhang Baochuan's weapon for self-defense. Chen Xi had been too eager in the chase to grab it, and now it was in his hands. This short knife, is it yours? Zhang Baochuan wanted to deny it again, but then he thought everyone recognized this knife. He had used it to scare people many times. The knife is mine, but it doesn't prove anything. Chen Xi chuckled coldly. With your little tricks, what good is lying? Ernyo, bring the person up. Ernyo stepped out from the crowd, dragging a woman's corpse behind him. He threw the body on the ground and said to Chen Xi, boss, I brought the person. The crowd gasped when they saw the corpse, and by the firelight, they recognized the woman's face. It's Wang Yin, Zhang Baochuan's wife. How did she die? Was Wang Yin killed by the bandits? The villagers began to murmur. Now 3 people from the village had died. Everyone look. Chen Xi held the short knife and compared it to the wound on Wang Yin's neck, and everyone gasped in shock. The knife matches the wound perfectly. You first led the bandits to my home. Seeing they failed, you worried they would catch you and expose you, so you hurried back to pack your things to escape. But you realized that taking your wife would only slow you down, so you killed her to silence her and fled with your belongings. After Chen Xi finished speaking, he grabbed Zhang Baochuan's hair and forced his face towards Wang Yin's corpse on the ground. Am I right, village chief? Zhang Baochuan glanced at Wang Yin's corpse, then closed his eyes and suddenly opened them wide, having to reveal his trump card. Even if there was evidence, what could it do? Taking a deep breath. You little brat are quite clever, but you're not qualified to kill me. Raising my head to meet Chen Xi's gaze, I sneered. You're right. The bandits were brought here by me, and I was the one who killed them. Upon finishing, the whole place was in shock. In the crowd, Yi Hongying suddenly squinted her eyes. This bastard really deserves to die, killing his own wife just to escape. Chapter 64. The misunderstanding of Yi Hongying. Zhang Baochuan suddenly looked up and laughed heartily. Even if I kill someone, you wouldn't dare do anything to me, would you? Chen Xi, seeing that he still dared to threaten him, stared at him for a while and slightly nodded. You think I wouldn't dare to do anything to you? He sneered and turned to Ning Wan, gesturing with his lips, trouble. Ning Wan was taken aback. His elder brother had never called him that before. Being called by his nickname in public meant that his brother truly regarded him as a brother. I'm here, brother. Ning Wan was overjoyed and immediately went to Chen Xi's side, waiting for orders. Chen Xi found a hammer and handed it to him. You still have one arm that can move. Nail his fingers to the wooden pillar. Upon hearing this, Ning Wan's eyes lit up. His elder brother was ruthless enough. He patted his chest and promised, Brother, I can do carpentry work. I guarantee to complete the task. Without further ado, Ning Wan grabbed one of Zhang Baochuan's hands and was about to nail it to the wooden pillar. At this moment, Zhang Baochuan was no longer calm. He cursed loudly while tightly clenching his fists to evade, but his body was bound to the wooden pillar and could not move. You dare! If you touch even a single finger of mine, your whole family will die. Oh! Not even a finger can move. Then how about all 5? Chen Xi replied bluntly, kicking him on the arm, causing his entire arm to lose sensation instantly. Ning Wan pried open his palm. Brother said 5 fingers. Losing even one is not allowed. With no feeling in his arm, Zhang Baoquan could only let Ning Wan handle him. Ning Wan aimed his fingers at the wooden pillar like nails. Bang! Zhang Baoquan let out a piercing scream as one finger was nailed into the wooden pillar, his eyes bulging red, his body trembling uncontrollably. Some timid villagers turned their heads away, unable to watch, while those with more courage applauded. This is the outcome for colluding with bandits to harm villagers. Such people deserve this fate. Chen Xi listened with amusement to Zhang Baoquan's screams. Bang! 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 Ning Wan moved swiftly, nailing all 5 fingers into the wooden pillar. And Zhang Baoquan fainted from the pain. A basin of cold water was brought, mixed with some snow, and splashed onto Zhang Baoquan's face. The icy water stimulated him, and Zhang Baoquan slowly regained consciousness, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, opening his mouth but unable to make a sound. Chen Xi waved a hunting knife in front of him, staring into his dazed eyes, and softly said, "Tell me where the bandits are, and I'll grant you a quick death." Zhang Baoquan drooped his eyelids and used all his strength to reply, "Eagle. Mouth Mountain." He was completely submissive now. He hadn't expected Chen Xi to be so ruthless. He uttered the name of Eagle Mouth Mountain, hoping to find a way to pacify him. Chen Xi nodded, but suddenly his gaze turned cold, and he brought the hunting knife down fiercely. Clang! The knife clashed against a long spear, which was unexpectedly thrust in a blocket. This turn of events caught everyone off guard. Zhang Baoquan, whose eyes had already been closed, suddenly opened them wide in disbelief. Someone had come to rescue him. A red-tasseled spear was planted firmly into the frozen ground, its tail quivering continuously. Yi Hongying had stepped out of the crowd at some point, standing in front of Zhang Baoquan, looking at Chen Xi with a complicated expression. "Can you hand him over to me?" Chen Xi narrowed his eyes, staring at the stunning woman before him, his grip on the hunting knife loosening slightly before tightening again. That last strike nearly shattered his grip. The newcomer was not friendly. "Hand him over to you?" "Yes." Ye Hongying pour cette lips. She knew Zhang Baoquan deserved to die, but not now. She wanted to know if the man before her was truly as the big boss had said. At first, she believed Chen Xi was colluding with the authorities to harm villagers. But seeing how the villagers supported him, she began to have doubts. This, perhaps, was a misunderstanding. Therefore, she blocked Chen Xi's hunting knife to save Zhang Baoquan, intending to take him back to Eagle Mouth Mountain for a confrontation with the big boss, where everything would become clear. Chen Xi scoffed, his eyes fixed on Yi Hongying, and spoke each word clearly. "You think you're something?" Chen Xi knew the woman before him was not a good person. But today Zhang Baoquan had to die, and no one could save him. He tightened his grip on the hunting knife, ready to strike Yi Hongying. "This, isn't that the 3rd boss of Eagle Mouth Mountain?" A woman recognized Yi Hongying. A few days ago, she had been robbed by bandits on her way back to the village, and, thankfully, this woman had come to her rescue. The bandits called her the 3rd boss, and she claimed she did not bully the common people, only targeting the authorities. Hearing the words Eagle Mouth Mountain, a cold glint flashed in Chen Xi's eyes. No wonder she wanted to save Zhang Baoquan. It turned out they were in cahoots. Since she was here, then she might as well stay. Eagle Mouth Mountain was already on his kill list. It was only a matter of time before he wiped them out. "Young Master Chen, you misunderstood. This 3rd boss is not a villain. She does not bully our common people." The woman stepped forward, pulling Chen Xi's sleeve to explain for Yi Hongying, fearing that both sides would start a fight. Chen Xi raised an eyebrow. "Whether you find it disgusting or not has nothing to do with me. As long as it involves Eagle Mouth Mountain, they're my enemies." Seeing that Chen Xi was unmoved, Yi Hongying sighed and unusually explained, "Please hear me out. There may be a misunderstanding. I must take this person away. If he truly harms the common people, I will not let him go." Yi Hongying had never wasted words like this before. Today was an exception, because she wasn't sure who the real villains harming the common people were. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not is not for you to decide. Chen Xi was already prepared for a fight. The woman before him was not easy to deal with. But he was certainly no saint either. His wife had been slapped by bandits, and his brother had been injured. There was no room for forgiveness. Fan Yin saw her husband was determined to take action and quickly stepped out from the crowd, grabbing Chen Xi's hand. "Husband, there may be a misunderstanding. You might as well listen to what this young lady has to say." Fan Yin did not want to escalate the situation. Although 2 villagers had been killed and Ning Wan was injured, many bandits had also been killed. Both sides had suffered casualties. The best solution was to negotiate with the bandits. Living well was more important than anything else. In her view, everything could be negotiated, and she sincerely hoped her husband would not take any risks. Chen Xi frowned and remained silent, protecting her behind him. His wife had a kind heart and lacked understanding of this society. He did not blame her. After being by his side for so long, she would naturally understand everything. This world was not one where everything could be negotiated. Reasoning with bandits? With them, it was only a matter of who had the bigger fists. "Madam, do you know what happened today?" Seeing that Fan Yin could calm Chen Xi down, Yi Hongying quickly adjusted her strategy. She wanted to learn the full story from Fan Yin. Seeing Yi Hongying ask, Fan Yin looked eagerly at Chen Xi. If her husband did not allow it, she would not dare to speak. Chen Xi took a deep breath and nodded. Only for Fan Yin would he consider talking. With anyone else, he wouldn't waste his breath. He took a few steps forward, remaining highly vigilant. As soon as Yi Hongying made any move, he would immediately stand in front of his wife and take action. If anything happened to his wife, he would feel guilty for life. Seeing her husband agree, Fan Yin cleared her throat and began to recount what had happened today. "My husband cured the illness of the county magistrate's wife and received a reward of 100 taels of silver. The village chief, Zhang Baoquan, was envious and colluded with bandits to kill and rob. Thankfully, Ning Wan and the villagers protected us. Otherwise, we would have been captured." Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong, seeing the lady of the house speaking, also stepped forward to explain. "Those bandits not only wanted to rob silver, but also killed 2 of our villagers." When the 2 deceased villagers were mentioned, the villagers immediately erupted in outrage. It was all Zhang Baoquan's fault that the villagers died. This person is an animal. Yes, as the village chief colluding with bandits, he deserves a terrible fate. The villagers united to condemn Zhang Baoquan, and Yi Hongying felt her face burning. It seemed she had misunderstood them. A doctor healing the sick was a matter of course. How could it be what they claimed, colluding with the authorities to harm the people? But she didn't want to jump to conclusions and decided to confirm it when she returned. "I'll go back to Eagle Beak Mountain to verify. If it turns out to be as everyone says, I will definitely give the villagers an explanation," Yi Hongying said, leaving Zhang Baoquan behind and walking away without looking back. She needed to return quickly to ask the leader who was actually colluding with the authorities to harm the people. Chapter 65. The new village chief of Wowo village. After Yi Hongying left, Chen Xi embraced Fan Yin in his arms. His wife was still too kind. It was just a bandit after all, and whether or not they were, as the others said, targeting the common people, he didn't care. What if a bandit didn't target the common people? If they provoked him, they would still die. Wasn't he just Eagle Beak Mountain? He remembered it and told them to clean their necks and wait. This incident had sounded the alarm for him. He originally wanted to live a good life with his 3 wives, but reality no longer allowed it. With himself attracting attention. It was only the bandits from Eagle Beak Mountain robbing and killing for now, but with so many nearby hills, he couldn't guarantee that no one else would have ill intentions. It seemed he had to develop an armed force. Otherwise, it would be hard to survive in this chaotic world. Taking a deep breath, he gently said to Fan Yin, "Wife, take Yao Yao and Rong Rong home. I'll return as soon as I finish handling things here." Fan Yin looked up at her husband with gentle eyes, biting her lip and almost crying. She was extremely scared and wanted to stay by her husband's side at all times. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong also came over crying, standing there with tearful eyes looking at Chen Xi. "Ha ha, don't be afraid, husband will be home soon." He embraced the 2 women and comforted them softly. He knew the 3 wives were frightened, but some things had to be done. Hearing her husband say he would be home soon, Fan Yin sniffled and replied, tears finally streaming down her face. "All right, go back." Chen Xi released them and watched the 3 women leave. Fan Yin and the others wiped their tears and turned back a few steps, always meeting Chen Xi's smiling face. The 3 women finally disappeared at the village entrance. Chen Xi turned around, his expression now cold as ice. He placed a knife against Zhang Baochuan's neck and swiftly slashed, blood spraying 3 feet. This slash did not sever the head. The neck remained half flesh connected. Ning Wan was very perceptive and stepped forward to untie Zhang Baoquan, who collapsed to the ground with a thud. Drag him, follow me. All right, big brother. Ning Wan didn't know what his brother was going to do, but what his brother said was always right. Chen Xi walked ahead, and Ning Wan dragged Zhang Baochuan's corpse behind him, leaving large bloodstains on the village path. Soon, they arrived at the mountains. Howl! Howl! The silent mountains echoed with several wolf howls, startling a few hazel grouse to fly away. Chen Xi looked around and nodded in satisfaction. This is the place. Ning Wan dropped Zhang Baochuan's body on the ground and turned to leave. But after taking a few steps, he realized his brother hadn't followed and turned back, seeing Chen Xi rolling his eyes at him. Big brother, Ning Wan was a bit confused, scratching his head awkwardly. Wasn't he this just disposing of a body? Why not leave after throwing it away? If left like this, how would the little animals eat? Chen Xi shot him a glance, knowing by his expression that he had never fed a dog. Lacking common sense. All right, big brother. Ning Wan jogged back, and since his brother said little animals couldn't eat it, he decided to cut open the body. He fancied himself clever, took the hunting knife, and cut open Zhang Baochuan's belly, then nodded in satisfaction. Now it works. Even rats can come and take a bite. He turned around and walked away with the hunting knife. After walking a few steps, he felt something was off. His brother still hadn't followed. Turning around, he saw Chen Xi's eyes almost rolling to the sky. He jogged back again, sulking, standing aside without speaking. What does big brother mean? The belly is already cut open. Isn't that enough? Chen Xi snatched the hunting knife from him, glared at Ning Wan, cursing him in his heart for being foolish. Learn something. Holding a hunting knife, he inserted it into Zhang Baochuan's rear and with a fierce upward slice, opened it wide. The innards were fully exposed. He used the hunting knife to lift the innards and scatter them around, then chopped the limbs into several pieces and severed the head, kicking it far away. Wiping the blood off the hunting knife on Zhang Baoquan's body, he shouted loudly, "You usually come a hunt you. Today I'm sending you some food." As soon as he finished speaking, several wolf howls responded from afar, as if an unspoken agreement had been reached between both parties. Chen Xi handed the hunting knife to Ning Wan, acting as if nothing had happened, dusting himself off and patting his already clean hands. Let us go home. Chen Xi walked ahead while Ning Wan followed behind, occasionally turning back to look at Zhang, Bao, and Quan to the east, west, and north. He swallowed hard, feeling a chill at his rear. Big brother is really impressive. He takes such good care of the little animals in the mountains. What a thoughtful big brother. Indeed, it was thoughtful. Zhang Baochuan's heart was already hung on a tree by big brother. When they returned home, Aunt Zhang was with several women accompanying Fan Yin and the 3 women, while Ernio and the villagers dealt with the bandits' bodies. The bodies of 2 villagers had already been dressed by their families, ready to be taken back for burial. These 2 men were bachelors. Every time the wedding procession came, they would hide in the mountains. It wasn't that they didn't like women, but they couldn't afford the head tax, so they deliberately avoided the wedding procession. Their families only had 2 elderly mothers. At this moment, the 2 elderly mothers were tearfully helping their sons get dressed, covering them with all the bedding from their home. Chen Xi was very familiar with this village custom. When he had just arrived, he had no clothes to wear and had dressed his brother for burial. Taking out the new clothes he had bought today from the cart, he helped the 2 elderly mothers dress their sons. In front of all the villagers, he took out 2 strings of coins and stuffed them into the hands of the 2 elderly mothers. Take your sons back for burial, and I will take care of your lives from now on. The 2 elderly mothers immediately knelt down. They had thought that with their sons dead, no one would care for them. They thought they wouldn't live much longer. Unexpectedly, Chen Xi would give them money and even said he would take care of their future lives. The 2 elderly mothers couldn't believe it, too moved to speak. Chen Xi helped them up and comforted them. Your sons are gone. I will be your son from now on. From now on, I will send food to you every day. Whatever I eat, you'll eat too. The 2 elderly mothers could no longer hold back their tears, crying out, "How could we dare? Our great benefactor." Fan Yin and the others also couldn't help but cry. If it weren't for the villagers fighting to protect them, the bandits would never have been driven away. They all came up to comfort the two elderly mothers. Chen Xi called the villagers to help carry the two elderly mother sons back for burial and cleaned up all the bloodstains in the courtyard. After a busy day, the small courtyard was back to its original state. The villagers finished their work and stood in the yard without leaving. Chen Xi came out and shouted to everyone, "Today, every villager injured while fighting the bandits will receive 200 copper coins for their recovery. Wages will be paid, as usual. All villagers who helped fight the bandits today, regardless of age or gender, can come to me tomorrow for work. Male workers will get 15 copper coins, and female workers will get 10 copper coins." With a wave of his hand and money in his pocket, Chen Xi spoke with confidence. He had long thought that the bandit attacks on the village were not accidental, but inevitable. Such events would happen again in the future. Now that he was weak and not a match for the bandits, he had to unite all the villagers. They needed to come together for warmth. Once the salt mine in the mountains was developed, these villagers could also be allocated to his industry. When the villagers heard there was work and so much money to be made, they all jumped for joy, shouting, "Great benefactor Chen Xi." He handed all the silver ingots to Jiang Yao for safekeeping. She would be the family's money manager from now on. Everyone who participated in fighting the bandits can go to my second wife to collect money. You can all disperse now. After this commotion, it was almost midnight. The three wives were terrified and needed to be comforted well tonight. The villagers also didn't take the money and didn't leave, as if they had all come to an agreement. Nyo stepped out from the crowd and shouted at the villagers, "The village chief of Wowo village is dead. From now on, Chen, she will be our village chief. Is that okay with everyone?" Nyo had already discussed this with the villagers. Zhang Baoquan colluded with bandits to harm the villagers and deserved to die. However, Wowo village needed someone to take charge, and Chen Xi was the best candidate. Not only did he work alongside everyone for wages, but he was also righteous and considerate of everyone. He was simply the best choice for village chief. Good. The villagers erupted in agreement, all shouting for Chen Xi to be the village chief. Chen Xi took a deep breath. In the past, he would never have taken on such a burdensome task, but things were different now. With the threat of bandits outside, who knows what other troubles might arise in the future? He had to become the village chief. All right, since everyone supports me as village chief. He paused, and the crowd fell silent. All the villagers looking at Chen Xi with anticipation for his decision. Chen Xi scanned the surroundings, his voice authoritative. There's an old saying, one should not yield to others when it is one's duty. I will take on this role of village chief. The crowd erupted. Chen Xi becoming the village chief of Wowo village was the will of the people. With a wave of his hand, everyone fell silent. From now on, I will lead everyone to 3 meals a day, no more hunger. This was not just a promise, but a roar against this era. Chen Xi's words were firm. To survive in this chaotic world, he must gather all forces to pave the way for himself. He would no longer remain silent, but would bravely stand up to fight against this evil era. The name Eagle Beak Mountain was deeply etched in his mind. Once he formed an armed force, the first thing he would do is eliminate it. Dare to harm my wife, then there is no need for you to exist. Chapter 66. Wishes fulfilled. Fan Yin and the other 2 women stared at the tall and imposing figure of Chen Xi, their eyes nearly sparkling. At this moment, their husband was like a radiant figure in their hearts. As long as he was there, they believed he could break through anything, even if the sky were to fall. But they didn't know that Chen Xi was not only capable of breaking through the sky, but also other things. After all, he was good at breaking things. Ning Wan stood to the side, grinning foolishly, feeling inspired by his brother, whose aura was more powerful than 100 men in an army. He firmly believed that he would follow his brother for life, and he would have no complaints even if asked to die. A soldier dies for his confidant. The villagers cheered and vowed to work hard for the village chief, promising to follow him and never worry about starving again. Chen Xi called over Aunt Zhang and a few women who had helped him before, handing over the cooking duties to them. Aunt Zhang and the ladies readily agreed. All right, take your money and disperse. Don't delay me from sleeping with my wife. Chen Xi joked, and his relationship with the villagers became closer as a result. The villagers happily left after collecting their money from the second wife. Once the villagers were sent off, only Ning Wan, an outsider, remained. Chen Xi pulled him over and said seriously, "Wan, thank you." Ning Wan was almost scared to kneel. His brother was the benefactor of his entire family. How could he say thank you? Brother, this is what I should do. Chen Xi nodded, glancing at the sky, which was already midnight. It's late, and you're injured, so don't go back. Stay here and sleep. Ning Wan scratched his head awkwardly, looking at the small Kong, a traditional heated bed, and hesitated. Brother, I should go back. I'll come again tomorrow morning. Chen Xi was worried about him going home alone, as Shangha village was an outer village, and there could be bandits on the road. It's fine. Just stay here. You can sleep in my spot. Ning Wan was truly stunned. Brother, if you want to kill me, just say it. The Kong is so small, and with 3 sisters-in-law here, I wouldn't dare. Seeing him so cowardly, Chen Xi glared at him. What are you thinking? Come with me. He pulled open another room's door and pointed to a pile of hay. This used to be my spot. Ning Wan was dumbfounded. This pile of hay was where his brother used to sleep? He looked around. The mud walls let in wind. Not much better than outside. Come on, Wan. Chen Xi pushed him onto the hay pile and kindly instructed him on how to sleep. You have an injury on your shoulder, so put more hay underneath. Chen Xi turned him to the side and bent his legs together. There's a cold draft in that corner. Don't let it blow on your legs. Ning Wan didn't dare move. His brother was really considerate, even worried about him getting cold. After arranging his sleeping position, Chen Xi lovingly covered him with hay and then kicked him lightly on the backside, saying good night. He closed the door with a bang as he left. Ning Wan lay in the drafty room, thinking that his brother must have experience. This sleeping position indeed kept him from getting cold. Looking up at the roof, he could see the stars through a few holes. This place wasn't too much better than being outside. Just as Ning Wan was about to sleep, the door opened again. Chen Xi came in with a few new quilts, tossing them onto Ning Wan. Don't freeze to death. Cover up. Hee, thanks, brother. Chen Xi closed the door with a bang and left. Ning Wan wrapped the quilt around himself, grinning foolishly. It's really warm. Back in the other room, Fan Yin immediately rushed into Chen Xi's arms. Her little face pressed against his chest, speechless, yet it conveyed more than 1,000 words. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Chen Xi said, rubbing her hair and gently patting her back. All right, sleep. Fan Yin climbed onto the Kong. And Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong looked at Chen Xi with eager eyes. Their desire for a hug was unmistakable. Chen Xi opened his arms with a smile and nodded at them. Come here. The 2 women immediately jumped into his embrace, enjoying the warmth for a while before reluctantly pulling away. Blow out the lamp and sleep. This time, the positions of the 4 were a bit different. Chen Xi insisted on sleeping in the middle under the pretext of protecting the 3 women. Fan Yin was on the left, Qin Yao on the right, and Bai Rongrong, with her cheeks puffed out, was further right. Chen Xi turned to face Fan Yin, whose face was blushing. Since she was at the head of the Kong, it was hard to tell if she was hot or embarrassed. How could she not know her husband's little tricks? Will he hug her just now? He had secretly touched her there, and it felt quite comfortable. Chen Xi's big hand accurately found her waist, right at the junction of her top and bottom clothing, and nudged her body closer to him. Fan Yin, having tasted the sweetness, was no longer as shy as before. She slowly closed her eyes, waiting for her husband to pick her. Their lips met, and soon sounds of soft coughs filled the air as they savored the taste while his hand wandered. The scenery was magnificent, a grand adventure across half the map. As their feelings deepened, they rolled into the main theme. Everything flowed naturally, and after half an hour, at Fan Yin's pleading, they finally stopped. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong could hardly sleep, both blushing as they stared at the ceiling, their thoughts drifting elsewhere. Seeing that things had calmed down over there, Qin Yao mustered her courage to turn around, facing Chen Xi. Mimicking the eldest wife's manner, she slowly closed her eyes, intentionally pouting her red lips forward. The meaning was clear. Unlike Fan Yin, she had already figured things out. Her husband had entrusted her with the household finances today, which was a huge show of trust. If she didn't take the initiative now, when would she? She couldn't let that little devil take the lead. After all, she was the second wife, the one her husband had introduced to the villagers. Chen Xi wasn't unaware of Qin Yao's thoughts, but he still felt a bit shy. He licked his lips, glanced at the pretending to sleep Fan Yin, and then turned back to look at Qin Yao's pouty lips. Just as Chen Xi was torn, Fan Yin kicked him in the backside. Go on. Yao Yao is waiting. Fan Yin had also figured it out. Her weak body couldn't serve her husband well. She had thought she could manage, but ended up defeated under his strong physique. Besides, Yao Yao and Rong Rong were both his wives. As the eldest wife, she had to be open-minded and couldn't monopolize him. Today was a good opportunity to fulfill Yao Yao's wishes. Chen Xi was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. His wife was so understanding and wise. He turned to Qin Yao, whose lips were tempting and could no longer hold back. Since it was Qin Yao's first time, Chen Xi didn't dare to be too aggressive. Everything proceeded at a slow pace. This slowness extended the time, and after another half hour, they ended their encounter with a muffled groan. Qin Yao was a bit stronger than Fan Yen. Under Chen Xi's tenderness, she still struggled to cope, especially since it was her first time. After yielding her body to her husband, Qin Yao secretly tucked away a white handkerchief with a few drops of red on it, cherishing it dearly. This time, she didn't hide it. She embraced Fan Yen on her left and Qin Yao on her right, and the three of them happily drifted into dreamland. Meanwhile, Rong Rong on the far right gazed up at the ceiling with her big, expressive eyes, tears streaming down her face. Clearly, she was the first to discover the bandits in the backyard, the first to hit them with a brick, and the first to bite them. Clearly, I am the bravest, so why doesn't my husband reward me? Boo-hoo. Rong Rong is very clever and has long noticed that Qin Yao wants to take the lead. However, she still wants to fight for it. Who knows? The position of the second wife might just be hers. But the heavens do not favor her, and it simply wasn't her turn. When some people's wishes are unfulfilled, others get what they desire. The next day, in the morning, Chen Xi stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. Today's work officially begins. Everything planned below cannot do without money. Go into the mountains and make salt. Chapter 67. Wild Leopard Chen Xi woke up very early, washed up, and began preparing to go to work. Before long, more than 40 villagers had gathered outside the courtyard to work, double the usual number due to the many people who fought off bandits last night. He instructed Ernyo to lead everyone in their tasks and left the lunch arrangements to Aunt Zhang and a few women. Fan Yin coordinated everything, with Rong Rong assisting. The purchasing and accounting were assigned to Qin Yao, with Ning Ning assisting her. A makeshift team was formed. Ning Wan, injured, returned home to recuperate, and once healed, it was expected that the 50 foreign laborers from Lude would arrive. At that time, Ning Wan would take them to mine salt in the deep mountains. And once they were familiar with the work, they would begin to build up strength. Due to the unexpected attack by bandits, everything needed to be organized immediately. Big brother, I'm fine with this injury. Just let me work with everyone, Ning Wan said. He couldn't sit idle. How could he eat for free when his big brother treated him so well? Wan Zai, come out. I need to ask you something. Okay, big brother. The two went outside, and Chen Xi started asking the questions that weighed on his mind. Do you know any carpenters or blacksmiths in Shangha village? Ning Wan tilted his head and thought for a long time, but couldn't recall anyone like that in Shangha village, shaking his head helplessly. Big brother, we don't have any in Shangha village. Chen Xi sighed. He knew that skilled workers in these trades had been requisitioned by the Ministry of Works for the front line, where they were in desperate need of weapons. It seemed that if he wanted to make something, he would have to find craftsmen in the county, which would significantly reduce efficiency. He had been thinking about making crossbows for the villagers' protection, but the lack of talent was the most critical issue. He couldn't just stay at home all day making weapons. Seeing Chen Xi's disappointment, Ning Wan scratched his head and asked, Big brother, why are you asking this? I'm thinking of making something, but I can't find the time. I can only look for craftsmen in the county when I'm free. Big brother, what do you need carpenters and blacksmiths for? Chen Xi stared at Ning Wan, then asked with anticipation, I want to make some special weapons. Do you know any? No. Ning Luan replied bluntly. Chen Xi rolled his eyes at the fool. Why are you asking if you don't know? You made me expect something for nothing. We don't have any in Shangha village, but other villages might. Chen Xi wanted to kick this fool. Is your brain just one track? I said Shangha village is Shangha village. He pointed at Ning Wan's chest and asked in a commanding tone, Tell me, besides Shangha village, how many carpenters and blacksmiths do you know in all the surrounding villages? Ning Wan tilted his head to the other side, thinking and counting as he spoke. Xia village has 3, Dongzhuang has 2, Huling has 3. Ning Wan was counting on his fingers, and soon 10 fingers weren't enough. He wanted to take off his shoes. All right, all right, all right. Chen Xi hurriedly interrupted, looking at Ning Yuan with a scrutinizing gaze, and said, You, go to each village and find me 5 carpenters and 5 blacksmiths. I'll pay double the wages. Not feeling assured, he grabbed Ning Yuan's hands and carefully counted each finger, saying seriously, 1 finger, 1 person, you have a total of 10 fingers, so give me 10 people. Ning Yuan pouted, looking unconvinced. It's just 10 people, big brother. I can count. Chen Xi thought to himself, you can count? If you could count, why didn't you take off your shoes? Fine, it's 10 people. No time to waste. Go find them now. After hearing his big brother's orders, Ning Yuan immediately patted his chest and assured him, Okay, big brother, leave this to me. Nothing will go wrong. All right, go. After sending Ning Yuan off, Chen Xi scratched his head in doubt. What did that kid just say he would take care of? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't remember what Ning Yuan said behind that. So he decided not to dwell on it and took out tools to throw onto the cart. Today's task was exceptionally heavy. Traps were set all around the salt mine, marking a boundary where no large wild animals were allowed. After bidding farewell to the 3 women, he kissed Fan Yin and Qin Yao on the cheeks, leaving by Rong Rong out, which made her pout angrily. After being upset last night, she was upset again this morning. 2 meals of anger a day are good for health. Driving the cart, they headed straight for the foot of the mountain, where the cart could no longer go up. Road repairs also needed to be prioritized. During the day, with excellent visibility, Chen Xi brought enough equipment and traps and headed straight into the deep mountains. When he was near the salt mine, he started to approach cautiously, unsure of how lucky he would be today and whether there would be a herd of deer licking salt. He climbed a large tree and looked out. Sure enough, over 100 wild deer surrounded the salt mine, with strong adult deer keeping watch on the perimeter while the herd was inside. Chen Xi grinned and was about to quietly climb down the tree to find a hidden spot to shoot when suddenly, the deer herd became alarmed. All the deer stopped licking salt, raised their heads, and cautiously observed a section of the woods, their ears perked up and noses sniffing in that direction. Chen Xi narrowed his eyes. Something that could startle the deer must be a fierce beast nearby. Following the direction the deer were alerting to, he saw from his elevated position a creature peeking out from behind a large rock in the woods, its hind legs coiled with power. The moment he saw it, Chen Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement. A wild leopard. Chapter 68. Left as livestock, the wild leopard hid behind a boulder, poised to attack as it sensed the ground with its limbs. As expected, when the deer herd became alert, the leopard launched its attack. The moment the leopard sprang out, the deer scattered in the direction they had come from. Although the distance was far, the leopard's distinctive patterns were easy to recognize, and Chen Xi's gaze was firmly locked onto it. As the deer panicked and fled, their formation was instantly disrupted by the leopard. A young fawn from the herd was successfully captured by the leopard, and after the main group had run a few hundred meters, they stopped to sniff the leopard's whereabouts. Chen Xi's eyes burned with intensity as he watched the hunting leopard. To him, that was the pattern of his wives. How could such a pattern be worn by a wild leopard? It had to be worn by his 3 wives. It was unfair, absolutely unfair. Stealing his wife's clothes was a grudge that could not be overlooked. But the leopard had succeeded in its hunt, its teeth sinking into the fawn's neck, and in a moment, the fawn ceased to move. The leopard scanned its surroundings, finding no trace of other predators, before dragging the fawn away into the deep mountains. It seemed that this salt mine was its territory, guarding a gathering place for herbivores, and it was living quite well. Chen Xi couldn't tolerate such a life of ease, where one simply had food and clothing handed to them. He had to give it some setbacks. Moreover, it was wearing his wife's clothes. However, the leopard had already left, so he would let it go for now. Although the leopard was gone, the deer herd had not yet left and was still within his shooting range. Seeing the leopard depart, the deer cautiously sniffed the air, reluctant to leave as they still wanted to lick the salt. Chen Xi hid in a tree, already notching 3 arrows. With the deer so densely packed, he couldn't let this rare opportunity slip away. It was time for a big play. The compound bow could only hold 1 arrow, so he aimed for a 3-arrow rapid shot. Holding his breath, he focused and adjusted his breathing. He chose the 3 largest sika deer, drew his bow, and in the next instant, whoosh, 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 The 3 arrows flew in rapid succession, almost simultaneously. The 3 deer, their attention completely on the direction the leopard had left, barely had time to react before being struck. The herd scattered in a panic, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind 3 deer still twitching on the ground. The arrows had struck true, piercing through their backs into their hearts, rendering them motionless. Nice! The words slipped out. This was the first time he had used a compound bow in this world, and its power was not much different from what he had used in his past life. Jumping down from the big tree, Chen Xi grinned and quickly approached the deer. He gently stroked the texture of their fur, then frowned. Although the feel was very smooth, in terms of sensory stimulation, it was far inferior to the leopard's pattern. He smacked his lips, feeling no desire at all. However, these 3 deer were all adults, each weighing around 200 pounds, a decent source of meat. Unfortunately, out of the 3, 2 were female and 1 was male, with only a single set of antlers. But it was better than nothing. Antlers were good for warming the kidneys and strengthening bones, definitely a top-notch supplement. It took Chen Xi 2 trips to carry the 3 deer back to the salt mine. He couldn't help but start to miss Ning Wan. If she were here, he could have just carried everything himself. He dug a snow pit and buried the deer there to minimize the scent of blood. This was the territory of that wild leopard, and it might overlap with other predators' territories. If it overlapped with the territory of the king of the mountains, the tiger might come sniffing around for the blood scent, and that would be quite a problem. He needed to be cautious and as safe as possible. Now was not the time for mining. First, he had to set up traps in the vicinity. He started to expand his territory in circles. Not needing to worry about tigers, he had already overlapped with a wild leopard's territory. Clapping his hands, he began working. The first circle of traps covered a radius of 3 kilometers. By the time he finished, it was already past noon. Setting traps was extremely physically demanding. It required not only rich experience, but also strength to tighten the ropes around the trees. Chen Xi returned to the salt mine and sat down heavily on the ground, pulling out his rations and jerky to replenish his energy. After filling his stomach and recovering some strength, he began mining. This time, he smashed the salt mine and packed it into burlap sacks. Yesterday, he had bought the largest burlap sacks in the county. One sack could hold 200 pounds of mineral powder. Because he had treated injuries for Ning Wan and the villagers, the fine salt at home was already gone. Glancing at the sky, he saw that there was still some time before sunset. He chopped down 2 small trees to make a simple raft, placing the 3 deer and a bag of salt on it. He tied the rope for pulling the raft around his neck and, like livestock, dragged the 800 pounds of supplies down the mountain. The mountain path wasn't very steep, and the friction of the snow helped save some energy. He had to return early today. Otherwise, the wives would surely be worried. The previous bandit incident must not happen again. No matter how much he tried to conserve energy, that was still 800 pounds. Chen Xi rested several times before he finally dragged the raft out of the deep mountains. A kilometer ahead was the spot for the cart. Hope was right in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he continued to play the role of livestock, taking one step at a time toward his hopeful destination. Once out of the deep mountains, it was flat ground with little elevation, which further drained his energy. Chen Xi kept his head down, relying on sheer determination to drag the supplies to the cart. With a thud, he fell back, lying on his back and gasping for breath. His clothes were already soaked with sweat. Although exhausted, the reward was undoubtedly great. After resting for a full quarter of an hour, he struggled to rise from the snow, and the remaining task was to drive the cart home. Sitting up, he wanted to move the supplies onto the cart, but upon looking up, his mouth twitched violently. The cart was still there, but where was the horse? The area around the cart was covered with wolf tracks, and there was a large pool of blood in the snow. Even with his toes, he could guess that the horse had been eaten by the wolves. He howled to the heavens. Is one zhang baoquan not enough for you to eat? Did you eat my horse too? Beasts! Chen Xi cursed at the mountains, truly breaking down this time. A horse was worth a full 50 taels of silver, and just like that, he lost it. After venting, he felt a bit better. The next problem before him was how to transport the supplies back. 3 deer and a bag of salt. If he carried the salt back, the deer might not be there anymore. If the wolves could eat the horse, they could surely eat the deer too. Carrying the deer back, 3 of them weighing 600 pounds, he couldn't manage that. Between leaving the salt mine and leaving the sick deer, he chose to leave them as livestock. He loaded the burlap sack and sick deer onto the cart, then strapped the horse harness onto himself. Tightening the reins, he shouted, "Go!" And like livestock, he led the cart home. Chapter 69. So Chen Xi visits with her aunt. The villagers finish their day's work, and with the wages they received from the second lady, happily headed home. Fan Yin glanced at the sky. The sun had already set, and her husband still had not returned. Scared by the bandits, the women felt uneasy staying there without any men at home. They called for Aunt Zhang and a few other women to wait for their husbands at the village entrance. As the night gradually darkened, all three women were on the verge of tears. Fortunately, with Aunt Zhang and a few other women comforting them, they managed to calm down. "Don't worry. The village chief might have just lost track of time. He should be back soon. Yes, he must have been delayed by something important. Otherwise, he would have returned long ago." Everyone comforted each other, but suddenly a dark spot appeared in the distance from the mountains. The crowd was frightened. The dark spot was quite large. Could it be a bear? They quickly called for the village men, armed with various weapons, ready to confront the threat. After the bandit attack last night, the villagers had made makeshift weapons to prepare for any eventualities. The dark spot gradually grew larger and occasionally paused, releasing white puffs of breath. Only then did they see clearly that it was a horse-drawn cart. Bai Rongrong recognized it as her family's cart at a glance. But her husband was not on it. She cried out, "Ah!" The cart had returned, but her husband was not with it. There was only one explanation. Something had happened. Fan Yin and Bai Rongrong also saw it clearly, their heads buzzing, nearly fainting. After a moment, the three women ran towards the cart, crying as they went. If something had happened to their husband, they would lose all hope of living. The villagers were equally tense. It was hard to believe that a village chief who had just managed to feed everyone would suddenly be gone. This was a shocking drop from being a village chief to nothing. How could they accept this? They ran towards the cart with the three women. And as they got closer, everyone widened their eyes in surprise. Chen Xi had a horse harness around his neck, holding onto the cart shaft, sweating profusely and breathing heavily. Seeing Fan Yin and the three women running towards him in tears, he smiled broadly. Husband is back." Everyone rushed to help him remove the harness. And Chen Xi, trembling, embraced the three wives. I might have overdone a bit." Fan Yin twisted his waist hard, no longer feeling sorry for him. Living with her husband was terrifying, 3 times a day at that. Who could endure it? Qin Yao also dared to join in, twisting Chen Xi's arm and giving him a resentful glare. Bai Rongrong's hands itched, but she hadn't yet given herself to her husband. So she felt a bit shy and could only glare at him, occasionally revealing her small tiger teeth to scare him. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Chen Xi quickly begged for mercy, realizing that the two ladies, usually gentle, could be quite fierce. After numerous pleas for mercy, he finally returned home with the three wives. The villagers unloaded the sick deer and salt from the cart, each one secretly admiring the village chief. After just one day out, he had hunted 3 sick deer and even brought back a bag of sand. Not only did they admire his ruthlessness, but they also admired his long-term vision. With so many bricks fired, they indeed needed sand and mud. In their hearts, they all gave Chen Xi a thumbs up. A man who cares for his family like this is rare in the world. "Thank you, everyone. You can all head back now." Once everything was transported home, Chen Xi quickly sent everyone away. He still needed to refine the fine salt, which was his unique skill, and he couldn't let them see it. "All right, good village chief. We won't disturb you and the lady sleeping." The villagers' relationship with Chen Xi was getting closer, and some bolder ones had even learned to joke around. "All right, all of you get lost. I'll put in some effort to make a little village chief for you." "Ha ha, go for it, village chief." The village chief is mighty. The three women felt their faces flush from Chen Xi's words. Their husband was great in every way, but he had no filter. After sending the villagers away, Chen Xi lay down on the Kong, and Bai Rongrong had already prepared hot water for him to bathe. "Husband, it's time to bathe." Bai Rongrong was very clever. Since the first lady and sister Yao had already consummated their marriage, she needed to perform well. She aimed to outpace Sister Yao and be the first to bear her husband's child, solidifying her position as the second wife. The little girl had great ideas. Since she and Qin Yao entered the house on the same day, she naturally wanted to compete. Rong Rong is so good. Chen Xi pinched her little nose and, in front of everyone, stripped off his clothes and jumped into the wooden tub filled with warm water. Fan Yin and Qin Yao felt a bit shy and embarrassed to look, while Bai Rongrong's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. No wonder the First Lady and Sister Yao were so wild last night. It turned out her husband was so well endowed. Biting her lip, she stepped forward boldly and said, "Husband, let me help you wash." Chen Xi, soaking in the warm water, felt his breath quicken upon hearing this, and he secretly glanced at Fan Yin and Qin Yao, who both turned their heads away simultaneously. Feeling embarrassed, he scratched his head, thinking that these two wives were still mad at him, and he had to make it up to them tonight. "Rong Rong, go rest. I'll do it myself." The little girl wasn't ready yet. He decided to wait until he stabilized the emotions of the two ladies before proceeding. After a day of hard work, lying in warm water felt incredibly comfortable. After bathing and eating, they had their meal. Qin Yao's cooking skills had improved significantly, and the previous issues no longer occurred. After dinner, they began teaching the three women how to refine fine salt. There was no way around it. This work could only be done by their own people for now. It was that he didn't trust the villagers, but once the news spread, it would bring endless trouble. The horses had been eaten by wolves, and he needed to produce salt quickly to trade for horses at Luda. Moreover, the road into the mountains was difficult to navigate, and they needed to build a path for the horses. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Everything needed to be done bit by bit. The three women were happy to have something to do. Refining fine salt was not very difficult, and they quickly got the hang of it. Before long, the pure white fine salt was successfully refined. The three women tasted it, delighted like little children. They had mastered this skill. Husband is simply amazing. It seems like any difficulty can be easily overcome with him. Chen Xi skinned the 3 sica deer, mixed the fine salt with spices, and made a large vat of salted meat. This would be the food for their journey into the mountains. Not only was it nutritious, but it could also quickly restore energy. Once everything was ready, it was already midnight. They went to bed. After a long day of labor, Chen Xi fell asleep as soon as he lay down on the calm. Bai Rongrong, feeling anxious, occasionally stole glances at him, and because Qin Yao was between them, she had to check several times before confirming that her husband was not pretending to be asleep. Pouting, she turned away and pretended to sleep. Qin Yao glanced at the sulking Bai Rongrong and couldn't help but smirk mischievously. She had noticed that this girl was acting strangely and was trying to compete for the position of second wife. She was a bit too inexperienced. Having spent so much time with Bai Rongrong, Qin Yao was no longer passive like at the beginning. Over these days, she had figured out Bai Rongrong's personality. The little schemes were not hidden from her at all. "If you want to consummate with husband, just wait until I'm pregnant first." Oof. The next morning, 2 horse-drawn carts arrived outside Chen Xi's small courtyard. Inside the front cart, 2 women's voices could be heard talking. "Is this Dr. Chen's home?" "Yes, aunt. Let me help you down." Zhuo Qianqian helped her aunt down and looked at Chen Xi's small courtyard with a worried expression. Last time, her aunt treated Brother Chen that way. She wondered if Brother Chen would still be willing to help her aunt with her illness. In the back cart, an old and a young person also got down. It was indeed Master Zhang and his apprentice. Master Zhang had returned to the state capital after delivering the bear bile and had rushed back to Baishan. Upon learning that Madame Su was also coming to find his master for treatment, he came along. The 2 drivers parked the carts and stood aside holding gifts. Zhuo Qianqian stood at the entrance of the courtyard, gathering her courage, determined to win Brother Chen's forgiveness no matter what. I lifted my head clear my throat and shouted with all my might, "Brother Chen, are you home? I came to apologize with my aunt." This shout echoed like the morning rooster's crow. Chapter 70 Barbecue. Chen Xi woke up early, finished washing up, and heard the sound of a rooster crowing outside, but it didn't quite sound right. He scratched his head, wondering which family's rooster had been castrated, as it had the feeling of the East Factory. Zhuo Qianqian stomped her foot in anger, as she had finally mustered up the energy, only to be disrupted by that rooster. She picked up a small stone to scare the rooster away and cleared her throat to shout, "Brother Chen, it's Qianqian. I'm here to apologize with my aunt." Chen Xi heard her loud and clear. He welcomed Zhuo Qianqian, but since her aunt had come along, he certainly couldn't give her aunt a good face. The last time he went to her house to treat her, the first thing she said was that she was not a decent person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have treated him with her aunt's face. However, despite being angry, he wouldn't leave them out in the cold. He still needed to sell with Chen Xi's fur, so he couldn't let his face be affected by her aunt's presence. Chen Xi opened the door and saw Chen Xi standing in the courtyard. Today, she was dressed very decently, with some powder on her face, making her appear quite elegant and refined. This plain look made Chen Xi's eyes light up. With such good looks, she didn't need any extravagant embellishments. "Welcome, Miss Chen. I apologize for not welcoming you properly," Chen Xi said with a brilliant smile, delivering a very appropriate compliment aimed at her aunt. "My humble abode is simple, but I hope you can forgive me for my lack of hospitality." Seeing that Chen Xi not only didn't complain, but also came out to greet them, so Chen Xi was very happy, knowing that Brother Chen wasn't a petty person. How could a little girl like me dare to accept Brother Chen's warm welcome? Is what Chen Xi said cheerfully, taking a large pile of gift boxes from the coachman's hands and bowing slightly. "These are gifts from my aunt for the three madams. I hope Brother Chen won't find them lacking." After saying this, she looked at Chen Xi with a big smile, pouting her little lips and tilting her head, looking incredibly cute. Her aunt took off her handkerchief and pulled out a delicate little box, speaking very sincerely. "Thank you, divine Dr. Chen, for treating my illness. This is your consultation fee." Today, her aunt was dressed modestly in a fur coat that accentuated her curvaceous figure, with a pair of black leather boots, slightly bending at the waist, clearly coming from a well-off family. Regardless of her decent attire, Chen Xi wasn't interested in her. This woman had an inherently cold demeanor that kept people at a distance, and he wasn't one to stick his warm face to a cold butt. Chen Xi ignored her, opened the courtyard door, and welcomed Chen Xi inside. Her aunt stood awkwardly behind, holding the little box with both hands, unsure whether to leave or stay. Chen Xi stuffed a pile of gifts into Chen Xi's hands, turned around, and directly shoved the little box into his arms. "Thank you, Brother Chen, for accepting this. It's all my aunt's intentions." She raised her snowy white chin and even winked at Chen Xi, pulling her aunt's hand and heading inside. "Sisters, Chen Xi is here to see you." Chen Xi was taken aback by her familiarity. "Is this my home or yours? How come she is so at home here?" Shaking his head with a helpless smile, just as he was about to return to the house, two more people came out of the courtyard. Dr. Zhang came with a little girl, also holding gifts. They both solemnly bowed. "Master, hello. This is a welcome gift from the disciples for the madams." "Master, hello. This is a welcome gift from your grandson for the madams." Dr. Zhang spoke fluently, while the little girl stumbled over her words, mistakenly adding another master and three madams. Chen Xi nearly fainted upon seeing the old and young. Weren't they supposed to be back in the state capital? How did they come here again? Judging by their weary appearance, they must have rushed overnight. The old man was quite clever, not knowing where I live, deliberately coming along with Chen Xi and the others. "You old rascal, you really have your ways." Chen Xi stared at the two for a long time. The old and young kept their bowing posture as their master remained silent. "All right, come in," Chen Xi finally said, feeling speechless. "What way to start the day? With all sorts of oddballs showing up. What sin have I committed?" Back in the house, Chen Xi and her aunt were already chatting enthusiastically with Fan Yin and the other two women. Surprisingly, while her aunt was extremely cold towards men, she was very warm towards women, quickly bonding with the three girls. Calling them madams, she made the three women very happy. The little girl had a sweet tongue, actively greeting the ladies and calling them madam, which delighted everyone. She covered his forehead, realizing this was going to be a problem. If they got too familiar with the ladies, how would he get rid of them? With Fan Yan's kind nature, she would undoubtedly plead for them. As expected, Fan Yan spoke up. "Husband, Madame Su said that her illness was cured by you, so she came to thank you today. She also brought many gifts. And I want to invite Madame Su and the little girl to eat together." Husband, Qin Yao and Bai Rong were also very happy, holding her aunt's hand and appearing very close. "Husband, I also want to chat more with Madame Su. Let's have lunch together." Yes, husband. Madame Su even gave me a silk handkerchief. Look, it's so beautiful." Seeing that his wives were getting along so well with her aunt, Chen Xi's mouth twitched. It really is true that what you fear will come upon you. However, since his wives had spoken up, how could he refuse? He still held a glimmer of hope that she would refuse on her own. All right, if the madam doesn't mind. Before he could finish, her aunt immediately interjected. Then I shall honor the request. Well, then, let's have lunch together. The three women were very happy to receive their husband's permission and continued chatting with her aunt, as if there were endless topics to discuss. Chen Xi set the gift boxes down and stepped outside, feeling utterly speechless. Good heavens, are they planning to stay here permanently? He pulled out the little box from his arms, which was the consultation fee given by her aunt. If the price was unsatisfactory, they would eat coarse food for lunch. If moderately satisfactory, they would eat rice, and if very satisfactory, they would eat. Chen Xi mumbled to himself while opening the little box, and a golden light flashed before his eyes. Inside lay a small yellow fish. Weighing it in his hand, it was worth about 1 tael of gold, equivalent to 10 taels of silver. He grinned in satisfaction. Considering her generous offering, he might as well treat them to something nice. After all, he had worked hard yesterday and deserved a good meal today. Before long, the villagers came to help, and the efficiency was quite high these days. The bricks in the backyard were already enough to build a room, and work would start soon. However, just building a house wasn't enough. They also needed to construct a few hidden fortifications. The bandits would definitely return, and it was essential to create a solid defensive base. Chen Xi had already planned this out. The locations for the house and fortifications were set. With so many workers, they aimed to complete it in a few days. He brought Ernyo to the backyard, marked the locations, and handed them over to Ernyo to handle. Although Ernyo was a bit silly, he had a clever streak. Even though he didn't know what the village chief was up to, he had strong execution skills and quickly got the villagers to start working. Dr. Zhang greeted the madams and followed Chen Xi around. Wherever his master went, he went too. Everyone had seen little followers, but today there was an old follower. Chen Xi saw the old man's respectful demeanor and couldn't help but smile wryly. "Can you cut meat?" Dr. Zhang nodded repeatedly. "In response to my master, the disciple can cut." Chen Xi rolled his eyes at him. "With those old arms and legs of yours." Seeing his master's doubt about his abilities, Dr. Zhang immediately straightened up. "While my medical skills are lacking, I believe my knife skills are decent, master." Dr. Zhang was eager to prove his abilities, but was interrupted by Chen Xi. "All right, just follow me. We'll have bear paw for lunch. I'll make you a signature dish." When Dr. Zhang heard that his master wanted to stew bear paws, he smiled so wide that his old face was all wrinkled up, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Chen Xi took out the bear paw and handed it to Dr. Zhang to handle, while he went off to tinker with some fresh ingredients. He took out wild chickens and wild rabbits, cut some deer antlers, and mixed up the spices. This meal was called barbecue. Chapter 71. Am I joking about salt? Although Dr. Zhang is older, he works very efficiently. Without Chen Xi's instructions, he has already cleaned and prepared the bear paw, cutting it into beautiful slices, each piece uniform, as if measured with a ruler. This discovery left Chen Xi speechless. His own knife skills are quite impressive, but this old man is surprisingly not much worse. Not only can he diagnose minor ailments, but he also has quite a talent for cooking. As long as he doesn't eat for free, he must be able to do some work. He has now reached a point of no return. Whether it's 1 sheep or 2, it makes no difference. With Zhuo Qianqian's aunt lingering and not leaving, the presence of this old man and the little girl doesn't matter. The ingredients are all ready. The dried mushrooms bought from the county have been soaked in water, and the expensive honey has been melted down with various spices at the ready. The bear paw has been thoroughly cleaned and prepared by Dr. Zhang. Chen Xi heats up the pot, adding precious yellow wine to enhance the flavor and remove the fishy smell. He then begins his performance, adding various spices, mushrooms, and fine salt into the pot one after another. Soon, the aroma wafts through the air. The women in the room stop chatting and come out to watch. "Brother Chen, what are you cooking? It smells so good." Zhuo Qianqian sniffed with her little nose, nearly drooling. Her aunt had never seen such a delicious dish before, while shocked. She also tried to maintain her demeanor as a refined lady. Occasionally, she stole glances at the ingredients in the pot, curious about how it could smell so good. The little girl, familiar with Zhuo Qianqian, stood next to her, blinking her big eyes with anticipation. She knew that the master was not only a divine doctor, but also a hunter. What was cooking in the pot must be a mountain delicacy. Her master is frugal. After following him for so many years, the best mountain delicacy she has had was wild fern, which tasted bitter and was not much better than medicinal soup. Compared to this dish from the master, her master's cooking was better left unsaid. The little girl was drooling, unable to stop swallowing. The three women, Fan Yin and the others, didn't need much prompting, having been with their husband for so long. They already knew his culinary skills and were also drawn in by the aroma of this dish. The master didn't speak, and Dr. Zhang dared not say anything, standing by and observing the master's technique. Every time Chen Xi added an ingredient, his white eyebrows twitched. He had seen all these ingredients before, usually too reluctant to buy them, especially since the master even added medicinal herbs. This was something he never anticipated. Could it be that the master is making a medicinal soup with the bear paw? He wanted to call the little girl over to take notes, but felt it was inappropriate, so he silently remembered it. He noted down the sequence of this unique skill of the master, not knowing what illness it would treat. First, he added green onions, then ginger, mushrooms, and finally broth. Chen Xi completed everything, clapped his hands, and covered the pot. Now, the ingredients are secret, and no one is allowed to peek. There is still one more step. Chen Xi deliberately kept them in suspense, turning the bear paw into beautiful slices that no one could recognize. Strutting with a pretentious air, he walked out to prepare for the barbecue. After Chen Xi left, Zhuo Qianqian and the little girl couldn't stay away from the stove. The two little girls blinked their big eyes, occasionally adding some firewood to the stove, and every so often they would sniff the air. The two words "greedy cats" were written all over their cute faces. The aunt accompanied Chen Xi's three wives in the house, chatting. To be honest, the aunt was quite skilled at charming people. She knew that the three wives were Chen Xi's soft spot. As long as they spoke, her illness would be cured. After doing business for so many years, winning the favor of the three wives was something she was quite confident about, especially since she genuinely enjoyed spending time with them. In them, she saw the most precious qualities of noble women: kindness, intelligence, and restraint. Unknowingly, the few women got along very harmoniously, as if they were one family. Chen Xi cut a large piece of the tenderest deer meat, paired it with special seasoning, and occasionally brushed it with honey while flipping it over the charcoal fire. Dr. Zhang came along again, standing silently beside him, his white eyebrows twitching even more vigorously this time. The master is really starting to teach me. I mustn't speak. Just watch the master operate. This secret recipe uses deer meat as the main ingredient, with medicinal herbs as a supplement and honey to balance it. The master is indeed extraordinary. The medicine he makes is so fragrant, much better than the medicinal soup I brew. My admiration for Chen Xi rose another notch. Chen Xi also roasted a wild chicken and a wild rabbit. After finishing the barbecue, he returned to the house to reduce the bear paw over high heat, drizzling honey to adjust the color, and the braised bear paw was ready to be served. At noon, it was time to eat. One dish after another was placed on the dining table, and Bai Rongrong had also prepared a few refreshing side dishes, serving everyone rice and waiting for her husband to speak. Chen Xi stood up, cut the deer meat into pieces for everyone, just the right amount for each person. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, he disdainfully rolled up his sleeves, grabbed some fine salt from a coarse porcelain jar, raised his arm, and waved his fingers lightly. The pure white salt scattered over his elbow, evenly sprinkled on the deer meat. Chen Xi looked at his masterpiece and nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand. That's enough. This act, he must perform it perfectly. Is my signature move of sprinkling salt a joke? The sense of ritual was fully heightened. Everyone present was completely taken aback by Chen Xi's flamboyant performance. You look at me, I look at you, and in the end, they all turned their gazes to Chen Xi. Does this salt really have to be sprinkled on the elbow? But the visual effect was so magical that it captivated everyone's expectations. Chen Xi tilted his head, wanting to stroke his chin, but finding no beard. He could only regretfully give up. If only he had a beard, he could double the flair of this act. Shaking his head, he arrogantly spread his hands. Get ready. Upon hearing the word ready, everyone couldn't hold back any longer, but since Chen Xi and the eldest lady hadn't said to start eating, they didn't dare to reach for their chopsticks. Chen Xi thoughtfully served deer meat to everyone, giving the biggest piece to his three wives and the smallest to Dr. Zhang. He did this on purpose. At his age, eating too much isn't good for digestion. For the old man's health, he also placed the plate of wild vegetables in front of him. Let's eat. Chen Xi took the first bite of the deer meat, and the taste was truly excellent. A genuine mountain delicacy. It was far superior to the farm-raised meat of later generations. Seeing Chen Xi eat, everyone eagerly dug in. Zhuo Qianqian and the little girl were so tempted that they forgot their ladylike demeanor, each taking a big bite. The juicy deer meat burst in their mouths, and the two little girls were so happy they could cry. This is too fragrant. Their little faces beamed with joy, their heads down, eyes squinting, mouths stuffed full, cheeks puffed out. The three women, Fan Yin and the others, had to maintain their image as ladies in front of outsiders. Although they had expected their husband's skills, they were still surprised by the delightful surprise he brought them. It was as if any ingredient in their husband's hands could yield unexpected results, incredibly good. Their husband's excellent skills made them feel as if their hearts were smeared with honey. They were so happy. The aunt, coming from a prestigious family, learned manners from a young age. Poise and grace were her innate traits. She took a small bite. When the deer meat entered her mouth, her eyes widened in shock. This flavor, is it salt? From the moment Chen Xi sprinkled the salt, she had sensed something unusual. What kind of seasoning was so pure and distinct? She had never seen such a thing and thought it was his secret seasoning. Now, biting into the deer meat, the flavor could only be described in two words: salty and fresh. It had none of the bitterness of coarse salt. She knew coarse salt all too well, as her family had sold it for generations with a quartz salt license. Still uncertain, she dipped her chopsticks into the still unmelted fine salt and tasted it. Her pupils instantly contracted, and a storm surged in her heart. It was definitely salt, and it was top-quality fine salt, surpassing even the royal salt in the palace. Her heart raced violently, and she pressed her hand to her chest, unable to speak for a while. The appearance, quality, and taste of this dish completely overshadowed all the salts on the market. Zhuo Qianqian noticed that her aunt was acting strange and asked with concern, "Aunt, don't you like it? It's impolite to leave food when we're guests at Brother Chen's house." She then took the venison from her aunt's bowl and chewed it with a satisfied expression. Seeing this, her aunt was speechless. This little girl was doing it on purpose. She had just taken a small bite and hadn't even savored the flavor before it was snatched away. Qianqian loved to eat, so she took more. Her aunt's anger was about to turn into murderous intent, and she silently reminded herself, "This is my niece, just like my own daughter. Don't get angry. Don't get angry." Zhuo Qianqian noticed that her aunt was clearly furious, but still trying to maintain a smile. She chuckled and picked up a piece of wild chicken to put in her aunt's bowl. "Aunt, eat this. It's a delicacy hunted by Brother Chen. Very delicious." Zhuo Qianqian knew that she had to give her aunt a treat after being harsh. Otherwise, her aunt would really get angry. Seeing everyone enjoying their meal, Chen Xi placed today's main dish in the center. This dish was called braised bear paw, and the craftsmanship was not exquisite enough to be considered fine dining. Chen Xi wanted to show off, but whether the cooking was good or not, they would find out after tasting it. Once he finished speaking, everyone completely ignored the latter part of Chen Xi's words and focused solely on the bear paw in front of them. Who cared about the cooking skills? Eating it raw wasn't out of the question either. In this era, common people couldn't even fill their stomachs, yet a tribute like bear paw was on the table. So Qianqian, her aunt, and the young girl instinctively looked around. This wasn't the Golden Hall, so how could they be eating bear paw? The braised bear paw was cooked very tenderly, with rich and full broth, and a glossy color from honey. Just from its appearance, one could tell that this dish must be good. Chen Xi wore a smug expression, looked around, and waved his hand grandly. "Please." Chapter 72. Just watch me cure you. Two neatly arranged bear paws lay on the plate, making everyone drool. "Mrs. Su, you go first." Fan Yin was very enthusiastic. As the main wife, she naturally wanted to invite the guests to taste the dishes made by her husband first. "All right, thank you, madam." Annie no longer hesitated, took a piece of deer meat, only took a small bite, and just tasted the saltiness before it was snatched away by Zhuo Qianqian. This time, she insisted on eating a whole piece. She picked up a piece of tender bear paw and placed it in her bowl. Bear paws in this season are the best because they store enough nutrients for hibernation. Definitely a rare delicacy. Annie didn't eat the bear paw immediately, but called everyone to taste it together, her dignified demeanor making Chen Xi feel a deep irritation. "If only you were this sensible earlier. The last time you made me so angry was a waste of my precious time." If it weren't for you, could I have taken on an old apprentice? Chen Xi thought about it and got angry again. I could treat you if you want, but at least you need to have a good attitude. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss. Chen Xi thought to himself, while the others were already enjoying it without holding back. Each person picked up a piece of bear paw and put it in their mouth. It was sweet, soft, and rich. This top-notch mountain delicacy melted in the mouth. Paired with Chen Xi's specially made seasoning, it was absolutely exquisite. Zhuo Qianqian and the little girl were eating with greasy mouths, wishing they could eat the plate itself. Dr. Zhang's piece of deer meat was the smallest, and he finished it in just a few bites before grabbing a bear paw to eat. Chewing it, he nodded repeatedly. His master combined medicinal ingredients with food, not only neutralizing the medicinal properties, but also creating an indescribably delicious flavor. He understood some medicinal properties, and several common herbs combined perfectly under his master's skill. The old man was enjoying it greatly, and his master's image in his mind had already reached over 2 meters tall. Fan Yin and the other 2 girls watched everyone eat happily, their pride almost overflowing. All of this was brought to them by their husband. In less than half a month, Fan Yin had transformed from a widow who struggled to make ends meet into a wealthy lady everyone envied. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to even think about it. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong were needless to say. They had changed from wronged women to noble women. All because of one man, her husband. If there was sunshine in this era, then her husband was their sun. Annie held a piece of bear paw in her mouth. An inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. When Chen Xi came to diagnose her, how did she treat him? Not a single polite word. Instead, she accused him of being a rogue. He didn't blame her for her rudeness and even helped alleviate her symptoms. No matter from which angle she looked at it, she felt indebted to him. What made her even more ashamed was that she was the one who sought him out, and he had provided such a top-notch feast. Contrasting sharply with her cold demeanor, she cursed herself inwardly. Having read so many books, where did that knowledge go? How could she be so confused about right and wrong and commit such a rude act? No. She must find an opportunity to mend her relationship with Dr. Chen and repay him properly. Otherwise, she would never feel at ease. There was also one more thing. She had to understand the fine salt from earlier. After years in the salt business, she had keenly sensed an opportunity for wealth. If this fine salt could be mass-produced, the subsequent commercial value was unimaginable. She already had a sales plan in mind, but she couldn't say it in front of everyone. She had to communicate with Dr. Chen privately. As everyone ate and chatted, the meal was enjoyable for both hosts and guests. After the meal, Chen Xi took Ernio and the others to start building a house. In just one afternoon, it began to take shape much faster than planned. The sun was about to set, and Zhuo Qianqian and Auntie still showed no signs of leaving. Dr. Zhang, with his old apprentice, naturally had no plans to leave and wanted to stay here to learn skills from his master. Chen Xi set up a table in the courtyard, lit a stove beside him, and brewed a pot of tea. Sitting in his homemade lounge chair, he crossed his legs and enjoyed the sunset glow. This was the most pleasant moment he had experienced in recent days. He comfortably stretched and gazed at the sunset. The sunset was infinitely beautiful, but it was close to dusk. Thinking about his future development plans, he shook his head. Such comfortable days would not last long. Auntie and Zhuo Qianqian went outside and happened to hear Chen Xi recite a couple of lines of poetry. Her eyes lit up. Being from a prominent family, she loved to imitate poetry whenever she had free time after business. Moreover, she had never heard such beautiful lines before. Could it be that Dr. Chen had created them? Dr. Chen has such a taste for poetry. May I ask if you could recite the whole poem? I would also like a share in your talent. She and T expected that a hunter and doctor could create such beautiful poetic imagery. Chen Xi noticed Annie and Zhuo Qianqian approaching and cleared his throat. He wanted to show off. The shame of being a literary plagiary posed no pressure on his thick-skinned face. How could the matters of scholars be called plagiarism? The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it is close to dusk. After finishing the first line, he immediately realized something was wrong. The next line of the original poem didn't match the current scene. But with a quick thought, how could such a problem stump him? At worst, he would create an original line. After all, he was just a hunter and no one would laugh at him. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it is close to dusk. A hybrid of 5-character and 7-character lines. a poem titled Watching the Sunset at the Village Chief's House emerged. So Chen Xi and Annie were dumbfounded. This. Chen Xi stood up, pointed at the two women, and said with a mischievous expression, I know what you're thinking. Whether it's 5-character or 7-character, it doesn't matter. In poetry, one shouldn't be concerned with those details. Suddenly, he stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky, and sighed lightly, just a bit of wind and frost. The pretentiousness of it would earn him 20 years in the future without parole. Andy, no matter how well-mannered she was, couldn't hold back anymore. If Chen Xi hadn't been present, she would have definitely laughed out loud. Wow, this is the first time I've heard the fusion of 5-character quatrains and 7-character regulated verses. It's so irreverent. Chen Xi stepped forward, patted Chen Xi on the shoulder, and smirked. All right, Brother Chen, we know you're talented. Stop showing off. My aunt and I have something to ask of you. Only then did Chen Xi turn around, unable to hold back anymore, already knowing what they were here for. Is it you who has something to ask me? Or? Chen Xi knew that Brother Chen was still a bit angry. It was understandable since Annie had scolded him so harshly last time. She cast a glance at Auntie, indicating it was obvious she should quickly apologize. Perhaps Brother Chen would treat her. Annie's face flushed red, realizing she was wrong now, but she could never bring herself to say the words of apology. She had always disliked men, and now having to apologize to Chen Xi. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Seeing her in such a difficult position, Chen Xi felt a bit pitying. After all, they had come to seek him out. For Chen Xi's sake, he decided to extend a hand with his palm up, facing the courtyard gate, and said, Madam, it's getting late. You don't need to stay long. Please head back. Annie was taken aback by Chen Xi's sudden gesture of sending her off and was at a loss. Lowering her head, she pinched the corner of her clothes, unsure whether to stay or go. Her awkward toes were tapping out a rhythm in her shoes. Fan Yin had been paying attention to her husband. She knew he didn't care much about Mrs. Su's matters, so it seemed she had to step in. She left the house and came to Chen Xi's side. Shaking his hand, husband, when his wife spoke, Chen Xi could not refuse. He shot a glare at Auntie and said irritably, Lie down. Auntie was stunned at the words. Lie down? Where to lie down? Looking around, apart from a horse-drawn carriage shed without a horse, the only place left to lie down was this table in front of him. Could it be that she can't hear what he's saying? Chen Xi nodded towards the table, indicating for her to lie down there. The aunt was now in a dilemma. The yard was so bare, and asking a woman to lie on the table in the courtyard was too embarrassing. Seeing her hesitate, Chen Xi continued to extend a hand, palm up, and spoke towards the courtyard gate. Madam, the weather. I will lie down. The aunt, realizing Chen Xi wanted her to leave, dared not say another word. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to do as he instructed. Looking at the slightly wet table, she felt so wrong that she was on the verge of tears. She stomped her foot, but eventually lay down, eyes tightly shut, face flushed to her neck, feeling an indescribable itch all over. Chen Xi nodded with a mischievous smile. It's easy to treat nasal issues, but mental health problems are hard to address. If the disdain for men continues to develop, it could very likely turn into severe depression. By then, it would be even more difficult to treat. He found a large piece of tree bark, bent it into a horn shape, held it to his mouth, and shouted loudly, Villagers, come over. The village chief is going to demonstrate healing for you. As he shouted, he rubbed his neck, realizing he had strained a muscle from yelling so forcefully. After a few rubs, he continued shouting, Everyone hurry over. Come learn how your village chief treats illnesses. With those two shouts, the whole village was in an uproar. What? The village chief is going to treat illnesses? No one had heard that the chief could heal. They rushed to see. Aunt Wang, hurry, stop cooking, and come see the village chief treat illnesses. The villagers put down their work and hurried to Chen Xi's small yard. Soon, the crowd was packed tightly, 3 layers deep, surrounding the yard completely. Excuse me, let me through. An old man with white eyebrows and a white beard squeezed through the crowd. Thank you, everyone. I'm the village chief's apprentice. I should be in the front row. Dr. Zhang was very down-to-earth. At this moment, he didn't care about his dignity. To learn some medical skills from his master, he squeezed through the congested crowd with his old arms and legs. Outside, a little girl was jumping up and down, anxious that she couldn't get in. "The village chief is my master. I want to stand in the front row too." A kind villager opened a small gap, and the little girl quickly squeezed through, using all her strength to finally get in. Her little nose was smeared with dirt, and her face was covered in mud. Gasping for breath, she took out paper and pen from her pocket, fully aware of her mission. That is, to record. The ant lying on the table was completely caught off guard by Chen Xi. She had anticipated he would be a bit mischievous, but she didn't expect him to be this bad. Surrounded by villagers watching the spectacle, she finally understood everything. It turned out that this table was prepared for her. Who would set up a table in the courtyard in winter for no reason? But it was too late to say anything now. She had become well known in Wowo village. Chen Xi had a big smile on his face. He didn't expect his prestige to be so effective, calling the whole village together so quickly. He spread his hands, pretending to be a bit troubled. Everyone, please stand back a bit, or this village chief will be squeezed out." After saying that, he suddenly glared, pointing at a child trying to touch the ant's bottom. "That little brat, don't touch. This is a noble person from the county. Don't make her angry, or she'll bite you." The child ran away scared, and then this guy cheekily asked the ant, "By the way, what is your name?" "Madam, I'll introduce you to the villagers." The ant covered her face with her hands, crying non-stop, thinking to herself, "Is it really that serious just because I didn't apologize?" Had she known it would come to this, she would rather have stayed at home than come here to be watched by others. With Chen Xi tugged at Chen Xi's sleeve, shaking it left and right. The ant felt so embarrassed she could die. With a pitiful tone, she spoke, "Chindiji." Chen Xi saw her pitiful expression and knew she misunderstood him. The reason he was doing this was to treat his aunt's psychological issues. "Don't worry, Chanchian." He gave Chanchian a reassuring look, then took out a small sword-like object from his pocket and heated it over the fire. Coming to the ant, he said seriously, "Cover your face well and expose your nose." The ant obediently complied, knowing Chen Xi wanted to help her, crying while exposing her nose. Dr. Zhang stared intently, not wanting to miss any details. The little girl held her paper and pen, ready to record. The noisy crowd quieted down. The village chief was about to show his skills, and everyone was watching eagerly. Chen Xi squinted, looking up the ant's nostrils, and saw a piece of nasal polyp. However, due to the underdeveloped ancient medical techniques, relying solely on traditional Chinese medicine was too slow. Today he was going to perform a small surgery. He pinched the nose a few times to determine the position, then inserted the small sword and gently lifted it. The ant shivered suddenly as a polyp was removed from her nasal cavity. Chen Xi took out the prepared powder and blew it into the ant's nose. Seeing the powder cover the wound, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. The villagers, seeing that the village chief had finished treating the illness, regardless of whether they understood it or not, began to applaud. In the small yard, applause erupted. Chen Xi coughed twice. Success. Chapter 73, settling in. As Chen Xi finished speaking, the applause in the courtyard erupted once again. The villagers didn't really understand what had happened, but seeing the village chief take something out from the nose of that nobleman seemed impressive. Chen Xi was the village chief, the most respected man in Wowo village. So they just clapped along. Village chief, those famous doctors in the county are all called divine doctors. I think our village chief is even better than those divine doctors. Right. Our village chief shouldn't be called a divine doctor. He should be called a medical god. No. Our village chief is handsome and skilled. He should be called a medical fairy. I think our village chief is a reincarnation of a celestial being. He should be called the medical celestial. Some villagers misheard and thought it was a celestial being, quickly speaking up to defend the village chief. What celestial being? Our village chief is the second in his family. Have you all forgotten? That's right. He is indeed the second. So let us call him the second celestial. Second celestial is mighty. Second celestial is mighty. It was unclear who started the chant, but the villagers joined in, and Wowo village was instantly in an uproar. Chen Xi, who was originally feeling smug, twitched his mouth when he heard the nickname Second Celestial and instantly lost his composure. Go, all of you get back to cooking. He was unsure who gave himself such a flamboyant nickname. Couldn't they see how handsome their village chief was? Second Celestial? This nickname was only slightly better than Chen the Second Fool. Limited, Chen Xi was angry. This nickname must not be allowed to spread, otherwise. How would he manage in the future? The second celestial would still need to engage in business. Which shopkeeper would call themselves the second celestial? Bah! What respectable person would call themselves the second celestial? As Chen Xi cursed and chased the villagers away, they left with grinning faces. Grateful villagers quietly discussed among themselves about making a wooden plaque of the second celestial to worship at home. After driving away the villagers, Chen Xi's aunt did not dare to get up without his permission and remained lying on the table. She no longer cared. She had hit rock bottom, her face pale and expressionless. As a young lady from a well-to-do family, lying in a village while being watched for treatment, her sense of shame had long since died. Let it be destroyed. She was tired. Chen Xi checked her nose, then nodded slightly. It was finally straightened out, otherwise a crooked nose would look very awkward. He turned his head and saw an old man and a young girl standing there in a daze, one not understanding and the other not remembering. Master, I didn't see clearly just now. Master, I don't know how to remember. Chen Xi couldn't explain to them. It was just a minor surgery to remove a nasal polyp, something trivial in later generations, but now it exceeded their understanding. All right, if you didn't understand, just think about it more. Chen Xi didn't not want to teach, but it was hard to explain in a short time. It would take an old Chinese medicine practitioner some time to grasp the surgical concepts. Get up, madam. After you go back, apply the medicine once a day, and you'll recover in a few days. Seeing his aunt still lying there, Chen Xi prepared to send everyone away. They came together, so they should return together. That was fine. He handed the small bottle of medicine powder to Chen. It's getting late. You all should go back. Upon hearing that Chen Xi wanted to send them away, Zhang Shini and the young girl became anxious. They had come to stay with their master to learn skills, and they couldn't leave easily. Master, don't blame me. I'm just a bit slow to understand your medical skills. Please give me some time to learn. I want to disappoint your great reputation. Zhang Shini wiped the sweat from his forehead, fearing that master would chase him away. Chen Xi's aunt got up from the table. She didn't want to leave either. One reason was that staying here could stabilize her condition, and the other was that she didn't know if Chen Xi's fine salt could be mass-produced. During her illness, the Su family's salt business had been declining, while the Wang family had imperial salt licenses and made a fortune selling private salt on the side. Without a channel for private salt, she could only passively suffer losses, losing a large number of clients. If this continued, the Wang family would swallow them whole, leaving nothing behind. The family business passed down through generations couldn't be ruined by her. I also want to stay. After saying that, Chen Xi's aunt felt it was inappropriate and worried that Chen Xi would misunderstand, quickly explaining, I want to stabilize my condition. Don't worry. I will pay for meals and consultation fees. As she spoke, she took out a small yellow fish from her bosom, holding it with both hands and offering it forward. This is for the meal and consultation fees. If it's not enough, I'll have the coachman go back to get more. Chen Xi accepted the small yellow fish and casually stuffed it into his pocket. You are indeed Qianqian's aunt. But that. Paying for medical treatment is only right. Moreover, I've cured your aversion to men. You're not at a loss. All right, I'll accept the consultation fee. But as for where to stay, seeing that they didn't want to leave, Chen Xi felt a bit troubled. The new house had not been built yet, and there really wasn't a place for them to stay. He couldn't let them all squeeze onto the calm. Could he? Qianqian was already prepared. Their carriage was warm, and they could rest inside with a stove. Brother Chen, you don't need to worry about this. My aunt and I can rest in the carriage. Zhang Shini remembered that he also had a carriage and immediately chimed in. I have a carriage too. I can stay in my carriage. He didn't care where he stayed. He was solely focused on learning medical skills from his master. The young girl didn't mind either. Although there were gender differences between them and their master, they'd been practicing medicine together for years. So it was common to stay together in simple conditions. All right, since you don't mind, then it's settled. With the lodging issue arranged, there was nothing else to discuss. The old man and the young girl were willing to stay, so if they wanted to learn medical skills, he would teach them when he had the chance. He still agreed with the idea of a healer having a kind heart. After settling the guests, he had his own work to do. The new house and the secret fort were under construction, and he needed to create some weapons next. Crossbows were the most suitable for equipping the secret fort. This thing didn't require complicated craftsmanship, but was extremely lethal. With that in mind, he got to work. There was plenty of timber. If the bandits came again, it would be perfect to test the power of these weapons on them. Chen Xi sneered. Wasn't he the leader of the bandits, the one who ran away last time? Even if you don't come, I'll come looking for you. The injuries to my wives and brothers were not in vain. Chapter 74. Qin Yao's new skill. After settling a few people in the carriage, it was already dark outside. Since Fan Yin had come to Kuei Shui and Qin Yao had just lost her virginity, she turned her attention to Bai Rongrong. They were both her wives, and her husband had the responsibility to care for each one. Qin Yao was unwilling. She was most worried that Bai Rongrong would get pregnant before her, leaving her at a disadvantage and preventing Chen Xi from succeeding. However, seeing her husband in such a desperate state, she couldn't bear it. Under a series of coaxing from Chen Xi, Qin Yao developed a new skill. While it wasn't possible below, it was doable above. Once Qin Yao learned that this method worked, she showed no resistance at all and instead enjoyed a night of sweetness. The next morning, when she woke up, her lips and tongue felt numb, and her husband praised her skills, which made her very happy. Bai Rongrong, as expected, was angry all night, but there was nothing she could do. She was now just hoping the new house would be built quickly so she could have a chance for intimate contact with her husband. Dr. Zhang and the little girl took the initiative to handle the family's meals, so that master wouldn't think poorly of them. Although the two were physicians, they cooked quite well, no worse than an average chef. After breakfast, Chen Xi took the workers to start his work on making a repeating crossbow. First, he needed to draw blueprints detailing all the various components. Once Ning Wan found a carpenter, these tasks could be delegated. The little girl watched as the master wrote and drew on the paper, with various lines and annotations. She recognized the characters, but didn't understand their combined meaning. There were also those strange patterns that made her blink her big eyes in confusion, seeing the little girl lost in thought. Chen Xi smiled lightly. I still don't know your name. Startled by his words, the little girl quickly replied nervously. In response to Master, my name is Wu Yi. My parents passed away when I was 7, and I was later taken in by my master. I've been following him to practice medicine all these years. Chen Xi nearly laughed out loud at this name. So you call me Master, and I can call you Aunt Wu, huh? This girl is not one to lose out. If I want to take advantage of you, it seems I can only bring out the nickname of Second Immortal. Which? Wu Yi. Chen Xi tried to call her name, but it felt like he was being taken advantage of. The title was just too awkward. Seeing Chen Xi's discomfort, Wu Yi quickly replied, Master can call me Xiao Yi. My master calls me that. Wu Yi's obedient demeanor made Chen Xi want to kick her. Your master is so informal. Calling you aunt? What kind of family is this? Xiao Yi, can you tell what this is? Chen Xi noticed her curiosity and wanted to teach the little girl, as they needed someone capable of drawing blueprints at the base in the mountains. But just as he was about to speak, Zhuo Qianqian arrived with Annie. Auntie cleared her throat to cover her embarrassment, then said, Dr. Chen, no need to be polite. I'm only a few years older than you, so there's no need to follow Qianqian's way of addressing me. Chen Xi turned to see Annie, and Zhuo Qianqian had come in without him noticing. At that moment, Annie seemed a bit shy, fixing her hair, feeling a little embarrassed from Chen Xi calling her aunt. Chen Xi's mouth twitched. They came in a group to take advantage of me. Huh? And you want me to call you aunt? What are you thinking? How should I address you? This time, he didn't even call her madam and wanted to see how she would respond. If she tried to take advantage again, he would kick her out without a second thought. Since Chen Xi had cured her illness, Annie had become less cold toward him, wanted to learn about refined salt from him. She smiled at Chen Xi and nodded. My name is Su Yun. I'm the manager of the Su family's salt shop in the county. Dr. Chen can address me however you like. The name Su Yun took Chen Xi by surprise. He remembered it well. She was the female manager of the Su family's salt shop mentioned by Lu Da, and she had the court's salt license. This discovery thrilled Chen Xi. He had been worried about the surplus production of refined salt and that he would have to risk selling it without power or connections. Although Brother Niu was backing him for now, selling private salt wasn't something just anyone could do. Even the Wang family struggled with it. Until he had absolute self-protection capability, this path needed to be tread carefully. But now, with his connection to Su Yun, he could learn about the Su family's stance on private salt. Manachersu, hello. I still need to check on your condition. Come here. Let me see how your nose is healing. Chen Xi's attitude did a complete turnaround. After all, she was a valuable connection with a salt license, and he couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Suyin was clearly taken aback. She never expected Chen Xi to suddenly be so warm. He hadn't asked about her condition all morning, so why the sudden change? So Qian was naturally pleased, thinking that Chun Ge was concerned about Annie's condition, which clearly meant he had forgiven her. It must be because of her face. Yes, definitely. Then I will trouble Dr. Chen. Su Yun naturally moved to set up the table. She already knew the drill. Just lie on the table. She didn't care anymore. Should they call the villagers to watch? After all, she had nothing to lose, and it would be better to enhance Dr. Chen's reputation in the village. Seeing her move to set up the table, Chen Xi quickly stopped her. No wonder she was the manager. She was so perceptive. But today, he couldn't let her embarrass herself. He still needed to extract information. Manager Su, don't rush. We won't be doing surgery today. There's no need for that. Chen Xi signaled for Su Yun to sit down and asked her to tilt her head back. He checked that the wound was healing nicely and blew some medicinal powder into her nose. The powder was blown in very cleanly, without a speck spilling outside. Unlike yesterday, when it had left Su Yun's face covered in powder. Chen Xi's movements were fluid and meticulous, and Wu Yi watched with stars in her eyes. Master is amazing. Not only is he skilled in medicine, but he's also so thoughtful. He gently rubbed Su Yun's nose to help her stabilize it. It would heal within 2 days at most. Manager Su, how do you feel? Is your breathing smooth? Su Yun felt very uncomfortable with Chen Xi's attentive care. He had been so rough yesterday, yet today he seemed like a different person. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Last night, I breathed easily and haven't had such a sweet sleep in a long time. She was speaking the truth, due to bronchoconstriction caused by nasal and lung reflexes. She had been very uncomfortable, especially at night. As her condition worsened, she was in life-threatening danger if not treated in time. Good, as long as it's smooth. You should recover in 2 days. Upon hearing this, Su Yun was very excited. She had been tormented by nasal disease for quite some time, and now to hear that she would recover in 2 days made her overjoyed. She stood up and deeply bowed to Chen Xi. I thank you, Dr. Chen. No need for such courtesy. No need for such courtesy. Chen Xi was very warm and made a pot of tea for Su Yun, transitioning into the phase of extracting information. Whether his salt business could proceed smoothly would rely heavily on Su Yun's attitude moving forward. Chapter 75. The fine salt business. After brewing the tea, I personally poured a cup for Su Yun and made a gesture inviting her to drink. This humble abode of mine lacks good tea. I don't know if it suits the taste of Manager Su. Chen Xi spoke very politely, but the tea was new and bought at high price in the county, so it couldn't be too bad. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Su Yun felt quite awkward. He was treating her and making tea, and his attitude was surprisingly good. She elegantly picked up the teacup, took a gentle sip, put it down, and naturally placed her hands on her lap, displaying the demeanor of a refined lady. The taste is very good. Just those 4 words, not a syllable more. Chen Xi cursed inwardly, thinking this girl was pretending to be more refined than she really was. Little did he know, Su Yun was usually like this. Her attitude towards Chen Xi was exceptionally good, while ordinary men couldn't even get close to her, let alone drink her tea. How is the salt business at the Su family? It's okay. Are there many people buying salt every day? It's all right. Where does the Su family's salt get sold? Nearby. Chen Xi stood up, clasped his fists in salute, and said, after finishing the tea, please wash the teapot for me. After speaking, he turned to leave, thinking to himself, damn it, I won't serve anymore. Can't get a decent conversation out of her, just like those dating prospect from later generations. Always answering one question and then off to take a bath, not seeing the information. Ugh, what a lowly person, really thinking I'm a sycophant. Seeing that Chen Xi was about to leave, Su Yun quickly stopped him. She still had many private salt questions to ask and didn't want to miss this opportunity. Dr. Chen, I have something I want to ask you. Do you sell your salt? Hearing this, Chen Xi stopped. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his emotions. Turning around with a slightly softened attitude, he thought, oh, you're interested in my salt, huh? Now it's time for me to test you. Manager Su is interested in my salt? Su Yun usually didn't chat with men, at most just giving instructions to the shopkeeper, spending the rest of her time managing the business. Talking business with a man like today was a first for her, and she felt quite unaccustomed. Since she wasn't good at chatting, she went straight to the point and asked about the fine salt she was most interested in. Yes, Dr. Chen. Your salt is of very good quality. May I ask where you obtained it? Chen Xi patted his body as he sat down, picked up the teacup, took a sip, and stared deeply at Su Yan. This salt, I made it myself. He threw out the bait, waiting to see if she would bite. He wasn't worried that Su Yan would report him to the authorities. This woman was just a bit cold-natured. The Su family salt business was about to be taken over by the Wang family, and reporting him wouldn't benefit her. On the contrary, his fine salt technique was her lifeline. Su Yan's eyes lit up when she heard it was made by him, feeling that an opportunity had arrived. She continued to ask, "How is the production of this salt, Dr. Chen?" "Not much. It's quite labor-intensive. I only use it at home usually." Chen Xi pretended to be clueless, his goal being to observe Su Yan's expression. If he directly said he could produce several hundred pounds daily, this woman would definitely try to squeeze the price down. As he expected, Su Yan's expression clearly showed disappointment after hearing this, but she still pressed on. "Then, Dr. Chen, do you plan to sell this salt in the county?" Su Yan thought it was no wonder. With such quality fine salt, how could it be mass-produced? Even producing a few pounds a month would be a good outcome, assuming the raw materials were sufficient. But being able to buy some for her shop to promote, it would be great. The shop's business was poor now. She couldn't just sit and wait. She wanted to try every opportunity. "Manager Su, you also know that privately selling salt is a capital offense." Chen Xi continued to test her, wondering if this woman dared to sell private salt. If she didn't, he would have to look for another way. Without thinking, Su Yan replied, "Dr. Chen, please rest assured, my Su family has the government salt license. Selling some private salt is no problem at all. Moreover, in the entire Baishan County, I'm not the only one selling private salt. The government is currently at war. As long as enough tax silver is paid, they want to investigate deeply." Su Yan wanted to lower Chen Xi's guard through this method, mentioning that there were some old connections in her family. Even if the government came to check, it would just be a matter of handling things. Besides, the Wang family's connections might not be stronger than the Su family's. The Wang family's business was doing well because they had their own salt mine, while the Su family lacked such resources and could only watch their business being taken away. Since Manager Su has said so, I won't worry anymore. It can be sold. May I ask how much fine salt does Manager Su want? Chen Xi was very pleased to hear Su Yan's response. Luda had already hinted to him that the Su family wanted to sell private salt but was struggling to find a way. However, one couldn't just rely on hearsay. Verification was necessary. Sure enough, Su Yan wanted to sell private salt. Following the rules in business wouldn't lead to wealth. It was a miracle not to starve. Since ancient times, business has been like this. If it could bring you double the profit, merchants would no longer follow the rules. 10 times the profit. They would dare to risk their lives. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. Seeing that Chen Xi had just said that making fine salt wasn't that simple and only enough for home use, Su Yan didn't dare to ask for too much. She extended 2 slender fingers and tentatively asked, 2 pounds? 2 pounds would help her shop make a good impression and might recover some business. Chen Xi curled his lips, thinking he had been too conservative. This woman probably underestimated him. Since it was the first time doing business with her, he decided to be cautious. 2 pounds was still too little. The journey to and from the county was long, and that wouldn't even cover the cost of the trip. "I can sell you 100 pounds first, but I wonder if the Su family can handle it?" Su Yan was stunned. Hadn't he just said that fine salt was hard to make? And now he was offering 100 pounds in no time, and then he asked if she could handle it? For such quality fine salt, not to mention 100 pounds if the price was right, she could handle 1,000 pounds. Moreover, based on her understanding of the salt business, the wealthy people in the county cared more about quality than money. She was confident she could sell 100 pounds within 10 days. With a sufficient and stable supply, the Su family salt shop could return to its peak soon and even have an opportunity to advance further. She was glad she hadn't asked about Chen Xi's salt source and production method earlier, and now she wouldn't dare to ask. No one would reveal their core secrets to others. Taking a deep breath, Su Yan thought that 100 pounds of fine salt would be enough to alleviate the crisis of the Su family salt shop. Now, the most important thing was to discuss the price. "Dr. Chen, what price do you want?" Su Yan felt nervous. She feared Chen Xi would ask for an exorbitant price. She had already set a price in her mind, which was not to exceed 1 tael of silver per pound, or else she wouldn't make a profit. Private salt was 101 per pound, and official salt was 301 per pound. If she could purchase this fine salt at 1 tael of silver, selling it for just over 1 tael, she was confident she could still sell it. Chen Xi stared unblinkingly at Su Yun. Luda had mentioned that 50 pounds of fine salt could be exchanged for a Mongolian horse, which was priced at over 50 taels of silver. As long as Su Yun didn't offer an outrageous price, he could accept it. I'm not very familiar with salt prices. Manager Su, you tell me. Right now, I'm a second-rate immortal, and if you treat me like a fool, I won't accept it. Su Yun thought for a moment. Dr. Chen had so many people working for him. She had seen how the second madam distributed wages yesterday, which were much higher than in the county. The workers were even provided with meat and fish. Yesterday, they had feasted on bear paws and deer meat. Such a person couldn't be taken advantage of, so there was no need to haggle. She would go straight to the point. This is also the highest price I can offer myself. She extended a jade finger again, her tone very serious. 1 tael of silver per pound. Chen Xi squinted at her, thinking this woman is quite capable. Her title of second immortal is well-deserved. Since it's her first business deal, I can let her taste a bit of sweetness first. Deal. I wonder what price Master Su will set for this fine salt when he returns. Seeing that Chen Xi was agreeable, Su Yun no longer held back and replied honestly, I want to set the price a little over 1 tael of silver, just enough for some profit. Chen Xi smiled slightly. This woman seems smart on the surface, but she still doesn't understand high-end business logic. Scarcity increases value, and the higher the price, the more in demand it becomes. The luxury goods of later generations are the best examples of this. Next, I need to have a serious talk with you, as this is the first step in my business blueprint. Selling fine salt is just the beginning. Chapter 76. Su Yun's bet this price is acceptable, but your selling price is a bit low. Su Yun was taken aback. A low selling price could mean thin profits, but high sales volume. If the price is set too high, it would inevitably affect sales. Seeing her expression, Chen Xi knew that this woman had fallen into a thinking trap. He chuckled lightly and continued, Shopkeeper Su, how about I make a suggestion? You won't have to bear any risks, you just need to sell. Would you like to hear it? After listening to Chen Xi's words, Su Yun became interested. Having been in business for many years, she sensed that this suggestion might be unusual. Dr. Chen, please go ahead. Chen Xi smiled, looking directly into Su Yun's eyes. His deep, dark gaze made it hard to tell what he was thinking. To gain the upper hand in the negotiation, he had to overwhelm the other party with his momentum. The refined salt is priced at 2 taels of silver per pound. According to a 70-30 split, I want 1 tael and 401 per pound, and you'll get 601. After finishing his statement, Chen Xi smiled at her. To establish a long-term partnership, he needed to bring this woman onto his side. There was no risk involved, and she would get a 30% profit. There was no reason for her not to agree. In fact, Chen Xi could sell it to her for 1 tael of silver per pound, but her pricing was low and the profit was thin. It might be acceptable at first, but over time, unforeseen circumstances could arise. The safest approach was mutual benefit. Only by tying their interests together could they sustain a long-term partnership. He had the salt mine and did not lack raw materials. To put it simply, he was offering a 30% profit in exchange for her right to use the salt permit. Chen Xi was well aware of Su's family's current situation, and he knew that if Su Yun wanted to break free from her predicament, this was her only path. Su Yun understood the implication of Chen Xi's words. Although a price of 2 taels of silver was high, it was not unacceptable. However, she had never encountered this kind of cooperative model before. Now, she indeed did not need to bear any risks, and her profit would double. But would Dr. Chen lose out by doing this? After all, he needed to provide the refined salt. Wouldn't a 70% profit be a bit low? Was this distribution unfair to Dr. Chen? Su Yun saw the business opportunity. This might be the chance for the Su family to turn their fortunes around. However, if she wanted to cooperate long-term, she could not let him suffer losses alone. You don't need to worry about anything on my side, but before we proceed with this business, Shopkeeper Su, you still need to handle a few matters. Chen Xi's most pressing concern had arrived. If she could handle this matter well, then his plan could proceed smoothly. Su Yun seemed to know what Chen Xi was going to ask. She smiled brightly. I know what Dr. Chen wants to ask. You can rest assured. It's impossible for anyone to create obstacles. My Su family still has some connections. Su Yin raised her hand and pointed upward, her smile growing more radiant. Although the Su family had declined somewhat, the connections they had built up over the years were not inferior to the Wang family. Chen Xi smiled faintly, knowing that this woman had misunderstood. The Wang family would never find trouble in this regard. There was a reason why they had completely swallowed the Su family's business over the years. The Wang family's involvement in selling private salt was well known. And the reason they didn't pressure the Su family too hard was entirely out of fear that the Su family might report them. If that happened, not only would they earn no money, but they could also face the death penalty. The current situation was exactly what the Wang family wanted. The Su family had business to do while they quietly made a fortune. Cutting off someone's financial path is like killing their parents. As long as the Su family could maintain their business, they wouldn't end up in a deadlock. Shopkeeper Su, you misunderstood. I'm not referring to above, but below. Last time, Luda had already told Chen Xi that the Wang family was colluding with bandits. Once the Su family's refined salt hit the market, it would definitely impact the Wang family's business. On the surface, everyone was competing fairly, but there were undercurrents behind the scenes. Although everyone appeared to be harmonious, if the Wang family felt threatened, they would surely play the bandit card. Su Yin was taken aback. She understood what Chen Xi meant by below and also knew that the Wang family had connections with bandits. But she didn't believe the Wang family would dare to act that way. Dr. Chen is overthinking it. My business is in the county town. Even if the bandits had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to enter the city. Su Yin was quite calm. Although the court had been in constant warfare for years, its control over local areas was still very firm. Otherwise, if bandits dared to enter the city and commit murder, the world would be in chaos. Chen Xi was somewhat speechless. This woman seemed quite shrewd, but her reasoning was still lacking. Since they had reached a cooperative agreement, there were some things that he should make clear to her. The bandits didn't dare to enter the city. It was simply unnecessary. The reason the Su family's salt shop was running well was that the Wang family was deliberately letting them be. As long as you had business, they could quietly make a fortune, and everyone would keep to their own paths. However, once the Su family's refined salt hit the market, it would inevitably impact the Wang family's business. At that point, it wouldn't just be a simple matter of violence. Chen Xi spoke very bluntly. In the face of immense profit, so-called humanity was insignificant. Su Yin felt a bit unconvinced, thinking that Chen Xi was being alarmist, and her tone carried some dissatisfaction. According to what Dr. Chen said, the Wang family would have killed me long ago. Why would they leave me here to compete with them for business? Chen Xi chuckled again. This woman wasn't very perceptive at all. How could she be so oblivious? It was surprising that she had been in business for so many years and still couldn't see this fundamental issue. Does the great you know why every county has 2 government salt permits? Sudunes norte de la Italy. Such a question was too simple. He wouldn't consider her that ignorant. Would he? She clearly felt he was belittling her. Is Dr. Chen asking this to belittle me? Su Yin was very indignant. She hated it most when others looked down on her as a woman. She believed that what men could do, women could do as well. This was also one of the reasons she disliked men. She couldn't stand those arrogant, self-righteous men. The reason there were 2 salt permits in every county was to create a balance. If there were only 1 salt permit, merchants would deliberately raise salt prices in pursuit of high profits, making it even harder for the common people to afford. Clap, clap, clap. Chen Xi applauded her. It seemed this woman wasn't completely foolish. She just hadn't realized the crux of the problem, so she wasn't entirely useless. Seeing Chen Xi applauding, Su Yun coldly snorted and pretended to be aloof. Did he really think she was that foolish? Such a question could be answered by a 3-year-old child. If it weren't for the cooperation with him, she would have left immediately. Shopkeeper Su is right. The reason the Wang family doesn't harm you is that you pose no threat to them. If they kill you, the court will send someone to take over your salt permit. Could they really kill you? Since Dr. Chen understands this principle, why would he still think the Wang family wants to kill me? Because your refined salt sells quickly and is of good quality. It would take away a lot of their business. Su Yin was almost laughing out of anger at Chen Xi. They had just established a partnership, and he was already making grand claims. She thought he had some talent, but it turned out he was just a braggart. selling refined salt at 2 taels of silver per pound. Did Dr. Chen really think such a high price would sell quickly? Yes, very quickly, Chen Xi replied without hesitation. Sudiu nadie expression lisli, feeling utterly speechless. Had she known he was such a fool, she wouldn't have agreed to cooperate with him. How long was very quickly? She wanted to deflate Chen Xi's overconfidence. Selling refined salt at 2 taels of silver per pound. It would be considered good if she could sell 100 pounds in a month. How long did he mean by very quickly? 3 days. This time, Su Yun was genuinely amused and angry at Chen Xi. She covered her mouth with her hand, her face a bit flushed, and, after a long while, she replied, "If it sells out in less than 3 days, I'll forfeit my 30% profit and give it all to Dr. Chen." But what if it doesn't sell out? Su Yun didn't intend to trick Chen Xi. She wanted to teach him a lesson. This kind of unrealistic ambition needed to be tempered with some losses. Otherwise, there would be many disagreements in future cooperation. Chen Xi's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this statement. To win a woman's heart, one must show some strong incentives. No need for 10 days. I still say 3 days. If the goods aren't sold out in 3 days, not only will I forfeit my profit, but Manager Su will also have to agree to one thing for me. You say it. Su Yun just wanted to leave quickly and was too lazy to argue with him. In future collaborations, everything must go through me and vice versa. All right, since Dr. Chen is so confident, this lady agrees and no one can back out later. No problem. Chen Xi loaded 100 units of fine salt onto the carriage, said goodbye to Su Yun and Zhuo Qianqian, and turned to leave. Since Chen Gij and Ant were discussing business, Zhuo Qianqian and Wu Yi wisely left. She didn't know how their conversation was going, only seeing her aunt sitting in the carriage, fuming. Aunt, didn't you and Chen Gij reach an agreement? Su Yun let out a sigh before explaining her collaboration with Chen Xi, including the final wager. After hearing this, Zhuo Qianqian's little face was filled with worry. How could Chen Gij make such a wager with Ant? Ant had been in the salt business for so many years. How could she not know the price and sales of salt? In her heart, she had already determined that Chen Xi had no chance of winning. This was clearly just giving money to Ant, and in the future, she would have to listen to Ant in everything. Seeing Zhuo Qianqian's distress, Su Yun brushed her hair back and said, "Don't worry, I will give your Chen Gij his profit. I just want him to learn a lesson from this. Being overly ambitious is not a good thing." Realizing that Ant wasn't truly making things difficult for Chen Gij, Zhuo Qianqian felt very happy. Looking at the snowy scenery outside the carriage curtain, she suddenly had a premonition. Perhaps Chen Gij would really win? Chapter 77 Talent. After sending off Su Yun, Zhuo Qianqian, and Chen Xi returned to the room and saw Wu Yi looking at the drawings while sketching. Quietly approaching her from behind, Chen Xi stretched his neck to take a look, and his eyes were immediately captivated. To be honest, this girl Wu Yi was quite talented in her drawing. Although some of the numerical symbols were not very clear, the rest was a standard restoration. This discovery made Chen Xi somewhat pleasantly surprised. His apprentice granddaughter was indeed a talent. In less than half a morning, she was able to sketch out the essence of it. Ahem. Chen Xi deliberately cleared his throat, startling Wu Yi, who turned around to see the serious face of her master. Master. Seeing Chen Xi's stern expression, Wu Yi quickly put down her paper and pen and stepped aside, lowering her head and nervously fiddling with the edge of her clothes, looking like a child who had made a mistake. "Don't be afraid. Come here and let Master explain it to you." Chen Xi felt a bit awkward. He wasn't trying to act serious. He was just focused on the drawings. It seemed this little girl was quite scared of him. Okay, Master." Wu Yi appeared a little uneasy, not sure of Chen Xi's temperament, fearing that she might accidentally anger him. After all, she had no money left on her. The most valuable jade pendant had been given to Master last time as a gift, and if Master were to drive her away again, she would have nowhere to go. Wu Yi cautiously came to Chen Xi's side, biting her lip and not daring to speak. Chen Xi smiled helplessly. It seemed that last time he had frightened the little girl, and she was still wary of him. "Sit down, let Master explain." Chen Xi invited Wu Yi to sit, starting from the components of the crossbow, explaining the function of each part, the mechanism, the arms, the arrows, and so on. He spoke in detail, and Wu Yi gradually became serious, moving from her initial nervousness to actively asking questions about the parts she didn't understand. With Chen Xi's patient explanations, Wu Yi became more focused, and later even began to draw inferences from one example to another. Chen Xi was quite surprised. This little girl had a natural sensitivity to drawings. If he taught her well, he would save a lot of effort in the future. Taking out Wu Yi's jade pendant from his pocket, he rubbed it in his hand. Take a good look. First, understand the structure of the crossbow thoroughly. If you can make it later, Master will have a reward. Once Chen Xi took out the jade pendant, Wu Yi's gaze was fixed on it. It was her own possession, which she had excitedly given to Master last time. After returning home, she regretted it. But how could she ask for something back that she had given away, especially from her own master? Lily will definitely work hard. Thank you, Master. Seeing that the little girl was captivated by his jade pendant, Chen Xi smiled with satisfaction. It was simply too easy to handle her. Master is going to make the crossbow now. Will you come help? I will help. Wu Yi nodded vigorously like a little chick pecking at rice. Since Master said there would be a reward for doing well, if she could make Master happy, perhaps she could get the jade pendant back. All right, come with Master. Chen Xi stepped out of the room with a determined stride. The materials were all prepared, and the only thing left to do was to get to work. The crossbow had to be made. The bandits might come any day, and the corresponding weapons must be ready. The structure of this thing was simple, suitable for mass production, saving time and effort, and even women could operate it easily. The new house and hidden fortress would be completed in the next few days, and it would be more than enough to fend off the bandits. Wu Yi, captivated by the jade pendant, was completely unaware that she was being used as free labor by her master. Chen Xi found a separate room and got busy. Except for meals, he was locked inside all day. Wu Yi worked hard, helping Chen Xi apply glue and polish the parts. After sketching the drawings for a whole morning, she was already very familiar with the structure of each component, and with her dexterity, she quickly mastered it. With free labor helping out, Chen Xi found it much easier. Objecional guiding, Wu. After a busy afternoon, the components for one crossbow were completed. He also made some arrows, with the arrowheads primarily designed for penetration, and the two of them worked until midnight before resting. The next morning, Chen Xi had just finished washing up when Ning Ning came rushing in early. Good morning, big brother. Ning Ning was very considerate. As soon as she arrived, she greeted Chen Xi. The little girl had been eating and drinking well these days, and her face had gained some flesh, making her look even more vibrant. Chen Xi's eyes lit up upon seeing Ning Ning. Here was another free laborer, just right to keep Lily company. Ning Ning, big brother is a bit busy lately. Can you help me out? Sure, big brother. Ning Ning looked very happy to have something to do. Previously, she had only learned to write and do needlework with her two sisters-in-law, and she was worried that she couldn't help big brother. Good, then Ning Ning will follow little E from now on. Chen Xi introduced the two little girls to each other. Since they were around the same age, they quickly became familiar. He also found a few male workers to assist Wu Yi, instructing them to only make the crossbow parts while he would come back to assemble them. After arranging everything, he bid farewell to the three ladies and drove Zhang Shini's carriage to the county town. It would be impossible to sell 100 pounds of refined salt in 3 days. He knew this well. To win this bet, he had to find some connections. Otherwise, if he lost, it would be quite a mess. Moreover, his salt business goal was not just to focus on Baishan County, but also to stimulate the surrounding counties. The only ones who could help him were Brother Neo and that little sweetie. Ugh, Mrs. Neo. Chapter 78. The ladies' thoughts. Chen Xi drove the carriage to the county town, heading straight for the government office. As soon as the officials at the entrance saw Chen Xi from a distance, their eyes lit up. 7 or 8 of them immediately abandoned their posts and ran over at a speed of 3 steps per 100 meters. Dr. Chen, you're here. Quickly, let me take the carriage. Don't give it to him, Dr. Chen. I've already prepared the best fodder for your beloved horse. It's as dear to me as my own parents. Pa, do your parents eat fodder? Chen Xi handed over the carriage, saying, my parents eat bean cakes. Our beloved horse must eat bean cakes. The officials nearly got into a fight over the custody rights of his parents. Curious passers-by gathered around, wondering why. So early in the morning, a group of officials were tugging at a carriage and shouting about their parents. Seeing the situation getting out of hand and more people gathering, Chen Xi quickly spoke up. Stop fighting. If you take good care of the horses, you'll all be rewarded. Upon hearing there would be a reward, The officials immediately turned flattering, hurriedly leading the carriage into the county office. With these filial officials taking care of the horses, Chen Xi had no worries. Without him having to speak, someone was already sent to inform the county magistrate. Before long, at the gate of the office, Niu Bin's voice arrived before he did. "Ha ha ha, my little brother is here. Quick, come in." Niu Bin, with his bald head, laughed heartily as he came out, giving Chen Xi a big bear hug, disregarding all rules of etiquette. Chen Xi's back was patted so hard it hurt, but he still smiled and replied, "Brother Niu, I specially brought a gift to see you today. Come, come, let us go to the inner courtyard for drinks." Niu Bin was so straightforward that he felt regret for not having a good drink with Chen Xi last time. Today, they must enjoy themselves. Without further ado, he pulled Chen Xi toward the inner courtyard while shouting, "Madam, look who's here." At that moment, the lady had recovered and was watering flowers inside the house. Hearing her husband call her, she frowned slightly. Her husband was usually carefree and would drink himself into a stupor whenever guests arrived, which annoyed her. "Kui kui. Go tell the master that I'm not feeling well and want to meet any guests." "Yes, madam." Chui understood the lady's temperament and knew she preferred peace, so she quickly ran out. At this moment, Niu Bin had already taken Chen Xi around the moon gate and was heading straight for the inner courtyard. When Chui saw the master was with Chen Xi, she didn't say a word and ran back. After 2 rounds of back and forth, Chui was out of breath. And madam, the lady, seeing Chui in a fluster, felt a bit annoyed. What was wrong with this girl today? Not even able to do as she was told? Chui caught her breath, covering her chest, and hurriedly spoke. "Madam, the master has brought Dr. Chen." Chui knew that Chen Xi had cured the lady's illness and was a great benefactor to the county office. So she didn't dare to make her own decisions and came back to report to the lady. Upon hearing that Dr. Chen had arrived, the lady immediately became flustered, 2 blushes creeping on her cheeks. She quickly instructed, "Hurry, Chui, tell the master to prepare drinks. I want to have a few cups with Dr. Chen." The lady had been treated by Chen Xi twice, and he had seen her thighs, especially since last time she had raised her pant legs so high. She didn't know if he had seen her there. That tingling feeling lingered in her memory. These past few days while lying in bed, whenever she thought of that moment, an unusual reaction would wash over her. Closing her eyes, she could see Chen Xi's strong physique and handsome appearance, making her feel like a young girl experiencing her first love. Reflecting on how she had married this eunuch for so many years, he had only treated her well, but was otherwise useless. They didn't even sleep on the same bed, let alone touch her. Whenever she chatted with the wealthy ladies in the county, they would always discuss how vigorous their men were, while she had never experienced that kind of feeling. She couldn't even tell them her husband was a eunuch, so all her grievances had to be silently endured. She had thought about spending her life quietly with this eunuch, but ever since Chen Xi appeared, whether intentionally or not, he had repeatedly stirred her feelings. For the past few days, her mind was filled with thoughts of Chen Xi. "Ah, this little troublemaker has finally come." "Okay, madam." Chui noticed something was off with the lady, but couldn't pinpoint what it was, so she obediently ran back to report to the master. Soon, Niu Bin brought Chen Xi into the inner courtyard. "Madam, Dr. Chen is here. Why aren't you coming out to meet him?" Behind the screen, the lady gradually walked out, having just changed into a light blue dress. It was clear she had just tidied her hair. Her face was flushed, and she had applied some kind of rouge, giving off an aura of an exquisite wife. "Chen Xi, you've come." The lady performed a graceful bow, her dignified and elegant demeanor rivaling Su Yun. Chen Xi's eyes brightened. Both times he had come before, he had interacted with her in bed, and today was the first time he saw her salute him. The mature charm radiating from her was undeniable, making him involuntarily smack his lips. "I apologize for disturbing you." "Madam." Chen Xi returned the greeting, lowering his head to see that the lady was wearing a pair of pink embroidered boots, which looked like something a young girl would wear. He didn't expect the lady to have such taste. "Madam, why call me Chen Xiaoyu? It sounds so distant. I'm like a brother to your husband. You can call me uncle from now on." Chen Xi quickly stood up. No, I'm just a commoner. How can I dare to call the county magistrate my brother?" Niu Bin, being straightforward, treated Chen Xi as a brother and waved his hand. "Just go along with it." "Brother." Hearing this, Chen Xi stood up again and respectfully bowed. "County magistrate, My elder brother just passed away, and according to custom, I cannot acknowledge a brother within 2 years. Would that be acceptable? You're generous to me, so I must reciprocate. I'm just a humble person and quite happy when others call me doctor. Upon hearing this, Niobin laughed heartily and pointed at him. You all right? Then it's settled. Dr. Chen. Madam, don't forget to greet Dr. Chen. The lady performed a deep bow, softly saying, I've met Dr. Chen. No need for such formality, madam. Chen Xi quickly returned the bow. Haha, no matter what we call each other, we're family from now on. After Niobin finished speaking, he waved his hand and instructed the servants to prepare the banquet. Doctor, let us keep things separate. I'll just call you little brother on regular days. Hearing this, Chen Xi nodded. As long as he didn't have to call him brother, anything was fine. Today, we must drink a few cups together. Otherwise, I'll get angry. Since you said so, how could I refuse? But madam is still here. Chen Xi intended to mention that they should drink less, because he had business to discuss with them later. Seeing Chen Xi hesitating, the lady immediately interjected, Doctor, doesn't tea need to be formal? I also want to drink a few cups with Dr. Chen today. Niobin was overjoyed. The lady never drank, and today, seeing her happy with her brother, it was rare that she didn't stop him from drinking. He was so delighted he nearly drooled. All right, since the lady has spoken, little brother, what are you waiting for? Quickly, prepare the banquet. Niobin was eager to drink heartily. Chui served tea to the three of them, and after some pleasantries, the servants soon set up the banquet. Chen Xi saw that he couldn't escape and had to sit at the table, but he felt that the lady's gaze toward him was unusual, just like how Fan Yin used to look at him. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes seemed to be sparkling. Niobin first poured a glass of wine for Chen Xi, then filled the cups for the lady and himself. Little brother, you caught a chill on the way. Let us drink a toast first to warm up. Niobin ignored others, finished speaking, and downed his drink in one go. The lady was strict, and he was quite tempted. After finishing a cup, Niobin's face turned red as he raised his cup to Chen Xi. Brother, I'll drink first. The action was seamless. Anyone who didn't know would think the county magistrate was a bandit by his demeanor. Chen Xi picked up the cup, glanced at the wine, which was slightly yellow and murky. Is this the wine of this era? It was his first time drinking since he traveled back, but judging by its appearance,